When Cheng Miao awoke, she found herself in a spacious room filled with a medley of various odors. She pressed her hand against her slightly throbbing head and squinted her eyes to scrutinize her surroundings. It resembled a prison dormitory, with numerous mattresses haphazardly strewn across the floor, leaving just enough space for a single person to squeeze through sideways. The walls, stained and yellowed, bore a few ominous words painted in a blood-like crimson. Low-level dormitory 3050. Her mind still buzzed, faintly registering the sharp screams of women and the angry curses of men in the distance, mingled with an inexplicable, peculiar sound. Furrowing her brows, Cheng Miao sought the source of the noise, which was piercing and reminiscent of SpongeBob's voice, adding an eerie quality to the already unsettling atmosphere. Unsteadily, she rose to her feet, her thoughts drifting back to the events preceding her sleep. She had gone out with friends, indulged in a bit of drink, and upon returning home, had fallen asleep, only to awaken here. The commotion was emanating from a high table against the wall, where a crowd had gathered, maintaining a cautious distance as they wept and wailed, evoking a sense of unease in Cheng Miao. As she pushed through the throng, she finally beheld what lay atop the table, not nothing, but a glossy, slick cockroach. Cheng Miao harbored numerous fears. She was afraid of ghosts and insects alike. Yet, she possessed a peculiar trait. The more terrified she felt, the calmer she appeared outwardly. This was not merely a facade as a social anxiety sufferer. She preferred to reject social interactions with an air of aloofness. Moreover, being a beautiful young woman, she was loath to display any overt signs of panic. As she maintained her stoic expression, even as goosebumps erupted across her skin, she suddenly witnessed the cockroach stand up. It was no small creature supported by its lower legs. It propped its considerable body upright. Its antennae twitched as if rubbing its hands together, and Cheng Miao even observed it lean forward slightly, mimicking a bow to the audience. Cheng Miao's expression faltered as panic set in. Had she been injected with some hallucinogen? This couldn't possibly be a drug trafficking organization, could it? Hello everyone. Welcome to the Survival Inn. You are all here in the cockroach dormitory, selected meticulously to partake in this game. I hope each of you can diligently strive to complete the game and return to the human realm. The cockroach, having grown weary from standing, settled onto the edge of the table, its minuscule legs dangling in the air. You are all newcomers. Your first day is in the low-level dormitory. I am your front desk attendant, Cockroach. The dormitories are categorized into high, medium, and low levels, all of which I will oversee for your check-in. Those who fail the game will not be granted accommodation. Cockroach smiled, its antennae bobbing cheerfully. The difficulty of the dormitory series is not high, hence the rest periods are brief. For your first entry into the low-level dormitory game, you will have 10 minutes to prepare. Transitioning from low to medium takes 1 day, and from medium to high takes 3 days. Cockroach surveyed the crowd, its tone growing slightly impatient. Once you exit my cockroach dormitory, you will ascend to a higher grade inn, progressing until you can conquer the Eden Club and return to reality. Frustrated by the noise around it, Cockroach abruptly stood, its delicate legs tapping in irritation. Those who fear insects, cease your wailing. Living in the lowest tier dormitory, do you still hope for Mr. Panda to serve you? Only we, the lowly four pests, toil tirelessly. Cheng Miao thought. Oh no, you misunderstand. Their cries are not merely due to fear of cockroaches. After venting its inexplicable rage, the surrounding individuals fell silent, trembling with hands covering their mouths as they stared at the giant cockroach. Satisfied, Cockroach softened its tone a bit, offering a slight taste of sweetness. Just remember, strive to complete the game. Perform well, earn ample rewards, and you need not worry about staying in a high-grade inn. Higher-tier inns offer unparalleled service and living standards. Oh my. The monetary rewards you acquire upon completing the game can be used for room fees or exchange for equivalent wishes or to purchase items from the general store. However, saving money or spending is entirely at your discretion. As someone who had previously indulged in infinite flow narratives, Cheng Miao remained far calmer than others who were on the verge of fainting. This was a relentless game of battling monsters and advancing through levels, albeit with dangers and complexities far beyond mere words. Moreover, Cheng Miao transitioned from confusion to composure, meticulously analyzing her current predicament. Since 2328, a virulent, incurable plague had swept across the globe, with the recovery of afflicted individuals seeming almost mystical. Those stricken by this affliction would fall into a deep slumber, awakening at random, if at all, entirely dependent on fortune, with no remedy in sight. Those fortunate enough to awaken often rejoiced, proclaiming their return to life, while spouting nonsensical claims, countless absurdities. The International Medical Organization had concluded that the disease could induce psychological complications. Reflecting on this, those individuals were not mad. They were likely just like her, having arrived at this so-called survival inn. Cheng Miao's spirits lifted. The fact that many had awakened suggested hope for completing the game. "Excuse me." Cockroach turned to the speaker, a fresh-faced young girl. The girl possessed delicate features, and while she might not initially strike one as stunning, there was an allure that grew more captivating the longer one looked. In simpler terms, she was beautiful, exceptionally so. Despite her outward calmness, her voice quivered slightly. Cockroach mischievously landed on her shoulder, and unsurprisingly, the girl stiffened. Cheng Miao swallowed hard, striving to ignore the fact that a colossal cockroach was perched upon her. "Since there are various types of inns, will we enter the instance alongside players from the other high-grade inns?" Cockroach waved its antennae, having not encountered a newcomer who didn't immediately break down. In a long time, the recent influx of newcomers had been dismal, and the fare was hardly appetizing. Cockroach, multitasking, observed Cheng Miao's tender skin while dutifully adhering to its front desk responsibilities. Naturally, that will happen. As for the probability, it depends on individual luck. Entering instances with players from high-grade inns has its pros and cons. One more thing. To ensure a peaceful and friendly gaming experience, violence against other players is strictly prohibited within the rooms. While some items can be utilized outside the instance, the user will also suffer significant backlash. Cheng Miao felt a slight sigh of relief. This would greatly enhance the survival rate for newcomers. As for Cockroach's warning regarding violence, she would take it with a grain of salt, intending to explore the specifics on her own. "Thank you, I have no further questions," Cheng Miao cautiously remarked, shifting her shoulders. "You may take your leave now. Please do not remain perched on me." In truth, Cheng Miao harbored a plethora of questions. Having read numerous horror infinite flow novels, she could enumerate the various unfolding patterns. Live streaming, competitive types, metaverse styles, yet no amount of inquiry could rival the importance of simply surviving the first game. Furthermore, Cheng Miao cast a sideways glance at the grotesque cockroach still lingering on her shoulder, feeling as though it spoke in veiled riddles, concealing half its meaning. Asking too many questions might cloud her judgment. Cockroach took to the air, hovering above Cheng Miao for a moment. "What is your name?" Cheng Miao. Knowing that revealing her name to this obviously sinister cockroach was far from pleasant, she nevertheless felt compelled to answer the front desk NPC's inquiry. Without pausing, Cockroach darted back to the high table. Cheng Miao's keen eyes spotted a rectangular hole in the wall, resembling a delivery window embedded in a door, from which an identical large cockroach emerged. "Brother, both the first and second teams have failed to clear the challenge. It seems we can indulge in a feast tonight," one voice proclaimed. "Is that so? The recent newcomers have proven utterly incompetent. Let's venture out and investigate," replied another. Once the two cockroaches scuttled through the opening, Cheng Miao belatedly realized it was on a door, one devoid of a doorknob or lock, almost merging with the wall, making it difficult to detect. Thanks to the two cockroaches, others also discovered the door. A plump man nearby, as if he had found a lifeline, rushed toward it, pounding on the door with fervor. "Help! Is anyone there? Open the door and let me out." After a moment, he froze, his expression contorted in horror as he pointed at something outside the window, retreating in fear, his throat emitting heavy, labored breaths. Cheng Miao glanced at the man, gritted her teeth, and approached the door. The delivery window had a palm-sized glass pane, obscured by layers of grime that made it difficult to see outside. Suddenly, a series of bloodied handprints splattered against the already dirty window. The sight of the crimson marks sent Cheng Miao's heart racing. "Help! Open the door, please." The same desperate cries from outside were even more chilling. Cheng Miao held her breath and took a step back. Wittens in the yard, there was nothing to defend herself with, so Cheng Miao steeled her resolve and ventured into the dark, cavernous corridor. The hallway was shrouded in darkness. Causing her eyes to struggle to adjust, all she could detect was the musty scent of damp, decaying dust. Suddenly, a beam of light pierced through the gloom, revealing Go grinning mischievously beside her. When I thought about our adventure, I borrowed my dad's flashlight, he said. Cheng Miao took the flashlight and carefully illuminated the corridor. The walls of the hallway were grimy, plastered with muddy footprints and unknown stains. In certain cleaner spots, several yellowing papers were affixed. Cheng Miao leaned closer and cautiously peeled them away, revealing a series of missing person notices. The photographs were weathered and faded, yet it was evident that both boys and girls of around 6 or 7 years of age were depicted. Among these notices, one for a little girl was the most prevalent. The girl had her hair styled in 2 horn-like braids, adorned in a bright red dress, and held a skipping rope in her hands. The facial features in the photo had blurred into a rough, grayish-white mass, casting an eerie aura under the flashlight's glow. Cheng Miao pondered the girl's red dress, recalling that the fleeting shadow she had glimpsed upon entering the dungeon was also clad in red. Chapter 3. The Desolate Courtyard. Part 2. Cheng Miao took special note of the name of the little girl, Lu Shui, who resided in room 402. The desperation of her parents in their search for her was evident from the thick pile of missing person notices. Concluding that there were no further clues in the hallway, Cheng Miao tucked the stack of notices under her arm and ascended the stairs. In this vintage residential building, the first floor served merely as an entrance corridor, with actual living spaces commencing from the second floor. Each level housed 2 families, and some had vacated in haste, leaving their doors unlocked. On the second floor, there was a private clinic, a sign that no longer illuminated red, Minsheng Clinic. Cheng Miao gently pushed open the ajar door, and a line of children followed her inside. The room was considerably brighter than the hallway. Cheng Miao drew back the curtains, allowing light to flood in, revealing the room's arrangement amidst the swirling dust. This was an old-fashioned private clinic, with a wobbly set of tables and chairs forming a rudimentary consultation area, and a large medicine cabinet beside an examination bed. On a small iron cabinet next to the bed lay some acupuncture medicine packages, while the table was cluttered with discarded medical forms and a patient record book. Numerous certificates of honor and photographs adorned the walls, and from the banners displayed, it was clear that the doctor at Minsheng Clinic, surnamed Su, was somewhat renowned in the area. Cheng Miao squinted to decipher the yellowed newspaper clippings mounted on the wall. Dr. Su was a well-known physician, perhaps even a rarity as a university graduate at that time. Although he could not treat severe or critical cases, he was adept at curing common ailments like colds and coughs. Furthermore, Dr. Su seemed skilled in folk remedies and had considerable insight into treating various complex conditions. In this era, doctors were already a scarce profession, and private practitioners who dedicated their lives to serving the community were particularly esteemed, as evidenced by the towering pile of banners in the cabinet. As Cheng Miao flipped through the patient records, she noted that nearly every household had sought treatment from Dr. Su. Unsurprisingly, she came across the medical record for Lu Shui of room 402. It was nothing serious, merely a case of indigestion. In the signature section, Lu Shui had scrawled her name in a wobbly manner, accompanied by a small heart doodle. While Cheng Miao was searching for clues, piercing screams suddenly erupted from the inner room, belonging to Go and Nyo. Startled, Cheng Miao looked up to see that the 3 children had slipped into the interior room. Grabbing an old folding chair propped against the wall, she cautiously approached. Just as she reached the doorway, Go and Nyo rushed out, crying, and dove into Cheng Miao's embrace. Cheng Miao thought to herself, being clung to by children was far more terrifying than the scenario in the game. Huzi emerged with a pale face, being slightly older. He was scared but not as overwhelmed as Go, who was nearly in tears. What happened? Cheng Miao's expression, seemingly calm to the children, masked the trembling of her hand gripping the chair, which she assured herself was merely due to the chair and Oppo's weight. There's a corpse inside. Go stammered through his sobs, leaning closer to Cheng Miao. Please don't wipe your snot on me, she exclaimed, grateful that Go's fright was so intense that he had no time to panic upon hearing about a corpse. After a moment, Nyo, appearing somewhat embarrassed, retreated behind Huzi, and with no further information forthcoming, Cheng Miao set Go aside and stepped into the room herself. The room was dimly lit, and Cheng Miao tentatively felt around the wall near the doorframe, discovering a pull cord. With a gentle tug, a flickering bulb sputtered to life. As the light illuminated the space, Cheng Miao beheld what was referred to as a corpse. Two medical training skeletons, one large and one small, with their meridian points marked in ink, positioned right by the entrance. In an era where information was scarce and people's minds somewhat closed off, it was entirely normal for them to be startled by such a sight. Cheng Miao patiently explained the situation to the children, and their expressions gradually softened. With a sigh of relief, she surveyed the room, which appeared to be Dr. Su's resting quarters. A single bed was placed against the wall, its bedding neatly folded, reflecting the occupant and oppo's tidiness. Beside the pillow lay a book wrapped in newspaper. Upon examination, it was a medical text. The room contained little else of note. A table held a lamp that no longer functioned, and a small red plastic mirror was coated in dust. It was a rather ordinary room. Cheng Miao's nose twitched at a scent reminiscent of burnt herbal medicine. While her sense of smell was keen, the various stale odors in the room somewhat dulled her ability to discern. After a thorough search, she found no kitchen or similar spaces, attributing the peculiar smell to the prolonged vacancy of the house. Ignoring the sobbing children seated on the examination bed, Cheng Miao proceeded to the remaining room, the bathroom. In the realm of horror films, she could effortlessly list 20 classic terrifying scenes without a moment in oppo's hesitation. After scaring herself with such mental images, she nervously pushed open the bathroom door. This was an exceedingly dated bathroom, featuring merely a brick sink and a rudimentary shower area. The sink was cluttered with cleaning supplies like brooms and mops, and the faucet leaked due to age. Drip, drip. Cheng Miao's heart raced as she twisted the handle vigorously to silence the dreadful background noise. A thud echoed from the shower area, a sound so minor, yet it reverberated in Cheng Miao and oppo's ears like thunder. At that time, independent toilets were a rarity in residential buildings. Bathrooms were often just a layer of cement, with a pipe running overhead and a hole in the wall serving as a makeshift drain. A crumpled rag lay on the floor, appearing to be an old piece of clothing repurposed, its color faded from prolonged use. Observing the dust on the pipe, it seemed the rag had once been draped over it, though it was unclear what had caused it to fall. Unwilling to believe in coincidences within the narrative, Cheng Miao conducted a thorough 360-degree inspection, finding no ghostly figure with disheveled hair nor slender, pale fingers emerging from the drain. Acknowledging that typical game progress often necessitated certain triggering conditions, she resolved to remain patient during this initial phase of clue gathering. The bathroom was sparse, lacking even a mirror. The only reflective object in the entire room was the small red plastic mirror in the bedroom. This was fortuitous, as it minimized the chances of encountering something unsettling in a reflection. Noting the clinic in oppo's lack of extraneous items, Cheng Miao decided to inspect the other floors before drawing any conclusions, as thus far she had gleaned no insights. At that moment, a raspy, mournful song echoed from outside, causing the hairs on Cheng Miao and oppo's neck to stand on end. Chapter 4. The Abandoned Courtyard. 3. Cheng Miao stepped outside to find Go holding an antiquated radio, seemingly unearthed from some forgotten corner. To her astonishment, the radio still resonated with music after an indeterminate passage of time. Cheng Miao took the device, switching through various stations, but all she encountered were static noises. One channel, however, played a mournful tune sung softly by a woman, offering nothing but an eerie ambience. For her peace of mind, Cheng Miao promptly removed the batteries. Time was of the essence. She had initially intended to ascend the stairs with the NPCs, regardless of their potential as triggers, for there was strength in numbers. Yet, the children, thoroughly spooked by the skeletal figure they had just witnessed and further unsettled by the melancholic song from the radio, were now adamant about returning home. Cheng Miao, momentarily distracted, watched as they bolted outside. She pursued them into the courtyard, only to find the once-ajar gate firmly shut. It was as if the iron door had closed of its own volition. Despite not being locked, the three children in oppo's faces turned crimson as they pushed against it in vain. Cheng Miao stepped forward to test it herself, but it budged not an inch. Clearly, the game was not yet over. Even the NPCs were trapped within. Observing the children on the verge of tears, Cheng Miao resorted to coaxing and scaring them into silence. After assuring them that she would indeed lead them to safety, they clustered around her like chicks around a mother hen. Cheng Miao, there in Oppos, has truly no need for such dramatics. While Cheng Miao attempted to console the frightened children, the previously silent courtyard suddenly erupted with sound, as if it had come alive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With her back turned to the courtyard, Cheng Miao felt the hairs on her neck stand on end, for the sound emanating from behind was the rhythmic thumping of children skipping rope, the sound of the rope slicing through the air, the thud of little feet landing, and the faint laughter of young girls filled the atmosphere. Cheng Miao and Oppos' back became slick with cold sweat. She cursed inwardly, realizing this was indeed a supernatural scenario. She turned her head, expecting to see something, yet found only emptiness behind her. Upon her swift glance, the strange sounds ceased, leaving only the decaying leaves on the ground, which had been disturbed, leaving traces of movement. Cheng Miao and Oppos' heart sank. It was clear that someone had been skipping rope, leaving marks upon the ground. Sister Miao, what is it? Huzi looked at her with curiosity, sensing her alarm. Did you hear nothing? Cheng Miao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hear what? Wah. Please don't scare us. The sight of Ergo on the verge of tears prompted Cheng Miao to feign a misunderstanding, which seemed to pacify the child. It appeared that the threats within the scenario either targeted only the players or were not severe enough for the NPCs to perceive. Regardless, it was a precarious situation for Cheng Miao. With no means of escape, the children, despite their reluctance, had no choice but to remain in this place. However, no matter how much she coaxed, they refused to ascend the stairs, opting instead to wait in the clinic for her return. Do you not find the clinic more frightening? Cheng Miao, exhausted from her efforts, realized this might be a narrative necessity. The forthcoming events would require the player to proceed alone. As she traversed the dimly lit corridor, Cheng Miao contemplated the significance of the little girl named Lu Shui. She was indeed a pivotal point. The photograph depicted only her with a skipping rope, and she intended to scrutinize room 402 closely. The security doors on both sides of the third floor were tightly locked, while the fourth floor and above were sealed off with iron gates. The clues were likely confined to the second and fourth floors. It was evident that the difficulty level was akin to that of a novice village, with pertinent locations laid bare for the player to discover. Given Lu Shui's importance, Cheng Miao first pushed open the door to room 402. The room was arranged with a comforting touch, albeit furnished with aged items, each carefully covered with cloth. On the coffee table sat a vase holding several wilted flowers, their species unrecognizable. The walls were adorned with children's crafts, predominantly family portraits. A man and woman flanked a little girl dressed in a red dress with twin ponytails, holding a skipping rope. Beside a withered bouquet on the dining table lay a photograph of Lu Shui's parents, joyfully embracing her. Cheng Miao finally discerned Lu Shui's appearance. She was indeed a lovely little girl, grinning widely at the camera with her fingers forming rabbit ears. In Lu Shui's small bedroom, Cheng Miao stumbled upon the most valuable clue thus far, a diary. Ensuring no other clues were overlooked, she settled onto the sofa and began to peruse its contents. April 8th. Brother Chi-Chi went missing. His parents were very worried and cried for a long time. I hope Brother Chi-Chi can come back. June 14th. Brother Chi-Chi and Oppos' parents accused Antly of being a human trafficker. Antly was very sad, and I gave her candy. July 2nd. Antly was taken away by several uncles. I don't know when she will return. July 30th. Antly is back. August 15th. Sister woman also went missing. September 4th. Mom and Dad said Antly is an old maid. Old maids are not good people, and they don't let me play with Antly anymore. I'm unhappy. October 23rd. Today my stomach hurts. Dad took me to Brother Sue's house to see the doctor. Brother Sue gave me medicine and praised me for being pretty. January 22nd. Brother Sue gave me candy again. I like him. March 9th. Today is my birthday. Mom bought me a red skirt, which I like very much. Dad and Mom went to work. Antly asked me to play with her, but I promised to find Brother Sue first. The diary concluded here, and Cheng Miao gazed at the uneven handwriting, lost in thought. It appeared there was another crucial figure, Aunt Li, who resided in room 401. The residents of Minxing Lane had long suspected Aunt Li's involvement in the children's disappearances. On July 2nd, Lu Shui had seen the police take Aunt Li away, since she had since returned. It implied that she was either innocent or the evidence against her was insufficient. Cheng Miao decided to keep the diary with her and intended to visit room 401 when an unexpected rustling sound filled the previously empty bedroom. Wu! Wu! Shui, where are you? The woman and Appo's anguished sobs, coupled with a man and Appo's heavy sighs and the sound of his pacing, echoed in the somewhat hollow room. Cheng Miao tightened her grip on the diary and cautiously approached the doorway to Lu Shui and Appo's bedroom. The once dusty room now appeared as though it had been revived, as if someone had indeed occupied it. A woman, looking exceedingly haggard and sorrowful, cradled a stuffed doll by the bedside as she wept inconsolably, while a graying man sat beside her, gently attempting to comfort her. After a while, the woman, clutching a stack of missing person notices, attempted to leave, but was halted by the man. A heated argument ensued, culminating in the woman slamming the bedroom door shut. Observing the man, who covered his face in despair, Cheng Miao felt a surge of sympathy overshadowing her fear. Hello. Noticing the man's lack of response, Cheng Miao edged closer, inquiring once more, could you tell me if there were any strangers in the vicinity before Lu Shui went missing? Strangely, the man seemed oblivious to her presence, lost in his own sorrowful lament. Cheng Miao squinted, reaching out a hand toward the man. Chapter 5. The abandoned courtyard. For as anticipated, her hand passed through the man, who appeared indistinguishable from a living being. The scene in the room should have been one of Lu Shui and Appo's parents weeping incessantly after her disappearance. Yet Cheng Miao's touch felt like caressing the air, eliciting no response whatsoever. It seemed that Cheng Miao had triggered a phantom through some unseen point. Sighing softly, she waited for a while, observing the couple as they merely repeated the same scene. She tucked the diary, still clutched in her hand, into her bag, intending to check room 401. Without warning, the seemingly lifelike figures of Lu Shui and Appo's parents vanished from the room. Cheng Miao and Appo's first instinct was to turn around, confirming that she was not ensnared in a classic horror film scenario. Furrowing her brow, she pondered the sudden disappearance of the apparition. Accidentally brushing her fingers against the cover of the diary in her bag, a thought struck her. Could it be? Indeed, when Cheng Miao retrieved the diary once more, Lu Shui and Appo's parents reappeared in the room. Later, contemplating taking the diary to the clinic, Cheng Miao thoughtfully secured it in her bag and found a small fruit peeler in the kitchen, carefully stowing it away in her clothing. Although she knew the knife would likely do little harm to a ghost, having a sharp object at hand offered her some measure of comfort. Just as she was about to leave, a powerful sixth sense surged within her, compelling her to gaze at the photograph on the dining table. In the picture, which had once captured Lu Shui and Appo's innocent smile, she had inexplicably lowered one hand while the other reached upward, as if trying to escape the confines of the frame. The fingertips appeared pale and somewhat sinister. The Lu Shui in the photograph bowed her head, her eyes obscured by thick bangs, her mouth stretched into an eerily exaggerated grin. Cheng Miao studied the photograph in silence for a moment before exiting the room, gently closing the door behind her. Cursing the foolish game inwardly, Cheng Miao and Appo's heart swelled with unshed tears. The door to room 401 bore numerous scrawled curses, and as she read the words human trafficker written in paint, she fell into contemplation. Just as in Lu Shui and Appo's journal, the inhabitants here firmly believed that Aunt Li was the perpetrator. Pushing open the door, she found herself in a home that clearly belonged to a solitary woman. The sparse photographs adorning the walls featured only a slightly plump woman. Aunt Li, residing in room 401, seemed genuinely impoverished. The furniture consisted of just a few items, and the small wardrobe held only a handful of faded, washed-out garments. Coupled with the stigma of being unmarried in that era, Cheng Miao could vividly imagine the lonely existence of this middle-aged woman, confined to her room day after day. The sole treasure she found was a few slightly curled drawings tucked away in the bedroom wardrobe, all crafted by a child in Oppo's hand, crooked family portraits, and various small animals. Cheng Miao noted that each drawing bore the name of its young artist, suggesting that these kindergarten assignments had been deliberately preserved. Recognizing numerous drawings as Lu Shui and Oppo's creations, Cheng Miao trembled, deep in thought. A solitary woman hiding a trove of children and Oppo's crafts inevitably conjured unsettling associations. Room 401 could aptly be described as barren, and after several fruitless searches, Cheng Miao sought refuge in a defensible position. Standing by the entrance, she withdrew Lu Shui and Oppo's diary. The moment the diary emerged, the figure of a slightly plump woman with flecks of white in her hair appeared in the otherwise sparse room. Contrary to Cheng Miao's expectations of cruelty, the vision in room 401 was mundane to the point of tedium. Aunt Lee began by tidying up the space, then changed into a faded dark brown shirt. She carefully retrieved a small cake from the cupboard, placing it on the coffee table. It was unclear how long Aunt Lee waited, but she frequently glanced at the iron alarm clock before, with a heavy heart, pocketing the key and exiting the room. Leaning against the wall, Cheng Miao observed the recurring vision, initially believing that each room would reveal critical clues. Now it seemed that the apparitions represented the moments of greatest emotional upheaval for the room's occupant. It became evident that Aunt Lee rarely interacted with others, the only exception being Lu Shui, her cherished friend. Recalling Lu Shui and Oppo's account in the diary on the day of Lu Shui and Oppo's birthday, Aunt Lee had planned to celebrate with her. However, as Lu Shui failed to arrive, Aunt Lee grew anxious and ventured out in search of her. All the pieces connected. It was almost certain that regardless of the reason behind Lu Shui and Oppo's disappearance, she had likely encountered something amiss in the nondescript clinic on the second floor. Whether it was Aunt Lee or that Brother Sue who was responsible would require further investigation at the clinic. As Cheng Miao pondered these thoughts, the sound of a girl and Oppo's delicate laughter floated in from outside. Quickly turning, she caught only a fleeting glimpse of a figure in red disappearing beyond the doorway. This apparition, unlike the earlier vague impressions, was much clearer. Cheng Miao was convinced that something had just manifested. The eerie giggle resonated as though it were whispered against her back. Pinching herself, she forced calmness, meticulously analyzing the two supernatural phenomena that had emerged thus far. The apparitions in the room were triggered by Lu Shui's diary, serving as a conduit for clues. The other phenomenon, involving the missing Lu Shui, had progressed from a mere shadow to audible sounds, and now to the unsettling changes in the photograph. Lu Shui was gradually becoming more corporeal. The latter was evidently far less benign than the visions. It felt like a countdown, a stark reminder that when Lu Shui truly appeared before her, it would signal the most perilous moment. The spirits cared little for kinship. When the time came, they would unleash their wrath. Time was of the essence. Cheng Miao needed to act swiftly to ensure her survival. Descending to the second floor, Cheng Miao was engulfed in troubling thoughts. If Dr. Su was indeed the culprit, it made her stomach churn at the thought of a pedophile cloaked in the guise of savior. The three children remained seated in the waiting area, their previously furrowed brows now brightening upon seeing Cheng Miao finally descend. Jiang, you're finally down. What happened upstairs? Ergo exclaimed, bounding to Cheng Miao's side and tugging at her sleeve. Cheng Miao discreetly tucked the diary deeper into her bag. Nothing much. The room was covered in dust, suggesting it hasn't been visited in quite a while. Hu Zi shrugged, whispering, since the incident with that man named Lu, everyone from Minxing Lane has mostly moved away. Who would still come here? Cheng Miao's ears perked up at the mention of the key phrase. Hu Zi, do you know anything else? Please share. Taken aback by Cheng Miao's sudden warmth, Hu Zi scratched his head, feeling a strange discomfort at her seemingly insincere smile. This happened a long time ago. I overheard my parents talking about it. My dad said that over 10 years ago, children often went missing from Minxing Lane. I hope it's not the same criminal returning to haunt us. My mom remembers the last little girl who went missing was from the Lu family. She was quite cute when she smiled. Lu uncle and Lu aunt searched for her for half a year, but eventually Lu aunt fell ill. and Liu uncle sold their house to take her for treatment. After that, Minching Lane became a place of unrest. Many people reported hearing girls laughing and playing jump rope, and out of fear, they moved away. Consequently, Minching Lane turned into a deserted building. Chapter 6. The abandoned courtyard. Cheng Miao promptly inquired. Did your parents mention anything about the culprit? Hu Zi cast a peculiar glance at Cheng Miao, replying, the culprit was just a spinster who supposedly became psychologically deranged from a lack of matrimony. However, she absconded long ago and remains at large. Hu Zi sheepishly added, I overheard rumors of paranormal activity here and came out of mere curiosity. Cheng Miao retorted, her countenance impassive. Serves you right, you imp. Now you're trapped. Observing Hu Zi's downcast demeanor as he fidgeted with his fingers, Cheng Miao realized further interrogation would be futile. According to Hu Zi, the locals universally implicated spinster Li as the perpetrator. However, owing to the apparition in room 401, Cheng Miao remained skeptical of such simplistic explanations. She meticulously scrutinized the outer room of the clinic once more, leaving no stone unturned, even overturning the examination bed where the children had sat. Yet, aside from the consultation record, no further clues surfaced. Indeed, were evidence so readily unearthed in the bustling clinic, Dr. Su would be ill-suited for his nefarious pursuits and would be better off retiring. Cheng Miao retrieved the tattered missing person notice from the stairwell she had been carrying and meticulously cross-referenced it with the consultation records. Sure enough, all the children listed on the notice, regardless of their residence in Building 4, had sought treatment here. Notably, the heart that she had initially assumed to be a self-drawn addition to Lu Shue's signature was also found on the consultation forms of several other missing children. The marks had been effaced with an eraser, leaving only faint indentations discernible upon close inspection under direct light. Cheng Miao now possessed over 80 certainty that the ongoing disappearances of children in Minching Lane were linked to Dr. Su, though his motives remained obscure. Inhuman, Cheng Miao mused, contemplating the cryptic clue. The phrase inhuman likely alluded to the fact that the so-called good person was not what he seemed, while the universally condemned spinsterly was, in fact, innocent. Having identified the likely perpetrator, Cheng Miao rallied her spirits, concluding that the second-floor clinic must harbor undiscovered clues. Strangely, upon producing the diary, the apparition of Dr. Su failed to materialize in the outer room. Unwilling to accept that the diary had suddenly lost its potency, she reasoned that the issue lay with the location. The diary likely triggered the most emotionally charged or relevant events associated with the room's occupant. The most crucial clues pertaining to the clinic were unlikely to be found in the outer consulting room. Instructing the children to remain put in the outer room, Cheng Miao re-entered the lavatory, this time armed with the mop from the sink area. After probing the drain in the floor with the mop head for some time, she retrieved fine, soft strands of hair. Cheng Miao shuddered in revulsion and produced the diary. Swish, swish. The sounds of blades slicing through flesh and severing tendons filled the air. Before Cheng Miao materialized a figure in a white coat in the lavatory. Dr. Su was crouched on the floor with his back to Cheng Miao, facing the terrified, cyanotic Lu Shui. Unexpectedly, another figure occupied the confined space. A person with a skipping rope, Lu Shui's constant companion, cinched around their neck, eyes bulging, and fixed in a deathly stare. One could surmise that Spinster Li, concerned by Lu Shui's prolonged absence, had ventured to the clinic only to stumble upon the scene of Lu Shui's demise. Dr. Su, aware that Lu Shui had informed others of her intention to visit him, decided to eliminate Li as well, strangling her in the lavatory. Spinster Li, lacking family and maintaining strained relationships with her neighbors, would not be missed. In fact, her disappearance had cemented the belief among the residents of Minching Lane that she had absconded after trafficking children. Lu Shui lay on the concrete floor, still clad in her red dress, her neck bearing visible handprints and extensive contusions. Her small body was submerged in a viscous pool of blood, her limbs dissected by blades, exposing the stark white bones. From Cheng Miao's vantage point, only Dr. Su's blood-splattered profile was visible. He seemed to be in good spirits, humming an out-of-tune melody with a faint smile. As if blood had splattered into his eyes, Dr. Su clicked his tongue in annoyance. wiping his face haphazardly before seizing Spinster Lee's outer garment to mop the blood-soaked floor, discarding it carelessly to the side. No wonder Cheng Miao had found Spinster Lee's attire familiar at room 401. The so-called rag in the lavatory was, in fact, the last garment worn by Spinster Lee. Cheng Miao gagged in disgust, the nightmarish scene assaulting her senses. She could almost taste the cloying, metallic tang of blood in the air. Unexpectedly, Dr. Su, who had been engrossed in dismembering the corpse, abruptly ceased his actions upon hearing Cheng Miao's retching. Cheng Miao's heart sank, every cell in her body screaming danger. Dr. Su slowly lowered the cleaver in his hand and turned around. Objectively, Dr. Su was not unattractive, possessing a clean-cut, student-like appearance, if not conventionally handsome. However, his face was now smeared with blood, and his eyes gleamed with a deranged light. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Cheng Miao realized she was in peril. Unlike the illusion in the fourth floor, the Dr. Su before her felt palpably real, visible, and tangible. There was nowhere to hide in the outer room, and the prospect of the doctor harming the children sent shivers down her spine. Gazing at the blood-stained blade in Dr. Su's hand, Cheng Miao retreated towards the bedroom, where she had stashed the folding stool for self-defense. Against a homicidal maniac wielding a weapon, the folding stool, a more formidable weapon than her concealed fruit knife, would prove more effective as a deterrent. Well, whoever you are, you saw everything, didn't you? Dr. Su grinned, revealing a disturbing smile. Would you believe me if I said no? Cheng Miao thought to herself, stalling for time. What you did to Lu Shui, Don and Amp, Oppos, do you believe in retribution? Retribution? Haha, if there were such a thing, I would have died long ago. Dr. Su chuckled, a chilling sound that sent shivers down her spine. Realizing that Dr. Su was implying that the previous missing children had suffered the same fate as Lu Shui, Cheng Miao cursed him inwardly. As Dr. Su drew closer, Cheng Miao knew she could no longer delay. Assuming that the murderer was here, Lu Shui's restless spirit would surely emerge to seek vengeance. However, no specter appeared. Cheng Miao cursed the fact that even ghosts feared evil men as her expression shifted dramatically. Fear and panic now clouded her eyes, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who gazed upon her. Behind you, that dead girl is standing up. Chapter 7. The Abandoned Compound. 6. Cheng Miao spoke incoherently, as if she could already envision Lu Shui, disemboweled and trembling, standing behind Dr. Su. Yet her body was poised for escape. A flicker of terror crossed Dr. Su's eyes, and he turned back in a frenzy, wielding the cleaver and slashing wildly. Now's the chance. Cheng Miao whirled around and bolted, slamming the bedroom door shut behind her. She grabbed the folding stool leaning against the wall, ready to greet Dr. Su with a rude awakening. Suppressing her ragged breath, Cheng Miao could hear the frantic pounding of her heart. She swallowed hard, sensing something amiss. Why the silence? A sense of foreboding washed over Cheng Miao. As she hesitated whether to open the door, she detected a rush of wind near her ear, followed by the sharp whistle of a blade slicing through the air aimed at her head. Her heart clenched, and she instinctively rolled forward, narrowly avoiding the cleaver aimed at the back of her head. Cheng Miao gazed at the grotesque figure that had materialized before her. Dr. Su's fragile sanity had snapped under the weight of Cheng Miao's ghost stories, and he was now completely deranged. So, the specters in this instance wield blades. But walls and doors offer no sanctuary. Aren't malevolent spirits in ghost stories typically deterred by doors? How original, how unexpected, Cheng Miao thought with deceptive calm. Hey. Ghosts. Dr. Su muttered nonsensically, his eyes filled with malice and a subtle hint of terror. Grasping the folding stool tightly, Cheng Miao's eyes darted around the room, assessing her options. Could she really vanquish a ghost with a folding stool? Dr. Su advanced menacingly, and Cheng Miao's back bumped against the anatomical skeleton behind the door. A chilling sensation emanated from the bones, suggesting they were not made of ordinary plastic. In a flash of insight, Cheng Miao realized that Dr. Su had likely skinned and dismembered his last two victims, Lu Shui and Granny Li, turning them into skeletal exhibits. What a degenerate! Before Cheng Miao could dwell on the matter, Dr. Su lunged forward, cleaver raised high. Summoning her resolve, Cheng Miao raised the folding stool as a shield. The impact resonated with a deafening crash, as though she had been struck by a speeding car. Her knuckles throbbed, her chest tightened, and a metallic taste filled her mouth. Driven by pain, Cheng Miao retaliated with desperate ferocity, drawing a fruit knife concealed in her clothing and plunging it into Dr. Su's body. It was a long shot, considering her opponent was a spectral entity capable of bypassing walls. To her astonishment, she felt the knife sink into yielding flesh. Dr. Su cried out in agony. But before Cheng Miao could land another blow, the force of the impact sent her reeling backward. In a blur of motion, Cheng Miao crashed into the cold, bony skeleton. But instead of hitting the wall, she felt herself tumbling into a dark chamber as if through a paper screen, lying amidst a pile of bones. Cheng Miao was in agony. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning, which she had noticed before but couldn't place. Struggling to her feet, Cheng Miao dove into the shadows without assessing her surroundings. After an eternity, the outside world was silent. The homicidal maniac had vanished. Cautiously, Cheng Miao peered out. The bedroom was pristine, devoid of bloodstains. The fruit knife had disappeared, leaving only the folding stool that had saved her life. With a sigh of relief, Cheng Miao stepped out, retrieved the stool, and leaned against the wall, trying to regain her composure. Whether she had stumbled upon the secret chamber during the struggle or wounded Dr. Su with the fruit knife, the fiend had vanished as if he had never existed. After a moment of respite, Cheng Miao cast a glance at the dimly lit chamber and poked her head out the door. "Ergo, toss me the flashlight." The three children, who were bored, saw Cheng Miao appear in the doorway with disheveled hair and a dusty face. Only her dark brown eyes shone brightly. "Sister Miao, what happened?" Ergo handed over the flashlight and peered inside. "Is there something in the room?" "A ghost," Cheng Miao replied, taking the flashlight and closing the door. Oblivious to the panic she had unleashed upon the children, a beam of light pierced the gloom of the chamber. After confirming that it was not a crime scene, Cheng Miao stepped inside. The chamber was likely Dr. Su's creation, a small room separated by a paper door and concealed by skeletons. How Dr. Su accessed the secret passage remained a mystery. Kneeling, Cheng Miao examined the skeletons she had stumbled upon. Faint traces of knife marks were visible beneath the oily markings. At this point, every clue pointed to the same conclusion. Not human was self-evident, and not objects referred to the skeletons, which were not mere medical specimens, but the remains of once living people. Dust to dust must allude to the method of escape. Lu Shui, Dr. Su's final victim, had been reduced to a mere ornament. To escape the compound and complete the novice village, they needed to properly bury the boss of this instance. However, Cheng Miao hesitated as she gazed into the chamber, unsure whether to continue her exploration. So far, there was no indication that Dr. Su had pedophilic tendencies. The motivation for kidnapping and murdering so many children remained elusive. Although she couldn't rule out the possibility that he was simply a deranged killer, Cheng Miao suspected that his actions were driven by something else. Even though the means of escape were apparent, the inability to uncover the complete background of the instance left her with a sense of unease. Estimating the time until Lu Shui and Appo's next apparition, Cheng Miao decided to act quickly and search the chamber. The flashlight and Appo's range was limited, but the hidden chamber was not entirely isolated. Several small windows were cut into the outer wall, allowing a few rays of light to penetrate. The chamber was small, with two walls lined with towering bookshelves. The shelves were filled with ancient books and folk remedies, interspersed with anecdotes of ethnic minority treatments. It was impossible to read the entire collection in a short period, and Cheng Miao was confident that the game would not set such a tedious task. Cheng Miao scrutinized the shelves and noticed that one corner of the crowded bookshelf had a vacant slot. The void was inconspicuous and would have gone unnoticed without a thorough inspection. A thin layer of dust had settled on the empty space, indicating that the book had been removed long ago. Cheng Miao glanced around, wondering what book Dr. Su would have taken from the secret chamber. In a moment of inspiration, Cheng Miao thought of the medical book with the protective cover that was on Dr. Su's bedside table. Chapter 8. The Abandoned Compound 7. Having retrieved the medical book from a bedroom, Cheng Miao was dismayed by its dense, technical jargon. She shook the book, finding nothing initially. Seated on the bed, she examined the medical text and then the cover, when suddenly, inspiration struck. Cautiously, she peeled back the cover, revealing a yellowed slip of paper concealed within. Cheng Miao cursed her oversight. Without dwelling on her lapse, she focused on the delicate, pencil-written words. The script was faint, almost blending into the paper's texture due to age. Anciently, the Emperor Qin dispatched Su Fu to seek elixirs in the mythical lands of Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou, where he obtained a wondrous formula for immortality. Procure young boys and girls, and extract flesh and meridians from the Zisanli, Higu, Dazui, Baihui, and Taiyang acupoints. On the night of the full moon, combine these with 2 caddies of fleece flower root, 8 tails each of white and red poria, 3 tails of green salt, 8 tails of morinda root, and 5 tails of ginseng. Grind the ingredients into a paste, coat with mercury, and knead into pills. Administer 2 chien of the elixir with a broth of the children's essence and blood for longevity, rejuvenation, and eternal youth. As Cheng Miao read the passage, even the characters seemed to writhe with horror. Elixirs concocted from the flesh and blood of children to achieve eternal youth. Cheng Miao now understood the residue in the medicinal jars beneath the darkroom window. No wonder the room reeked of a nauseating, peculiar concoction. It seemed that Dr. Su, despite being a rare university graduate of his time, harbored a deep fascination with feudal traditions. He had obtained this formula from an unknown source, driving him to maniacally prey on the surrounding children. In a drawer in the darkroom, Cheng Miao discovered a small iron box containing several thumb-sized black pills, the very rejuvenation elixirs crafted from Lu Shui's flesh and blood. It became clear why children had periodically vanished from the people's lane. Once Dr. Su's supply of elixirs dwindled, he would target another victim. This continued until Lu Shui's death, after which, haunted by rumors of the supernatural, many parents relocated with their children, depriving Dr. Su of his prey and prompting his departure. Cheng Miao pocketed the iron box, her thoughts racing. She wondered if the disappearance of her pang from Aunt Song's household, as mentioned by Ergu, was connected to Dr. Su. Lost in conjecture, Cheng Miao unconsciously tapped the bottom of the drawer. The crisp thud jolted her back to reality. She tapped the drawer again, confirming the presence of a hidden compartment. Pressing down firmly, a secret panel sprang open, revealing a photograph. Cheng Miao held the photograph up to the light. It depicted a group of people dressed in the attire of ordinary citizens from the Qing dynasty. In the center stood a man with the exact same face as Dr. Su. The people surrounding him appeared grateful, some shaking his hand, others offering eggs. Dr. Su held a child of 2 or 3 years old, looking directly at the camera with an honest, simple smile, a stark contrast to the madman she had encountered. Behind him loomed a massive Chinese medicine cabinet, its densely packed compartments unsettling. Cheng Miao flipped the photograph over, unsurprised to find a small inscription in the lower right corner, sending a chill through her. Taken by blushing, the photographer in the 25th year of Guangxu, Cheng Miao felt an icy, all-encompassing aura envelop her. This was not merely a tale of a contemporary university student corrupted by feudal superstition into a homicidal maniac. It was the story of a demon who had sustained his ageless existence by consuming children, a being who had lived for centuries, his appearance unchanged. Clutching the photograph, Cheng Miao left the darkroom, hoisting Lu Shui's small skeletal remains onto her shoulder, while dragging Li Dinyang's remains with one hand. The 3 children outside the door were startled by Cheng Miao's appearance. Without pausing to reassure them, Cheng Miao said, "I need your help. We need to dig a pit in the courtyard." The children, somewhat intimidated by Cheng Miao, nodded obediently despite their confusion. Hu Zi and Ergu stepped forward to take Li Dinyang's remains. Thanks to Cheng Miao's successful explanation, the 2 children no longer feared the skeletal remains, but instead examined them with curiosity. Niao ran ahead to open the door, but stopped in her tracks. After a moment, Cheng Miao saw Niao turn around and say in her childish voice, "Sister Miao Miao, there seems to be someone in the hallway." Cheng Miao's hair almost stood on end. Knowing immediately who was blocking the hallway, she instructed Hu Zi and Ergu to leave Li Dinyang's remains for now. "When I say run, just follow me without asking any questions." The children, sensing the urgency in Cheng Miao's tone, became tense. Hu Zi held Niu tightly. Cheng Miao took the lead, carrying Lu Shui's skeletal remains as she stepped out of the clinic. Peering down the stairs from the second floor, the hallway on the first floor was pitch black. Staring into the darkness, Cheng Miao felt as if the staircase led into an unfathomable abyss. Without a flashlight, Cheng Miao belatedly realized how unnaturally dark the hallway was, requiring her to rely on imagination to reconstruct the remnants of lives lived on the mottled walls hidden behind the darkness. At the entrance of the hallway, where darkness met the light from outside, stood a small figure, motionless and silent, its outline barely visible. From Cheng Miao's vantage point, she could not discern the figure's gender, but instinctively sensed the palpable danger emanating from it. Lu Shui, I'm here to help you. I know the truth, and I will ensure you receive a proper burial. I will also ask Hu Zi and the others to reveal the truth to the world. The figure seemed to lift its head, as if to speak, but then fell silent again. The calm before the storm filled Cheng Miao with unease. With a sinking heart, she raised the photograph in her hand. As expected, even as a vengeful spirit, it harbored an irresistible fear of the person in the photograph. The figure flickered and vanished into the darkness. Unwilling to relax, Cheng Miao continued to hold up the photograph as she quickly led the three children out of the hallway. Standing in the open courtyard, Cheng Miao took a deep breath of the stagnant air, genuinely finding the seemingly eerie courtyard more welcoming than the clinic and hallway. Deciding that the flower bed was the only suitable place to dig a pit, Cheng Miao and the children formed a circle and began to excavate. The soil in the flower bed was relatively loose, but it was riddled with plant roots. Even though they were decayed, they still spread densely. Cheng Miao spent a considerable amount of time clearing the roots. Although Lu Shui had appeared earlier, Cheng Miao remained on edge. The intervals between Lu Shui's appearances were decreasing, indicating that the instance was nearing its end, which was often the most dangerous time. Hu Zi, who is that little girl in the courtyard? I don't think I've seen her before, Ergo asked. Chapter 9. The abandoned courtyard, here it comes. Cheng Miao bit her lip, her hands tirelessly working as she glanced back to behold the unfolding scene behind her. A dress as crimson as blood danced in the air, while two dark braids swayed with the girl's movements. A somewhat yellowed jump rope sailed over her head, tracing a graceful arc. White ankle socks adorned her feet, nestled within black leather shoes, kicking up clouds of dust with each energetic bounce. Lu Shui, with her back turned to Cheng Miao, was skipping rope at the corridor's entrance. The once lively sounds of the courtyard had abruptly vanished, leaving an eerie silence that enveloped the world. No whisper of wind, no rustling leaves, nor the rhythmic thud of Lu Shui's jump rope. Cheng Miao stifled her rapid breaths, her heartbeat pounding in her ears, creating an illusion that she was the sole living soul in this world. One living soul. A sudden jolt coursed through Cheng Miao as she turned sharply, realizing that the three children who had been laboring beside her to dig a hole had inexplicably ceased their efforts. The trio hung their heads low, motionless, their faces shrouded in shadows that obscured their once innocent expressions. At some unknown moment, they had become like lifeless corpses, eerily kneeling behind her. Lu Shui continued to skip rope, her back still turned, her concentration unwavering. The leaves, once teetering on the brink of descent, miraculously froze in mid-air, as if time itself had hit the pause button, leaving only Lu Shui and Cheng Miao in this frozen tableau. The dim courtyard was staging a silent horror film, and though Cheng Miao felt no tremor within, she could not suppress a rising urge to weep. This truly felt like a mute play. Sensing an outsider's presence, Lu Shui gradually turned, her pale visage concealed beneath dark bangs, rendering her expression inscrutable. Her crimson lips moved silently, reminiscent of a little girl singing a nursery rhyme while skipping rope. Suddenly, without warning, as if a punctured bag began to leak, a thick, dark ichor surged from Lu Shui's crown. The viscous fluid enveloped her entirely, staining the ground crimson, while the rope flung droplets skyward, casting a tinge of red upon the heavens, giving the impression that she was emerging from a sea of blood. Lu Shui smiled wide, her movements soundless. Cheng Miao strained to decipher the nursery rhyme forming on her lips. The flowers are red, The birds do sing. Under the willow, we skip and swing. Hop on one foot, then both feet too. With every bound, we grow more spry. Yet, Cheng Miao soon realized that Lu Shui, who seemed to be jumping in place, was akin to the characters in antiquated, jerky horror films, each frame drawing closer, inching toward Cheng Miao. How eerie is this child? Cheng Miao thought, recognizing that they had reached a critical juncture. Previously, a photograph had been sufficient to disperse Lu Shui from the corridor. But now, facing this impending specter, she understood that the photo would no longer serve any purpose. Desperately, she resumed digging, fearing the three children beside her who were evidently not themselves, and wary of facing Lu Shui, who resembled a malevolent witch. Cheng Miao turned her body and frantically continued to excavate. Lu Shui's remains were not substantial, and soon a shallow grave was formed. Not daring to glance at Lu Shui, who drew nearer, or her increasingly elevated companions, Cheng Miao placed Lu Shui's skeletal remains into the pit, tossing in the pills from her pocket, and hastily filled the grave with earth. The pit was shallow, and filling it was far swifter than digging it. Just as the last shovelful of dirt was laid, Lu Shui was mere arm and Appo's length away. Cheng Miao finally beheld Lu Shui and Appo's eyes, her pitch-black pupils wide open, devoid of whites, accented by streaks of blood that rendered her visage all the more jarring. One of Lu Shui's hands, poised to rise like in the photograph, hovered just before Cheng Miao, frozen in stillness. The three children remained stiffly kneeling around Cheng Miao, resembling three cold tombstones, each wearing a smile indistinguishable from Lu Shui's. Such smiles on the faces of the children who had accompanied Cheng Miao throughout the ordeal bore an unsettling quality, leaving her uncertain as to who was truly more terrifying, them or Lu Shui. Amidst this nightmarish scene, Cheng Miao's mind wandered, grateful for the illusions conjured by Dr. Su. Without that prior experience, she might have fainted on the spot. The Lu Shui and the illusions had been far more terrifying, though admittedly, Dr. Su was quite fearsome as well. Seeing Lu Shui's haunting face, motionless before her, Cheng Miao swallowed hard and cautiously spoke. Lu Shui, I am aware of your grievances. You have suffered. I hope you find a better reincarnation in your next life. After uttering these words, she observed Lu Shui's half-raised hand tremble slightly, her entire form flickering like a faulty connection before vanishing entirely. Cheng Miao noticed the iron gate in the distance, creaking open slowly. Before she could exhale a sigh of relief, a startled voice rang out behind her. Sister Miao, what are you looking at? Turning around, she found the three children back to normal, devoid of any memory of their previous trance-like state. Sister Miao, why are you staring at us like that? Huzi inquired, taking a cautious step back. Cheng Miao found herself at a loss for words. She was now more fearful of children, yet, considering the necessity of their assistance, she led the three, laden with psychological scars, back to the clinic, carrying away the remains of Aunt Li. The boss of this scenario was Lu Shui. Logically, ensuring her remains were buried should suffice. However, whether this was merely a tale within a game or a reflection of reality, Cheng Miao felt a deep sorrow for Aunt Li's fate. This kind-hearted woman had lost her life for someone with whom she had no connection, and even in death, she bore the unjust stigma of child trafficking, a reputation persisting even over a decade later in this narrative. Cheng Miao could not reverse time, but leaving Aunt Li's remains to linger in the clinic felt profoundly unjust. She marked two small graves with wooden boards, then called over Huzi, the eldest and most composed of the children. When you return home, remember to tell your parents to report to the police immediately. Inform them that we discovered remains. And there is a hidden room in the clinic where, over a decade ago, the beloved Dr. Su was a child trafficker. Seeing the spark of curiosity in Ergo's eyes, Cheng Miao's expression darkened. Don't even think about going in there. It's a crime scene. There could be bodies and ghosts. Ergo was the type of child who boasted bravado, yet was easily scared. After some stern words, he finally quieted down. Huzi nodded solemnly, as if entrusted with a grave mission. If you come to identify the site, remember to bring the police to see where we buried the remains, as well as the diary in the clinic. It's an important clue. After relaying a multitude of instructions, Cheng Miao sighed. hoping that if this world were real, they might save the children still missing. Casting one final glance at the two small graves, Cheng Miao turned away resolutely, leading the children toward the gate. Chapter 10. Clearance. Intermediate dormitory. The iron gate opened to a narrow gap, just wide enough for one person to pass through. The children did not ponder why the door, which they had previously been unable to budge together, now yielded so easily. As three children streamed out in succession, they vanished into the air like the morning mist over the sea. At the moment Cheng Miao stepped through the door, as if sensing something, she turned her gaze back. A thick fog had enveloped the courtyard, rendering even the outline of Building 4 on Minxing Alley almost indistinguishable. In the center of the yard stood two figures, one large and one small. The larger one wore a faded dark shirt and held the hand of a girl clad in red. The girl, with twin ponytails, raised one hand and slowly waved it towards Cheng Miao. Cheng Miao observed this chilling scene with cold detachment, and before she could react, darkness enveloped her. In the abyss, she could not even discern the fingers raised before her eyes. Fortunately, it was not long before the emotionless notification sound chimed in. Congratulations, player Cheng Miao. You have cleared the single-player game, The Abandoned Courtyard. Reward, 50 travel coins. Congratulations, player Cheng Miao, for completing the hidden storyline of The Abandoned Courtyard, The Fate of Antly. Reward, 55 travel coins. Player Cheng Miao's performance in the single-player instance, The Abandoned Courtyard, has been rated A, with a side quest completion rate of 100. Reward, 100 travel coins. Player Cheng Miao has earned a total of 205 travel coins in the single-player instance, The Abandoned Courtyard. Remaining balance, 205 travel coins. Player Cheng Miao has received a beginner's gift pack based on performance, speedrunning shoes, instructions. While they won't allow you to outrun a ghost, they will enable you to outrun your teammates in times of danger. Cheng Miao thought, what is this item description? It seems rather frivolous. Player Cheng Miao has helped the female ghost Lu Shui find 80 of her body, earning Lu Shui's favor and receiving the item, Lu Shui's jump rope. With usage count 4-5, instructions, combine the movements of ghosts. Binding duration is influenced by the strength of the ghost. No wonder Lu Shui in the courtyard did not possess this frequently occurring jump rope. It had been awarded to Cheng Miao. This was a practical item that could potentially save her life in critical moments. As for the missing 20, Cheng Miao pondered deeply, concluding that the only possibilities were the remaining dregs in the medicine jar and the hair in the bathroom. However, given the urgency of the situation at the time, there had been no opportunity to transport those items. Thus, it seemed that losing this portion of completion was not too great a loss. In fact, finding the pills made from Lu Shui's flesh or the skeletal remains would have sufficed to complete the game. It appeared to be akin to a collection-type instance. Player Cheng Miao has aided Antly in gathering bones, earning her residual spirit's gratitude and the rare attribute, Friend of Ghosts. Attribute description: you possess inherent charisma, gaining a certain degree of favor from souls other than malevolent spirits in supernatural instances. They may appear to assist you. Cheng Miao replied, Thank you. I did not desire this. As the settlement concluded, the player was on her way back to the inn, returning to the point, cockroach dormitory. With the end of the voice prompt, Cheng Miao blinked. It seemed she had arrived outside the cockroach dormitory. She surveyed her surroundings, finding herself in an open area, with thick white fog nearby, resembling milk. Drawing from the film The Mist, she suspected that enormous tentacles might emerge from the fog at any moment. The ground was covered in a thick layer of dried blood, enough to induce psychological discomfort, as if countless individuals had bled out their life essence there. The drag marks and struggles evoked memories of the individuals she had heard screaming outside the door before entering the game. Before her stood a building that appeared on the verge of collapse, devoid of windows, offering no signs of life, resembling a white tomb standing ominously before Cheng Miao. Ah, you're back. You look like you've cleared the game, exclaimed a Zhang, who had appeared seemingly from nowhere, landing on her shoulder with an air of familiarity. If you've cleared the game, your accommodation voucher should have been issued. Check your pocket. Having experienced the torment from Lu Shui and Dr. Su, Cheng Miao was no longer as frightened of Zhang as she had been at first. She reached into her coat pocket and produced a tattered receipt. Cockroach dormitory guest, Cheng Miao. Room type: intermediate dormitory. This receipt is valid for a single use by one person, void upon verification. Cheng Miao handed the receipt through the bloodstained slot as instructed. She felt nothing, but heard the crisp sound of ticket verification in the air, after which the receipt vanished from her hand. Thank you for your patronage. Staying in the intermediate dormitory requires 48 travel coins. Do you confirm payment? A Zhang dutifully played the role of the front desk attendant, and Cheng Miao even imagined a standard smiling face. 48 for one night? That's rather steep, she thought. I only earned 50 travel coins from clearing the game. A Zhang rubbed his hands together, as if seriously addressing a haggling customer. All accommodation fees are uniformly set by the game. Besides, the cockroach dormitory's charges are quite low, essentially preventing guests from needing to repeatedly stay in the same room type or clear the game multiple times to access a higher room type. This is also a strategy by the game to encourage players to actively engage in gameplay. Only by performing well can one accumulate sufficient travel coins for accommodation. Otherwise, even if you manage to clear the instance by clinging to someone else's success, the coins earned may not suffice to cover the cost of lodging, especially in the later stages with advanced inns. Most players cannot earn enough for an upgrade in one go and must continue staying in the original room type to earn money. Cheng Miao endeavored to digest a Zhang's explanation, attempting to memorize the game rules. The implication was clear. If she cleared the game and performed well, the coins earned would suffice for accommodation in the intermediate or advanced dormitories. However, if she merely scraped through, even with the clearance, but failed to reach 48 coins, she would have to continue residing in the lower-tier dormitory to earn money. A Zhang nodded seriously. Everything hinges on successfully clearing the game. Otherwise, without a lodging voucher, no amount of money will grant you a stay. Cheng Miao furrowed her brow. If her performance faltered, this would create a vicious cycle. Yet, how could those incapable of even obtaining a lodging voucher possibly have the means to pay? A Zhang, seemingly fatigued from seriousness, flitted about with an impatient tone. There are always various ways to earn money. Human ingenuity knows no bounds. As a newcomer, your only path is to strive in gameplay and earn diligently. Cheng Miao mused. I never imagined that even in an infinite flow game, I would remain an ordinary, unremarkable wage worker. Chapter 11. Opening the door to a new world after deducting the accommodation fee for the intermediate dormitory from Cheng Miao, A Zhang let out a surprised hiss. Noting the balance of 157, it had been a long time since he had seen a newcomer perform so admirably in the game. With a snap of his fingers, a door that blended seamlessly with the wall slowly swung open. Just as Cheng Miao was about to step inside, a man suddenly burst forth from the side. The man's eyes were wide, as if he had witnessed an utterly despairing sight. His body trembled nervously, and he muttered, "So I'm not dead. How wonderful. I'm still alive." As he spoke, he attempted to rush through the door, but with a thud, Cheng Miao watched helplessly as he collided with an invisible barrier. A visible bruise forming on his forehead. It appeared as though an unseen wall stood before him, silently denying his entry. What is happening? Why can't I get in? The man cried out in panic, despair and frustration fueling his futile attempts to pound on the air before him. A Zhang floated over to his side, scoffing. What a pathetic creature, dying mere minutes into the game, and still trying to squeeze in. At that moment, the previously serene mist began to stir, resembling an iceberg shattered by a ship, breaking apart into flowing shards. From within this mist, a sleek, dark tentacle suddenly shot forth, deftly avoiding Cheng Miao and seizing the man's body, slowly pulling him back. The man screamed wildly, thrashing about like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline. And in a desperate bid for survival, he clutched at Cheng Miao, mumbling, "Help me. I don't want to die." Taken aback by the sudden grip, Cheng Miao found herself unable to break free. She was acutely aware that this man lacked even a check-in voucher, and his fate would undoubtedly be grim. Yet, apart from a resigned sigh, she felt powerless to act. Seeing the two locked in a stalemate, another tentacle emerged from the mist, aiming to ensnare the man's foot. The man, sensing the danger, caught sight of it and, in a fleeting moment of madness, hurled Cheng Miao towards the outstretched appendage. Caught off guard and propelled by the man's desperate strength, Cheng Miao felt a cold, clammy grip wrap around her waist, leaving her utterly immobilized. At this point, the man had nearly succumbed to madness, pointing at Cheng Miao with a deranged laugh. "Ha ha, if I can't live, neither shall you. Go die." Raised in a society governed by law, Cheng Miao had seldom encountered such grotesque displays of human nature. Without time to harbor contempt, she turned to Zhang, who hovered nearby, watching the scene with a smirk. "I'm a paying guest. Do you intend to default on your obligation?" Zhang feigned surprise, as if just awakening from a dream, and quickly fluttered over, his voice high-pitched with laughter. "We run a legitimate inn. Of course we would never do such a thing." With a gentle tap of his slender hand, the tentacles seemed to receive a command and softly returned Cheng Miao to the half-open doorway, retreating silently. In stark contrast, the man, driven to further madness by Cheng Miao's safety, received no such mercy. The tentacles coiled around his legs and waist, pulling him with a delicate yet firm motion. Cheng Miao bit her lip, watching as torrents of blood gushed from the man's severed torso, pooling on the floor. He was not dead yet. Blood froth spilled from his mouth as his hands clawed futilely at the ground. The tentacles, unhurriedly, began to drag him into the thick mist. Cheng Miao, her stomach churning with bile, silently stepped through the door. The intermediate dormitory offered a slightly improved environment compared to the lower tier, with the room visibly brighter. An old clock hung askew on the wall beside the glaring red letters. Intermediate Dormitory, 2030. The previously haphazardly strewn bedding had transformed into wooden bunk beds, thoughtfully adorned with curtains. Nearby was a shared restroom, featuring rudimentary showers and a row of filthy squat toilets. Against the wall stood a shop resembling a small convenience store, filled with a plethora of goods, many of which were unidentifiable. Zhang perched on the counter, observing as Cheng Miao surveyed her surroundings and kindly announced, "This is my brother Lang and Oppo's general store. He is currently unavailable, but feel free to ask me for anything you need." Cheng Miao glanced at the large cockroach without speaking. If she was not mistaken, the massive tentacle earlier must have belonged to Lang. Although the cockroach brothers charged a modest fee for lodging, their earlier conversation hinted that the quality of the newcomers was rather low. Few managed to clear the game, and those who couldn't became mere snacks. Cheng Miao scanned the price list, which included items, skills, and even cosmetics. One entry piqued her interest. Was this space backpack the kind that allowed one to retrieve anything they desired? Zhang probed the tentacles, retrieving a small box from behind the counter. It was not as advanced and required a carrier, but its functionality was similar. Cheng Miao opened the box to find necklaces, rings, brooches, and hairpins among the decorative items. Selecting one would grant her a space backpack. Touching it would allow her to browse the items within. She chose a simple, unadorned silver ring, its matte finish quite appealing. The ring's subtlety made it practical, and with a quick rub of her fingers, she could activate it. Space backpack, 100 travel coins. Do you confirm payment? Zhang collected the box, conducting the transaction with a businesslike demeanor. With only 57 coins left in her balance, Cheng Miao felt a pang of regret. However, the value and utility of the space backpack outweighed her hesitations. This was not the time to be frugal. Is it true that travel coins can be exchanged for wishes? I don't seem to see any mention of wish exchange here, Cheng Miao mused, surveying the densely packed prices, estimating that there were goods worth over 10,000. Wish exchanges are only available at higher tier inns, Zhang shrugged. This is the most basic inn, and many services are not provided. After a moment's hesitation, Cheng Miao could not resist asking, "Can I purchase attribute-related items here?" "Wow, you've even managed to acquire an attribute-related reward. Quite rare. Do you realize that it takes about 500 cleared players to yield just one such reward?" Zhang buzzed with excitement, taking to the air once more. Attribute-related rewards are typically reflective of a player's character as demonstrated in the game. One could envision them as a permanent buff, only attainable through exceptional performance. Such rewards are not sold in the general store, and upgradable attributes are even rarer. With nothing pressing to do, Zhang settled down cross-legged, ready to enlighten Cheng Miao. The intermediate dormitory was bustling, but many had just escaped death. Some curled up in silent contemplation, while others drew the curtains to catch up on sleep, indifferent to the conversation at the general store. To upgrade an attribute, one must continue to operate in a manner similar to that which earned the initial attribute during subsequent game sessions, thereby increasing the chances of enhancement. Zhang clicked his tongue in approval, acknowledging the value of such items while cautioning that many players had lost their lives due to misusing rare attributes. Having secured the ring, Cheng Miao cast a cool glance back at Zhang as she departed. If I hadn't spoken up just now, you would have simply stood by and watched me be devoured, would you? Chapter 12. The endless amusement of battling with the front desk. A moment of silence enveloped Zhang before she quickly regained her professional smile. That is impossible. It contravenes the ethical standards of a competent front desk attendant. Cheng Miao understood. The intent was not to eliminate her, but rather to frighten her, to witness her embarrassment. One could not ascertain whether there were conditions outside that could trigger a fatal outcome. When a person is thrown into a state of panic, they may resort to desperate measures. Cheng Miao, with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing, gazed at Zhang. Surely, within our survival and system, there exists a channel for regulatory complaints? Zhang was taken aback by Cheng Miao's inquiry, standing frozen for a moment, unable to respond. Was there truly none? Cheng Miao raised an eyebrow slightly, suggesting that this was rather unconventional. There is, Zhang finally managed to utter, her words escaping through clenched teeth. If a guest has concerns, they can report to the Python supervisor, and upon verification, immediate action will be taken. However, if the evidence is insufficient or if it is deemed a false accusation, the player will face penalties, including a downgrade in their accommodation, depending on the severity of the situation. Indeed, the Roach brothers were not liars. They merely concealed the truth. Players, filled with trepidation and exhaustion, treated the front desk with utmost courtesy, never imagining that such a self-proclaimed fair game would allow for such blatant player disadvantages. Few dared to challenge the front desk's errors, let alone consider the existence of a supervisory body within the inn. This loophole in the rules could only be discovered through the player's own explorations. Thus, this indirectly indicated that after checking into a room, the relationship between the front desk and the players was one of service provider and recipient. The front desk offered accommodation while players paid with travel currency. There was no rationale for service personnel to bully consumers. So what was there to fear? We certainly did not engage in any misconduct. Well, perhaps we were a bit tardy in our rescue efforts, but we absolutely did not intend to harm you, even if the Python supervisor were to arrive. Zhang hastily interjected, her confidence faltering. Cheng Miao, her smile as radiant as a blooming flower, accepted this explanation. Of course, how could you harm me after assisting me with so many inquiries? I was merely inquiring, nothing more. A slap followed by a sweet date. Between adults or insects, there need not be excessive clarity. Nevertheless, it was indeed our negligence earlier. How about this? Your meal expenses at the Roach dormitory will be waived, and I shall provide you with gourmet dining. It was only then that Cheng Miao recalled the matter of food and drink. She had been so preoccupied with the task at hand that she had not realized that living in the inn incurred a significant expense. Meals were categorized into high, medium, and low standards. Zhang gestured for Cheng Miao to look at the door, where a standard for meal cost was posted on the white iron gate. She had not noticed it upon entry, but now it caught her eye. The dormitory provided meals for a fee. Low-tier meals cost 2 travel coins per day. Medium-tier meals cost 10 travel coins, and high-tier meals cost 20 travel coins. Is there any difference? Cheng Miao inquired, observing that only prices were listed, which seemed like a service oversight. Low-tier meals consisted of a single loaf of bread. Medium-tier meals offered 2 servings with a choice of noodles or buns. High-tier meals included 3 servings, allowing for selections of bread, buns, noodles, or rice. Zhang waved her antennae, explaining that different meal tiers would also affect the extent of hunger recovery, for one could hardly expect to perform efficiently in the game while starving. The absence of labeling was quite evident. Most individuals could not afford high-tier meals, so why burden themselves with details they could not attain? Cheng Miao nodded in agreement. In a survival inn, earning money was paramount. Merely scraping by was not just a matter of failing to advance in accommodation. It could jeopardize even the most basic survival. Finding a bed, she drew the curtain and lay down, but sleep eluded her. She propped herself against the headboard, reminiscing about her first dungeon. As a single-player dungeon, the abandoned courtyard did not pose a significant challenge to players. There were no plot points necessitating teamwork to clear, and as long as one found the right approach, time was more than sufficient. In truth, had Cheng Miao not explored the darkroom, she would not have encountered the perilous climax that nearly cost her life. However, avoiding the darkroom would leave her exploration percentage below 100, thus preventing the unlocking of side quests. Moreover, without discovering the elixir within the darkroom, she would not have been able to collect Lu Shui's corpse to such a high ratio, nor would she have utilized the jump rope as frequently. Contemplating the jump rope, Cheng Miao absent-mindedly rubbed her fingertips. She retrieved the filthy rope from her backpack and was startled by the sudden appearance of an item usage description. After examining this high-tech tool, she tucked the rope away, pondering whether she should bring some food and water for her next game session. Should it turn out to be an extended dungeon? Suddenly, her hand brushed against an object in her pocket. Hard, thin, and with sharp edges. Cheng Miao was puzzled. Ever since she had stowed the jump rope in her backpack and submitted her accommodation voucher, her pocket had been empty. Upon pulling out, her face paled. The photograph of Dr. Su had inexplicably accompanied her out of the dungeon. In the photograph, the person wore a sullen expression, the reflection on the lenses obscuring their eyes. One hand clutched a kitchen knife, while an orange that at the waist signified the handle of the fruit knife Cheng Miao had inserted. The villagers and the child that Dr. Su had previously embraced were now absent, and the background had shifted from the quaint traditional Chinese medicine shop to the stark, haunting concrete shower room that had left Cheng Miao with profound psychological trauma. Cheng Miao and Dr. Su locked eyes across the photograph, yet their gazes were focused on the emerging usage description. Item: photograph of Dr. Su. Item: purpose: unknown. Usage method: unknown at the time. Cheng Miao had used the photograph to intimidate Lu Shui, who had been blocking the hallway, and had casually pocketed it. Since it had not been mentioned during the task settlement, Cheng Miao had assumed it was merely a scripted object. Little did she know it was an item, and one whose usage remained a mystery. She decided to keep it for now, optimistic that she would eventually figure it out. The restroom in the intermediate dormitory was hardly superior to Dr. Su's clinic. The shower's crooked pipe dispensed only cold water. Although the dormitory was not cold, Cheng Miao had no desire to take a cold shower. It was dirty and grimy, and catching a cold and feeling dizzy within a dungeon could be fatal. With just one day until her next dungeon entry, Cheng Miao refused to believe that no room with hot water for a shower existed. She could wait this short while. Upon waking from her slumber, Cheng Miao groggily glanced at the clock, which indicated 3 p.m. Calculating, she realized she had rested for 8 hours. Not bad. She had cured her insomnia that typically plagued her upon changing beds. After registering her meal preferences, Cheng Miao discovered that someone occupied the bed opposite hers. The curtain was drawn back to reveal a young girl, around 13 or 14 years of age, dressed in a white dress. Judging by her attire, she appeared to be a child from a wealthy family, her features delicate and well-defined, as she emotionlessly played with her hair. Cheng Miao was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a young child being selected and clearing the novice game. Before she could express her surprise, 2 cockroaches and a food cart appeared. It was quite a comical sight, leaving one to ponder whether it was the insects pushing the cart or the cart carrying the insects. Cheng Miao accepted her rice, adorned with a generous portion of roasted meat, including a chicken leg and a boiled egg. Most of those around her quietly accepted their bread, while a few held bowls of noodles, swallowing their dissatisfaction after just one game as these newcomers stifled their frustrations. Yet, there were exceptions. Chapter 13. The origin of the mischievous child. Cheng Miao observed a little girl across from her, who, after receiving a piece of bread the size of an adult's palm, was staring at her intently. In a bid for a peaceful meal, Cheng Miao offered her an egg. Who wants your egg? No one would desire such a thing. The girl haughtily lifted her chin, dismissing Cheng Miao's offering, yet her gaze remained fixated on Cheng Miao's chicken leg. Understanding her intentions, Cheng Miao realized the girl craved meat. Unfortunately, Cheng Miao was not easily swayed by moral coercion. By your reasoning, the game should allow you to pass simply because of your youth. Why are you still sitting here gnawing on bread? Cheng Miao smiled at the girl, leisurely taking a bite of her chicken leg. You. The girl's expression darkened abruptly, her eyelids twitching nervously as she sprang to her feet, hurling the bread at Cheng Miao without a second thought. As the bread flew through the air, the girl's face grew even more sullen. Alas, she had forgotten that this was not her home, but a game. Cheng Miao watched the bread soar past her and land on the ground, shrugged, and continued to savor her chicken leg. Little girl, this is a place where carelessness could cost lives. Generally, people don and oppose to accommodate you just because of your age. A plump uncle, peering in from the side, addressed the girl. Would you like some of my bread? I can give you half. Noticing Cheng Miao and Oppo's lack of retaliation, the girl's tense shoulders relaxed somewhat. She didn't even glance at the uncle, her gaze still coldly fixed on Cheng Miao's back, oblivious to the fact that the uncle's scrutiny of her was deepening. The common area remained brightly lit, where individuals often transition from dining or sleeping to vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. Initially, Cheng Miao was astonished, but soon realized that this was the time to enter the game. Due to survivor bias, Cheng Miao did not initially grasp how low the success rate for clearing the dungeon was. It wasn't an Oppo's until she observed the decreasing occupancy numbers on the wall that she understood. For most people, it was the resolute or extraordinarily fortunate few who could quickly accept reality and immerse themselves in the game. Cheng Miao spent most of her time gathering information from the Cockroach brothers. Although she was reluctant to engage with the two cockroaches, their appearance made conversing with them less cumbersome than with humans. Cockroach A was lively, answering all her questions. Cockroach B, however, was less talkative, only uttering phrases typical of a diligent server. Is this our cockroach dormitory? Cheng Miao could not distinguish which was older, so she simply regarded the two, concluding that the one who responded was the elder. Not at all. There are many dormitories, rat dormitories, mosquito dormitories, countless in number. But when it comes to service and facilities, our cockroach dormitory is undoubtedly the best. Cheng Miao's primary concern was whether the game allowed for team play. There are distinct mechanics for team play and solo play. Having a profound distrust of others, especially in such a life-and-death scenario, she still secretly longed for a few true friends. Struggling alone in peril was daunting. Cockroach A had no hesitation in divulging information, explaining that while the game permitted team play, it was not possible in a low-level dormitory like theirs. One would need to reach a higher class in to access the team feature, where the front desk would provide further explanations. Cheng Miao pondered how to ensure that a team could enter the same inn, given the multitude of inns at the same level. Noticing commotion outside, likely from players finishing their games, Cockroach A continued, you can choose when you upgrade to a better inn. With new guests arriving, Cockroach A hurriedly flitted out the door with its brother. Cheng Miao waited a while, but saw no door open, only the harrowing cries of despair. Her eyes lowered, and she slowly returned to her bed. You're not afraid of those two monsters. Perhaps you're not quite normal yourself, the girl across the way smiled, though her eyes were icy. Despite her culpability from the morning, she could not contain her temper and resorted to sarcastic jabs. Cheng Miao, already in a foul mood, found herself facing the girl's mockery, her expression darkening significantly. Approaching the girl, Cheng Miao seized her collar and looked down coldly, saying, listen, I don't care if you're the daughter of a wealthy family. If your parents lack the time to teach you proper respect and etiquette, I have no qualms about stepping in for them. Leaning closer, she enunciated each word. Here, no one is obliged to yield to you or assist you. You should be grateful if someone does so out of kindness. If you wish to survive and enjoy meat, you must earnestly clear the game. As for your earlier remarks, they constitute personal attacks, and I believe I deserve an apology. How curious. You seemed so pleasant just this morning. The girl's face flushed with anger as she struggled against Cheng Miao's grip, realizing her powerlessness. In the next moment, her fear ignited a sense of shame, and she pursed her lips, refusing to respond. Cheng Miao smiled a predatory grin, pressing her hand firmly on the girl's shoulder. Your parents have likely never dared to raise their voices at you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be acting this way. As she rolled up her sleeves with a smile, Cheng Miao recounted, I once encountered a girl in a dungeon. Poor thing, around your age, her bones nearly frail. The little girl, inching her hands toward the bed, was swiftly restrained by Cheng Miao's long limbs. You wouldn't dare touch me. Violence isn't allowed in the hall. She had never faced such humiliation before. Cheng Miao's chilling laughter echoed in response, offering no reply, displaying an expression that suggested the girl was too young to believe such nonsense. The little girl's face darkened, her eyes glistening like a cat's, teary yet fierce, reminiscent of a kitten that feigns bravery while trembling inside. No one around spoke up for her. Even the cockroach brothers hovered nearby, watching the spectacle. Their inaction led the girl and the onlookers to believe that Cheng Miao indeed possessed the capability and confidence to resort to violence, instilling a sense of trepidation among them. Why, yes, I'm sorry. The girl managed to squeak out a few words, sounding like a mosquito. A wise man doesn't suffer losses in front of him. Just you wait. What? Speak up. I couldn't hear you. Cheng Miao retracted her menacing smile, her expression void of emotion as she gazed at the girl. Under Cheng Miao's unfeeling scrutiny, the girl hesitated, biting her lip. I said I'm sorry. Excellent. Cheng Miao clapped her hands in satisfaction. Returning to her bed without acknowledging the girl, who was desperately trying to hold back tears. The little girl wiped away her tears expressionlessly. Well done. You have successfully captured my attention. Hey, little girl, don't cry. That girl is just being childish. What's your name? A voice interrupted, belonging to the uncle who had spoken to her the previous day. Mind your business. You're no saint either. The girl showed no mercy to those weaker than herself. Cheng Miao lay in her bed, ignoring the commotion outside, instead thoughtfully contemplating her current predicament. The survival in S model was not like a typical infinite flow, where one simply transitions from reality into the game and returns post-clearance. The survival in had created a separate space, allowing players to entirely detach from reality and exist within the world of the inn. Why was that? If it were merely a matter of bad luck in being chosen, why would the game invest such effort into constructing rooms and hiring a front desk, ensuring fairness and transparency beyond the dungeon? Moreover, based on Cheng Miao's limited experiences with promotions, the intermediate lodging environment is vastly superior to that of the lower tier. This indicates that the game is indeed providing an increasingly favorable living space for players who successfully complete challenges. Essentially, as long as one possesses wealth, the game can cater to the majority of one's desires. What then is the significance of the survival inn? Chapter 14. The home of the three little bears. Cheng Miao was acutely aware that she was currently akin to a novice, and she understood that a reduction in her curiosity was the wisest choice for survival. Nonetheless, the questions lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate, causing her to remain somewhat dazed as she was transported to a new round of the game. Unlike the abandoned courtyard, Cheng Miao quickly discerned that she was not alone. Several other players were by her side. Upon seeing familiar faces, her eyebrows arched in surprise. Was this a case of fate's cruel irony? The little girl noticed Cheng Miao and squinted, choosing silence. The ever-chatty uncle was also present, standing uncomfortably close to the girl, clad in a plain blue shirt and oversized trousers, resembling an ordinary office worker. There was also a tall, slender man with slightly long hair, whose demeanor was rather gloomy, and a woman possessing striking beauty, though her expression was far more distressed than those around her, as she anxiously scanned her surroundings. Cheng Miao redirected her gaze to scrutinize the environment. They found themselves in a vast wooden cabin, where everything appeared to be enlarged to approximately 10 times its normal size, making the group resemble diminutive figures in a land of giants. 3 beds, each the size of a small car, were lined against the wall, neatly stacked with 3 blocks of tofu on top. If one stood on tiptoe, they could see a sewing basket on the table, filled with skeins of yarn as large as a human head. In one corner, several chairs of indiscernible materials stood, while what appeared to be decorative green plants resembled a few transplanted banyan trees from the roadside. This was a home, or rather, a giant abode, despite its considerable size. The furniture was equally grand, and the room was stuffed to the brim, creating a somewhat chaotic atmosphere. Yet, for Cheng Miao and her companions, there were ample hiding spots. The room was a kaleidoscope of colors, One wall was painted yellow while the opposite was green, a sight that was almost dizzying. A window opened to reveal a garden outside, where the midday sun bathed the flowers and plants in vibrant hues that seemed almost exaggerated, their shapes reminiscent of elementary school art projects, hastily crafted and rather slapdash. Another room, discernible by the absurdly oversized cookware, was likely a kitchen from which wafted a strong, fishy aroma. Silence enveloped the group, the whimsical wooden cabin evoking a sense of unease as everyone awaited the sound of the prompt. Ding! Welcome players to the game, the home of the three little bears. Please complete the bear cub's wishes before sunset tomorrow to clear the game. Hints: Papa Bear loves fish, Mama Bear knits clothes, and Baby Bear's toy is missing. As the announcement concluded, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the garden, suggesting the approach of a formidable creature. The group's expressions darkened as they connected the dots of the narrative. Cheng Miao cautiously stepped back, pressing her back against the wall, slowing her breath as she fixed her gaze on the tightly shut wooden door. The others mimicked her, dispersing quietly as they braced themselves for the unfolding storyline. A thunderous roar reverberated through the cabin, and the door swung open to reveal three enormous brown bears, their thick fur glinting like steel needles, with claws like hooks embedded in their massive paws. There was no doubt that a single swipe could crush a human skull like a watermelon. Cheng Miao felt a chill as she beheld the bear's menacing teeth. After all, even in the real world, brown bears were known for their formidable combat prowess, let alone in this distorted fairy tale. The group held their breath, fearful that the beasts might notice their presence. However, the three bears seemed oblivious to the additional small creatures in the room. They entered, closed the door behind them, and busied themselves for a while before climbing onto the beds. Cheng Miao glanced at the sun, which hung high in the sky. These bears intended to take an afternoon nap. One bear yawned widely, quickly infecting the others, and soon the trio lay in neat rows on the beds, covered with blankets, yawning in unison. Cheng Miao thought to herself, "Thank you for unexpectedly hitting a peculiar sweet spot." Before long, the bears were emitting thunderous snores. The five players exhaled in relief, realizing that as long as they did not trigger any death conditions, they were safe. Yet, facing such insurmountable beasts, the instinct of humanity remained to evade. "Perhaps we should introduce ourselves," suggested the tall, slender man as he gathered the group beneath the table, lowering his voice. "I am Bai Jiang." I am Tong Qian," said the beautiful woman, drawing closer to Bai Jiang, her voice barely above a whisper. "Cheng Miao," she nodded slightly, her gaze never leaving the sleeping bears. "Qi Jia." The little girl spoke, casting a furtive glance at Cheng Miao, only to quickly lower her head again, her expression darkening. The uncle's previously affable demeanor was marred by the bears and Appo's presence, and his somewhat greasy face broke into a forced smile. "I am Zhao Yang." Bai Jiang, appearing to be an experienced player, swiftly scanned their impromptu team, mentally labeling Zhao Liang and Tong Qian as liabilities, not even sparing a glance for Qi Jia. After all, a child in this game was likely doomed. There was no need to invest too much concern. Bai Jiang then turned his attention to Cheng Miao, the only other player who had remained remarkably composed since entering the game. "What type of player are you?" "Intermediate dormitory," Cheng Miao replied, realizing that the game randomly paired newcomers and veterans, although her novice instance had been a solo experience. Bai Jiang smiled smugly, revealing, "I am an advanced dormitory player. This is my fourth game. If I clear this one, I shall be promoted to the guest house tier." "Oh, is that so?" Cheng Miao nodded coolly. The further one advanced, the more travel currency was required, and it appeared Bai Jiang had spent 2 rounds in the advanced dormitory. Bai Jiang didn't receive the admiration he sought from the newcomer, his spirits momentarily dampened. However, he quickly regained his composure, surveying the others. "So, all intermediate dormitory players?" Tong Qian timidly raised her hand. "I'm a low-level dormitory player." Bai Jiang glanced at Qi Jia in surprise. Not expecting the delicate girl to be anything but a novice, perhaps luck had favored her in this game. "Even if you're a novice, surely the front desk has briefed you on the instance and Appo's details. You must not act recklessly. If you endanger me, I won't hesitate to eliminate you first." Chapter 15. The Home of the Three Little Bears. Part 2 newcomers are unpredictable variables. Most of the talent entering the game are filled with trepidation and helplessness. In moments of extreme fear, people may act foolishly, and Bai Jiang does not wish to lose his life because of that. Thus, whenever he encounters a newcomer, he emphasizes this point. Tong Qian's eyes immediately reddened with fright, and she quickly nodded, assuring him that she understood the rules and would behave, vowing not to cause any trouble. Bai Jiang's expression softened slightly, asserting that as he was the highest ranked here, everyone should follow his lead. Both Tong Qian and Zhao Liang nodded in agreement, while Cheng Miao shrugged indifferently. Only Qi Jiejia maintained a cold, expressionless demeanor, seemingly conveying a silent message, fool. Bai Jiang noticed this and was taken aback by the small girl's defiance. He reached out to pull Qi Jiejia closer, but Cheng Miao furrowed her brow and intervened, urging him to focus on the matter at hand and not waste time. Bai Jiang had no intention of confronting Qi Jiejia further and reluctantly withdrew his hand upon hearing her words. Qi Jiejia cast a surprised glance at Cheng Miao, who was not looking at her, and raised an eyebrow with interest. She then shot a glare at Zhao Liang, who was eager to initiate a conversation with her, and silently moved a couple of steps closer to Cheng Miao. Bai Jiang glanced at the sleeping bears behind him and spoke quietly. According to the hints, we have only a day and a half. As long as we find the toy that the bear cub desires, we can complete this level. The crucial point is that the hints do not specify what the toy is. Cheng Miao calmly interjected, pointing out that before locating the toy, they faced another problem. All three bears looked identical. How were they to discern which one was the bear cub? Moreover, since the hints mentioned the preferences of Papa Bear and Mama Bear, there must be a purpose behind it. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Miao continued. If the preferences of Papa Bear and Mama Bear were introduced specifically to the players, could it be inferred that they have revealed the bear's weaknesses for us to exploit under certain circumstances? Thus, I suspect that these bears might become aggressive under specific conditions. The group fell silent, all appearing troubled by the possibility that the creatures might turn hostile. Tong Qian's lips grew pale, and she trembled as she reached for Bai Jiang and Appo's hand. Save it, Bai Jiang remarked, easily discerning her intentions and evading her grasp. After participating in several dungeons, he had encountered many newcomers who clung desperately to others. In such games, who had the luxury of being a good Samaritan, he was no fool risking his life. It was up to her to fend for herself. Tong Qian felt humiliated as she was rejected in front of everyone. Her face flushed, but her eyes remained filled with palpable fear and despair. What are your thoughts? Bai Jiang redirected his gaze back to the impassive Cheng Miao, recognizing that she was more composed than himself. In such a short time, she had organized her thoughts and conducted a more profound analysis than he had. Bai Jiang, though somewhat patriarchal, was also astute. Despite Cheng Miao being a newcomer, her latent abilities surpassed his own, and yielding to strength was not shameful. Cheng Miao glanced at Bai Jiang in surprise, refraining from answering his question, and instead posed another. You have more experience with games than we do. Do you think the three bears might suddenly attack us in this dungeon? Bai Jiang, gnawing at the dead skin on the corner of his mouth, responded earnestly. The veterans who train me have said that there are generally two types of lethal situations in dungeons. One occurs when players trigger death conditions, and the other involves a time limit, during which no danger is present. He applied too much force, causing a cut at the corner of his mouth. But he paid no mind to the blood seeping out as he continued. Regardless of which type it is, there will be clues within the dungeon. For instance, this dungeon's final deadline is before sunset tomorrow. No matter the constraints the three bears are under, as long as we have not found the bear cub's toy by tomorrow afternoon, once their killing restrictions are lifted, we won't be able to escape. Bai Jiang's words validated Cheng Miao's thoughts. The abandoned courtyard was a case in point. The appearance of Lu Shui's ghost signified the impending deadline of the dungeon, while Cheng Miao, retrieving her diary in the bathroom, triggered the murder conditions involving Dr. Su in the illusion. Given this, they need not worry about the three bears becoming violent together before sunset tomorrow, but they must be cautious of triggering death conditions while searching for the toy. Cheng Miao pointed toward the sun outside, indicating that it was likely nap time for them now. Let us move quietly and search for clues within the room. There must be hints that can help us identify the three bears. Bai Jiang nodded slightly and moved with agility toward the bookshelf nearest to the three bears, while the other three remained seated without much movement. Tong Qian, in particular, appeared dazed with fear, prompting Cheng Miao to sigh. You must overcome your fear and actively participate in the dungeon, Cheng Miao warned, glancing pointedly at Qi Jiajia. As long as your partners are strong enough, you might coast through. However, if you do, your rewards will be minimal at the end of the game, potentially preventing you from affording a stay in a higher-class hotel. I presume you do not wish to be trapped in a low-tier dormitory forever, struggling to survive? Noticing Tong Qian's flicker of concern, Qi Jiajia remained silent, her lips pursed. Cheng Miao had said enough. No one owed anything to anyone, and the rest would depend on their individual fates. As Cheng Miao entered the kitchen, she found it filthy and disorganized, with a sink overflowing with dishes. In one corner lay a basket brimming with large fish, each over a meter long. These fish were still fresh, their scales shimmering faintly blue, their mouths opening and closing as they fought for life. Upon seeing this basket, Cheng Miao recalled the hint. Papa Bear loves to eat fish. On the stove's windowsill rested 3 large bowls filled with a thick, unidentifiable porridge, evidently meant for the 3 bears' dinner. Staring at these enormous bowls, Cheng Miao's mind sparked with an idea, her eyes gleaming. The spatial confines of this dungeon were limited, even smaller than the abandoned courtyard, with the main door utterly unyielding. It seemed that the previously acquired item, the sprinting shoes, would be of little use here. No matter how swiftly one ran, there was nowhere to escape to, certainly not the heavens. When Cheng Miao returned to the bedroom, she found Bai Jiang and Tong Qian engaged in hushed conversation, staring at a coil of rope on the floor, roughly the thickness of an adult's forearm. Zhao Yang trailed closely behind Qi Jiajia, both still circling the 3 enormous chairs, with Qi Jiajia clutching something resembling a notebook. What did you find? Bai Jiang inquired urgently upon spotting Cheng Miao, not waiting for her response before continuing. I didn't discover much. The books on the shelf were all useless. However, I did find this rope in the cabinet. Cheng Miao nodded, turning to look at Qi Jiajia, who was sulking with a sullen expression. Without saying a word, she shoved the notebook-like object into Cheng Miao's arms, her tone stiff as she stated, I only found this notebook. Chapter 16. The home of the 3 little bears. Cheng Miao gazed at the 3 chairs in the distance, a vague inspiration flickering in her mind. Had she noticed something unusual about those chairs? Logically, Qi Jiajia harbored the greatest disdain for Cheng Miao, yet inexplicably, every time Cheng Miao spoke to her, her gaze, devoid of personal sentiment, managed to extinguish the fiery resentment that burned within Qi Jiajia. Perhaps this woman is not so intolerable after all. Nothing much, Qi Jiajia muttered, lowering her head to tug at her dress. The 3 chairs appeared identical, indistinguishable in height or material. Perhaps one must sit upon them to discern any differences? This thought stirred a sense of irritation within her, compounded by the incessant presence of Zhao Yang, who flitted around her like a bothersome fly. The chairs were large, and she feared that if she sat down, he would have to assist her in getting back up. Tong Qian nodded in understanding, suggesting, let us go over there shortly. I will sit, and you can help me get up. Do I look like I need to help you? Qi Jiajia retorted ominously, ignoring Tong Qian's intention. Tong Qian merely smiled good-naturedly, not taking offense. Cheng Miao, with a hint of warning, advised, I suggest you both keep your distance from those chairs for now, and the dishes in the kitchen as well. Do not touch them unless absolutely necessary. Bai Jiang suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming with realization. Do you have an idea? Cheng Miao nodded, unreserved in her acknowledgement. I do have a notion, though it requires further validation. She then turned to Tong Qian, asking, what about you? Have you noticed anything? Tong Qian hesitantly murmured, I didn't find much, but I did see a basket on the table filled with yarn. I thought it might hint at Mama Bear's love for knitting, yet after searching for quite a while, I found no needles. Perhaps I misinterpreted. No. Cheng Miao's expression grew serious. Your thought process is sound. I believe the needles will only be revealed under specific circumstances. Many clues remain concealed, and rash speculation would be a waste of time. When Zhao Liang ambled over, Cheng Miao opened her notebook. It was a journal detailing the daily tasks of the three bears. They loved to sleep, beginning their rest at noon, and would remain slumbering until there was something imperative to do. However, today, it was explicitly noted that tasks awaited completion. After their nap, Baby Bear was to do his homework, Mama Bear was to wash the dishes in the kitchen, and Papa Bear, as the head of the family, merely needed to eat his porridge. Cheng Miao shared the notebook with the others. If the bears rise, they pose a threat to us. We cannot be certain whether they will discover our presence. It seems we are meant to assist them in completing the tasks recorded here. The first two tasks were manageable, but the third, helping Papa Bear eat, was beyond our capability, Tong Qian remarked, growing bolder in her inquiry. Cheng Miao, uncertain, detailed the situation in the kitchen. There are 3 bowls. I suspect we need to identify Papa Bear's bowl and set aside the other 2. The basket of fish in the kitchen caught everyone's attention. Zhao Liang volunteered to wash the dishes, but Cheng Miao felt uneasy about this seemingly greasy man and insisted Tong Qian accompany him. Zhao Liang, somewhat disheartened, inquired if Qi Jia wished to join him, only to receive a scornful glance in response. With a defeated air, he shuffled away. Tong Qian hesitated before following. Observing Zhao Liang distance himself, her delicate brows knitting together in contemplation, as if she wished to voice something. "It's all right," Qi Jia said, feeling inexplicably lighter and willing to engage Tong Qian in conversation. She waved her hand impatiently, aware of Zhao Liang's dubious intentions. Tong Qian sighed in relief, feeling slightly embarrassed, and offered a friendly smile to Qi Jia before hastening after Zhao Liang into the kitchen. Bai Jiang had already climbed onto the cluttered desk, where he discovered a solitary workbook devoid of any writing. He gestured for Cheng Miao, and Qi Jia to join him. Cheng Miao, lacking pretentiousness, allowed Qi Jia to step onto her shoulder before she herself grasped Bai Jiang's hand and nimbly ascended. The 3 huddled together, examining the exercises which appeared pristine. The cover clearly marked with Baby Bear's name, suggesting elementary level difficulty. The first page featured merely 6 problems. 182, 415, 3, 476, 624. This is far too simple. They exchanged glances, each uncertain of the task's intent. Perhaps it merely required them to fill in the correct answers? After all, the search for the workbook had consumed considerable time, and they could not afford to overlook details. Bai Jiang wiped the sweat from his brow. Searching for a mere notebook felt akin to laborious exertion in this scenario. Qi Jia, employing the analytical skills of a contemporary student, pondered deeply, utilizing all her mental faculties, yet found no alternative answers. Reflecting on Bai Jiang's words, she concluded that perhaps she was overcomplicating a straightforward question. Cheng Miao, skeptical of the simplicity, halted Qi Jia's hand as she reached for a pencil, sensing a potential trap in such apparent ease. Annoyed, Qi Jia's frustration mounted as she dissected the problem further, growing increasingly sullen. It was plausible that this was merely a typical math problem, much like the task of washing dishes, lacking any real difficulty. Bai Jiang, furrowing his brow, began to reconsider whether he had indeed made a complex matter out of a simple one. Cheng Miao, unconvinced that the scenario would present such an easy question, urged Qi Jia to refrain from writing, instead turning her attention to the towering stack of books. After a thorough search, Cheng Miao finally unearthed the desired items. Bai Jiang and Qi Jia watched as she extracted 2 additional workbooks from the pile, noting their previous usage. Cheng Miao flipped through the pages with rapidity, revealing them to Bai Jiang and Qi Jia. "Look," she pointed out, "Baby Bear's math skills appear to be quite poor. None of the answers in these 2 books are correct. If we complete the homework without errors, we will surely be discovered." A cold sweat trickled down Qi Jia's forehead. Had it not been for Cheng Miao, she would have hastily written down the correct answers, oblivious to the potential consequences. "I was too impulsive. I must reconsider." Cheng Miao trusted her judgment, ensuring that Qi Jia only penned a few irrelevant answers. Bai Jiang glanced at the notebook, where the task for Baby Bear to complete his homework faded like ink in water, slowly dissipating. Tong Qian trailed Zhao Liang into the kitchen. Wrinkling her nose at the overpowering aroma, reminiscent of the seaside, yet far more pungent. Zhao Yang crouched beside a basket of peculiar blue fish, acknowledging Tong Qian's presence with an understanding that Cheng Miao's group was concerned for his safety. Muttering under his breath, he gestured to the pile of dishes in the sink, showing no intention of moving. "What are you standing there for? Get a washing." It was Tong Qian's first task, and uncertain, she asked, "Should I just wash the dishes?" Zhao Yang, poking the fish with a stick, barely paid her any mind. "Just take a good look. Must I teach you everything? Am I your father?" Chapter 17. The Three Little Bears home part, foreseeing that Zhao Yang was not as meek as he seemed to be in front of Cheng Miao and the others. Tong Qian didn't dare to ask further. She clambered onto the edge of the stove and reached the sink. Stacks of bowls, each the size of a pot, looked greasy, and one couldn't tell what they had contained. Tong Qian leaned over cautiously and turned on the faucet. After sputtering for a long time, as if it had been blocked for ages, water finally came out. A viscous, pus-like yellow non-Newtonian fluid gushed out of the pipe, emitting a repulsive odor reminiscent of rotting fish carcasses. Ugh! Tong Qian was thoroughly disgusted by the liquid flowing from the faucet and pinched her philtrum forcefully to keep herself from vomiting. Turning her head, she saw that Zhao Yang also looked like he was about to throw up. He had taken off his jacket and wrapped it around his mouth and nose, tying it in a knot. His white undershirt was now coated in grease. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and wash the dishes, you good-for-nothing." Zhao Yang felt a twisted sense of pleasure. In real life, he was just a low-level employee who had worked his entire life, constantly being ordered around by his female superior. Now, in the game, what use was being pretty? Newbies still had to follow behind the veteran players and do the chores. Tong Qian said nothing and turned back to the sink, which was already accumulating a thin layer of viscous fluid. It was filling up. As if struck by a sudden realization, Tong Qian gasped and frantically twisted the faucet shut, watching the filthy sink. She closed her eyes, squatted down, and leaped into the bottom of the sink. A jelly-like, viscous liquid coated Tong Qian's calves, and every step felt like wading through a swamp. Holding her breath and enduring the nausea, Tong Qian leaned over and plunged her hand into the liquid, feeling around inch by inch. When she touched a plug the size of a fist, her eyes lit up. In the bedroom, Cheng Miao and the others watched the task on the notebook disappear and breathed a collective sigh of relief. It seemed that their general idea was correct. As long as they helped the three bears complete the tasks on the notebook, they could prevent them from waking up and going berserk. Soon, the word for the dishwashing task also vanished, indicating that Tong Qian and Zhao Liang had finished the task. Tong Qian walked over, reeking of fish, her trousers clinging wetly to her calves. Her face was ashen, and she was still gagging occasionally, but her eyes were much more vibrant than before. While retching, Tong Qian recounted the task, a look of utter despair on her face. The liquid was incredibly disgusting, but for some reason, it was very effective at removing stains, and the grime on the bowls washed away instantly. Bai Zhang's gaze towards Tong Qian changed, filled with both sympathy and admiration. "It's fortunate that you thought of pulling the plug at the bottom of the sink first. Otherwise, once the water level rose, it would have been impossible to submerge yourself in that pus-like liquid, and the task would have been impossible to complete." Cheng Miao was also impressed by this delicate beauty. Although Cheng Miao appeared aloof, she favored intelligence and beauty above all else, and she admired someone who possessed both qualities. Well done. Receiving praise from two powerful figures, Tong Qian blushed and wiped the back of her hand self-consciously on her clothes. Qi Jijia heard Cheng Miao praise Tong Qian and glanced back and forth between the two. Emitting an inexplicable snicker, Tong Qian looked at Qi Jijia, perplexed, not understanding what she had done to offend this little tyrant. Cheng Miao glanced at Qi Jijia, ignoring her outburst, and instead asked about Zhao Yang. Tong Qian frowned in disgust. He's still in the kitchen, fussing over that basket of fish, not helping at all. Now, only the task of Papa Bear's porridge remains. Let's go to the kitchen and take a look. Before Cheng Miao and the others could reach the kitchen, they heard a crisp, shattering sound. Thinking of the bowls on the stove, Cheng Miao's expression changed. Sure enough, Zhao Yang came running out in a panic, covered in sticky porridge. Seeing the others' pale faces and unfriendly glares, he smiled awkwardly. It wasn't my fault. Didn't Miss Cheng say we needed to find Papa Bear's bowl? I was trying to see if there were any clues on the bowl, but I didn't expect it to be so hot, and it just spilled. Someone as clumsy as you managed to survive the newbie game? Qi Jiajia's anger finally erupted, revealing her sharp edge. Zhao Yang was about to say something when he saw Cheng Miao give him a cold look. For some reason, when he met the gaze of this young woman in her 20s, Zhao Yang felt a chill down his spine, as if he had been exposed. Everyone be quiet. Haven't you noticed that the snoring has stopped? Cheng Miao's eyes were dark. Reminded by her, the others realized that the deafening snoring had indeed disappeared. The tense atmosphere crackled in the air. Suddenly, one of the bears leaped up, standing on the bed and craning its neck to sniff the air. My porridge. Someone touch my porridge. The giant brown bear roared, its voice like thunder. Its bulbous eyes turned bloodshot, a sign of its rage. This time, it no longer ignored them as it had at the beginning of the game. It easily spotted the uninvited guests in its home and roared before lunging at them. Run! Cheng Miao yelled, turning and running towards the kitchen. Zhao Yang, covered in porridge, was clearly the culprit, and the bear was chasing after him. The brown bear was enormous and seemed clumsy, not running very fast. However, its destructive power should not be underestimated. With one swipe of its paw, the bedside lamp shattered into pieces. Tong Qian reacted the fastest, squeezing into a gap between a cabinet and the wall. Bai Jiang did a back roll and tumbled under the bed. Although Qi Jiajia was petite, she was taken aback by the sudden rage of the brown bear. Losing her composure, by the time she remembered to hide, she realized that all the nearby hiding spots were taken. Tong Qian, who was closest to Qi Jiajia, saw that the brown bear was still chasing Zhao Yang and quickly ran out of her hiding place, grabbing Qi Jiajia and shoving her into the gap. Qi Jiajia never expected that Tong Qian, whom she had been targeting, would come to her aid in a moment of life and death. She pursed her lips and squeezed inward, extending half of her body to pull Tong Qian, who was still outside. Zhao Yang was portly, and he panicked when he realized that the brown bear was chasing him. Although he knew that hiding separately was the most effective strategy, humans are social animals, and fear instinctively drives them towards where there were more people. Hearing the wind whistling behind him, he saw Tong Qian, whose body was only halfway into the gap. Her eyes narrowed to slits by her fleshy face. He grabbed Tong Qian's shoulder and shoved her backward. Tong Qian was only a sliver away from fully squeezing into the gap when she felt someone grab her shoulder from behind. Before she could cry out in pain, she was pulled backward. Qi Jiajia realized something was wrong, but it was too late to stop it. She could only watch as Tong Qian was thrown in front of the brown bear. The brown bear looked at the petite woman. She did not have the scent of the fat man, which made the behemoth hesitate. The brown bear did not strike Tong Qian's head in one blow, but instead grabbed her right hand. Chapter 18. The home of the three little bears. What was once a delicate, fair arm was now mangled as if crushed by a heavy truck. Tong Qian's complexion turned deathly white. The sudden excruciating pain sapped her strength to struggle, and she collapsed to the ground. Zhao Yang, having narrowly escaped a calamity, leaned against the wall, panting heavily, his expression flickering with a hint of delight as he beheld Tong Qian's agony, his face grotesquely twisted. The pungent scent of blood piqued the brown bear's interest. It abandoned any thought of why Tong Qian lacked the enticing aroma that usually whetted its appetite. With a roar, it extended its paw, swiping at Tong Qian on the ground. Unexpectedly, a cool, chilling voice emerged from behind. Hey, Papa Bear, would you like some fish? At that moment, Cheng Miao hurled a sizable blue fish with all her might, striking the brown bear on the head before bouncing onto the floor, where it flopped a few times before falling silent. The stunned bear turned and let out a roar at Cheng Miao, causing her to feel dizzy from the shock, the bear's strong fishy odor making her stomach churn. Suppressing her discomfort, Cheng Miao noticed that the bear was indeed distracted by the peculiar fish on the ground. The bear twitched its apple-sized nose, quickly recognizing its favored delicacy. It reached out a paw and began to tear into the fish. Cheng Miao let out a heavy sigh of relief, glancing at Tong Qian, who was slipping into a semi-conscious state. What a close call. The bear consumed the fish with brutish fervor, stripping the flesh in mere moments. It discarded the clean fish bones, licking its lips, gazing at Cheng Miao with lingering desire. With a knowing smile, Cheng Miao took a few steps back, revealing another large blue fish that she had been concealing, playfully dangling it by its lips. The bear, seemingly in sync with her antics, slowly made its way toward the kitchen, while the others in the bedroom exhaled in relief. Bai Jiang and Qi Jejia emerged from their hiding spot. Bai Jiang helped the pallid Tong Qian to her feet, tearing a strip from his clothing to bind her wounded arm. Qi Jejia, her expression stern as she regarded Tong Qian, wanted to assert that she needed no assistance, but ultimately refrained upon observing Tong Qian's injuries. "It's not your fault." Although it was the first time Bai Jiang witnessed Qi Jejia not looking down at others, he could still discern her thoughts, offering what little comfort he could amidst the chaos. Qi Jejia's gaze turned sharp as she directed her attention toward Zhao Liang, who was cowering against the wall. Having regained his senses, Zhao Liang recognized the repulsiveness of his actions, swallowing hard as sweat glistened on his forehead. I didn't mean to. It's just bad luck for her. She should have hidden better." Qi Jejia's eyes glinted coldly. Her hand reached for a small bag at her skirt's hem, seemingly intent on retrieving something. Bai Jiang, alarmed, caught her wrist, whispering that such a person was not worth their time. Having traversed numerous perilous scenarios, Bai Jiang had witnessed the treachery of human nature, and while each encounter left him nauseated, he had developed a certain immunity. Qi Jejia, being younger and seemingly sheltered, still harbored a sense of gratitude and vengeance. However, in this grim setting, human life was the least valuable commodity. Utilizing precious resources on such scum would be truly unwise. In the midst of their struggle, Bai Jiang inadvertently brushed against Tong Qian's injured arm, jolting her back to consciousness with a sharp pang of pain. "It hurts," Tong Qian murmured, her dazed eyes falling upon her severely disfigured arm, panic rising as she prepared to scream. Bai Jiang swiftly covered her mouth, stifling her cry. "Keep an eye on her. If we wake the other two bears, we might not know how we met our end." Zhao Liang, startled by Tong Qian's near shout, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he glanced at the other two bears still fast asleep. Just as tensions were about to escalate between the two groups, they all fell silent, turning to the kitchen where Cheng Miao emerged with a grim expression. Cheng Miao was in a foul mood, more so than when she had nearly been killed by another player during their first encounter with the dungeon. Zhao Liang hesitated, wanting to speak, but the palpable hostility radiating from Cheng Miao quelled his voice. Without acknowledging him, Cheng Miao approached Tong Qian, assessing her injuries before addressing the three. "Papa Bear is busy in the kitchen with the fish. The basket will remain full for quite some time, so he shouldn't emerge soon. Check the notebook. Has anything changed?" Having learned from Tong Qian's predicament, Qi Jejia obediently extended her hand toward the notebook Bai Jiang had hidden beneath the bed. Indeed, all tasks for the day had been completed, replaced by a slowly emerging new note. "Water the flowers." "Water the flowers?" They exchanged confused glances. "What flowers? Do those towering plants even count?" "I noticed the front door was ajar when I came from the kitchen. Who wants to join me in checking the garden?" Cheng Miao pointed to the previously shut door, now revealing a narrow gap through which sunlight poured in. Qi Jejia contemplated accompanying Cheng Miao, but hesitated, glancing at the nearly unconscious Tong Qian. "I'll go with you. Jejia, can you stay with Tong Qian?" Bai Jiang rolled up his sleeves, standing firm. He was convinced that this once underestimated girl possessed some self-defense skills. Qi Jejia nodded, sensing Cheng Miao's reticence to engage further. As the group moved toward the door, the other group consisted of a barely conscious woman and a little girl who piqued his interest, yet finding a way out was paramount. Suppressing his restless thoughts, Zhao Liang trailed behind Cheng Miao and Bai Jiang, maintaining a safe distance. Outside lay a vast garden, its boundaries blurred beyond the fence, which bore no openings. The towering fence resembled steel needles, deterring any thoughts of escape. One side of the garden was adorned with vibrant, albeit somewhat unsettling, flowers, while the other resembled a vegetable patch, the mounds of earth resembling graves, evoking a desire to steer clear. Cheng Miao and Bai Jiang exchanged glances, contemplating the task of watering the flowers, presumably referring to the vibrant blooms on the left. As the sun began to set, casting warm, colorful rays, they approached a patch of flowers taller than themselves. Cheng Miao craned her neck but still struggled to discern the details of the blossoms. This seemed peculiar. Even for a brown bear, these flowers appeared excessively tall, not suited for a typical garden. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang emerged from the door, panting, dragging a pot filled with the yellowish, viscous substance that Tong Qian had described. Chapter 19. The Three Little Bears' Home, Part 6. Hauling the basin before Cheng Miao. Zhao Yang wiped his brow, still catching his breath. His tone was ingratiating. You two moved too swiftly. I merely paused to replenish the water, and you vanished. Bai Jiang turned away, disinclined to converse with Zhao Yang. The latter, sensing his isolation, felt a pang of unease. He was eager to demonstrate his worth, hoping to be reintegrated into the group. During the initial introductions, Zhao Yang had omitted a crucial detail. Not Bai Jiang possessed the most extensive experience in navigating instances. He had been fortunate enough to survive, albeit by clinging to the coattails of more skilled players. Despite having cleared 4 instances, he had only recently amassed enough currency to upgrade to a mid-tier dormitory. This marked his 3rd game within the mid-tier confines. In the real world, Zhao Yang was an unlikable individual, harboring inappropriate thoughts towards children, though he had never dared to act on them. He had spent his life as a low-level employee in a small company, a nonentity who passively endured mistreatment. However, within the unregulated confines of the survival inn, the darker aspects of his nature had been magnified. He had been responsible for the demise of others, many in fact. Yet death held little consequence. Those aware of his true nature might resort to physical violence, but rarely to lethal measures. Such spineless hypocrites. In his eyes, the events surrounding Tong Qian were merely routine, her misfortune a result of her own fate. He held no interest in women, regardless of their attractiveness. The sole exception, Qi Jiajia, possessed an intolerable temperament and was deserving of death. Cheng Miao discreetly observed the fleeting malevolence in Zhao Yang's eyes. What did you need the water for? Zhao Yang snapped back to attention, a hint of disdain in his gaze, though his tone remained subservient. What else would one use to water flowers? Although, this substance has a rather pungent odor. I'll handle it henceforth. No need for you to trouble yourselves. Zhao Yang might have dared to harm Tong Qian, but he wouldn't consider harming Bai Jiang or Cheng Miao. The reason was simple. He was inept and needed their expertise to survive. He had been absent during their practice session with the workbook, and his attention had been fixated on the fish while Tong Qian washed dishes. Thus, he remained oblivious to the potential traps concealed behind each seemingly innocuous task. Bai Jiang raised an eyebrow and promptly retreated. Be my guest. Cheng Miao remained silent, her gaze fixed on Zhao Yang, devoid of emotion. She couldn't bring herself to sink to his level, to become a blood-soaked executioner like the backstabber who held no regard for human life. However, she had no intention of intervening in Zhao Yang's self-destructive behavior. Unaware of the duo's thoughts, Zhao Yang grunted and, with a reddened face, poured the contents of the basin onto the flower's roots. The viscous liquid adhered to the stems, slowly permeating the soil. Bai Jiang, glancing at the open notebook at his feet, was astonished to witness the words water the flowers gradually fading. Well, albeit it actually works. Zhao Yang patted himself with a smug air. You young people tend to overcomplicate matters. Cheng Miao noticed a leaf on the flower stem twitch. She and Bai Jiang, who had also detected the anomaly, quickly moved aside. Zhao Yang, bewildered by their sudden retreat, turned to face his surroundings, muttering, "What's with the sudden panic?" The vibrant tulip-like flower behind him comically bent its stem, as if in a cartoon, bringing its petal-encased pistil closer to Zhao Yang, seemingly to get a better look at the individual who had watered it. Startled, Zhao Yang froze. Seeing that the tulip merely lowered itself to observe him without any further action, he regained his composure and called out to Cheng Miao and Bai Jiang. See? I told you it wasn't as complicated as you thought. The tulip unfurled its layers of petals, revealing a golden, shimmering center. Cheng Miao squinted, trying to get a clearer view. Those aren't pistils. Indeed, Cheng Miao concurred with Bai Jiang's observation. Those are teeth. Layer upon layer of densely packed teeth filled the tulip and Appo's bud, rhythmically rising and falling, writhing in a manner that sent shivers down Cheng Miao and Appo's spine. The tulip abruptly clamped down on Zhao Yang's arm, the sound of gnawing accompanied by his agonizing screams. "Ouch, that sounds painful," Bai Jiang remarked. Unexpectedly, the tulip didn't swallow Zhao Yang whole. Instead, it clamped down on his arm, swinging its bud back and forth, tearing the limb clean off his body. Zhao Yang collapsed to the ground, speechless in agony. Driven by an intense will to live, he writhed on the ground, attempting to crawl forward. The tulip devoured Zhao Yang's arm with gusto, each chew accompanied by a stream of crimson blood flowing from its bud. Soon, the tulip shook itself and stood upright once more, swaying in the breeze as if nothing had happened, save for the trails of blood snaking across its petals. Cheng Miao was growing immune to such gruesome scenes. Zhao Yang, having fashioned a makeshift tourniquet from his vest, had fainted. Cheng Miao approached and checked Zhao Yang and Appo's pulse. "He's still alive." Bai Jiang nodded nonchalantly. "It's better for this kind of vermin to die sooner rather than later." The notebook displayed no further tasks, either because there were none left or because there was a rest period. Bai Jiang fiddled with the notebook, confirming that no more bizarre tasks appeared. "There won't be any more today." Cheng Miao pointed to the sun, which was dipping below the horizon. "Daytime is over, and nighttime is for rest. We'll have to wait until tomorrow for more tasks." Bai Jiang sighed in relief. Even he couldn't endure such a high-density workload. A break would be welcome. "Don and Appo's, to get your hopes up," Cheng Miao countered. "Nighttime is when we complete the final task. Otherwise, we and Appo's, I'll be too busy with the notebook tasks during the day. Do you still want to find the bear cubs' toys?" Reminded by Cheng Miao, Bai Jiang belatedly realized that their goal wasn't to complete the notebook tasks, but to locate the bear cubs' toys and clear the instance. This instance was cunning, designed to divert players' attention with numerous minor tasks. If players focused solely on resting after completing the daily tasks, they would miss the optimal time to search for the toys, when no tasks would appear. By the time the next day and Appo's, as sunset arrived, they would be trapped, unaware of their impending doom. Chapter 20. The home of the three little bears. A cold sweat broke out on Bai Jiang and Appo's back as he swallowed hard, filled with trepidation. "What are we waiting for? Let us enter the house and discuss our next course of action." Cheng Miao, however, gazed thoughtfully towards the vegetable garden behind them. "No need to rush. Please fetch 2 shovels." "Shovels?" Bai Jiang followed Cheng Miao's gaze to the mound of earth, feeling a tinge of dissent. "That soil looks peculiar. Perhaps we should leave it be for now." Cheng Miao remained silent, fixated on the dirt mound. Recognizing her unwavering resolve and prudent nature, Bai Jiang chose not to press further and hurried inside. Cheng Miao approached the fertile land, her gaze lowered in contemplation. According to the game's parameters, the player's best chance for success would come before dawn the following day. Otherwise, the relentless tasks that awaited them post-sunrise would deplete their energies entirely. This piece of land seemed rather inconsequential. Surely it was not meant for players who missed their opportunity to clear the level. Although it appeared to serve no purpose, its discoverable nature reminded Cheng Miao of another location, Dr. Su's hidden chamber. This aspect could very well represent a concealed narrative within the dungeon. Dr. Su's secret room had not only enriched the main storyline, but also provided Cheng Miao with a mysterious item photograph of uncertain utility. What secrets might lie beneath this soil? The sound of approaching footsteps jolted Cheng Miao from her reverie. She looked up to see Bai Jiang and Qi Jiejia assisting the unsteady Tong Qian toward them. "We heard it's safe outside now." "So Tong Qian and I thought we'd get some fresh air," Qi Jiejia stated, her expression impassive, though her gaze remained fixed on Cheng Miao. Cheng Miao chose not to reveal their reluctance to be alone with the 3 bears, nodding instead as she accepted a shovel as large as a basin, nearly losing her balance from its weight. Bai Jiang chuckled as he took the shovel from her. "You tell me where to dig, and I shall do the digging." Cheng Miao, with a stern expression, pointed to the mound of earth, prompting Bai Jiang to plunge the shovel into a crack. Clang! The shovel struck something impenetrable, akin to hitting marble. It wouldn't budge. Bai Jiang curiously touched it, finding it as hard as iron. Qi Jiejia, supporting Tong Qian, also leaned in for a closer look. Though Tong Qian's arm had stopped bleeding, It had merely been hastily bandaged with fabric, and blood continued to trickle down, rendering her complexion as pale as parchment. Cheng Miao cast a worried glance at Tong Qian's distorted arm, only to discover that the blood sliding from her fingertips was absorbed by the soil almost instantly, as if it were being devoured. Cheng Miao crouched down to touch the moist earth, pressing her fingers into it, creating a small hole. Bai Jiang exclaimed, "How is it you can dig a hole?" Qi Jiejia, intrigued, extended her hand to poke at the ground, creating another hole. In that moment, she exhibited the innocent curiosity characteristic of her age. Cheng Miao gazed at the holes in the earth, feeling a mix of incredulity and amusement at the game's dark humor. "Tong Qian, could you please come over here?" Though Tong Qian was slightly dazed from blood loss, she obediently moved closer. "Place your injured arm on the mound." As Tong Qian's blood seeped into the earth, the soil greedily absorbed it, rising and falling as if breathing. The scene was distressing for the onlookers, but once Cheng Miao deemed it sufficient, she instructed Qi Jiejia to help Tong Qian to a resting spot while Bai Jiang, without further prompting, began to excavate the noticeably softened dirt. Before long, a white object emerged from the shallow pit. Cheng Miao signaled Bai Jiang to halt, then removed her outer garment to wrap her hand before digging further. The task of excavating was one that became familiar with practice, and soon she unearthed the hidden item. "What is this?" "Ginseng," Bai Jiang remarked, gazing at the humanoid plant in Cheng Miao and Appo's hands with uncertainty. Cheng Miao leaned closer, detecting no strange odor, only the fresh scent of herbs. "Ginseng? What connection does it have to the three bears? Is the baby bear's toy ginseng?" Qi Jiejia's thoughts raced, her excitement surging as she believed they might clear the level immediately. "That cannot be. If it were that simple, why would we need the clues provided by Mama Bear?" Cheng Miao countered, a fleeting notion crossing her mind. Qi Jiejia, twiddling her fingers, did not dispute this. Reflecting on it, the dungeon indeed would not allow them to succeed so easily. Cheng Miao turned and offered the plant to Tong Qian. "I am uncertain about my thoughts, but it may serve as a healing remedy. Whether to consume, it is your decision." Tong Qian paused, gazing at the plump, white ginseng in Cheng Miao's hands. Bai Jiang and Appo's eyes lit up at the prospect of a medicinal item, as he had never acquired such a thing before, having only seen his older brother purchase it once at an exorbitant price in a general store. However, now that the item was discovered by Cheng Miao and she intended to give it to Tong Qian, he could only watch enviously. Feeling uneasy under their scrutiny, Tong Qian glanced into Cheng Miao's eyes, which sparkled like a clear spring. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip and reached out to take the ginseng. She initially nibbled at the skin, waiting to ensure there was no adverse reaction, before summoning her courage to take a large bite. As she swallowed, the blood that had been oozing from her arm gradually ceased, and her complexion visibly improved. Tong Qian was astounded. Although her arm remained numb, the bleeding had stopped, and the excruciating pain had dissipated. Gratefully, she looked at Cheng Miao, wiping the bitten portion on her clothing before returning it. "Thank you." Cheng Miao did not accept it back. "Finish it. Perhaps your hand will heal." Tong Qian hesitated, recognizing from Bai Jiang's expression that such fine items were rare. Cheng Miao's willingness to offer it was already a great kindness, yet consuming it herself felt somewhat. "It's all right. As long as we survive and clear the dungeon, all wounds will heal and your right hand will regenerate," Bai Jiang chimed in, his words easing Tong Qian's anxiety and bringing a smile back to her lovely face. "Then I truly do not need it. Please keep it for yourself," Tong Qian insisted, stuffing the ginseng back into Cheng Miao's arms. Cheng Miao did not press further, subtly moving her fingers to stow it in her spatial backpack. This display astonished everyone, including Bai Jiang. He was aware of spatial backpacks, but could never afford one. Each time he stayed at an inn, it drained his wallet, leaving no funds for such luxuries. To think that after merely one game, Cheng Miao had already acquired a spatial backpack made him relieved he had not entertained any ill intentions. Qi Jiejia's eyes brimmed with curiosity. Her savings were meager, and she had avoided the general store due to her aversion to cockroaches, leaving her oblivious to the existence of spatial backpacks. Cheng Miao glanced at her, considering her relatively good behavior over the past few hours. Acknowledging that a child entering the game might inevitably face some trauma, she softened her approach. Once we exit, I will take you to the general store to learn more. Chi Jija paused for a moment, murmuring a quiet acknowledgement as she lowered her head, concealing the faint blush that crept onto her otherwise expressionless face. Chapter 21. The home of the three bears in the garden, devoid of any further clues. The group disregarded Zhao Liang, who lay unconscious by the fence, and entered the house together. After a while, Zhao Liang, still lying outside, heard their voices fading away and quietly blinked his eyes, struggling to sit up. He took a deep breath, the intense pain causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. Huff! That woman is truly fortunate. She managed to find healing supplies. A mixture of greed and envy flickered in his small eyes as he clumsily propped himself up with one hand, swaying unsteadily as he took a few steps before finally reaching the pile of earth. Zhao Yang had just grasped the situation, realizing that the key was to nourish the ground with blood. He inwardly cursed, wishing he had used Tong Qian as fertilizer instead, thus avoiding the loss of an arm. Gritting his teeth, his eyes bulged with fury, he pressed on the severed limb, blood cascading down like a waterfall, quickly absorbed by the earth. After a moment, Zhao Liang squatted down, digging fervently with one arm. The agony and madness twisted his very being. Where is it? Why is it not here? Come out! Come out! The pit grew deeper and larger, yet the plump ginseng remained elusive. Inside, for individuals rested beneath the desk, with Bai Jiang briefly sharing Cheng Miao and Appo's speculations regarding time and tasks with Tong Qian. Chi Jia furrowed her brow, coldly commenting, "This scenario is truly cunning, laden with tasks and trickery." Cheng Miao, rarely amused, chuckled. "You know about trickery?" Chi Jia momentarily faltered, failing to respond. Cheng Miao cleared her throat, continuing, "We have little time left. We must decipher the clues and find a way to escape before dawn." The group rallied their spirits to analyze the situation. The hint regarding Papa Bear and Appo's fondness for fish was clear. Indeed, as Cheng Miao suggested, they could divert attention when Papa Bear became agitated. Mama Bear's love for knitting also presented a potential avenue of thought. Having consumed a good portion of the ginseng, Tong Qian felt revitalized, leaning gently against the wall while enunciating clearly. Bai Jiang nodded, taking over. Earlier, there was a conspicuous sewing basket on the table, but it contained only twine, no needle. The current priority is likely to find needle. And what if we find a needle? How can we discern if it's Mama Bear or Baby Bear that will become agitated next? Chi Jia tugged at the bow on her skirt. The scenario was brief, but intensely challenging, causing the physically weakest, Chi Jia, to appear somewhat wilted. Shouldn't we have avoided doing the dishes? Washing dishes is typically a mother and Appo's chore. If we hadn't done them, could we have ensured Mama Bear's uprising? Tong Qian seemed to regret her earlier decision. Speaking softly, Cheng Miao reassured her that they couldn't rely on intuition since the notebook did not specify the subject. Moreover, have you noticed? Papa Bear did not become agitated merely because Zhao Liang broke the bowl. "My porridge. Someone touched my porridge." Chi Jia recalled Papa Bear's words before he lunged at them. He used the phrase "someone touched, not smashed." Cheng Miao reiterated with certainty. However, how do we help Papa Bear identify which bowl is his? It's certain that a bowl was indeed touched. Tong Qian pondered, her delicate brows knitting together. If this is inevitable, then it must be a hint from the scenario. Bai Jiang remembered a similar possibility mentioned by his guide. If there are unavoidable actions, regardless of the consequences, it must be a cue from the narrative. Cheng Miao glanced at Bai Jiang and nodded. Thus, I believe I've discerned the story's background. The three of them brightened at this revelation. If it was a scenario with a narrative, the patterns would be easier to identify. While it may not align perfectly with the story, there would be a guiding principle, preventing them from being utterly in the dark. Have you heard the tale of the three bears? 3 bears? What is that? Bai Jiang asked, bewildered, turning to Tong Qian and Chi Jia. Tong Qian appeared equally perplexed. I've heard the song about Mama Bear and Papa Bear. Is that it? I think that's a Korean song. How does it go? Cheng Miao shook her head. Not that song. It's a fairy tale. A fairy tale? both by Jiang and Tong Qian, not so young anymore. Reminisced about fairy tales, only recalling Snow White and Cinderella. You mean the story of the three bears and Goldilocks? Chi Jia wrinkled her nose. That story isn't well written at all. Goldilocks never got caught. Cheng Miao twitched her lips, deciding against commenting on Chi Jia's warped sense of humor. The tale of the three bears and Goldilocks is a renowned children's bedtime story. It narrates how a golden-haired girl trespassed into the home of three bears in the forest. The bears were not home at the time. Upon entering, Goldilocks found 3 bowls of porridge on the dining table. She picked up the largest bowl, but it was too hot, and she spat it out. She then tried the medium-sized bowl, which was too cold, and finally, the smallest bowl, which was just right. After enjoying the porridge, she sat in the bear's chairs. The large chair was too hard, the medium chair too soft, and the small chair was just right, but she broke the small chair. Finally, she tried the bears' beds and fell asleep. When the bears returned, they discovered someone had consumed their porridge and sat in their chairs. Just as they were about to catch Goldilocks, she managed to escape. This story imparts the lesson that it is impolite to meddle with others' belongings. The group responded, "Is it amusing to poke fun?" Cheng Miao became serious. Upon seeing the chairs in the bedroom and the bowls in the kitchen, I recalled this story. However, it was only when Papa Bear uttered that phrase that I felt certain. By Jiang and Amp, Oppo's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, if we find the needle and sit in Mama Bear and Oppo's medium chair, we can provoke her and successfully capture her attention. The remaining one must be Baby Bear. But wait. Suddenly recalling something, Bai Jiang turned to glance at the 3 identical chairs not far off. How can there be large, medium, and small? They're all the same size. Cheng Miao shrugged. Scenarios are rarely so straightforward. However, she pivoted, producing an object from her ring and displaying it to the group. I found a needle used by Mama Bear for knitting. The others' eyes were glued to the item in Cheng Miao's hand, unblinking. The bone of a fish glimmered under the moonlight, with only one main spine remaining, the smaller spines having been devoured. The fishbone's tip was remarkably sharp, resembling a gigantic sewing needle at first glance. It was a fishbone discarded by Papa Bear after a meal. Chapter 22. The Three Bears and Oppos. Home by Jiang suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that the needle was the key. Cheng Miao gently traced the sharp tip of the fishbone with her fingertip, deducing that this scenario was a variant of the original tale. It was evident that we were the golden-haired girl, and we had to escape before sunset tomorrow, lest we fall into the clutches of the three bears. Based on the hints and the narrative backdrop, our true task was to complete the minor assignments in the notebook and identify the bears during their slumber by examining the items mentioned in the story, such as porridge, chairs, and beds. Once we discerned the identity of the bears, we could exploit their weaknesses to control them during their outbursts, until we located the bear cub and Oppos. Toy. Cheng Miao glanced at the shallow scratch on her fingertip and continued. Another clue suggests that the bear cub's toy would be produced by Mama Bear, inferred from Papa Bear's consumption of fish leading to Mama Bear's crafting of the needle. Bai Jiang added somberly, thus, we must enrage Mama Bear. There is no other shortcut. Chi Jia furrowed her brow as she glanced at the two bears lying on the bed. But who could discern which chair belonged to Mama Bear? Papa Bear remained in the kitchen. But what if it was the bear cub that became enraged? Tong Qian quickly interjected. And what if we inadvertently sit in Papa Bear's chair? Would he also become furious? Should we continue feeding him fish? Bai Jiang stroked his chin, squinting as if contemplating a distant thought. I don and Oppos. T believes so. Papa Bear is akin to a defeated boss and one and Oppos. T trigger again. Cheng Miao concurred, stating that Papa Bear was preoccupied with the fish and would be unlikely to be provoked by anything else. As for the bear cub, Tong Qian still seemed perplexed. Although she had staunched the bleeding, the considerable blood loss left her somewhat dazed, making it difficult to keep pace with the group's thoughts. Chi Jia, despite her sharp tone, whispered an explanation to Tong Qian. So we must be prepared to enrage both bears simultaneously. Noticing Tong Qian's pallor, Bai Jiang added, but that's the worst-case scenario. Even if both bears become enraged, once Mama Bear retrieves her needle and thread, we would only have to contend with the furious bear cub. But the bear cub currently has no weakness. This statement plunged the room into silence. Indeed, The bear cub's weakness awaited Mama Bear's crafting. Bai Jiang raised 2 fingers, maintaining a calm demeanor, though his fingertips trembled slightly as the others listened intently. One possibility was that the bear's fury would last only for a time. As long as we endured that duration, we would be safe. The other, Bai Jiang, scratched his head, revealing a rueful smile, was that we would have to endure until Mama Bear finished weaving the toy. Observing the despondent expressions of the group, Cheng Miao clapped her hands to regain their attention. No matter how dire the situation, we must strive for a breakthrough. Regardless of which scenario Bai Jiang proposed, we need to delay as much as possible. Cheng Miao pointed to the hemp rope that had been kicked into a corner during the chase. This item might serve as a means provided by the game to extend our time. Ignoring the varied expressions among the group, Cheng Miao turned to Tong Qian. We will find a relatively safe place for you to hide, but the scenario is fraught with dangers. This plan carries certain risks, and you must decide for yourself. Tong Qian lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Aware that given her current condition, this was the best course of action, she nodded without further hesitation. Cheng Miao reassuringly patted her shoulder and turned to Qi Jiejie. In the upcoming plan, you are crucial. Please listen carefully. Qi Jiejie scoffed, instinctively wanting to retort, but she met Cheng Miao's gaze. It was equal, respectful, devoid of any favoritism, and akin to how one would regard an adult. After a moment of silence, Qi Jiejie looked up at Cheng Miao, silently inquiring. In a moment, I will select a chair to sit in. Once the enraged bear attacks, Qi Jiejie, you must immediately throw that needle and thread basket to it. Qi Jiejie accepted the fishbone that Cheng Miao presented without further words and climbed onto the table to place the needle in the basket. Cheng Miao, ensuring that Qi Jiejie was capable of throwing the basket, continued. What I described was the ideal scenario, but statistically, we only have a 50% chance of success. Instinctively, I doubt it will unfold so smoothly. Cheng Miao turned to Bai Jiang. If the bear that erupts is indifferent to the basket, I will divert its attention. Bai Jiang, you must sit in another chair and provoke Mama Bear, allowing Qi Jiejie to act as planned. Bai Jiang and Qi Jiejie mentally rehearsed the process several times, and, feeling it was nearly ready, Cheng Miao spoke. If there are no objections, let us set up some obstacles and commence our operation. Bai Jiang's expression grew complex, undeniably. Cheng Miao and Oppo's role was the most perilous. Diverting the bear cub, which currently had no weakness, could result in dire consequences if she lacked the necessary strength. Cheng Miao discerned Bai Jiang's thoughts through his gaze and chose not to disclose the jump rope prop from Lu Shui, merely explaining that novice scenarios always included props for self-preservation. Bai Jiang scratched his head, acknowledging that while novice props did exist, they were often lackluster. Did seasoned players possess novice items that differed from those of mere newcomers? No, they were the same. Recalling the usage instructions for the pair of swift-running shoes, Cheng Miao felt somewhat flustered. Without further elaboration, Cheng Miao led the trio in arranging obstacles. At that moment, the vast and chaotic furniture became advantageous, swiftly forming a pattern reminiscent of childhood crafts. Be cautious when hiding. Do not trip over your own feet, Qi Jiejie remarked sarcastically. And although Cheng Miao understood the underlying meaning, she found it hard to tolerate such arrogance. Once we handle Mama Bear, we will assist you, Bai Jiang quickly added, noticing Cheng Miao's somber expression. Cheng Miao had no time to engage with the two and mentally constructed a comprehensive escape plan. After repeating it several times, she exhaled deeply. So be it. Plans often change faster than anticipated. We shall adapt as the situation unfolds. Cheng Miao assessed that the garden was likely the safest area of the wooden cabin. But considering the flower's history of carnivorous behavior and the risk of the front door unexpectedly closing, Tong Qian, with only one usable hand, would be ill-equipped to handle any emerging situations. As a compromise, they decided to temporarily place Tong Qian in the kitchen. The kitchen was the smallest space, currently occupied by a non-aggressive Papa Bear, making it the safest spot for her. The shadow of the injury inflicted by Papa Bear loomed large, and the thought of sharing a room with such a creature made Tong Qian tremble. Yet she recognized that these strangers were genuinely looking out for her. To avoid becoming a burden, She grit her teeth and crawled beneath the stove. While Cheng Miao attended to Tong Qian, Bai Jiang gazed at the wide-open door, pondering the figure outside. Chapter 23. The home of the three little bears. With a cold smirk, Qi Jia remarked, "I just checked. He is not dead yet. But he won't last long." Just then, Zhao Liang, bloodied and pale, staggered into the room, leaning against the wall, under the cold gaze of several onlookers. He forced a sycophantic smile, assuring them, "Don't worry, I'll stay put and act on my own." Noticing their indifference, a chill crept over him, prompting him to raise his hands in a fervent oath, desperately attempting to appease them. "You see, I want to get out as much as you do. Why would I jeopardize your plans?" Cheng Miao shot him a disdainful glance. It was easy to dodge a direct attack, but the hidden threats were trickier. Yet, she found herself unable to commit to violence, even against those who were less than human. There was only one chance to act, and instability was not an option. Observing the expressions of Cheng Miao and Bai Jiang, both revealing their murderous intent, Zhao Yang swallowed his resentment and fear. "Do whatever you want, just don't kill me. If you do, you'll be murderers too." Cheng Miao maintained her composure, sighing inwardly. She could not bring herself to act. Exchanging a glance with Bai Jiang, they pushed Zhao Liang into a cabinet beside the desk, binding it securely with the remaining hemp rope. As Bai Jiang tightened the knot without hesitation, Cheng Miao remained silent, while Qi Jia, who had been lingering nearby, expressed disappointment. "Aren't you going to kill him? If you're afraid, let me do it." Cheng Miao rolled her eyes, dismissing the overly dramatic girl. The group took a moment to rest, gazing at the pitch-black sky outside, before deciding to proceed without delay. Cheng Miao exhaled deeply, gesturing to the vigilant Bai Jiang and Qi Jia, before taking a seat in the far-left chair. "How soft?" The thought struck Cheng Miao immediately. According to fable, the softest chair belonged to Mama Bear. She could not afford to relax. The traps in this scenario were numerous and intertwined, and she doubted they would easily locate Mama Bear. Suddenly, a voice erupted. "Someone is sitting in my chair." The brown bear, roused from its slumber, glared ferociously at the culprit lounging in its seat. "Now!" Cheng Miao shouted, as Qi Jia, her face flushed with effort, hurled the sewing kit at the bear. The bear was struck squarely, momentarily stunned. However, the anticipated scene of triumph did not unfold. Instead, the bear let out a roar and lunged at Qi Jia. As the monstrous creature charged with its gaping maw, Qi Jia was overwhelmed by the foul stench emanating from it, and felt the sharp pain of its teeth in her imagination. Suddenly, an unexpected force knocked her aside, and she fell heavily to the ground, narrowly evading the bear's swiping paw. Dazed, she turned to see Cheng Miao nimbly rising, leading the enraged bear towards the obstacles created by the ropes. "Quick, grab the sewing kit." Cheng Miao's urgent shout snapped Qi Jia back to reality. Ignoring the blood seeping from her scratched arm, she scrambled to collect the scattered needles and thread. Meanwhile, Bai Jiang had swiftly seated himself in another chair as the bear lunged at Qi Jia, his heart racing as he witnessed her evade the attack. It dawned on him that the other bear remained undisturbed. Confirming with a glance, he realized the second bear was still sound asleep. His mind raced. It was evidently Papa Bear's chair. Having surmised correctly, Bai Jiang dashed to the final chair, throwing himself into it without pausing to stop. This chair seemed exceptionally soft, enveloping him entirely. After struggling a few moments, he managed to free his head, but his body remained ensnared within the cushions. At that moment, Cheng Miao, who was precariously balancing her life, realized, "So this is the softest chair?" Just as Qi Jia gathered her supplies, the floor trembled violently, resembling the sound of a mountain collapsing, prompting her to glance back in alarm. Furniture was thrown into disarray, many pieces stacked haphazardly. On the ground, Baby Bear sat tangled in rope, bound tightly to the sofa. Cheng Miao stood nearby, hands on her knees, panting, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Sighing in relief, Qi Jia felt her racing heart calm. She turned with determination and hurled the sewing kit towards the enraged Mama Bear, who was about to pounce on Bai Jiang. The kit scattered its contents once more, successfully diverting the bear's attention. Mama Bear looked down at the mess for a moment before letting out a series of delighted roars. Seemingly overjoyed, With one paw grasping the needle and the other the thread, she leisurely returned to her bed, settling into a proper sewing posture. Finally emerging from her chair, Bai Zhang's mouth twitched in disbelief at the bear's unexpected domesticity. Qi Jia relaxed completely, taking a few steps towards Cheng Miao before stopping a short distance from Baby Bear. Her eyes sparkled with interest as she remarked, "I didn't expect you to be so skilled at tripping up Baby Bear." However, Baby Bear was far from docile. The unyielding ropes and obstructive furniture only fueled its rage, its eyes growing redder. It furiously gnawed at the bindings, tearing fur and skin in its frenzy. Cheng Miao frowned. "Warning, don't get too close. It's rampage isn't over yet." Qi Jia smirked, "I know that." Just as she was about to speak further, she felt a heavy shove propelling her toward Baby Bear. In that life-and-death moment, instead of panicking, Qi Jia swiftly reached in her pocket, retrieving a length of rope. Unlike the ones they had found in the three bears' home, this was a simple hemp rope, thick as a thumb, with a coarse texture that could easily draw blood on the skin. A loop was tied at one end, reminiscent of a noose. Aiming for the bedpost beside her, she threw it with all her might. Miraculously, the loop caught on the post, causing her to veer off course and land near her previous position on the floor. Ignoring the pain coursing through her, Qi Jia turned to see Zhao Liang, who was still locked in the cabinet just behind her. Chapter 24. The Three Little Bears' House 11. Zhao Liang was doomed. After digging for over 10 minutes without unearthing the ginseng, he knew his demise was inevitable. Unlike Tong Qian, whose arm was merely grazed by the bear's paw, resulting in a manageable wound, Zhao Yang's right arm had been entirely devoured by the carnivorous flora, leaving behind a gruesome gash from which his lifeblood gushed forth like an unrestrained faucet. He lay prostrate in a pool of his own blood, his complexion ashen. His parched, pallid lips quivered as his remaining hands struggled to retrieve 2 items from his bulging pocket. In a previous instance, Zhao Yang had discovered that the possessions of deceased players did not vanish. By scavenging corpses, he had amassed a collection of items. However, his ineptitude had led him to squander the useful ones, leaving him with these 2, which he had previously deemed insignificant. He gazed at the objects in his hand, a crudely sewn doll made of soiled white cloth and a diminutive key. The doll had belonged to a female player whom Zhao Liang and another unscrupulous player had double-crossed. They discovered that before her demise, she had clutched the doll, but her life had ebbed away before she could utilize it. Upon acquiring it, Zhao Yang was overcome with a belated sense of dread. It was a doll that extended life, but its activation requirements were stringent. It could only be used when one was on the verge of death, and its sole purpose was to prolong the user's life by 30 minutes. In essence, using the item merely postponed the inevitable. Zhao Yang had carried it with him, and used, until now, the other item, the key, he had obtained in his previous instance. It was an escape tool for players trapped in dire situations, though it was ineffective in supernatural instances. A fierce resentment ignited in Zhao Liang and Appo's once dim eyes. He clutched the cloth doll, which gradually dissolved into his palm. A few stars twinkled in the dark night sky, while the vibrant flowers nearby exuded an intoxicating fragrance. Beside them, on the earth, lay the one-armed man, his body surrounded by a large pool of blood that the earth greedily absorbed. Zhao Yang muttered incoherently, "You'll all die. If I can't escape, I'll drag you down with me as my accomplices." Cheng Miao and Bai Jiang were preoccupied with the increasingly deranged bear cub and paid little attention to Qi Jia. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yang materialized behind Qi Jia, his face pale and his expression twisted beyond recognition, resembling a malevolent specter. "Since I've set my sights on you, you'll accompany me to the netherworld, ha 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 ha." Zhao Yang roared, his face contorted, as he lunged at Qi Jia. Fortunately, Qi Jia's reaction was swift, and she had a protective item, which prevented her from being splattered with blood. Regaining her footing, Qi Jia disregarded Zhao Liang and Appo's bizarre appearance and his sudden emergence from the closet. She took a running start, positioned herself behind Zhao Liang, and launched herself into the air, delivering a powerful kick to his back with all her might. Having lost an arm, Zhao Liang was already off balance. The force of the kick sent him sprawling forward, landing squarely behind the agitated brown bear. Sensing someone approaching from behind, the bear cub whirled around, its bloodshot eyes locking onto the dazed Zhao Liang. No, stay away. Help, help. Ah, although Zhao Liang was already dead, the pain and fear were still palpable. He screamed and thrashed. The bear cub seized Zhao Liang in its paw, and a pungent stench of blood filled the air. The scene was brutal and gory. Cheng Miao averted her gaze, while Bai Jiang observed Qi Jia dusting herself off. This young woman, seemingly delicate, possessed a sharp mind, quick reflexes, and a ruthless streak. She's a promising prospect, Bai Jiang thought. Recalling his mentor's words, instances can be tackled in groups. If you encounter a promising novice, remember to invite them to join our guild. Bai Jiang composed himself and approached Qi Jia, a smile forming on his lips. However, as Qi Jia looked up, he noticed a lingering ferocity and morbidity in her eyes, creating a jarring contrast with her delicate features. Startled, Bai Jiang retracted his hand, which had been reaching out to pat Qi Jia and Appo's shoulder, and awkwardly changed his intended words. Are you all right? Did you fall? Qi Jia stared at Bai Jiang for a moment, until he felt a shiver run down his spine. Then, she giggled and tilted her head. I and Appo's, am fine, thank you, big brother. Having eliminated an eyesore, Qi Jia was in high spirits. So much so that she did not mind exchanging a few pleasantries with Bai Jiang. At that moment, Qi Jia was like a doll removed from its exquisite packaging, revealing her true nature. Ignoring Bai Jiang and Appo's bewildered expression, Qi Jia turned to face Cheng Miao, who was approaching. Cheng Miao glanced at Qi Jia and Appo's face and gently patted her head. What did Appo's with that expression? Get rid of it. Bai Jiang strategically retreated, fearing that Qi Jia would revert to her previous savage state. However, Qi Jia remained still for a moment, then seemed even more pleased than before. She smiled and tugged at Cheng Miao and Appo's sleeve. Okay, this woman is truly intriguing, making the instance much more enjoyable, she mused. Bai Jiang trembled beside her. I can't Appo's afford to offend them. One is a Yandere, and the other is probably not entirely normal if she and Appo's is not afraid of the Yandere. These novices are terrifying. Bai Jiang composed himself and cast a complex gaze at the pacified bear cub. It calmed down after killing someone. Cheng Miao disentangled Qi Jia and Appo's grip on her sleeve, but Qi Jia persisted. After several attempts, Cheng Miao gave up and allowed Qi Jia to cling to her. Distracted, Cheng Miao spoke to Bai Jiang. Now that it's quiet, we can leave it alone. Once the bear mother finishes making the toy, we can clear the instance. Bai Jiang nodded and went to assist Tong Qian out of the kitchen. As they passed the pool of blood, Tong Qian's face paled, and she averted her gaze. Her eyes reflected a desire for revenge, as well as a subtle sense of helplessness in the face of fate. Cheng Miao, with the tail in tow, approached the bear mother, who was oblivious to their presence. In fact, the bear mother had remained unfazed by the bear cub and Appo's earlier rampage, continuing her needlework. A small pair of overalls now lay beside the basket. Though small in comparison to the bear mother, the overalls would comfortably fit Cheng Miao and Tong Qian. Cheng Miao, her expression grave, carried the overalls over. It seems that one of us will have to play the role of the toy and wear this outfit. Bai Jiang va Appo's fei daken. This isn't the key to clearing the instance. It's a trap. Cheng Miao pondered for a moment, then whispered. The passage to clear the instance will only appear once the bear cub receives the toy and is satisfied. The person acting as the toy will indeed face great risk. Cheng Miao sensed that the instance was subtly creating situations that would lead to conflict among the players. Violence was not prohibited, and the best way to select a toy would be to use force to coerce the weaker players. However, this would contradict the game's supposed fairness. Cheng Miao was perplexed, but the sky was beginning to lighten, leaving them with no time to waste. Tong Qian likely had the same thoughts as Cheng Miao. Her face pale, she scanned the group, noting that no one seemed inclined to force her to become the toy. She was about to speak when Bai Jiang interjected, I'll do it. I and Appo's am relatively skilled, and I have items that can protect me. Bai Jiang reasoned that he was the only man present. Cheng Miao had already volunteered to be the bait. Tong Qian had barely survived, and Qi Jiejie was merely a teenager. He could not bring himself to let them become the toy. With that, Bai Jiang began to put on the overalls, first stepping into the legs and then pulling them up. Could someone help me? I am stuck. Chapter 25. The home of the three little bears. The suspenders were stuck tightly around Bai Jiang and Amp. Oppo's waist, making it impossible to pull them up or down. The two straps dangling precariously. Cheng Miao sighed, shaking her head at Bai Jiang. You simply cannot wear this. With a resigned breath, she took the suspenders back. I suppose I shall handle this. It seemed prudent to gather more tools in the future. Had it not been for their resources, Tong Qian would not have survived this long, and they would have struggled to complete the final challenge. Upon hearing Cheng Miao's intention to become a toy, Qi Jiejie and Amp, Oppo's previously uplifted lips instantly drooped. She yanked hard on Cheng Miao and Amp, Oppo's clothing, causing her to stumble, and bewildered, Cheng Miao questioned, What on earth is wrong with you? Bai Jiang, witnessing the familiar manic glint in Qi Jiejie's eyes, took a cautious step back. Must one be alive to become a toy? Qi Jiejie and Amp, Oppo's chilling inquiry left the group in stunned silence. Or else what? The dead? She released her grip on Cheng Miao and Amp, Oppo's clothing and pointed at the still-seated bear baby. Zhao Yang's head had merely been detached. He had not been consumed. The group exchanged glances, speechless. Cheng Miao frowned in disagreement. That's merely your conjecture. What if you're mistaken? Qi Jiejie, her expression unyielding, retorted, What if you're wrong? The rules never stipulated that only the living can serve as toys. Cheng Miao remained unfazed, countering. As you said, Zhao Yang's head has been severed. How can that serve as a toy? After a brief silence, Qi Jiejie's voice softened a notch. Perhaps Mama Bear might sew it back together. Tong Qian and Bai Jiang exchanged horrified glances, unable to fathom such a scenario. Cheng Miao pressed her forehead, eager to dismiss Qi Jiejie's absurdity, hoping her silence might quell the nonsense. Qi Jiejie, biting her lip and maintaining a stern demeanor, nodded and, without waiting for further discussion, scurried to place Zhao Liang and Amp, Oppo's severed head beside Mama Bear. The sight of the petite girl struggling to drag the headless, rotund body was nothing short of shocking. Bai Jiang and Cheng Miao held their breaths, forcing themselves to ignore the gruesome sight of the mutilated neck as they hastily dragged the corpse beside Mama Bear. With no hope remaining, Cheng Miao placed the suspenders atop the lifeless body and stepped back. Qi Jiejie, noticing Mama Bear and Amp, Oppo's disinterest in the corpse, inexplicably seized the suspenders and tossed them, causing Mama Bear and Amp, Oppo's needlework to tumble to the ground. Good heavens, this lunatic! Cheng Miao cursed, her fingers instinctively reaching for Lu Shui and Amp, Oppo's jump rope, fixated on Mama Bear. Bai Jiang positioned himself protectively behind Tong Qian, tearing a necklace from around his neck. The tension in the air was palpable, yet Mama Bear appeared oblivious, bending down to retrieve the fallen needlework, her gaze brightening upon spotting Zhao Liang's corpse. In a chilling moment, the massive fishbone needle pierced through flesh, binding the severed head to the body with twine. Blood continued to drip as the half-sewn head drooped like a poorly crafted scarecrow, its eyes wide open, staring lifelessly at the group. Tong Qian could no longer suppress her nausea and rushed to find a place to vomit. Bai Jiang, standing behind Cheng Miao, cast a horrified glance at Qi Jiejie, realizing she had indeed stumbled upon a possible solution to their predicament. Qi Jiejie turned her attention back, her previous fury and aggression replaced by an unexpected smile, humming a tune as she looked at Cheng Miao, resembling a child eager for parental praise after acing a test. Cheng Miao noted the absurdity of the situation. She's a clever girl, albeit a bit extreme in her quest for attention. Her sharp tongue may be a flaw, but outside of this realm, she can adapt. With a hint of sarcasm, she added, her capabilities within the scenario are commendable, though she does exhibit a touch of recklessness. Bai Jiang was left speechless, pondering the extent of Qi Jiejie's eccentricity. In truth, Cheng Miao felt Qi Jiejie required intervention. her erratic behavior, while unique in its approach to problem-solving, posed a significant risk to her well-being. Their ultimate goal was to return to the real world. And should Chi Jiajia continue on this path, she would emerge as nothing more than a socially maladjusted individual, unable to reintegrate into modern society. Mama Bear, swift in her actions, quickly stitched the suspenders to Zhao Liang's body, rendering it almost indistinguishable from a living being. Chi Jiajia produced her own rope, looping it around the corpse, and the group collectively pulled it before the bear baby. With an excited howl, the bear baby, previously lost in thought, beheld the life-size toy and erupted in joy. The door swung open, revealing a previously sealed fence. "Run!" Cheng Miao exclaimed as dawn broke, the sun rising with astonishing speed. The two bears, who had been engrossed in fishing and embroidery, began to stir. Chi Jiajia sprinted after Cheng Miao, while Bai Jiang hoisted Tong Qian onto his shoulder, urging, "Faster! They're right behind us!" Tong Qian, perched on Bai Jiang and Appo's shoulder, watched in horror as the three bears abandoned their tasks, moving with alarming swiftness to pursue them. Compared to the previous day, their speed had dramatically escalated. The group dared not look back, pushing forward into the chaos. As Cheng Miao heard the enraged roars of the brown bear gradually fade into the distance. In mere moments, they found themselves enveloped in familiar darkness. Tong Qian, bewildered by the lack of a debriefing following the scenario, felt Bai Jiang gently set her down. "This chapter is complete. My travel currency should suffice for a lodging. I intend to seek out my mentor at the Pigeon Inn." After a brief silence, Bai Jiang continued, "Cheng Miao, if you wish to join our club, we would be honored. When you level up, you may choose this inn. We have members there." As before, Cheng Miao found herself enveloped in tangible darkness, no longer scrutinizing her surroundings. Are there specific distinctions among the inns? Roach dormitories, mosquito-infested shelters, the Pigeon Inn. It seems they simply assign names based on the front desk and amp. Oppo's identity, leaving the mysteries unexamined. Her mentor had mentioned that they were largely similar, albeit with varying personalities among the staff. Partnering in the game was undeniably safer than venturing alone. Many players formed alliances, necessitating that members share the same inn. Bai Jiang sensed that Cheng Miao might not seek out his club. Yet in this instance, she had exerted the most effort, and any information she could provide would serve as a form of reciprocation. Cheng Miao offered her thanks, but refrained from further conversation, and Bai Jiang, understanding, turned his attention to Tong Qian. "As a newcomer, you have also performed admirably. Our club welcomes you." Chapter 26. I have become a senior dormitory resident. Tong Qian was taken aback. Unable to see anyone in the darkness, she hurriedly replied, "Thank you. Thank you. I will definitely consider it." Suddenly, a cold chuckle startled Bai Jiang, who wondered internally why he was frightened by a little girl. He forced a smile. "Jiajia, we are very welcoming." Chi Jiajia fell silent again, and Bai Jiang, not daring to provoke this little sovereign, closed his mouth. The game notification chimed. Players Cheng Miao, Bai Jiang, Chi Jiajia, and Tong Qian successfully completed the dungeon, the home of the three little bears, earning a reward of 200 travel coins. Player Cheng Miao contributed the most in the home of the three little bears, receiving 150 travel coins. Player Cheng Miao was rated for performance in the dungeon, the home of the three little bears, with a completion rate of 100, earning 400 travel coins. In total, player Cheng Miao earned 750 travel coins from the dungeon, with a remaining balance of 807. Cheng Miao assisted Papa Bear and Mama Bear in fulfilling their wishes, earning the item, Fishbone Dagger. Usage, a dagger made from fish bones by Papa and Mama Bear. It can help you attack enemies and has a certain chance to deflect close-range damage. Frequent use can upgrade it. Cheng Miao discovered a hidden item, a ginseng that had been bitten. Usage, can heal all external injuries. As the settlement concluded, they returned to the cockroach dormitory. Not hearing the settlements of others, it appeared that aside from the shared completion points, the abilities of the items acquired individually remained confidential. When Cheng Miao opened her eyes, she had already returned outside the cockroach dormitory, standing next to Chi Jiajia, who was squinting her eyes with an evidently good mood. Chi Jiajia instinctively tugged at Cheng Miao's clothing, and Cheng Miao, with an exasperated glance at her, reluctantly accepted the receipt that Jia handed over, combining it with her own lodging voucher to present to the cockroach at the entrance. Both of you may check into the senior dormitory. The fee for the senior dormitory is 200 travel coins. Would you like to proceed with the payment? Upon hearing this serious tone, Cheng Miao recognized it was her younger brother, Ale. After narrowly escaping, he now looked rather dapper. The two of you can enter the dungeon in 3 days. If you successfully complete it, you may choose your accommodation in advance. Alang produced a tattered housing booklet, hastily sketched with various styles of houses, accompanied by crooked annotations. Pigeon Inn, Turtle Dove Inn, Parrot Inn, Mina Inn. It seemed that all inns were bird-themed. Jia stretched her neck to take a look, careful not to get too close to Alang. Indeed, Alang stated earnestly, each inn has a different front desk personality. Miss Pigeon is very gentle. Grandfather Mina has a slightly poor temper, but his age grants him much experience. If you win his favor, you might gain valuable information. Jia nodded, but said nothing, casually flipping through the pages without showing any signs of making a decision. Cheng Miao cast her gaze at her before stepping forward to register. I will go to the Parrot Inn. Jia raised an eyebrow. I will go too. Please write one for me as well. Cheng Miao twitched her lips, turning to meet Jia's gaze with an impassive expression. Jia, appearing less gloomy than in the dungeon, feigned a compliant demeanor while looking at Cheng Miao. Cheng Miao, I wouldn't oppose to believe you even if I tried. We are well suited to team up. Jia smiled, observing Cheng Miao and Amp. Oppose, displeased expression. Ah, you don't and Amp? Oppose. Do you want me to follow? The more you resist, the more I will. Cheng Miao sighed. You know I dislike children, right? Jia nodded. I know. Cheng Miao, feeling a sense of despair, asked, do you have a masochistic tendency? Jia eagerly nodded. Yes. Cheng Miao, let out an expletive. Fine, come along if you wish. Jia pushed past the dazed Cheng Miao, penning down a few words, and slid the booklet over. Done. Let an Amp. Oppose. Let's go in. Cheng Miao, uninterested in lingering outside, stepped through the door, with Jia skipping behind her, humming an off-key tune. As they approached the entrance, hurried footsteps echoed from afar. Wait, don't leave me behind. That sounds like Zhao Yang's voice. Hearing the voice of someone who had perished in the dungeon, Jia felt no fear nor guilt about the situation, but rather curiosity, stopping to stretch her neck and gaze. If he doesn't enter now, he will witness a gruesome scene. Cheng Miao stood at the door, her perspective limited to Jia in the light outside. Everything else was not clearly visible. It seemed that the senior dormitory was already considering the emotional state of its guests. Unlike the lower-tier dormitory, where one could easily witness the bloody fates of failures, significantly lowering mental morale. Really? Can I watch from here? Jia inquired with interest, while Cheng Miao, twitching her lips, turned back, realizing Jia hid a dark side beneath her youthful appearance. However, Cheng Miao found herself intrigued by this genre in real life, having not expected to experience it firsthand, resulting in a touch of PTSD. Indeed, the youth's capacity for acceptance was remarkable. After a moment of reflection, knowing that Jia had paid for her stay and would be safe outside, Cheng Miao turned to examine the senior dormitory. The environment of the senior dormitory was considerably improved, with gleaming white walls and neatly arranged beds, each adorned with a small night lamp above. A bedside table stood beside each bed, although personal spaces were still separated by curtains. Cheng Miao tested a bed and was pleasantly surprised by the effective sound insulation of the thin curtain, blocking not only external noise, but also light. As long as the guests turned off the night lamps, they could enjoy a good night's sleep in a relatively dark and quiet environment. Quite thoughtful, Cheng Miao silently praised. Having claimed an empty bed, the small night lamp above it illuminated automatically, indicating occupancy. Cheng Miao noticed the supply shop was devoid of any insects, likely because the two brothers were still outside, enjoying a meal. With no desire to witness that scene, Cheng Miao finally found a shower room with warm water and took a refreshing shower. Thank goodness there was a curtain in the shower room. She grumbled while drying her hair, for even in uncertain circumstances, she preferred not to share a bath with the opposite gender. Upon returning to her bed, she discovered that Jia had occupied the adjacent bed, seemingly knowing precisely which one belonged to Cheng Miao. The little girl was now lying down, humming a tune, her feet clad in red shoes swinging over the edge of the bed. Hearing footsteps, Chi Jijia propped herself up, confirming it was Cheng Miao, and she smiled sweetly, her round, cat-like eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. What a coincidence, Chi Jijia said, tilting her head in greeting. Chapter 27. The taming of the mad and delicate Cheng Miao held no particular fondness for children, and her feelings towards Chi Jijia were neutral. She had never contemplated forming a team with the young girl, for the mad and delicate were too perilous. Ever since Bai Jiang had mentioned the club at the settlement point of the dungeon, Cheng Miao began to deliberate. She sought a team, as it was indeed more advantageous than venturing alone. However, the prospect of directly joining the club was not appealing to her. On one hand, she experienced a degree of social anxiety, preferring to avoid interaction and the challenge of assimilating into an already cohesive group. On the other hand, the club was vast, making it inevitable that some members would remain peripheral. She found this situation unpalatable. Bai Jiang was amiable, possessing a balanced demeanor along with a commendable sense of morality and empathy. Yet, she remained unfamiliar with his senior and had no desire to rely on others. Thus, she never considered seeking him out at the Sparrow Inn. As for Chi Jijia, Cheng Miao glanced down to see the little girl playing with the curtains, causing the small compartment to flicker in and out of light. Sighing, she reminded herself that there was at least one more dungeon to navigate before contemplating the matter of forming a team. Your abilities are commendable, yet you seem reluctant for me to accompany you and resort to underhanded tactics to alter my accommodation details. Quite amusing, Cheng Miao mused. Chi Jijia, having lowered the curtain, propped her chin on her hand and scrutinized Cheng Miao from head to toe. There are plenty of good people, sister. You must acclimatize. Tong Qian nearly lost her life because of you. Cheng Miao absently touched the damp ends of her hair, tossing her towel onto the bedside table, her long, lustrous hair cascading freely. Observing Cheng Miao's demeanor, Chi Jijia felt a sudden urge to take a shower, yet hesitated, reluctant to remain in her blood-soaked clothes. Upon hearing Cheng Miao's comment, she responded rather dismissively, "Well, I took care of her afterward." Cheng Miao shook her head internally. The young girl possessed a sense of right and wrong and understood the nuances of human relationships, yet she simply disliked them. Debts must be repaid. Once settled, all would be clear. Feelings were nearly non-existent. If I did nothing, why do you cling to me? Chi Jijia instantly resembled a cat with its tail stepped on, her eyes widening in indignation. Who is clinging to you? I merely hold you in high regard. Do you think anyone can just form a team with me? Cheng Miao regarded Chi Jijia with an expressionless countenance, perceiving her as someone with intermittent personality shifts and persistent psychological issues. Noticing the grocery store had opened, Cheng Miao swiftly evaded the suddenly irate Chi Jijia's outburst and made her way towards the shop. Chi Jijia glared at Cheng Miao as she distanced herself, about to follow, but then grimaced at her own dress, her expression darkening further. "Welcome. Why are you here again?" The tone revealed it was a Zhang. Cheng Miao could tell they had become somewhat familiar after a couple of encounters. She greeted him adeptly. "I came to confirm that your previous assurance of providing me with high-quality meals on your premises remains valid?" "Indeed," Zhang spat out through gritted teeth. What was with this person? Everyone else treated the front desk with utmost respect or kept their distance. Why was she trying to exploit him? Cheng Miao nodded in satisfaction. One could not perpetually be at the mercy of the game's demands. It was essential to seize opportunities to reap the benefits of capitalism when possible. "Are you on familiar terms with the front desk at the Parrot Inn? Given our relationship, would you care to make an introduction?" Cheng Miao had now disregarded Zhang's appearance entirely and felt comfortable enough to engage in close conversation. Zhang longed for the stiff and fearful girl she once encountered, wondering what the game had wrought. How had such a demure girl transformed into someone so audacious? "Not familiar, never heard of her, don't know her." Zhang replied coldly, devoid of expression. Cheng Miao sighed in disappointment. "Well then, can your grocery store actually sell anything?" "Oh, there's business to be had." Zhang perked up. Sure, a fair exchange open to all. What do you wish to sell?" "Nothing much." Cheng Miao glanced at Zhang, waved her hand dismissively. I was merely inquiring. I mainly came to urge you to hasten the meal preparations. I've been famished in the game for half a day. Oh, take your time. Get lost. Hurry up. After imparting her bad mood to the front desk, Cheng Miao intended to leave with a pleasant disposition, only to suddenly spot Chi Jia standing beside the counter, unsure of how long she had been there. Welcome. Finally, another guest. Zhang greeted happily. What would you like? Young lady? Chi Jia, now devoid of her earlier ire, stood next to Cheng Miao with a blank expression and politely stated, I would like to place an order. Zhang rubbed his tentacles together in excitement. All right, the prices are the same for low, medium, and high-end meals. Which package would you prefer? Chi Jia glanced up at Cheng Miao. What package do you have? High-end. 3 days of high-end meals? You truly are affluent. Zhang's heart is crushed. Chi Jia's expression turned complex. She had seen Cheng Miao's prowess in the dungeon and was astonished by her capabilities. It was clear Cheng Miao did not require her as a teammate. If she failed to improve, it was likely that Cheng Miao would not allow her to join even if she pursued her to the Parrot Inn. Having finally encountered someone intriguing, she could not let her slip away. Cheng Miao glanced at the price list and then at Chi Jia's enigmatic smile. Forget it. Ashan and Amp, Oppos, bicker with a child. Oh no. Given that you performed quite well in the dungeon, I'll cover half your costs. 3 days of solely bread would be unwise. However, Chi Jia was not inclined to accept this offer, taken aback by Cheng Miao's words. Truly, there existed a kind-hearted individual who meddled in others and Oppos' affairs. How amusing it was that such a person still existed within the game. Chi Jia's smile widened. Reminiscent of Lu Shui. We're not even teammates yet. You need not worry about me. I will have a medium meal. The latter part was directed at Zhang. Very well. Thank you for your patronage. Zhang, expressionless, processed the payment and felt no fondness towards Chi Jia. What a splendid opportunity to have Cheng Miao, this stingy individual, spend some money at his establishment. Why did the young girl refuse? Chi Jia's smile faded as she cast a puzzled glance at Zhang, whose demeanor had turned notably unwelcoming. Yet, she harbored no interest in anyone besides Cheng Miao and did not wait for a response before sauntering off. During dinner, Cheng Miao relished her chicken leg meal, while Chi Jia returned from washing her hands, only to discover a boiled egg beside the bread she had placed on the bedside table. Chi Jia's expression shifted slightly as she pursed her lips, glancing at Cheng Miao, who was engrossed in her meal, but unlike before, she did not toss the egg away. She tapped the egg against the cabinet, clumsily peeling off the shell, and began eating the imperfect egg with great seriousness. At home, she had never consumed such bland eggs. Her parents insisted that the chef expend considerable effort to transform the eggs into floral shapes before she would take a couple of bites. However, in this small bunk, Chi Jia savored the first egg she had ever peeled herself, eating it diligently, bite by bite. Chapter 28. Comfort and misfortune. Cheng Miao gazed curiously at the girl across from her, who was happily swaying her feet while devouring a boiled egg. Chi Jia was indeed a profoundly contradictory person. She was intelligent, quick-witted, and adept at identifying the flaws within the scenario. Yet, her mental state was exceedingly unstable. At times, she appeared more obedient than the average child her age, while at other moments, she exhibited the traits of a complete psychopath. More often than not, if her desires were thwarted, she would explode like an overinflated balloon, injuring herself and those around her. From Chi Jia's occasional normal behavior and her choice of attire, it was evident she hailed from a very affluent family. Had her parents not noticed their daughter's issues? It seemed that Chi Jia had not received any psychological counseling. The egg lacked flavor, yet in the following days, Chi Jia discovered one each morning on her bedside table, consuming it silently and thoroughly. In the communal dormitory, there was little to occupy their time. Everyone was relatively new. Some, with lower resilience, still appeared somewhat disoriented. Others exhibited a strong sense of vigilance towards everyone, uncertain of what had transpired within the scenario, and would shout loudly whenever someone approached. Thus, despite the clamor in the dormitory, there was a conspicuous absence of heartfelt conversations, replaced instead by venting frustrations over their fates. Only Cheng Miao would consistently meander over to converse with the cockroach brothers, occasionally hearing Zhang tremble with rage as he screamed at her to keep her distance and refrain from trying to take advantage of him. At such moments, Chi Jia would envision SpongeBob SquarePants, infuriated by Mr. Krabs, shrieking alongside Patrick. Every day, Chi Jia followed like a little tail, her mouth often unable to articulate anything kind. When Cheng Miao rebuffed her in a few words, she sometimes became expressionless and tugged at her braids, while at other times she would joyfully circle around Cheng Miao, repeating this cycle with unwavering enthusiasm. Cheng Miao observed Chi Jia's increasingly disheveled hair and remarked, "Why not just wear it down? Who would know if you're a player or a ghost in this scenario?" Chi Jia felt helpless. Despite her disgust, she continued to wear those dirty clothes. Cheng Miao was making money hand over fist, earning more from one dungeon than an ordinary person might from 2 or 3, while Chi Jia struggled to keep up. If she used her points to buy clothes, she risked falling behind, and once that happened, she might lose track of everyone else. Seeing Chi Jia's formerly sleek braids now frizzed out like a bird's nest, Cheng Miao felt a pang of sympathy. Chi Jia was quite particular about her appearance, and an air of despondency enveloped her. "What are you staring at?" "I wanted Oppo's tea braided," Cheng Miao shrugged, hoping not to pressure her further, for she truly had no skill in that area. Chi Jia seemed lost in thought, chuckling softly, her cat-like eyes narrowing playfully. "Why don't you give it a try?" 20 minutes later, Chi Jia sported a high ponytail, appearing much more spirited, albeit the style was so tight that her round, cat-like eyes appeared slightly elevated. "Perhaps I should have someone else help you," Cheng Miao mused, feeling a twinge of guilt at Chi Jia's theatrical appearance reminiscent of a peaking opera performer. "Not necessary," Chi Jia replied, tugging at the hair tie, feeling her scalp relax a bit, her eyes returning to their normal state. "It's fine." Noticing another Indamp, Oppo's, gaze upon them, Cheng Miao turned to see a middle-aged woman nearby, frequently glancing in Chi Jia's direction. The warmth and affection in the woman's eyes suggested a maternal longing, as if she had recognized a long-lost daughter. Cheng Miao smirked, "That kind of Annie would suit you perfectly. I found out the other day that completing the dungeon grants a free opportunity to change destinations. If you wish to change after arriving, it will cost you." Chi Jia followed Cheng Miao's gaze, and the aunt's eyes brightened as if she had seen a long-absent child, her eyes reddening instantly. Chi Jia looked at her calmly and shook her head. "I'm not suited for her. Being together would only increase our danger." "Oh, has the sickly child suddenly found enlightenment?" Cheng Miao wondered, observing the expression Chi Jia wore. The once tender-hearted woman now appeared as if she had seen a ghost, her face paling as she turned away. Chi Jia grinned. "See? I told you she wooed an Indamp. Oppo's. Do. She is far too timid." "Well, that Indamp. Oppo's. That's not the case." Cheng Miao replied with a slight smirk. "With your temperament, who could tolerate you aside from your parents?" Chi Jia lay back on her bed, blissfully ignoring the mention of family, instead humming an unfamiliar tune. The melody was repetitive, sounding both monotonous and eerie. Cheng Miao ceased engaging with the erratically behaving Chi Jia, drawing the bed curtains and counting sheep in vain. Sleep eluded her, and instead she found herself salivating at the thought of a roasted whole lamb. Sitting up in the dim light, Cheng Miao began to play with a fishbone dagger in her hand. This dagger was a reward from the last dungeon, though it appeared rather crude. Measuring about 7 or 8 inches, its surface gleamed, with a sharp tip and a makeshift handle bound with coarse rope. Although it was termed a dagger, the thin, pointed bone lacked a blade, resembling a rudimentary version of an piercing weapon. Cheng Miao found it manageable. Not easily injuring herself, she aimed the dagger's tip at the table and struck down, discovering its sharpness to be quite effective, though it could only puncture small holes. Cheng Miao stared at the row of tiny holes in the bedside table, lost in thought. In just a few minutes, we'll enter the dungeon. Chi Jia called from outside Cheng Miao's curtain. This was one of her redeeming qualities. Despite her reckless nature, she maintained boundaries in certain matters, such as privacy. "Do not trust anyone easily once we enter the dungeon," Cheng Miao advised as she drew back the curtain, locking eyes with Chi Jia. It will be a blessing if you do not harm others. Just focus on surviving. The game is fair to all. Each dungeon is tailored to the individual's capabilities and will not exceed a player's limits. If Chi Jiajia wishes to return alive, she must rely solely on herself. This game, and every subsequent one, is as much for Chi Jiajia as it is for Cheng Miao. They both dance on a tightrope above the abyss, with no room for failure. Chi Jiajia glanced up at Cheng Miao, the dim light casting a beautiful glow on her cat-like eyes. In a faint, almost inaudible voice, she spoke. But before Cheng Miao could decipher her words, darkness enveloped her. When she opened her eyes again, the familiar dormitory was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a towering building loomed before her, appearing unremarkable at first glance, flanked by lush banyan trees swaying gently in the breeze. Were it not for the dungeon setting, it could have been a tranquil place. Cheng Miao surveyed her surroundings. 8 individuals were present, none of whom were Chi Jiajia. Following the group, they approached the structure. A library? Mused a tall, burly man with a bushy beard, his voice laced with curiosity. Cheng Miao followed his gaze and confirmed it. A neatly hung sign read, Knowledge Library. Chapter 29, The Secrets of Chongfu. Part 1. Li Cheng, sporting a scruffy beard, had already settled into the guest house with his teammates. The group of 4 stood together, while the remaining 4 consisted of Cheng Miao, a youth with dyed yellow hair, a muscular man, and a rather naive-looking high school boy. Let's head inside. It seems this task requires us to enter the library, Li Cheng stated succinctly, leading his teammates into the library without further ado. The muscular man, though imposing, appeared inexperienced, glancing around before approaching the 2 with yellow hair, and they followed suit. Cheng Miao cast a glance at the high school boy, who was watching her with timid eyes, and sighed, Let us go in. Once the 8 entered the library, they were awestruck by the towering bookshelves that seemed to stretch into infinity. The library was meticulously categorized, each section of shelves resembling a vast ocean, with no end in sight. Damn, the muscular man exclaimed, and Cheng Miao shot a glance at his bulging arm, realizing he was not particularly adept at intellectual pursuits. Ding! Welcome players to the major instance, the world within books. Please complete the tasks and clear the instance. This instance is a special team instance. Players must pair up. The instance will select one of the books you have read as the backdrop. Once teams are formed, the instance will commence. Brother Cheng, what kind of instance mode is this? There are no hints, and we have to form teams on our own. It can't be a competitive instance, can it? A slender man from Li Cheng's team appeared anxious. They were a cohesive group of 4, and if it were indeed a competitive instance, it would lead to internal strife. Don't worry. I've heard from an experienced player that instances 1T arrange for players to combat each other. You're just overthinking things due to excessive reading, Li Cheng. As the leader, calmed the group with a few reassuring words. Cheng Miao remained silent, but she shared his sentiment, surmising that the group division was due to differing objectives. Observing as Li Cheng's team naturally split into 2 smaller groups, the remaining 4 exchanged glances for a moment. The muscular man hesitated between the high school boy and the youth with yellow hair, clearly disregarding Cheng Miao, the only female present. What are you thinking? Yes, just a kid. Do you really expect him to contribute in the instance? The youth with yellow hair spat, his impatience betraying a hint of anxiety. The muscular man pondered this and quickly moved to the side of the youth with yellow hair. The high school boy, feeling a bit lost, turned to Cheng Miao. His clean features somewhat overshadowed by his slight frame and moist eyes reminiscent of a large, long-haired hunting dog. Cheng Miao. The high school boy cautiously approached Cheng Miao, careful not to stand too close. Observing her indifferent expression, he sensed she did not reject his presence, causing his tense shoulders to relax slightly. Team formation successful. Please hold on as we extract information from your minds to create the instance. As they realized they would not enter the instance immediately, the group's taut nerves began to ease. The muscular man plopped down to sit, while Li Cheng's team began to survey the library's layout. Cheng Miao wandered aimlessly, eventually finding herself near the section on ancient literature. The high school boy jogged a couple of steps to catch up, watching her scan the shelves with keen interest. Summoning his courage, he spoke up. Hello, I'm Lin Zhu, with the 3 dots of water. Cheng Miao nodded. I'm Cheng Miao. Lin Zhu relaxed slightly. This older sister didn't seem as aloof as he had feared, emboldening him to ask, "What are you reading?" "Nothing much," Cheng Miao replied, her fingers gliding over the rough spines of the books. "I'm just pondering which book we might enter." Lin Zhu frowned. "I just hope it's not from the books I've been reading lately." Cheng Miao observed the somewhat handsome boy's downcast expression and recalled the adolescent novels boys often enjoyed. Her curiosity piqued. "What have you been reading lately?" "The 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation." Cheng Miao. Lin Zhu perked up, then Sister Miao. "What kind of books do you enjoy?" Cheng Miao forced a stiff smile. "I prefer horror novels." Lin Zhu. Nearby, the muscular man's bewildered voice chimed in. "What's with this mysterious instance? Why is it centered around books?" "I don't really read much. Just those that can't pass the review." The youth with yellow hair added. "Same here." Cheng Miao. Lin Zhu. The others. It seemed this instance was destined to become quite unreliable. A prompt interrupted their conversation. Players are loading into the instance. The Secrets of Changfu. Hint: the lady of the Chao family. Cheng Miao opened her eyes to find herself in an antique room, with Lin Zhu sitting beside her on a heated calm. Dressed in a cloud-patterned brocade robe, his hair neatly styled, enhancing his already pleasing appearance. Lin Zhu stared at Cheng Miao, momentarily entranced. Usually, she was tall and slender, clad in a simple white shirt and jeans, her long, flowing hair paired with an unapproachable demeanor, a quintessential cold beauty. Now she sat quietly, adorned in a pale blue short jacket and a glazed red skirt, her thick black hair elegantly pinned up with a white jade magnolia hairpin. She radiated both vitality and purity, leaving Lin Zhu momentarily speechless. "What are you staring at?" Cheng Miao met Lin Zhu's gaze, his deep blush awakening him from his daze. Sister Miao, you look beautiful." Cheng Miao thoughtfully approached the dressing table, lifting a bronze mirror to examine her reflection, her expression darkening. Lin Zhu leaned closer, noticing only a hazy silhouette in the mirror, puzzled. "Sister Miao, what's wrong? Is there an issue?" Cheng Miao touched her intricate hairstyle. "With our attire, we can be certain the instance backdrop is ancient." Lin Zhu nodded in agreement. Cheng Miao's expression soured. Ancient settings are often rife with superstitions. Lin Zhu suddenly realized. "Sister Miao, are you afraid of ghosts?" Cheng Miao's expression darkened further. "What do you mean I'm afraid of ghosts? Aren't you scared?" Lin Zhu shrank back, chuckling awkwardly. "I'm not scared. What's there to fear about ghosts?" Seeing his demeanor, which seemed genuine rather than a facade of bravado, Cheng Miao regarded him with newfound respect. Unexpectedly, the seemingly frail Lin Zhu was unafraid of ghosts. "Failing to top the exam is far more terrifying," Lin Zhu asserted earnestly. Cheng Miao. "Wonderful. The child is nearly driven to madness." Ding. Players Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu have unlocked the side quest, Relatives from Afar. Please immerse yourselves in your roles and rescue the son of the Chong family. As the prompt concluded, the atmosphere grew lively. The sounds of maids gossiping and footsteps echoed from outside. The flickering candles in the room cast bright reflections, indicating that the hour was already late. Chapter 30. The Secrets of the Chong Residence Part 2. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a man dressed as a steward who bowed respectfully to Cheng Miao. "Miss Chiao has been waiting for a while. Our master may return late today, and my lady requests that you and the young master meet with her first." Cheng Miao nodded with a smile, expressing her gratitude. Lin Zhu, still somewhat dazed, observed how Cheng Miao instantly transformed into the esteemed daughter of a prominent family. As they traversed the winding corridor, Cheng Miao engaged the steward in conversation, learning that she was Qiao Shui, the daughter of the Qiao family from the capital, and Lin Zhu was the second young master, Qiao Mu. Several years prior, the Qiao family had succumbed to a plague, and both the master and mistress did not survive. Although young, Cheng Miao now bore the responsibility of supporting her family. This visit was meant to strengthen ties with her father's old friends, hoping for mutual development and prosperity. Upon entering the main hall, Cheng Miao noticed a lady elegantly dressed, whose beauty was unparalleled. Even in reality, she had never encountered such a stunning woman. The lady exuded a captivating fragrance, rich yet not overpowering, evoking the image of a celestial being. "Miss Chiao, this is our Lady Chong," the steward kindly reminded, having developed a favorable impression of this young lady tasked with managing a vast estate despite her youth. "Greetings, Lady Cheng." Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu mimicked the customary greeting, uncertain of the precise etiquette of this era. Fortunately, Lady Cheng was unfazed, warmly assisting Cheng Miao to her feet. "You may call me sister as usual." Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu hesitantly complied, and after Lady Cheng inquired about their well-being, she encouraged them to feel at home. "Did you arrive so late? Are you hungry? Shall I have the servants prepare a late-night snack?" Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu, still navigating the uncertainties of their new environment, declined the offer, having eaten before entering the scenario. As night fell, it seemed unlikely that Master Cheng would arrive, and fearing that lingering too long might prompt Lady Cheng to send them away, Cheng Miao casually mentioned the Cheng family's young master. Lady Cheng smiled affectionately. "They are still asleep, quite young, and only concerned with eating and sleeping. Since it's late, perhaps you could return tomorrow to meet my nephew." Cheng Miao observed the genuine warmth in Lady Cheng's expression when she spoke of her children, sensing no pretense. After exchanging pleasantries, Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu retreated to their quarters. Given the dangers lurking in the scenario, Lin Zhu, seizing the cover of moonlight, decided to sleep outside Cheng Miao's room. "Sister Miao, it seems the young master in our task is just an infant. I wonder what surprises we may encounter." Lin Zhu rummaged through their quarters, but found no clues to the era, concluding it must be a fictional setting. "What if someone falls ill? We wouldn't know how to treat them. And if there are malevolent spirits, we can't exorcise them either." Lin Zhu, who was socially anxious around strangers, became quite chatty with those he was familiar with. Recalling the friend of ghosts attribute she had obtained in the abandoned courtyard scenario, Cheng Miao remained indifferent, uncertain of its utility. No one else has been seen. Who knows who is friend or foe? As Lin Zhu continued his chatter, Cheng Miao extinguished the candle in her room, and soon silence enveloped the night. Worrying about potential frightful occurrences, Cheng Miao counted sheep. Feeling a lack of direction in this scenario, unlike the previous two, where she had sensed imminent danger. Comforting herself with the thought of making the best of her situation, she eventually drifted into a light slumber. The following morning, the servants moved about quietly in the courtyard, waking Cheng Miao. Feeling refreshed, she seized the opportunity to accompany Lin Zhu, who had a habit of morning exercises, for a stroll around the Cheng residence. As the inner chambers were reserved for the family, Cheng Miao, as a distant relative, refrained from intruding and chose to wander in the garden instead. Though the Cheng family was merely of modest wealth, their garden was exquisitely maintained, filled with a myriad of blooming flowers that released a delightful fragrance. "Sister Miao, this scent resembles Lady Cheng's," Lin Zhu remarked, sniffing around. Cheng Miao nodded, recognizing that the ancients appreciated incense and floral sachets, and Lady Cheng was no exception. They engaged a maid watering the flowers, hoping to glean information about the Cheng family, but the maid was uninformed, stating, "How could we servants know the names and backgrounds of our masters?" Watching the maid scurry away, Lin Zhu sighed in disappointment. "I thought that in high society, there would be more gossip, yet these people seem so innocent." Cheng Miao, unbothered, continued toward the main hall, suggesting that perhaps a different approach might yield better results. "Later, you could offer some silver to the cook at the side entrance for inquiries." Lin Zhu slapped his forehead in realization. Of course, money can indeed open doors. We still have some coins left. In the garden, the peonies bloomed splendidly, vibrant and lush, with a few newly transplanted buds still tender, yet standing proudly among the blossoms, captivating even someone like Cheng Miao, who knew little about flowers. The steward, noticing Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu admiring the flowers, approached with a smile. "Master Cheng has a great fondness for peonies, and this particular variety was a precious gift from Luoyang." Cheng Miao feigned admiration. Such exquisite flowers must require considerable care. The steward, pride evident in his demeanor, replied, "Indeed, the monthly expenses for the flower house account for a third of the household's budget. However, I assure you, no flowers in the capital can rival those of the Cheng residence." Cheng Miao masked her astonishment and nodded in agreement. "Lady Cheng has awakened, and master is present. Allow me to escort you both to breakfast." Cheng Miao politely accepted the steward's guidance. Originally, The second master and mistress were to join, but the second master had fallen ill, and the mistress was preoccupied with two traveling physicians. Exchanging glances with Lin Zhu as they walked, they realized that these physicians were likely players in disguise, curious to know their identities and potential quests. After a 10-minute walk, they arrived at the dining area, where breakfast was already being served, allowing Cheng Miao to catch a glimpse of Master Chong, who had returned late the previous night. Master Chong appeared to be in his 30s, of unremarkable looks, yet possessing an air of scholarly demeanor. He greeted Cheng Miao with a cheerful smile. "What a surprise! My little cousin has grown into such a beautiful young lady." Lin Zhu furrowed his brow. Such remarks seemed inappropriate for a brother addressing his sister. Cheng Miao deftly sidestepped the hand reaching for her, thinking, "Brother, with a wife as beautiful as yours, you wouldn't find another even under a bright light. Yet you still wish to stray." Oh man. Chapter 31. The secrets of the Chong family. 3. Madame Chong appeared to have disregarded her husband's rather inappropriate remarks and warmly invited the two guests to take their seats. Realizing that there were no rigid customs regarding conversation during meals, Cheng Miao engaged in casual banter with Madame Chong. To her surprise, Madame Chong was remarkably reticent. Not only did she refrain from revealing her hometown or background, but after an extended dialogue, Cheng Miao could not even ascertain her surname. However, from the words of Lord Chong, Cheng Miao was able to refine her own persona. The Chiao family had once been closely allied with the Chong family, but following the devastating fire that struck the Chiao residence, despite Miss Chiao assuming the role of head of the family, their business had suffered considerable losses. The current state of the Chiao household was precarious, and while they claimed to be visiting to congratulate the Chong family on their new addition, their true intent lay in seeking assistance. "Sister-in-law, are there any peculiar rumors circulating around here?" After dinner, Cheng Miao accompanied the couple for tea, and with a knowing glance, Lin Zhu initiated the inquiry. Lord Chong had previously met Xiao Shui in his youth, but he was unfamiliar with Xiao Mu and Appo's as temperament. Given that boys of this age tend to be boisterous and curious about strange tales, Lin Zhu was the most suitable to pose the question. Madame Chong regarded Lin Zhu with curiosity, seemingly unaware of his intent. Lin Zhu attempted to feign interest, but, lacking the skills of a seasoned actor due to years of study, could only maintain a blank expression as he reiterated, "I heard there are ghost stories?" "Ha ha, Moore certainly has a way with humor." Lord Chong laughed heartily, dismissing the notion of the supernatural in broad daylight. Cheng Miao offered a few polite chuckles, explaining, "My brother is particularly fascinated by such matters and often collects odd anecdotes." Madame Chong smiled indulgently, shaking her head. Her words were indeed thought-provoking. Such topics are not to be broached too frequently. The more one speaks of certain things, the more likely they are to manifest. Lin Zhu appropriately displayed a look of skepticism, prompting Madame Chong to say no more, her smile lingering as she observed the siblings. Sensing the atmosphere was just right, Cheng Miao broached the subject of meeting her little nephew, and this time, Madame Chong readily summoned the nurse to bring forth the two children. Cheng Miao leaned forward to glimpse the two remarkably similar youngsters and expressed her surprise at discovering they were twins. "Sister-in-law, you are truly fortunate." Madame Chong paused, then burst into laughter, tears of joy escaping her eyes. "The one on the left is my child, while the one on the right belongs to my sister." Cheng Miao felt her cheeks flush as she realized that Madame Chang's sister was the one she had brought from their hometown, thereby intertwining their families even further through the marriage of her sister to second Master Chong. On the way back, Cheng Miao furrowed her brow, while Lin Zhu sighed heavily. Their current endeavor yielded no clues, and the unexpected tranquility was disconcerting. They had been in this place for nearly a day without knowing how to proceed. Cheng Miao did not rush to console Lin Zhu. The cultivation of one's character must be a personal journey. The Chong family exhibited peculiarities. Lord Chang's demeanor towards Miss Chiao was oddly distant, while Madame Chong seemed to deliberately overlook it. Conversely, she appeared rather apprehensive about the topic of hauntings. Lin Zhu nodded, kicking at the stones along the path in contemplation. He felt that Madame Chang's earlier remark was a caution against discussing the supernatural within the Chong residence. "Why is this garden paved with such small stones? They are both slippery and uncomfortable," he mused. Cheng Miao followed Lin Zhu's gaze, noticing that the Chang family's garden did not feature the currently fashionable slate tiles, but rather a dense layer of tiny pebbles. Cheng Miao pondered, I can't shake the feeling that the mention of Lady of the Chao state has crossed my path before. Lin Zhu, lacking knowledge beyond the confines of their studies, could nonetheless affirm that this Lady of the Chao state had not made an appearance in any textbooks or relevant materials, thus narrowing the scope for Cheng Miao. Frustrated by her inability to recall, Cheng Miao instructed Lin Zhu to adhere to their original plan and procure some silver to inquire with a nurse about any pertinent information. While she returned to her chamber, having dined excessively in the morning, Cheng Miao chose not to have lunch laid out. As the afternoon rest period approached, the servants dozed in the corridor, the cicadas chirping intermittently, creating a tranquil yet not overly noisy atmosphere. While Cheng Miao sat in her room, attempting to organize her thoughts, a knock at the door interrupted her. Shui, are you there? Your cousin has come to visit. It must be said, Lord Chang appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man, even possessing a certain scholarly air that rendered him somewhat genteel. However, Cheng Miao could perceive an unsettling, lecherous quality about him. I am resting. The Chiao siblings were indeed in a position of dependency, finding themselves under another's roof, making it unwise to refuse too overtly. However, Cheng Miao had already gauged Lord Chang's indifference towards Miss Chiao's chilly demeanor during their earlier gathering, as if accustomed to it. It was unclear whether Lord Chang had an unusually forgiving attitude towards the Chiao lady, given her family's misfortunes, or if her coldness was simply her norm. If it were the latter, in light of Lord Chang's inappropriate comments at the table, such matters warranted deeper consideration. Lord Chang was not taken aback by Cheng Miao's remarks. Yet what surprised her was his audacity. Despite her refusal, he strode directly into the room. In this feudal society, where strict boundaries existed between the sexes, the propriety of a cousin entering a female relative's chamber was questionable. Cheng Miao had made it clear that she was resting. Yet Lord Chang and Oppo's blatant disregard for her wishes indicated his impure intentions toward the Chiao lady. Rising to her feet, Cheng Miao regarded the intruder with cold detachment, her right hand discreetly gripping the fishbone dagger she had concealed within her bag, her expression frosty enough to convey her desire for him to leave. Lord Chang, seemingly oblivious to Cheng Miao's demeanor, rubbed his hands together and seated himself at the table, pouring himself a cup of tea. It has been quite a while since we last met. It seems we have grown distant, my dear cousin, he remarked, taking a sip of tea while his keen eyes scrutinized Cheng Miao from head to toe. Cheng Miao coldly curled her lips, recognizing that even if Miss Chiao were to sever ties with him, it would be entirely justifiable, requiring no concern for character deviation. Lord Chang, you are overly courteous. Our families have indeed been close allies for generations. Our cousinly bond is merely a formality. Lord Chang, as if reminded of something, smiled more broadly. We were never truly relatives. Your Chiao family is on the brink of collapse. As I mentioned before, if you were to align with me, I could ensure your life of luxury and ease, freeing you from the burdens of managing affairs in public. Previously mentioned, Cheng Miao retreated a couple of steps until her back met the redwood table adorned with a celadon vase, her expression inscrutable. What did you mention this? I have no recollection. Lord Chang stroked his beard, narrowing his gleaming eyes as if recalling an unpleasant memory. The corners of his mouth turned downward slightly. Years ago, I spoke with your father about the prospect of marrying you. Regrettably, he outright refused and severed ties with my family. You arrived here yesterday with your brother. Could it be that you are reconsidering this matter? Logically, the Chang and Xiao families had previously been well matched. The only reason for the abrupt refusal and severing of ties could be one. Becoming a concubine does not equate to marriage. Cheng Miao fixed her gaze on Lord Chang, meticulously observing every nuance of his expression. Chapter 32. The Secrets of the Chang Residence, for indeed, a fleeting glimpse of guilt crossed Lord Chang's face, quickly masked by a facade of righteousness. The Chiao family had been declining in recent years, while my family thrived under the lady's support. Even if you were to become my concubine, it would merely carry an unfavorable reputation. It would confer upon you a status far superior to that of a miss from the Chiao family. Cheng Miao, with a calm demeanor, extracted the key points, The current situation of the Chong household was entirely reliant on the lady's backing. She suppressed her impulse to strike, her mind racing to find a way to refuse Lord Chong while still maintaining a valid reason to remain in the Chong residence, thereby averting a failure in her mission. With a sister-in-law as ethereal as you, how can you still think of others? Cheng Miao's grip on the dagger slightly perspired. She flexed her fingers. Lord Chong poured himself a cup of tea, momentarily displaying a look of fear, which he seamlessly concealed. After all, even a celestial being could become tiresome over time. Moreover, she had been keeping secrets from me. We have been married for years, and only a few days ago did she reveal her maiden name was Wei. Lord Chong sighed, stating that if it weren't for her undeniable beauty and the fact that she had borne me a son, I would never have dared to take a woman of such uncertain origins. When it came to accepting money, he certainly did not mind the dubious background. What a despicable man. Nevertheless, in affluent families, mysterious lineages are not uncommon, and her family name of Wei felt oddly reminiscent. Furthermore, the lady was aware of my intentions to take a concubine. Cheng Miao had just begun to piece together her thoughts when Lord Chang's words interrupted her. Madam, nose? Naturally, Lord Chang replied, seemingly quite proud. He puffed out his chest and stroked his beard, laughing. When it comes to marriage, one must marry wisely. The lady is quite open-minded about such matters. Open-minded? Cheng Miao's mind conjured an image of the stunning, otherworldly Madame Chong. From a distance, the sound of hurried footsteps drew nearer. Realizing Lin Zhu had returned, Cheng Miao glanced at Lord Chong, who appeared reluctant to leave, and urged, Mu'er has arrived. You should take your leave while I contemplate. Upon hearing Cheng Miao's words, Lord Chong seemed to feel he had succeeded, cheerfully departing. He encountered Lin Zhu at the entrance and patted his shoulder. Lin Zhu looked perplexed as he watched Lord Chong walk away. What was that about? Cheng Miao replied coldly. He came to solicit me as a concubine. Lin Zhu was taken aback. I was only gone for a couple of hours. How did the plot shift so drastically? Cheng Miao shook her head, summoning a maid to take away the cup used by Lord Chong. The maid asked no questions, embodying the exemplary qualities of a servant from a noble family, and swiftly exited the room with the cup. Cheng Miao had now confirmed that the food in this scenario posed no issues. She poured tea to cleanse the cup, disposing of the first brew into a flower pot, then poured a fresh cup of tea for the still breathless Lin Zhu, urging him to share his findings. When discussing serious matters, Lin Zhu adopted a serious demeanor. After taking a sip of water, he remarked, strangely enough, all the servants in the Chong residence were newly acquired this month. It appears they frequently change staff about every 6 months, and they prefer using outsiders. I managed to find an elderly woman who washes clothes, and it seems she has a distant relation to Lord Chang's mother. She has been in the residence since before Madame Chong arrived, and thus knows the most. Lord Chong was originally from Luoyang and met Madame Chong in Shandong. Upon returning home, he directly brought her back. Initially, the old lady opposed the union, but due to the lady's substantial dowry and exceptional beauty, she ultimately consented to the marriage. A couple of years ago, when the lady's sister came to visit, Madame Chong facilitated a match between her sister and Lord Chong and Appo's younger brother. This year, both families welcomed baby boys simultaneously, and it became a celebrated tale. Did anyone mention Lord Chang's name? Cheng Miao pressed, as it seemed a crucial clue. Lin Zhu regretfully shook his head. I asked many, but most of them are illiterate and know nothing. Cheng Miao absorbed this information, casting Lin Zhu an appreciative glance. Well done. Lin Zhu's cheeks flushed with pride as he chuckled. Sister Miao, do you have any thoughts? Cheng Miao nodded, not withholding her insights. I have some ideas, albeit scattered. They need time to coalesce. I suspect the issue lies with Madame Chong. She lowered her gaze, contemplating. What is her surname? A virtuous maiden would not shy away from revealing her name. Moreover, the wealth of the Chong family is undeniably tied to Madame Chang's dowry. Yet, as a mere woman, she possesses a fortune that raises questions about her family background. By the way, I saw a stunning young lady in the garden earlier. The maid referred to her as the second madam. Lin Zhu added. Cheng Miao, momentarily devoid of leads, suppressed her thoughts. After dinner, Lin Zhu sat nearby, engrossed in a book he had taken from the shelf. The Chang family truly adored flowers. Not only was their garden exquisite, but even the books within their home were dedicated to the cultivation and appreciation of flowers. Cheng Miao had long noticed the oddity of the room's collection, devoid of any novels or poetry typically found in scholarly households. She had intended for them to explore the books together. Yet Lin Zhu eagerly volunteered to take on the task. In his words, high school students are at their most mentally acute, coupled with his natural aptitude for academics. He claimed he could retain information effectively in the short term. Cheng Miao observed for a while, reluctantly acknowledging Lin Zhu's swift reading skills. There was a reason he excelled academically. As the night deepened, Lin Zhu finally completed his survey of the books, his face contorted in disappointment. There are no clues. It's all about flower cultivation, with peonies being the most prevalent. Peonies? A critical point vaguely surfaced in Cheng Miao's mind, yet it remained elusive. While she wrestled with her thoughts, an unexpected sound broke the silence outside. Rustle, rustle. That was not the sound of human footsteps. The noise grew louder, as if something heavy was being dragged along the gravel path. Cheng Miao and Appo's expression hardened, and she swiftly retrieved her fishbone dagger. They and Appo's, recoming. Lin Zhu, startled awake from his brief slumber, sat rigidly in his chair, watching as Cheng Miao stealthily approached the window. The room seemed to chill, and Lin Zhu gulped nervously before mustering the courage to rise, tiptoeing to the opposite side of the window, clutching a thick book in hand. Cheng Miao couldn't discern where Lin Zhu had stowed his spatial pouch, but she recognized that the book was likely a prop. Before she could exhale in relief, she realized the sound had come to a halt right outside their window. Chapter 33. The secrets of the Chang mansion, 5 both inside and outside the room, fell into an eerie silence. Even the previously irritating chirps of cicadas had abruptly vanished. If not for the presence of the pale-faced Lin Zhu, who was holding his breath beside her, Cheng Miao might have doubted her very existence in this realm. The unbearable stillness persisted as Cheng Miao focused her attention, counting slowly in her mind. What lurked outside? What was it hesitating over? Without warning, a piercing shriek sliced through the air, heralding the sound of a sharp object piercing the window paper. A branch, as thick as an adult's arm, burst through the window, forcefully embedding itself into the 8 immortals table directly opposite. Bang! The attack missed its mark, and the branch slowly withdrew, no longer menacing, as if searching for a target or assessing the situation. Cheng Miao gazed at the terrifying hole left on the table, realizing the branch was no ordinary entity. As if endowed with sight, the branch disregarded Lin Zhu, directing its ferocity solely towards Cheng Miao. She sidestepped just in time, disregarding any semblance of grace, and dashed toward the bedroom. The branch was unnaturally agile, relentlessly stabbing at the ground she had just vacated, leaving a series of unfathomable gashes in its wake. Lin Zhu first beheld a branch resembling a dark mountain demon invading the room. The initial scene faded, replaced by the apparition of a woman clad in a flowing red gown. A classic horror trope. Her black hair obscured her face, limbs contorted, and the air was filled with the unsettling sound of cracking joints. Lin Zhu was initially startled, but his brows furrowed as he pondered. Was this a ghost? Logically, a ghost should be an intangible entity. He wondered if it could even inflict harm. As he contemplated, he noticed the ghost was lifting her head. Rather than succumbing to fear, Lin Zhu, driven by curiosity, charged forward, wielding a book to strike at the ghost's head with abandon. Oh, the sensation! Lin Zhu halted, realizing the scene had shifted once more. Before him stood the same black branch, unscathed despite his numerous attempts to strike it. The branch seemed unperturbed by Lin Zhu, focusing its wrath on Cheng Miao, who was desperately hiding in the bedroom. Cheng Miao rolled clumsily on the floor, finally cornered by the branch. She stood, her back against the wall, her deep brown eyes fixated on the branch that was inching closer, as if toying with its prey. When the branch was merely a finger's breadth from her throat, she suddenly pivoted, leveraging her movement to thrust a fishbone dagger deep into the branch. A shriek erupted, reminiscent of a dying mountain spirit, and Cheng Miao covered her ears with one hand while the other withdrew the dagger to strike again. The branch quivered, swiftly retreating, causing Lin Zhu, who was off balance from his attempts to strike it with the book, to tumble forward, hitting his head against the table and Oppo's edge, sending his glasses flying and leaving a large bruise. Cheng Miao pursued the fleeing branch, witnessing it withdraw into the night, vanishing into the obscurity. The cicadas resumed their chorus, accompanied by the yawns of the night watchmaids outside, signaling to Cheng Miao that the night's assault had subsided. After calling for medicinal wine, Cheng Miao retrieved the fallen glasses from the doorway and handed them to Lin Zhu, who sat in a chair, cradling his forehead in pain. The young man displayed remarkable courage and camaraderie, embodying a rare and untainted purity untouched by societal corruption. Cheng Miao gently moved Lin Zhu's hand aside to examine the wound on his forehead, which was slightly scraped, forming a ghastly swollen bump. Yet fortunately, it was merely a surface injury. She offered him a few soothing words, and he maintained a commendable demeanor, albeit slightly embarrassed for not having aided her. Not wishing to pry into another's privacy, Cheng Miao subtly reminded Lin Zhu to explore the usage rules of their props, lest he find himself as ineffective as wielding a vase for defense. Lin Zhu, while applying the herbal ointment sent by a maid to his forehead, grimaced and replied, "Sister Miao, I already know that, but my book doesn't possess any useful props. It's only good for throwing." As he spoke, Lin Zhu adjusted his glasses, revealing a tome that appeared within its pages. "You don't believe me? Sister Miao, take a look for yourself." Cheng Miao accepted the book and was greeted by an interface detailing the unique properties of the items within. A treasure trove of knowledge. Knowledge is wealth, and utilizing props can yield currency within the realm. Cheng Miao chuckled wryly, returning the book to Lin Zhu, observing his disheveled state, and reassured him that it wasn't entirely useless. Encountering instances requiring monetary exchange would render it invaluable. Lin Zhu winced in pain while exposing an expression of admiration, exclaiming, "Sister Miao, you're incredible. You actually managed to wound the dark mountain demon." Cheng Miao laughed heartily at Lin Zhu's remark. "What dark mountain demon? That was merely Lady Chang." Lin Zhu's mouth gaped in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to apply the ointment. Wait, that monster was Lady Chang? Or was the ghost Lady Chang? Ghost? A chill ran down Cheng Miao's spine. She turned to glance behind her, ensuring no terrifying specter lurked in the shadows, before asking, "What ghost?" Lin Zhu, too, sensed something amiss. Given Cheng Miao's fear of ghosts, she would not remain unfazed as if nothing had transpired. This could only imply that the ghost was visible solely to Lin Zhu. Though Lin Zhu was unafraid of spirits, he found the notion of encountering something only he could perceive unsettling, akin to isolation or an ominous portent. Observing Lin Zhu's growing pallor, Cheng Miao reassured him not to succumb to fear, encouraging him to reflect on any actions that might have triggered a death trap. Lin Zhu's face was ashen, and his forehead swollen, rendering him a pitiable sight. He meticulously recounted the events he had just witnessed, sending shivers down Cheng Miao's spine. "There's nothing left. We were together the entire time. The only moment I left was to inquire with the servants. Could it be that triggered a rule violation? Impossible," Cheng Miao swiftly interjected. "If the realm forbids even normal exploration, what's left for players? They might as well await their demise." Then, Lin Zhu scratched his head awkwardly, inadvertently aggravating his injury and inhaling sharply. "This morning at breakfast, I mentioned my fascination with supernatural tales. Could that be it?" Cheng Miao pondered, recalling that to elicit information about the realm's context, Lin Zhu had indeed made that remark. Lady Chang had even uttered something peculiar in response. Such matters cannot be broached lightly. Sometimes, speaking too frequently of certain things might manifest what should remain unseen. It sounded like a caution for Lin Zhu not to be an amateur in dragon lore. Yet the expression on Lady Chang's face at that moment seemed less concerned and more intriguingly excited. Cheng Miao bit her lip, lost in thought. Lin Zhu, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "So, Sister Miao, you mean that branch was Lady Chang?" Cheng Miao, multitasking, sat beside Lin Zhu, her eyes fixed on the shattered window. "Yes, Lady Chang is indeed a floral spirit." Chapter 34. The Secrets of the Chang Mansion, 6. As Lin Zhu placed the lid of the medicinal oil atop the bottle, He inadvertently spilled nearly half of it due to a tremor in his hand, prompted by Cheng Miao's comment. He hastily wiped his body with a towel, but the scent intensified, compelling him to return to his room for a change of clothes. Upon Lin Zhu's return, Cheng Miao had clarified her thoughts and gestured for him to close the door tightly. They retreated to a private room to converse. The initial hints of the scenario, including the Chong family and the fact that Lady Chang's maiden surname is Wei, alongside the events of the night, confirmed that they were discussing the tale of Gujin from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio. I'm aware of it. It seems to tell of a flower spirit. Lin Zhu raised his hand as if to speak, eliciting a smile from Cheng Miao. It is not surprising for a student, even one as academically inclined as he, to be fond of extracurricular literature. Though I don't remember the details clearly, Lin Zhu admitted, adjusting his glasses and gazing at Cheng Miao with bright eyes. Cheng Miao propped her chin on her hand, watching the flickering flame within the lampshade as she recounted the story in a calm manner. Chang Daong, a resident of Luoyang, had a profound affection for peonies. While staying with a friend in Chaozhou, he spent his days lingering in the friend's garden, composing poetry inspired by the blossoms. When his funds ran low, he pawned his clothing, dedicating himself to the blooming peonies. One day, he encountered a fairy-like woman and an elderly lady in the garden. After being scolded, he felt regret and longed for the maiden, leading to his gradual decline in health. 3 days later, the elderly woman presented him with a cup, claiming it contained poison concocted by Gujin. Believing it better to die from longing than from despair, Chang Daong drank from the cup, only to be greeted by an enchanting fragrance. Upon awakening, he found himself well again and devoted himself further to the garden, worshipping the peonies daily. The tale continued with clandestine meetings, including an encounter with Gujin's sister, Yuban. Eventually, Gujin unearthed silver from the garden to support Chang Daong, and they returned to Luoyang to marry, with Yuban betrothed to Chang Daong's brother. Lin Zhu, sensing Cheng Miao had paused at this juncture, asked with curiosity, "What happened next?" Cheng Miao shook her head, indicating that they were currently in the midst of the timeline, and the subsequent events remained unwritten. In other words, Chang Daong was only aware that Gujin and Amp, Oppo's, as family name was Wei, unaware that Lady Chong was named after the peony, and even less cognizant that this particular variety was called Gujin Z. Thus, the unfolding events may not adhere to the original narrative. Cheng Miao furrowed her brow, realizing that this scenario diverged more significantly from the original than the House of the Three Little Bears. In the original story, Gujin and Chang Daong shared a deeply affectionate bond. Despite being a flower spirit, Gujin had never harmed anyone. However, in this rendition, the circumstances were markedly different. Lin Zhu grasped Cheng Miao's implication and nodded, inquiring about the pivotal detail, what ultimately became of the Chong family's young master in the original tale. Cheng Miao's gaze darkened as she focused on the flickering candlelight. Chang Daong and his brother confronted Gujin and Yu Ban regarding their nature as flower spirits, inciting their ire. In a fit of rage, they cast the child to the ground and vanished without a trace. Lin Zhu was taken aback. They threw the child to the ground? No wonder the task in the scenario is to rescue the young master of the Chong family. Should we inform Lord Chong and Lady Chong of their identities to prevent any uproar? Lin Zhu struck the table, ideas flooding his mind. Or perhaps we could erase any clues that would lead him to discover Lady Chong and Oppo's identity, ensuring he remains oblivious. No, wait. Cheng Miao suddenly comprehended the crux of the matter, rising to pace the room. In this scenario, Gujin does not share a loving relationship with Chang Daong. Rather, she harbors intense jealousy. Therefore, she may not necessarily react with fury to the revelation of her identity, leading her to harm the child. The hint regarding Lady Chong and Amp, Oppo's identity is meant to guide us in uncovering Gujin and Amp, Oppo's true nature, rather than simply following the narrative to completion. Lin Zhu struggled to keep pace with Cheng Miao's rapid thoughts, but endeavored to pose his question, recalling the scholar's wisdom. Listening and asking questions fosters growth. What then is the significance of knowing Lady Chang's identity? Cheng Miao turned to Lin Zhu with a wry smile. Gujin is a flower spirit, and spirits are still flowers. With all the books you've read, Haven't you discerned the weakness of peonies? Realization struck Lin Zhu as he smacked his forehead, causing a slight ache. Peonies are vulnerable to fire and water, which complicates matters. They also shy away from unfamiliar scents. Musk, they both exclaimed in unison, sharing a knowing laugh. Indeed, musk. Is it not said in dramas that musk buried underground prevents trees from flowering? Cheng Miao regarded Lin Zhu with newfound warmth. Her demeanor softened, and she smiled. ISN and AMP. Oppos, it time to utilize your findings? Lin Zhu, momentarily dazzled by Cheng Miao and AMP. Oppos, smile, nodded enthusiastically, like a chick pecking at grain. Cheng Miao stretched and revealed a hint of fatigue in her demeanor. Let us rest. Tonight should be uneventful. Tomorrow, we shall seek out Lord Chang. The window in the outer room had been broken, and fearing to alert any potential threats, Cheng Miao had not summoned the servants to repair it in the dead of night. A cold breeze swept through the room. Although Lin Zhu recognized that Cheng Miao's suspicions were likely correct, he dared not sleep outside, and instead wrapped himself in a blanket on the floor. Tossing and turning like a pancake, he noticed Cheng Miao's steady breathing, yet he remained awake, troubled by a question. Sister Miao? He whispered. Cheng Miao, reluctant to open her eyes, emitted a soft sound from her nose. Why can I see the female ghost while the branches targeted you? This question plagued him, rendering sleep elusive. Cheng Miao turned away, adjusting her breathing. She attacked me because Chang Daong wished to take me as a concubine. Her anger manifested through her assault. As for you seeing the ghost, it likely stems from your mention of her during breakfast. The rules permit her to use that against you. Cheng Miao's voice grew softer, nearing slumber, yet she struggled to finish her thought. I suspect it was merely an illusion, meant to frighten you. Do not let her distract you from seeking me out. She is a flower spirit. If she wishes to attack, she must do so in her true form. Who knows what will happen when she encounters someone unafraid of ghosts? Upon hearing Cheng Miao's breathing deepen, Lin Zhu ceased speaking and cautiously turned over. Comforted by her presence, he unknowingly drifted into sleep. The following morning, Cheng Miao had yet to open her eyes when she heard Lin Zhu's faint gasp from outside. In the scenario, one could not afford to sleep too deeply. Nonetheless, rest was essential. Cheng Miao, in a light slumber, awoke at the slightest sound. What is the matter? She inquired, her voice still thick with morning drowsiness. Clearing her throat, she beheld Lin Zhu entering hurriedly, clutching an empty copper basin. The hole in the window is gone. Lin Zhu exclaimed, worried that he had been marked by good gene. Having had little rest, he resolved to wash up and prepare water for Cheng Miao at dawn. After all, he was not a pampered young master. He understood the value of self-sufficiency. However, rubbing his eyes and gripping the basin, he realized something was amiss before even opening the door. Upon closer inspection, the large, glaring hole in the window had been mysteriously repaired. Chapter 35. The secrets of the Chang mansion. The freshly pasted window paper illuminated the room, as if the events of last night had never transpired. Lin Zhu could not convince himself that it had all been a mere dream. The pain still throbbed at his forehead, and as he gazed into the bronze mirror, he noted with dismay that the swelling had subsided only to reveal a more alarming shade of purple. If it was not a figment of his imagination, then it could only mean one thing. Someone or something had entered while they slept and mended the shattered window. The mere thought that a female ghost or flower spirit might have coexisted with him in slumber, perhaps even leaning over to bring her hair-covered face close to his, sent chills down Lin Zhu's spine, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Cheng Miao rose to inspect the front hall, confirming that indeed, the window paper had been changed. This flower spirit seemed to possess considerable cunning. As it stood, they had no evidence to substantiate last night's occurrences. This only further indicated that the flower spirit and Oppo's capacity to attack within the confines of a narrative was severely restricted. Otherwise, they would have long since met their demise. Cheng Miao exhaled deeply, signaling Lin Zhu to refrain from overthinking the matter. Lin Zhu, whose spirit was rather buoyant, felt reassured by Cheng Miao and Oppo's reasoning and was able to set his mind at ease. Cheng Miao did not summon the servants for assistance, instead swiftly preparing herself for the day. It was not until they sat together, savoring their congee, that she voiced her suspicions. I believe this sort of situation is not a first occurrence. Lin Zhu, in the midst of enjoying his bun, hastily swallowed, nearly choking as he turned crimson, and took a few sips of congee to compose himself. Why do you think so? Consider this. When Chang Daong sought me out, many servants were present to witness it. Yet, despite the presence of the family's acquaintances during the master's afternoon repose, no gossip seemed to arise. Even if the household is strict, I have observed the demeanor of the maidservant I sent to retrieve Chang Daong's used cup. Her expression was indifferent, even resistant. Furthermore, given that Chang Daong now appears both greedy and lecherous, such behavior surely cannot be a first. Where then have those he has harassed before vanished to? The servants of the Chang mansion are replaced every 6 months. Do they not know something? Having nearly finished her meal, Cheng Miao poked at the buns with her chopsticks, while Lin Zhu scrutinized the speckled surface of the buns. If the servants were aware of the potential consequences and wished to distance themselves from the situation, it was plausible they would avoid entanglements. Yet, the servants clearly sensed something amiss with Madame Chang. Could Master Chang truly be oblivious? Cheng Miao's eyes gleamed with realization as she recalled a detail from the previous day. No, when I mentioned the beauty of Gujin, Chang Daong's immediate reaction was one of fear, indicating he is acutely aware that Gujin is not what she seems, yet dares not react to it. In other words, within this narrative, Madame Chang would never lash out at her child out of fear of her husband's suspicions, for he had harbored doubts about her long before. Lin Zhu's mind raced, becoming increasingly attuned to the unfolding situation. Cheng Miao regarded him with admiration, nodding in approval. It was time to take a stroll. The absence of both Master and Madame Chang that day allowed Cheng Miao to exchange pleasantries with the steward before leading Lin Zhu outside. Do you not find the steward's gaze somewhat peculiar? Lin Zhu murmured, rubbing his arms. Cheng Miao gently pulled his hands down, admonishing, "You are a young master now. Such gestures are unbecoming." Blushing, Lin Zhu complied, yet felt an emptiness in his pockets. He fished out a fan from his waist and held it in hand. As they navigated through the crowd, his discomfort gradually subsided, soothed by the bustling atmosphere of a nearby temple, its lively incense distracting him from his unease. Cheng Miao squinted in recollection of the moments before they left, the steward's ambiguous smile, and his meaningful glance when he mentioned that the master had stayed out the previous night while the mistress had matters to attend to. What secrets did the steward harbor? Cheng Miao cautioned Lin Zhu. The steward may be in league with Gujin. We must tread carefully. Lin Zhu, understanding the gravity of her words, nodded obediently. Suddenly, he noticed something and stretched his neck, tugging at Cheng Miao's sleeve, whispering, "Sister Miao, look, isn't that Li Cheng?" Cheng Miao discreetly turned her gaze. Indeed, it was Li Cheng with his partner, stationed beside a fortune-telling stall adorned with Taoist symbols. Li Cheng's keen eyes scanned the crowd, while a frail man beside him bore a bandage, stained with hints of crimson. Li Cheng caught sight of Cheng Miao, who stood amidst the throng with an air of indifference. He nodded slightly, prompting Cheng Miao to guide Lin Zhu into a nearby alley. The ground was littered with remnants of firecrackers, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Cheng Miao, finding the atmosphere stifling, glanced at a nearby fireworks shop and quietly exchanged words with Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu nodded in comprehension, soon hurrying towards the shop with his fan in hand. When Li Cheng and his partner arrived, they spotted Cheng Miao quietly standing beside a locust tree in the alley, her expression calm. "This is my teammate, Jiang Qi," Li Cheng introduced as the slender man nodded towards Cheng Miao, flashing a bright smile that revealed his white teeth. Cheng Miao's gaze fell upon the bandage on Jiang Qi's face. "What happened?" "Don't mention it," Jiang Qi replied, frustration evident in his tone. "There are monsters in this narrative." Li Cheng turned to Cheng Miao, having observed her poise in the library previously, yet was taken aback to see that despite a day spent in the narrative, their group had suffered injuries, while she and a certain high school student appeared unscathed. Clearly, she not only possessed strong mental fortitude, but also formidable abilities. "Shall we collaborate?" Li Cheng ventured, sensing Cheng Miao's openness. "You strike me as an experienced player. Surely you know that despite differing objectives, exchanging information benefits all parties." Noticing Cheng Miao's silence, Li Cheng, the first to propose a partnership, promptly shared, "You must have discerned our identities as Taoists, We've discovered that there are supernatural beings in this narrative, likely of the plant variety. Think along the lines of a Chinese ghost story or the likes of Black Mountain Old Demon. Seeing Cheng Miao's lack of surprise, Li Cheng could not ascertain whether she was already aware of this information or simply adept at concealing her emotions. I previously encountered my other two teammates, who are wandering physicians currently aiding Second Master Chong. Our objectives are likely aligned with yours. Li Cheng, experienced as a team leader, swiftly deduced the targets of their mission. Cheng Miao refrained from further probing, recognizing that no opposing factions likely existed within this task. Indeed, we are here to seek refuge with the Chong Mansion's acquaintances. Cheng Miao's willingness to engage was a relief to Li Cheng, though Jiang Qi's eyes widened in curiosity. Have you discovered anything unusual within the Chong Mansion? Chapter 36. The Secrets of Chongfu. 8. Lin Zhu returned breathlessly, his bundle noticeably full, indicating he had purchased something. Yet, he uttered not a single word, merely standing behind Cheng Miao, gasping for air. Cheng Miao cast a glance at Li Cheng, inquiring how he had sustained his injuries. Jiang Qi seized the opportunity to speak, his expression one of indignation. I have no idea. We arrived at the dungeon in a Taoist temple, where the master advised us to rest for the night before embarking on our training the following day. We followed the map to this place, intending to gather information. But before we could even step outside, we were ambushed by that monster. It was utterly bewildering. Li Cheng and Oppo's gaze was equally grave. He had never encountered such a peculiar dungeon before. He was certain that neither he nor Jiang Qi had breached any taboos, leaving him perplexed as to why the monster had targeted them. Cheng Miao's eyes flitted between the two, refraining from questioning their tasks or hints. Instead, she subtly remarked, "If it were not due to something you did, it may well be a consequence of your identities." Identities? Li Cheng clenched his fist into his palm. I have pondered this as well. After all, our identity as Taoists naturally attracts monsters, but this seems blatantly unfair. Cheng Miao shrugged. The dungeon must be impartial. It surely provided you with some advantages to counterbalance your inconvenient identities, though you may not have realized it yourself. Li Cheng and Jiang Qi furrowed their brows in contemplation. Suddenly, a moment of enlightenment flickered across their faces, only to be quickly suppressed. Cheng Miao appeared oblivious, her gaze directed toward the Taoist temple behind them. Turning to follow Cheng Miao's line of sight, Li Cheng remarked, "Today, servants from Chongfu have invited us both into the manor. Should there be any way we can assist, do not hesitate to seek me out." Cheng Miao was dissatisfied with this vague promise. Li Cheng chuckled helplessly, noting that despite their youth, they possessed considerable wariness. He discerned that Cheng Miao did not trust him and felt no need to band together for reassurance. My two brothers discovered that Lord Chong is on the verge of death, appearing as a mere husk, and curiously, this ailment has persisted for 2 or 3 years. Despite resembling neither a living man nor a ghost, he remains alive. Cheng Miao unconsciously touched the sachet at her waist. "Have you seen the second madam?" Li Sheng nodded, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "I hear she is a beauty who seems to have stepped out of a painting, deeply concerned for Lord Chong." Jiang Qi interjected, his face alight with envy. "How fortunate Zhang Yang and the others are. I wish to see her as well. I have heard that despite having just given birth, she maintains a figure akin to that of a young maiden." Li Cheng frowned, casting a reproachful glare at his teammate. "Put away those sordid thoughts." Jiang Qi clutched his head in despair. "This is unjust. I harbor no such intentions. I merely wish to behold her beauty." Cheng Miao disregarded their internal squabble, her thoughts drifting back to another matter Li Cheng had mentioned. Lord Chong is not much different from a vegetative state, and Lord Chong harbors a fear of the Gajin, to the extent that he does not return home at night. How then did those two children come into existence? Since they would inevitably encounter Lord Chong upon reaching Chongfu, Cheng Miao and Li Cheng did not linger in the alleyways. Li Cheng needed to procure some items for entering Chongfu, while Cheng Miao had her own objectives for venturing out. Cheng Miao briefed Lin Zhu on the information Li Cheng had shared during her absence. Lin Zhu, jostled by the throng of people, managed to keep a firm grip on his bundle, walking ahead to shield Cheng Miao from the onrushing crowd. Sister Miao is a girl. It is the boy's duty to clear the path. Cheng Miao found this amusing, but silently appreciated the gesture as she followed behind. Thus, it seemed that only one group remained unaccounted for. As they departed from the Taoist temple, the crowd gradually thinned, and Lin Zhu let out a sigh of relief. Cheng Miao adjusted her attire, ensuring that no one had pilfered from her, and confirmed that no additional items had appeared on her person. She brushed off non-existent dust from her sleeves, asking, "Have you finished your purchases?" Lin Zhu nodded, eager to unveil the contents of his bundle, but wary of being watched. He only managed to open a corner before hastily resealing it, revealing that he had bought plenty of firecrackers and a few strings of firecrackers for good measure. Cheng Miao patted his shoulder, offering a few words of praise, before her gaze shifted, and she exclaimed, "There it is." Lin Zhu looked up to see an exquisite redwood plaque, elegantly inscribed with the words Zhengyuan Hall. "What can we assist you with?" The apothecary's proprietor was an elderly man, well past his 70s, yet remarkably spry. "Elder, we wish to purchase some musk," Lin Zhu spoke first, while Cheng Miao stood behind him, smiling. "Musk?" The proprietor's somewhat clouded eyes passed over Lin Zhu to gaze at Cheng Miao. "What do you need musk for? It can be deadly if misused." Lin Zhu scratched his head, thinking, why is this NPC so nosy? Shouldn't customers receive what they ask for? He pulled out a heavy gold ingot from his pocket, placing it on the counter with a satisfying thud. "We assure you we mean no harm. Musk truly serves a purpose. We kindly request the finest you have." The old proprietor's eyes widened at the sight of the gold, and he looked between Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu, his furrowed brows deepening as he seemed to contemplate something further. Musk opens the orifices, unblocks the meridians, detoxifies alcohol, and alleviates digestive issues. Its applications are numerous. Cheng Miao stepped forward, a warning glimmer in her eyes. "There is no need for such concern, good sir." The old proprietor scrutinized Cheng Miao for a long moment, as if discerning something, before a smile of understanding broke across his face. He gestured for a servant to fetch the medicine, instructing him to retrieve the highest quality from the top shelf for this young lady. Lin Zhu exhaled in relief as he accepted the medicine pouch handed to him by the servant, placing it in his own bundle. Cheng Miao nodded, ready to leave when she heard the proprietor's intriguing sigh. "My dear, as you approached, I realized you truly do require this musk. Within 2 days, should it prove effective, it may yet save a life." Cheng Miao paused, refraining from responding as she exited the apothecary with Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu, perplexed by their cryptic exchange, observed Cheng Miao's somber expression and pondered for a while before asking, "Sister Miao, what did the proprietor mean? What does he mean by saving a life within 2 days?" Cheng Miao gazed up at the cerulean sky at noon, loosening the tension in her neck before replying. "Do you know what the most common use of musk is?" Lin Zhu blurted, "Abortion." Cheng Miao replied, "Very well, you should watch fewer palace dramas." Lin Zhu sulked, "I'm feeling emo." Returning to the matter at hand, Cheng Miao stated soberly, "It dispels malevolent energies, slays spirits and demons. Place it around the neck to ward off nightmares and the malevolent spirits of the deceased." Lin Zhu stared, breaking into a cold sweat under the midday sun. He stammered, "So, does that mean the proprietor?" Cheng Miao cast a glance at the visible plaque of Chongfu, a cold smile gracing her lips. "I said this dungeon allows for considerable freedom. It was not a guaranteed death trap last night. How could it be so easy?" It turns out that merely residing in Chongfu subjects one to the entanglement of monster and ghostly energies. Over time, one would complete their task, yet fear they may never return. Chapter 37. The Secrets of the Chong Mansion. Lin Zhu felt a sense of dread. The scenarios he encountered were quite in line with his scholarly persona, clear prompts and stringent requirements. Rarely did he come across such subtle treachery. He silently grumbled as he clutched his bundle tightly to his chest. Thankfully, Sister Miao Miao understood the function of musk. Otherwise, we would have missed this vital clue. As Cheng Miao entered the Chong Mansion through a side door, she openly acknowledged Lin Zhu's merits. She found him to be quite impressive, intelligent, capable, and easily manageable. More so than Qi Jiejia. Even if one were unaware of the properties of musk, the time constraints within the scenarios were critical. The innkeeper had stipulated a 2-day limit. Regardless of the reasons, it warranted serious attention. Moreover, Cheng Miao shrugged, a rare hint of childishness crossing her features. I observe these narratives. And it's not just the musk's efficacy. Even feng shui merits consideration. Lin Zhu followed her, a silly grin on his face, admiration flickering in his eyes. He had traversed several scenarios and collaborated with various players, but never had he encountered someone like Cheng Miao, who guided him without reservations, genuinely wishing for his success and growth. Lin Zhu looked up, a hint of timidity in his gaze, soon replaced by resolve. Sister Miao Miao, in this scenario, may I accompany you? Miss Chiao has returned? The old servant was just looking for you and the young master. The butler's voice interrupted Lin Zhu. Cheng Miao noticed the butler approaching from the covered corridor, and Lin Zhu swiftly concealed his bundle behind him, standing half-hidden behind Cheng Miao. After taking her younger brother out for a stroll, the city was indeed bustling. Since this morning, the butler and Oppo's gaze towards them had shifted from mere warmth to one imbued with suspicion and a hint of covetousness, rendering it inscrutable. What does that smell on Miss Chiao? The butler furrowed his brow, stretching his neck to sniff the air. Lin Zhu's grip on his concealed hands tightened, his knuckles paling from the pressure. The musk scent was indeed rather potent. We merely visited a Taoist temple. Perhaps we picked up some incense, Cheng Miao replied, her jovial demeanor fading slightly. The butler seemed to realize his actions had overstepped, offering an awkward smile. Madam has been inquiring about you both. If you're not fatigued, Miss Chiao, might I escort you to see her? Cheng Miao nodded. We purchased some local specialties and will return to our room first. The butler's demeanor shifted suddenly, his gaze piercing as he stared at Lin Zhu's bundle without a trace of emotion. Lin Zhu was taken aback by the butler's unexpected scrutiny, feeling a surge of panic. Had Cheng Miao not been present, he might have fled. Cheng Miao stepped back 2 paces, observing the butler standing rigidly before Lin Zhu, and whispered, "Let us go." Lin Zhu turned and hurried away, clutching his bundle in one hand and tugging at Cheng Miao's sleeve with the other. The myriad of terrifying scenarios he had envisioned did not materialize. However, even after walking for quite a while, he could still sense the butler's chilling gaze lingering on his back. Upon entering their room, Lin Zhu cautiously scanned for anything unusual before tossing his bundle onto the table and collapsing into a chair, fanning himself. That scared me. I thought the butler was going to devour me. What changed so suddenly? Did someone press a switch? Cheng Miao retrieved a few firecrackers from the bundle, stashing some in her clothing and handing others to Lin Zhu, instructing him to store the remainder in his spatial backpack. The butler must have discovered the firecrackers in your bundle. Cheng Miao raised her hand, catching a whiff of the pungent sulfur, her expression reflecting both fear and disgust. She then divided the musk into 2 portions for them to carry. Its fragrance was intoxicating, impossible to mask even with a change of clothes, especially considering its ability to counteract the effects of the gajin. The reason I asked you to buy firecrackers was for their deterrent effect, both on humans and spirits. I never anticipated this fortunate accident. Cheng Miao mused, feeling that the butler might not be entirely human. After a brief conversation, the 2 made their way to the main hall. Master Chong was present, appearing somewhat diminished compared to the first day Cheng Miao had met him. Upon seeing her, his eyes lit up, yet he remained seated, sipping tea. Beside Madame Chong sat a woman of comparable beauty, albeit younger, presumably Yuban, the sister of Gajin. The second lady smiled at Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu, remarking that they were indeed striking, which explained her sister's affection. Cheng Miao offered polite compliments, while Lin Zhu sat upright, not daring to lean back against the chair. Madame Chong regarded Cheng Miao with keen interest. The fragrance on you is quite pleasant. I hear you visited a Taoist temple? It doesn't quite seem like it. Cheng Miao maintained her composure, raising her sleeve to her nose in a feigned sniff. Perhaps it's the spices from the Chiao family. I was in such a hurry yesterday that I haven't had time to air out my clothes. Madame Chong smiled knowingly. A clever woman would not pry further, and she doubted this delicate young lady possessed any extraordinary abilities. Last night had merely been fortuitous, but today, an unexpected performance was indeed surprising. Generally, those women who survived such luck were almost driven mad. Madame Chong and Oppo's thoughts turned serious. Her focus was not on these 2, but rather on the two Taoist priests. "What is the purpose of your urgent summons, madam?" Cheng Miao inquired with a hint of curiosity in her cold gaze, unable to discern any enmity between the two women. Madame Chong feigned annoyance, playfully nudging her husband, who had been feigning ignorance. "Isnt at my mother-in-law?" Seeing my second brother's prolonged illness, she invited the priest to perform rites in the mansion to dispel the misfortunes. Madame Chong dabbed at her eyes with a silk handkerchief. "I am rather timid and easily startled. I cannot withstand noise, so I must endure." The second lady stood and approached Madame Chong, offering her comfort, while the remaining guests sat in silence, one expressionless, another gulping tea, leaving Madame Chang's expression momentarily darkened. The two priests are residing in the outer courtyard. Although they are unlikely to be encountered easily, I must inform you that we have outsiders at home, which is not the same as usual. Cheng Miao nodded. Thus, at least on the surface, they could not seek out Li Cheng and the others. Clearing her throat, Cheng Miao furrowed her brow slightly, directing her gaze towards the second lady. "I've heard that there are some good wandering doctors in your courtyard. My throat is feeling a bit uncomfortable. Could I ask the second lady to summon one?" The second lady paused, then shook her head apologetically. "My husband requires constant supervision due to his illness, and my courtyard is rather inauspicious. If you require medical attention, it is best to engage a reputable doctor from outside." Chapter 38. The Secrets of the Chong Mansion. Cheng Miao anticipated that the second madam would refuse, effectively imprisoning those two players within her courtyard. However, this was of little consequence. Cheng Miao surmised that Li Cheng's task was directed at the first madam, while the two physicians were assigned to the second madam. Their own mission remained the most concealed. Young Master Chong was comfortably residing in the first madam's chamber, posing no immediate need for rescue. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Cheng Miao cast a glance at the unusually quiet Master Chong, who was suggesting a return to his quarters for rest. Suddenly, the first madam turned to Lin Zhu, inquiring, "Muir seems a bit unwell. Had you been having nightmares?" Lin Zhu nodded stiffly, acknowledging a little, "But it's nothing, just need a rest in my room." The first madam continued to smile, insisting, "You must take good care of yourself." Lin Zhu felt as if there were veiled meanings in her words. Cheng Miao, not in a hurry to return to her room, meandered through the garden, where the dense peonies appeared especially startling. These peonies seemed to grow from the stony ground. Lin Zhu leaned closer, noting that the two most prominent peonies appeared to sprout from the white pebbles. Cheng Miao found it odd, leaning in for a closer look. The stones were uniformly white and of similar size. No, they were completely identical. The curvature and thickness were indistinguishable. A chill crept up Cheng Miao's spine. "Hey, what are you looking at?" A voice called from behind. Recognizing the voice of the butler, Cheng Miao did not turn around but casually replied, just admiring these two peonies. "Say, butler, why are these planted in the stone garden?" "Hey, what are you looking at?" the butler echoed. Cheng Miao, slightly irked, began to respond, only to realize that Lin Zhu was already sweating profusely, his face pale and gripping his own hands tightly, as if exerting enough pressure to shatter his bones. Suddenly, an undeniable sixth sense surged in Cheng Miao's mind. The being behind her was not human. This peculiar sensation was overwhelming and certain. Cheng Miao understood that it was the influence of her departed friend's spirit. The butler, unlike the first madam, was not a monster but a spirit. Cheng Miao swallowed hard, tugging at her hand, but not managing to extricate it from Lin Zhu and Amp. Oppo's grip. She turned around to find the butler, standing just an arm and Amp. Oppo's length away, his gaze fixated on her akin to how it had been on Lin Zhu earlier. Now, however, he stood immobile, staring at Cheng Miao, his complexion a ghastly shade of purple, his skin sagging. Cheng Miao, supporting the now completely petrified Lin Zhu, whispered, "Hey, don't hold on so tightly. Aren't you afraid of ghosts?" Lin Zhu cast a remorseful glance at Cheng Miao, yet his grip did not loosen in the slightest. "I'm not afraid of ghosts, but he resembles a corpse, and I fear corpses." Cheng Miao, that is quite a reasonable concern. Gazing at the butler, still blocking their path, Cheng Miao felt a calmness that differed from her initial fear upon encountering a ghost. She composed herself and stated, "We were merely passing through, not observing anything." Lin Zhu, his face ashen, fervently nodded, sweat from his forehead splattering onto Cheng Miao's hand. perhaps satisfied with their response. The butler slowly, with a frozen expression, stepped aside, allowing Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu to depart. As they walked away, Cheng Miao did not forget to nod at the now unrecognizable figure of the butler. A few steps later, Lin Zhu relaxed, no longer clutching Cheng Miao and Oppo's arm. He turned back repeatedly, suddenly lowering his voice in alarm. Meow meow, there's someone behind him. Cheng Miao's scalp tingled, and she slowly turned her head to glance back. The butler stood with his back to them, maintaining the same posture. A face of an elderly woman faintly emerged from the back of his head, deeply lined and grinning silently at them, revealing a row of shriveled gums devoid of teeth. Hey, what are you looking at? The old woman's lips moved, and the butler, like a marionette, echoed the sound, swiftly retreating with his back turned to the two. Cheng Miao gritted her teeth and called to Lin Zhu. Use the firecracker. With that, she reached into her pocket and retrieved a small, pungent round ball, forcefully smashing it onto the ground. Boom! The sound resonated loudly in the garden. Lin Zhu, quick to respond, followed suit, tossing several firecrackers in succession. The air filled with a potent sulfuric odor as yellow smoke enveloped the figure of the butler. The spirit clinging to him was frightened by the firecrackers, compelling him to flee deep into the garden, disappearing from sight. Returning to their room, both Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu were drenched in sweat. After changing into fresh clothes, Lin Zhu sat on the floor with his knees drawn up, leaning against the window, staring at the bed curtains. That butler was terrifying. He seemed fine just a few days ago, and suddenly he was no longer human. Cheng Miao seated herself on a round stool, taking out a piece of musk wrapped in oiled paper. That must be Granny saying. I thought this character didn't exist in the scenario. Lin Zhu had heard Cheng Miao recount the story of Gujin, noting that Granny Sang appeared twice, once when she discovered firecrackers in Lin Zhu's bundle, and once when they admired the peonies. Cheng Miao sipped her tea, remaining silent as she listened to Lin Zhu's brainstorming. So, whenever she encounters fear or the need for protection, Granny Sang will appear. Lin Zhu scratched his head, resting his hand on his bent knee, absent-mindedly chewing on his fingers. Thus, those peonies must indeed be problematic, yet the butler has been stationed there. He was present both times we passed by the garden. Granny s'en firecracker, but merely to the extent that she would flee. If we disturbed the peonies, she might disregard her fear and confront us. Cheng Miao set down her teacup, nodding at Lin Zhu, whose eyes shone with the pride of a child who had answered correctly. Precisely. Hence we require a method to subdue the spirits. Lin Zhu, encouraged by the praise, perked up, asking, Meow meow, do you possess such items? Cheng Miao smiled slyly. I do not, but there are two Taoists nearby. They surely have what we need. Lin Zhu marveled at how Cheng Miao's personality transformed once she became familiar with others. Realizing that they had just entered the Chang mansion and required their intelligence, a resource exchange was possible. Before Cheng Miao could respond, they noticed a commotion outside. As maids and servants rushed past, trembling, many with traces of terror-streaked tears on their faces. What has happened? Has the first madam revealed her true form? As Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu discreetly observed the situation, ready to draw their tools for a confrontation, a distinctive sound of a weapon piercing flesh echoed from the corner gate, accompanied by a coarse, gravelly voice. Hey, why are you running? Did you run into a knife? You deserve it. All of you who want to survive, get out here. It's a robbery. Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu exchanged glances, realizing, our old acquaintance has finally arrived. Chapter 39. The Secrets of Chongfu 11. Cheng Miao returned the fishbone dagger to her spatial backpack and, accompanied by Lin Zhu and several trembling maidservants, stepped outside. Upon exiting, they were met by a muscular man clad in a bandit-esque garb, his head wrapped in a scarf, wielding a blood-dripping machete, with the bodies of several servants lying at his feet. Upon spotting Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu, the muscular man paused for a moment, then scrutinized them with a look of disdain. He spat out a thick gob of phlegm and mockingly remarked, Oh, the young master and miss. Lucky for me, I'm not on your team. Otherwise, it would be utterly humiliating. With a few maidservants at his side, Lin Zhu, feeling anxious, warned, You shouldn't be saying such things. If you don't want to clear the quest, don't drag us down with you. The muscular man looked at Lin Zhu with scorn, his thumb tracing the blade's edge, stained with blood. Don't worry, I'm not the sort to harm others without reason. With that, he abruptly raised his blade, and before Lin Zhu could react, several maidservants fell to the ground with agonizing screams. Lin Zhu stood frozen, paralyzed by the sight of murder. Though they were merely NPCs, they were still beings like themselves. She felt nauseous but restrained herself, directing her pale face elsewhere. Cheng Miao furrowed her brow but remained silent. She was no saint, after the muscular man's words. There was no doubt these individuals could not be spared. Why are you attempting to rob Changfu? It's not a simple matter. Tread carefully, Cheng Miao remarked coolly, her eyes reflecting disapproval. The muscular man, brawny yet simple-minded, led them toward the main hall while explaining, our task is to obtain some vase belonging to Lady Chang. With our identities as bandits, it and oppos, it's blatant that we are here to plunder. Cheng Miao halted, and the muscular man turned to her, not underestimating her, but simply surprised by her presence in the group. This girl appeared quite composed, certainly more so than the bespectacled youth beside her. Based on your and your partner and oppos' experiences, the quests assigned by the dungeon are the simplest, yet even the simplest ones will not hand you the solution directly. Cheng Miao stated, crossing her arms. They were near the front hall, and any necessary discussions should conclude here. The dungeon must have provided some hidden, safer methods for them. Lady Chang was no ordinary person, and entering to rob her would be perilous. This was the muscular man's first mission, while the blonde was on his second. He believed the latter's claims. Now, as Cheng Miao spoke, the muscular man's limited intellect struggled to grasp the implications. Perhaps she was right. Whatever. We're already in it. What is there to fear? Perhaps the dungeon's backdrop was not gruesome or violent. It was neither a city overrun by zombies nor a desolate graveyard. This ancient setting, filled with delicate beauties and rotund merchants, led the muscular man to regard it as trivial. He failed to perceive the bloody truth lurking behind the facade of the dungeon's charm. Noticing this, Cheng Miao chose not to press further, offering one last warning before entering the front hall. Stay alert. If anything feels off, run. Just run. The muscular man nodded nonchalantly, unsure if he had absorbed her advice. Upon entering the front hall, they found Lady Chang weeping behind Lord Chang, while the bedridden second Master Chang was being carried in a wrought-tan chair, with the second lady standing nearby, shedding tears. Two men dressed as doctors stood behind her, teammates of Li Cheng. Cheng Miao recalled Li Cheng mentioning them. The taller one was Jiang Hao, while the shorter one was Zhang Hui. Li Cheng and his companion were also ushered into the front hall. They exchanged a glance with Cheng Miao before looking down. The blonde and the muscular man, armed with their machetes, loitered nearby, spotting Li Cheng and Cheng Miao, their lips curling in a smirk that seemed part boastful, part mocking, yet ultimately they said nothing. Everyone is here. Go find the item, the blonde instructed, nodding at the muscular man. He pushed Lin Zhu forward and entered the inner chamber. Cheng Miao sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by the soft sobs of two women and the blonde's incessant teasing. Noticing Li Cheng's bemused expression directed at the blonde, Cheng Miao chose not to meddle in others' affairs, instead focusing her thoughts on her own task. She had recently encountered this story. The dungeon seemed to have selected her memories for its creation, granting her an advantage as she had already deduced Lady Chang's true identity. If someone else were to come, even upon discovering that Lady Chang was not an ordinary person, they would be oblivious to her weaknesses and the quest's enigmas. Li Cheng and his companions only recognized that something was amiss in Changfu, but they could not pinpoint the source of the problem. The dungeon would not be so unfriendly to players, indicating there must be clues pointing to Lady Chang's identity, aiding the others in clearing their quests. The most likely scenario involved the muscular man's team. The vase they sought would undoubtedly provide hints to the others, linking the clues together. They needed to assist one another. Only after the muscular man's team cleared their quest could everyone else have a clear objective. However, Cheng Miao, confident in her knowledge of the dungeon, was not concerned about missing clues, while Li Cheng, despite grasping the key, was unable to withstand the blonde's reckless antics, persistently teasing the two mistresses and opting for a foolishly straightforward method of direct robbery. This lead was likely unreliable. Have you found it? Is this it? The muscular man's shout echoed from within the room. Cheng Miao, Li Cheng, and the others brightened, ready to look up, when suddenly a powerful fragrance assaulted their senses. It was the floral scent from Lady Cheng and the second lady, overwhelming enough that Cheng Miao felt a headache coming on after just one inhale. In a daze, she spotted a woman in the distance, resembling Lin Zhu's description, a figure clad in red, with black hair, limbs contorted, crawling towards her at a steady pace. Startled, Cheng Miao realized she could not move, unable even to reach for her ring to retrieve an item. As the woman inched closer, Cheng Miao felt as if she were lying in a frozen wasteland, chilled to the bone. Just then, she thought she detected a peculiar scent amid the overpowering floral aroma, which suddenly cleared her muddled mind. Yim Miao, Bakyo. Lin Zhu's voice called urgently in her ear. Cheng Miao bit her tongue, the pain and the metallic taste of blood jolting her fully awake. She lay on the floor, propped up, and found no terrifying ghostly figure before her. Beside her was Lin Zhu, visibly relieved. Thank goodness, Cheng Miao. You fear ghosts, and I was worried I wouldn't be able to wake you. Cheng Miao helped Lin Zhu into a chair and noticed that Li Cheng and his companions remained entranced, while other servants were either crashing into walls or plunging into wells, leaving a scene of devastation. The two Cheng ladies, along with the blonde and the muscular man who had previously found the item, had vanished, while Lord Cheng and Second Master Cheng lay unconscious. Cheng Miao retrieved some excess musk from her ring and handed it to Lin Zhu. Quickly, go wake up Li Cheng and the others. The blonde and his group are likely lost. Chapter 40. Secrets of the Cheng Mansion. 12. Lin Zhu inquired no further, obediently taking the oil packet and allowing each of the four men to inhale its scent. Li Cheng, being less affected, was roused by the musk. Observing Lin Zhu tending to his teammates, he remained prone, covering his eyes with one hand and exhaling deeply. Consider me in your debt. Li Cheng and Appo's muffled voice conveyed from beneath his palm. Lin Zhu, having completed his task, returned to watch over Cheng Miao, refraining from interjecting. This action caught Li Cheng and Appo's attention. The lad is obedient, composed, and seemingly intelligent, unlikely to act rashly. A promising prospect. Li Cheng glanced at Cheng Miao, who was conversing quietly with Lin Zhu, and sighed inwardly. It seems the opportunity has passed. After a brief respite, Cheng Miao, her limbs no longer weak, intended to venture into the inner chamber. Zhang Hui, both of you go, Li Cheng instructed, discerning Cheng Miao's lack of martial prowess, directing the recently awakened Zhang Hui and Jiang how to seek out Huang Mao and his companion. Cheng Miao, without objection, watched them enter the room. What did you have us inhale? Jiang Qi, in the poorest condition among them, his face ashen, resembling a 3-day-old corpse, inquired with a slight tremor in his voice. Musk, Lin Zhu responded, noting Cheng Miao and Appo's languid state to dispel evil, ward off ghostly miasma, and dissolve nightmares. Wow, where did you find such a treasure? Jiang Qi and Appo's eyes widened upon hearing this. He harbored a deep fear of ghosts, and possessing such an item would provide him with a reliance in this instance. Purchased from pharmacy, Lin Zhu replied, adhering to his principle of using as few words as possible when addressing outsiders. A pharmacy. Jiang Qi was dumbfounded, recalling their initial encounter when the two appeared to be on a shopping expedition. How did you know to buy musk? No. How did you know there were ghosts at that time? We were only aware of the Black Mountain Demon. Lin Zhu shrugged, adopting an expression of helplessness towards Jiang Qi and Appo's perceived lack of intelligence, and instinctively glanced at Cheng Miao with pride and boastfulness. Li Cheng, halting Jiang Qi and Appo's further inquiries, fixed his gaze upon Cheng Miao, his expression deepening. This seemingly fair-skinned yet taciturn girl is more profound than she appears. Could you spare some of your excess musk? We could offer something in exchange. Cheng Miao, observing Li Cheng and the restless Jiang Qi, offered them a smile for the first time. Of course. Talismans? We do have some talismans in our packs, but they are clearly ineffective. You see, if it weren't for your musk, we might not have awakened so quickly. Jiang Qi, having recovered, leaped about like a monkey, irritating Li Cheng. Talismans are likely effective against genuine specters. We were merely ensnared by an illusion, rendering the talismans useless. Cheng Miao elucidated, pouring tea into 2 clean cups for herself and Lin Ju. I surmise your mission pertains to the strange occurrences in the Chang mansion. Cheng Miao, noticing a subtle change in Li Cheng's and his companion's expressions, continued, feigning ignorance, I possess relevant clues. If Huang Mao and his cohort are indeed deceased, then I am your sole recourse. Li Cheng Jiang Qi. This young lady's smile is rather eerie. Li Cheng furrowed his brow, his hand unconsciously fumbling at his collar. As he was about to speak, he heard Zhang Hui's cries. What is it? Li Cheng exclaimed, rising abruptly. Jiang Hao emerged, his face contorted with dread. Huang Mao and the others are dead. Huang Mao and the muscular man had perished. While the others were under the influence of the fragrance, Huang Mao, too, had succumbed. Upon regaining consciousness, he and the muscular man were bound to the bedchamber by countless withered vines. Damn it, what's happening? Huang Mao cursed, only to find the brawny man beside him trembling violently, his teeth chattering audibly. What have you seen to be so terrified? Quickly break free from these withered branches and assist me. The muscular man, ignoring his incessant chatter, merely stared at the door of the inner chamber with bloodshot eyes, as if some monstrous entity lurked within. GG ghost. She. Monster. Huang Mao, hearing footsteps, turned to see Madame Chang and her sister gracefully approaching. Oh, a beauty, Huang Mao murmured, captivated by their loveliness, oblivious to the danger of his situation. The muscular man's eyes bulged, recoiling frantically, but the branches, as if alive, tightened their grip, preventing his retreat. You are merely a fool. I will grant you a swift end. The second madam chuckled, covering her mouth. Before the muscular man could react, he felt a vine coiling around his neck, constricting forcefully, causing his head to loll to one side. Witnessing the muscular man's head barely connected to his neck by a thin, almost transparent layer of skin, Huang Mao finally regained his senses. Observing the approaching figures, his face flushed crimson, he attempted to retrieve something from his pocket. Are you searching for this? Huang Mao looked up in despair. Seeing Madame Chang holding a glass marble, his safeguard, despair washed over his face. I beg you, spare me. We merely intended to pilfer some items. Huang Mao and Oppo's, as voice dwindled, gradually fading away. A pungent stench of urine emanated from Huang Mao and Oppo's, as groin. Madame Chang wrinkled her nose, covering it with her hand. You dare attempt to steal my possessions? With a gentle wave of her delicate hand, Huang Mao felt the branches constricting around him, tightening relentlessly. Cheng Miao and the others silently regarded the corpses of Huang Mao and his companion. The muscular man appeared to have suffered little, but Huang Mao. His body had been dismembered, his face etched with agony and despair. No one's left. The entire Chang mansion is deserted. Zhang Yui exclaimed, panting as he rushed in from outside, Jiang Hao following behind, adding, the main gate is sealed off by visible white mist, the same scent as before. When you went out, were Master Chang and the second master still present? Cheng Miao asked, turning to face them, her expression solemn. And no. The two replied in unison after a moment of recollection. It seems we must achieve a resolution by tomorrow at the latest, or perhaps even tonight, Li Cheng said gravely. Qi, did you find anything? Jiang Qi, rummaging through the room, turned back with a dejected expression, shaking his head. Nothing. This room is as clean as my pockets after I've handed over my wages to my wife. Let's discuss this outside, Cheng Miao suggested. Glancing at the room, full of corpses and Lin Ju, who was nearly as stiff as they were, leading the group out. Gathered in the main hall, Cheng Miao succinctly explained, Madame Chang and the second madam are peony flower demons, and the steward is a ghost. The flower demons can directly attack and induce ghostly illusions. The steward will not manifest as a ghost unless the peonies in the garden are threatened. You need not concern yourselves with the steward. We must venture into the garden, but I cannot simultaneously confront both the ghost and the two flower demons. We must assist each other. Chapter 41. The Secrets of the Chang Mansion. 13. Li Cheng had already realized that there was no opposing faction when Huang Mao and his group invaded the Chang Mansion. Hearing Cheng Miao's words now, he had no objections. He touched the necklace hidden beneath his collar, and a stack of yellow talismans appeared in his hand. Cheng Miao took the yellow talismans, dividing them in half and giving one portion to Lin Zhu, instructing him to deliver the extra musk to Li Cheng. She then stored the remaining talismans in her ring, disregarding the envy and astonishment displayed by Jiang Qi and the others, and continued, "The musk is for you, but how to use it depends on you." After this statement, Cheng Miao paused, her gaze fixed on Li Cheng. He exhaled deeply, deciding to reveal everything. "Jiang Qi and I are tasked with uncovering the reason behind the mysterious disappearances of the servants in the Chang mansion. Zhang Hui and his team are responsible for ensuring the safety of the second Master Chang. Hence, to complete our missions, we will have to eliminate both the lady of the house and her companion." Li Cheng flexed his fists and feet. He was an experienced player at the survival inn. Although he had not initially been present in the Chang mansion due to role restrictions, his skills were formidable. "Thanks to your reminder, we discovered that a piece of jade in our bundle could reveal traces of supernatural beings, guiding us to two female demons. Jiang Qi and I obtained their blood, which we can use to trap them with a formation." Zhang Hui and the others edged closer to Li Cheng, while Jiang Hao produced a packet of pills that could temporarily mask human presence. Cheng Miao and Appo's eyes lit up. "How long does it last?" Jiang Hao scratched his head amidst the foliage and replied, "We tested it that day. It lasts at least 10 minutes. Cheng Miao nodded, and, at Li Cheng's gesture, Jiang Hao handed 2 pills to her. She took them, inhaling their scent, which was reminiscent of ordinary traditional Chinese medicine, lacking anything extraordinary. It seemed that although Li Cheng's group faced the highest difficulty in their mission, they also possessed the most resources. In contrast, Huang Mao's group had a simpler task, but stepping into the traps of the instance could spell disaster. "Our mission is to rescue the young master of the Chang family," Cheng Miao stated slowly under the gaze of the 4. "No problem. Just follow us. Once we find the 2 female demons, the young master will emerge," Jiang Qi assured, his confidence in Cheng Miao growing. Cheng Miao did not acknowledge him, but turned her eyes towards the garden, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "I need you to help me trap those 2 female demons for as long as possible." Li Cheng initially intended to voice his concerns, but swallowed his words upon seeing the confidence in Cheng Miao's gaze. "I don't know what you intend to do, but this is quite dangerous. It would be best if we all confronted them together." Cheng Miao shook her head. "Even united, we cannot defeat them. They are flower demons. Only by destroying the peonies in the garden can we ensure their demise." "Then what are we waiting for?" Jiang Qi exclaimed, stomping his foot. "Let's set a fire and finish this." After speaking, he noticed the concerned expressions of the others directed at him, swallowed hard, and retreated slightly. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Li Cheng rubbed his temples, stating, "If their weakness truly lies in the peonies, our combined efforts will only alert them. They might fight fiercely, and we cannot predict the outcome." Jiang Qi stammered, looking at Li Cheng, his thoughts grinding to a halt. Li Cheng's expression darkened as he ignored the inept teammate and turned his attention back to Cheng Miao, who stood quietly to the side with her little tail behind her. "What about that ghost? Do not worry about that. The housekeeper will not leave the garden. We will handle him. You just need to hold off the 2 flower demons until we set the garden ablaze." Li Cheng closed his mouth, mentally weighing this opportunity before inhaling deeply. "It's a deal. When the time comes, try to lure the housekeeper away. Use the firecrackers if you can. If not, use this." Cheng Miao presented Lu Shui's jump rope to Lin Zhu. "It can temporarily immobilize the ghost. I don't know for how long, but it can be used 4 times. Once you trap him, stick the talismans on him." Lin Zhu accepted the jump rope, realizing its rarity as an item, and noticed that Cheng Miao had generously given it to him, leaving him momentarily speechless. "The housekeeper only reacts to the peonies. If you start digging them up, he will certainly attack you. You have given me this item. We are a team, and I believe you can hold him off. You must have faith as well." Cheng Miao offered no further words, merely gazing at Lin Zhu with encouragement in her eyes. Lin Zhu met her bright gaze, feeling an indescribable sensation within, and nodded earnestly in agreement. In the garden, the housekeeper stood like a lifeless puppet beside the peony bushes, his gaze vacant, his skin showing signs of decay. Cheng Miao swallowed the pill given by Zhang Hui and patted Lin Zhu's shoulder before darting away in another direction. Lin Zhu, steeling himself against the corpse-like housekeeper, shouted, "Housekeeper, is there something wrong with the peonies?" Why do you guard them so fiercely? Upon hearing the mention of peonies, the housekeeper slowly turned his back to Lin Zhu. The latter gulped, his hands clenched tightly around his clothing. He saw the housekeeper beckoning him with the back of his hand. Behind him stood Granny Sang, having fully manifested, sharing the same body as the housekeeper, with her spirit controlling the movements. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Granny Sang and Oppo's lips barely moved, yet her voice emerged from the housekeeper and Oppo's now purplish lips, as he turned away from Lin Zhu and approached him in a grotesque, unsettling manner. Lin Zhu dared not blink, raising his hand to throw the firecrackers around the housekeeper. Seizing this opportunity, Cheng Miao sprinted towards the peony bushes with utmost speed, kneeling to excavate the two peculiar peonies with her bare hands. As she witnessed the once swift figure come to a halt, Lin Zhu felt a surge of joy. This was effective. As he rushed forward, his talisman still unplaced upon the housekeeper, he noticed Granny Sang's eyes shift suspiciously, seemingly aware of the uninvited guest beside the peonies. Ignoring Lin Zhu, the housekeeper made to rush towards Cheng Miao. Unable to stop him, drew out the jump rope and waved it, barely managing to halt his advance. Lin Zhu didn't end Oppo's. Dare calculate the duration of the item and Oppo's effectiveness, quickly slapping all the talismans onto the housekeeper. In an instant, piercing, ghostly wails erupted, akin to countless vengeful spirits scratching against the walls, sending Lin Zhu reeling from the cacophony. Cheng Miao was momentarily startled by the high-pitched screams, but remained focused, gritting her teeth and exerting her strength. The white stones beneath her hands caused them to bleed, and the originally vibrant peonies she grasped now lay lifelessly askew. Before long, Cheng Miao finally unearthed a hard box, her mind racing as if infused with invigorating energy. She had found it. Chapter 42. The Secrets of Chongfu 14. Cheng Miao exerted herself to lift an object and, without noticing the mud on the box, cradled it in her arms. The box was approximately 1 meter long and square-shaped, adorned with unintelligible runes that resembled a coffin. Cheng Miao thought to herself. Meanwhile, Lin Zhu crawled over, using both hands and feet, with blood trickling from his ears, a result of the earlier ghastly scream. "Sister Miao, you have no idea." As soon as the yellow talisman was affixed, the steward was engulfed in flames, blue fire, and a horrendous stench of decay. Granny Sang, who had been behind them, was burned away by the talisman, leaving the steward's lifeless body crumpled on the ground. Lin Zhu wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, his gaze vacant as he shivered. The corpse had been dead for quite some time, its flesh already decomposed. Cheng Miao paid him no mind. People are forged through trials. When Lin Zhu first encountered the corpse, he was almost left speechless, but now he managed to articulate a complete sentence, a sign of progress. After a few moments of stupor, Lin Zhu regained his composure and assisted Cheng Miao in opening the box. Suddenly, a man's anguished scream echoed, accompanied by Li Cheng's furious yet sorrowful shout, "Qi Zi!" Cheng Miao's pupils dilated, sensing urgency. They were on the brink of collapse. The flower demon was far stronger than they had anticipated. Had it not been for the united efforts of all players, they would likely have faced total annihilation in this dungeon. With tremendous effort, Cheng Miao finally pried open a small crack in the box with a fishbone dagger. As she pressed the handle, the box sprang open. Lin Zhu gazed at the contents of the box, his heart leaping in shock. Cheng Miao lowered her eyes, biting her lip. Although she had suspected what lay within, the reality was still startling. Inside the box was a beautifully sculpted boy, eyes closed as if in slumber. His chest faintly rose and fell, and it was unclear whether it was the runes on the box or the peculiar white stone that allowed the boy to survive underground without sustenance. The bottom of the box was dotted with small holes through which slender flower stems had burrowed, deeply embedded in the boy's skin, pulsating with his heartbeat, delivering blood and nutrients to the stems. Cheng Miao carefully used her dagger to sever the flower stems. The moment they detached from the boy's body, the stems sprang to life, swiftly slithering out through the small holes in the box. The boy remained unconscious, but Cheng Miao placed her hand over him, feeling his pulse strengthen considerably. Congratulations to player Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu for completing the dungeon task of The Secrets of Chongfu. Loading dungeon settlement point. Quick! Lin Zhu, set on fire. Upon hearing the notification, Cheng Miao, unable to spare another glance at the true identity of Chang Fu's young master within the box, sprang to her feet and hurriedly poured the lamp oil she had previously collected onto the flowers. Lin Zhu swiftly produced a flint, striking it twice. Sparks flew, igniting the lamp oil on the flowers, and the flames erupted, casting a crimson glow across the sky. Witnessing the abnormal ferocity of the flames, Cheng Miao heard Zhang Hao's maniacal laughter echoing in her ears. "Chengge, we can do it." As the brilliant flames illuminated the chaos around them, Cheng Miao blinked, and once again found herself and Lin Zhu enveloped in the tumult. Stretching her limbs, she listened to her bones crackle in protest of fatigue, then reclined, accustomed to the ease that followed task completion. "Zista mia, Lin Zhu fidgeted beside her for a while, before, finally, speaking into the darkness. "Lin Zhu, would you like to form a partnership with me?" Cheng Miao interrupted his hesitance, articulating the question he had struggled to voice. Lin Zhu's eyes brightened, his excitement flushing his cheeks. "Can we?" Cheng Miao imagined the current state of the little boy and relaxed her expression, smiling gently. "You are clever, quick to respond, capable, and obedient. If you are willing, I will be delighted to have you." "Yes, I am willing." Lin Zhu leapt up in joy. Having played the game for a while now, he had always been alone. Others found him dull and frail, seldom wanted to team up with him. Even in team dungeons, he was often an afterthought, easily forgotten. Hearing Cheng Miao's words, he even imagined sharing a hug with her. "I am currently a high-level guest, and I should be able to move to the guest house after this settlement. I chose the Parrot guest house. What about you?" Lin Zhu's mouth fell agape in the dark. "Sister Miao, you're so impressive, and yet you're just a high-level guest. I'm at the 8 Parrots guest house. I'll apply to change locations as soon as I exit." "Wait for me, Sister Miao. Are there any conditions for changing locations?" Cheng Miao tilted her head. Lin Zhu, with a higher level than hers, surely knew more than she did. Lin Zhu was now certain that Cheng Miao remained a high-level guest because she had just entered the survival inn. Given her strength, she would likely advance swiftly through the dungeons. Suppressing his admiration, Lin Zhu earnestly shared what he knew, explaining that inns were rather special entities, akin to a novice village. Only upon leaving the inn does one officially begin the game, a process that typically takes a considerable amount of time for most players. After the inn, there are 5 types of goose houses: motels, hotels, resorts, and clubs. Each subsequent upgrade allows 2 free selection opportunities, one upon reaching the current guest house and another when preparing to upgrade. Inns are categorized into low, medium, and high levels, while the other 5 types do not follow this classification. For instance, my guest house offers different room types, similar to real life. However, goose houses are considered lower-tier inns, providing only standard rooms and large double rooms. Unlike inns from goose houses onward, the subsequent lodgings are genuinely places for players to relax and unwind. The prices differ based on room types, allowing players to choose according to their preferences. Those wishing to save money for an earlier upgrade will opt for cheaper rooms, while those seeking a more comfortable experience will choose the more expensive options. Cheng Miao pondered this information, articulating her thoughts. Thus, as players progress to higher-tier inns, many may find their advancement slow, as they invest their earnings in upscale accommodations. Given the superior conditions of high-tier inns, it is indeed best for us, who navigate the thin line between life and death, to enjoy life whenever possible. Lin Zhu nodded vigorously, but then remembered Cheng Miao was unable to see him, so he quickly affirmed her thoughts aloud. "You mentioned that the 2 choices are free. What if one wishes to change midway?" Lin Zhu's expression soured. "Then a service fee is required, typically equivalent to 1 night and Oppo's stay for the player and Oppo's room type." Lin Zhu grimaced as he calculated his balance, realizing he barely had enough for another stay after paying the service fee. Yet, the prospect of teaming up with Cheng Miao reignited his happiness. "Then after this, they won't force you into dungeons anymore?" Cheng Miao's voice resonated coolly in the darkness, an assurance that calmed Lin Zhu rather than frightening him. "That won't happen." Lin Zhu removed his glasses to wipe them, but upon remembering he couldn't see, he put them back on. The cost for a night at the subsequent inns isn't low. One can only stay there by entering dungeons. No, Cheng Miao absent-mindedly tapped her cheek. If anyone were to witness this action, they might find it quite endearing. There are other ways to earn money. Chapter 43. The parrot and what? Lin Zhu did not quite catch the almost whispered words of Cheng Miao and tilted her head in inquiry. Nothing. Those are matters for the future. There's no need to worry about it now. The settlement hasn't even come through yet. Should we wait for Li Cheng and the others? Lin Zhu was equally perplexed. This was her first encounter with such a task division. Before they could linger too long in the darkness, a sudden outburst of curses broke the silence. Damn, you scared me. I thought I was really done for. Cheesy, are you all right? Of course not. I have several wounds that are killing me, but they're bearable now. Cough, at last you've arrived. Upon Cheng Miao's voice, Jiang Qi seemed unable to contain himself and shouted, only to quickly change the subject. Hey, Miss Cheng, you're still here. I had assumed everyone would settle their accounts individually. I didn't expect it to be a collective affair. Cheng Miao was only half listening to the group's discussion, her mind yearning for a place to rest. Did you, too, eliminate the flower demons? Cheng Miao inquired, curious about the completeness of the story. Yes, it's quite pitiful. From what Madame Chong said before her death, it appears that after the Chong family prospered from her wealth, they discovered that the two wives were not human at all and began keeping mistresses outside, even fathering children. When the wives eventually found out, the brothers were already planning to report their own wives to the authorities. Madame Chong took their only son to tend to flowers, while the second wife poisoned him, constantly watching over a living corpse. Jiang Hao sighed and added, in the end, both chose to take their own lives. Cheng Miao was at a loss for how to respond, a heaviness settling in her heart. Ding players Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu, Li Cheng, Jiang Qi, Zhang Hui, and Jiang Hao have successfully completed the instance, The Secrets of the Chong Residence. Rewards, 500 travel coins. Player Cheng Miao contributed the most to The Secrets of the Chong Residence, earning 300 travel coins. Player Cheng Miao as performance in the instance, The Secrets of the Chong Residence, is rated A, with 100 completion of side quests, earning 700 travel coins. Player Cheng Miao has acquired a total of 1,500 travel coins from the low-level dormitory instance, The Secrets of the Chong Residence, with 2,107 coins remaining. Player Cheng Miao's item, Fishbone Dagger, upgraded to a formidable Fishbone Dagger. Cheng Miao remarked, what a lackluster name. Settlement is complete. Please confirm your return point. The parrot in. Confirm. Transmitting. Cheng Miao blinked and found herself on a dirt road flanked by tall rice seedlings. The night sky was deepening, with a hazy crescent moon hanging in the distance. She glanced back, noting the long, winding road that led into the unknown, directly facing a 3-story white building that resembled the small inn she had seen in the city villages. Red paper posted on a glass door read welcome. A solitary street lamp stood by the roadside, casting a faint orange glow that formed an oval shape. Guests have arrived. Cheng Miao heard the sound of flapping wings and looked up to see a beautiful budgerigar descending from the second floor. Instinctively, she raised her arm, and to her surprise, the parrot landed on her hand, its beady eyes scrutinizing her. What a lovely lady, I quite like you. Cheng Miao felt a twitch in her brow and pulled out a hard card from her pocket. The parrot in. Don't rush. Let us get acquainted. The parrot tilted its head, theatrically clearing its throat. I am Parrot, the proprietor of this inn. I have a fondness for beautiful ladies and dashing gentlemen alike. I adore colorful things, and most especially enjoy feasting on the youth. Cheng Miao, overwhelmed by the parrot's incessant chatter, maintained her grip on it with one hand while rubbing her temple with the other. Boss, can we discuss this inside? It's quite windy out here. Parrot opened one wing and inspected its unruffled feathers. Windy? If you say so, then it must be. As long as you have your lodging voucher, you're welcome. No need to rush, but I suppose a pretty lady like you deserves a bit more. As she watched Parrot flap its wings and take the lead, a hint of frustration crept across Cheng Miao's otherwise expressionless face. She had hoped that the loquacious parrot might divulge some secrets, but its incessant babble was overwhelming. The glass door opened automatically, and once Parrot and Cheng Miao entered, it closed behind them. Cheng Miao surveyed the ordinary in reception where shelves were filled with various items, functioning somewhat like a general store. The overly bright lights rendered the entire room rather pale, while faint sounds from other players echoed from upstairs, accompanied by the bubbling sound of water boiling at the stairs, easing Cheng Miao's unease in this new environment. Parrot perched on the reception desk, picked up a pen, and began scribbling on an open housing record. Which would you prefer, a standard room or a single room? The prices are the same, but I personally recommend the single room for the additional tables and chairs. They all come with private bathrooms, though the hot water can be temperamental, sometimes available, sometimes not. Is it solar-powered? Cheng Miao, accustomed to the Cockroach brothers' banter, couldn't he help but let the words slip. Hey, you're quite amusing, little lady. Ha ha ha. You crack me up. Cheng Miao watched as Parrot rolled in laughter on the counter. I'll take the single room, Cheng Miao said, recalling something and adding, if I need to change room types later, I like you, little lady. I'll let you switch for free. Just keep in mind, checkout is at 12. Or you can extend your stay for 500 a night. That's quite steep, Cheng Miao said, trembling as she wrote her name on the registration form. She glanced through the list for familiar names, but found none. Boss, do I have to register upon checking in? Parrot flew into the counter, retrieving a set of keys, and returned. Absolutely. We run a legitimate in here. You just came from a dormitory, didn't you? Dormitories aren't exactly proper. There are many illicit activities. I heard that last time. A receptionist tried to eat in front of the guests. Such poor manners. Cheng Miao leaned against the counter, taking a deep breath to interrupt Parrot's incessant chatter. Boss, I might have a few teammates arriving shortly. When they do, Parrot showed no signs of irritation at being interrupted, nodding its little head. Don't worry, my service is professional. All right then, I'll trust you. By the way, we don't have a restaurant here. For meals, you'll need to come down and serve yourself. Parrot flapped its wings, directing Cheng Miao's gaze to a notice on the wall. The cafeteria is to the right of the front desk on the first floor. Meals are available at all times, but they are tiered, so you should check in the cafeteria for specifics. Cheng Miao hesitated, her toes tracing the ground as she finally asked, I shouldn't expect to see the previous receptionist, should I? At this, Parrot crossed its wings in a heart shape. Oh, do you want to see them? How kind of you. Most players here fear me and avoid chatting. I wouldn't harm them. Well, maybe I would, but only if they don't have a lodging voucher. By the way, which dormitory were you in? Cheng Miao's gaze flickered, and she remained silent, concerned that if the Cockroach brothers had a bad relationship with Parrot, it could lead to complications. While she knew they could not harm her directly, she preferred to avoid any further conflict after leaving the instance. Parrot, perceptive and astute, noticed her silence and nodded. I understand. If you're on good terms, you can visit the reception. Who knows, you might even see them. Cheng Miao politely expressed her gratitude, took the key, and ascended the stairs according to her room number, leaving Parrot behind to preen its feathers, reflecting on how long it had been since such a joyful conversation. Chapter 44. The pain of financial struggles at the threshold of her room. Cheng Miao paused to survey her surroundings. The room appeared quite satisfactory, positioned neither too close nor too far from the staircase, thus shielding her from disturbances while remaining conveniently accessible for guests. As she ascended the stairs, she noted the seemingly endless corridor of rooms, reminiscent of a train carriage stretching into the distance. Her keen ears caught snippets of conversation, the sounds of dining, and the gentle snores of slumbering occupants. Upon unlocking her door, Cheng Miao was greeted by a modest chamber containing a 1.5-meter bed adorned with crisp white linens, a small cabinet housing a bedside lamp and a telephone, and a television set. Beside the floor lay a slightly yellowed fan. Against the wall rested a round glass table accompanied by a woven chair. The bathroom was narrow, necessitating caution during showers to avoid tripping over the squat toilet. A note affixed beneath the mirror informed her that disposable toiletries could be purchased at the front desk. Cheng Miao glanced at the towels provided in the room, their yellowed fabric accompanied by an unpleasant musty odor. To her delight, a window graced the room. Approaching it, she gazed out at the path she had traversed earlier, framed by an expanse of rice fields. At the path's end loomed distant mountains, evoking a picturesque scene from a pastoral painting. Her sharp eyes soon spotted a somewhat naive figure emerging along the road, prompting a smile as she secured her door and made her way downstairs. At the front desk, Lin Zhu's face was flushed, clearly flustered by the parrot's incessant remarks. I can't stand timid individuals. Tell me, why do you fear me? The parrot teased, while Lin Zhu stammered, on the verge of tears. I don't. The players at the front desk often exhibited trepidation, treating the parrot with a mix of fear and distant respect. Unbeknownst to Lin Zhu, the parrot's sudden appearance on the path had startled him, resulting in his current state of dismay. Listening from the stairwell, Cheng Miao endured the parrot's relentless jest directed at Lin Zhu, finally comprehending why she found the parrot amiable. Yet few chose to stay at its end. It was a creature that showered affection upon those it favored, while displaying a sharp tongue towards others. Observing Lin Zhu and Oppo's disheveled curls drooping lifelessly atop his head, Cheng Miao interjected, All right, my friend, let us show some mercy. He is my teammate. The parrot, momentarily parched from its tirade, perked up at Cheng Miao's voice. Ah, it's you. I was just wondering how you ended up with such a dull and cowardly partner who lacks manners. Cheng Miao, having gauged the parrot's temperament, realized that it preferred banter over fear. Light-hearted teasing made it more comfortable. With Cheng Miao's interjection, the parrot finally relented, tilting its head to examine Lin Zhu, who remained bowed. Not unattractive, yet so unremarkable in temperament. With a dismissive flap of its wings, the parrot flew to the front desk to register their accommodations. Lin Zhu seized the opportunity to escape the parrot's scrutiny, gaining insight into the parrot's earlier gaze, which had been laden with a mix of concern and condescension when he had suggested changing ends. The parrot carelessly tossed the key aside and perched on Cheng Miao's shoulder. You can now enter team mode. If you wish to enter a dungeon together, simply register at the front desk. Those who register together will share a single dungeon pass. If you prefer to enter separately, you may, but there's no guarantee you'll access the same dungeon. The parrot, fond of Cheng Miao, was willing to divulge more information to her, fearing that if she perished too soon, it would be left alone without companionship. Unlike the elderly parrot who seldom engaged with others, Cheng Miao nodded, purchasing some daily necessities at the general store. With her remaining points, she could afford to stay for 3 more days, while Lin Zhu would have even less. Shall we go eat? Would you like to join us? Cheng Miao inquired politely, to which the parrot's eyes sparkled mischievously. I shall pass. I expect food shortly. Players who failed in the game had no one to assist them, and Cheng Miao could do little but accompany Lin Zhu, who appeared pale, likely recalling distressing memories, as they followed the signs to the cafeteria. The stainless steel pots in the cafeteria brimmed with steaming food, yet no chef was in sight. Several large bowls sat silently in the middle of the room, casting an eerie atmosphere. Having neglected proper meals in the game, and being at an age of growth, Lin Zhu was soon ravenous. Sister Miao, look, here are the meal prices. Hearing Lin Zhu, Cheng Miao approached the table, displaying a menu. A plastic price tag indicated 1 dish soup for 5 travel coins, 1 serving of rice for 3 travel coins, with self-registration for meals. Cheng Miao noted 1 dish and 1 soup, along with a serving of rice. Observing Lin Zhu's flushed face as he glanced between the food and the prices, she chuckled, We can share. You can choose what you want. Understanding her kindness, Lin Zhu scratched his head, hastily scribbling several items on the notepad before leading Cheng Miao to the food-serving area. With keen eyes, Cheng Miao noticed Lin Zhu had written down 3 servings of rice and 1 soup. The cafeteria's offerings were simple, home-style dishes, reminiscent of her university cafeteria, where the description promised spicy stir-fried meat but delivered mostly peppers. The serving plates were modest, yet Cheng Miao employed her skills to arrange the food artfully, achieving the appearance of 2 servings from 1. Encouraged by Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu took small bites, mentally resolving to earn money and not become a hindrance. How much do you have left? Cheng Miao asked, watching Lin Zhu struggle with the last remnants of rice. As she sipped her soup, the pork and radish soup was somewhat bland, but she made do. Lin Zhu, his face flushed from the spicy peppers, replied, I have 120 travel coins left. He then sheepishly added, I haven't been at the inn long. I've completed 4 dungeons, but Haven Tea saved much. Cheng Miao understood, recognizing the pattern. Typically, accommodation costs were similar to dungeon fees. If players lack contributions, they might not even be able to afford meals. Lin Zhu and Appo's savings were sufficient for him to switch ins, demonstrating his resourcefulness. Can the inn help cover expenses for teammates? Cheng Miao pondered her dwindling balance, her brow furrowing in frustration. It seemed that whether in reality or the game, poverty posed a significant obstacle. Lin Zhu lowered his gaze, feeling embarrassed as he replied, "Only for a team." Unaware of Lin Zhu's apprehensions, Cheng Miao candidly discussed their situation. "I have enough for us to stay one more night. We must enter the dungeon by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." Lin Zhu hurriedly raised his hand, shaking his head. "It's all right, Sister Miao. I plan to enter a dungeon alone tomorrow." Chapter 45. There's a cat. Cheng Miao smiled, interrupting Lin Zhu's words, reassuring him that it was not his concern and that he need not bear any psychological burden. "I have a companion. She may come looking for me, and I need to wait for her here." Lin Zhu released a sigh of relief, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Curiosity piqued. "Sister Miao, you have teammates?" Cheng Miao thought of Qi Jiajia, her expression flickering slightly. Glancing at the adorably naive Lin Zhu, she silently mourned for him. "Well, she's a young girl, younger than you, but her temper is quite fierce. You may need to be more tolerant." Stars sparkled in Lin Zhu's eyes. A child that young can team up with Sister Miao. She must be exceptionally skilled. It's perfectly normal for strong individuals to have a bit of temper. Rest assured, Sister Miao, I will absolutely strive to gain her acceptance. Cheng Miao, something feels amiss, but I can't be bothered to correct it. Lin Zhu, having exhausted much energy in the Chongfu Cine instance, returned to his room early to sleep. Cheng Miao quickly showered just as the warm water turned cold, changed into her newly purchased clothes, and went to find Parrot for a chat. In the darkness, Qi Jiajia lay among a pile of corpses, breathing softly, her bright cat-like eyes squinting slightly as she observed the outside. The acrid stench of dead bodies filled her nostrils, and a flicker of disgust crossed her face, soon replaced by anxiety. This was her third instance since parting ways with Cheng Miao. She had yet to save enough to upgrade to the guest house and had been enduring in a high-end dormitory, progressing from one instance to another. Now, she could recover her stamina within the instance. For instance, she had just taken a nap in the heap of corpses. If it weren't and Oppo's tea for the commotion outside, she could have rested a little longer. Qi Jiajia worried that Cheng Miao, given her abilities, had already reached the guest house. Although Qi Jiajia had consulted with the Cockroach brothers, enduring her disgust, the flow of time in the instance differed from that in the inn. As long as she was fast enough, she could catch up. Cheng Miao would certainly not wait for her, and once missed, she knew not if she would have the chance to see her again. Qi Jiajia was unsure why she felt compelled to follow Cheng Miao. Perhaps it was simply a twisted desire for approval. A self-deprecating smile graced her blood-stained face. At home, everyone cherished her, yet outside, people feared her. She was aware that Cheng Miao disliked her, yet she still yearned for her affection. Rested and lost in thought, Cheng Miao sat on her bed, the fan at the foot of her bed creaking softly. The guest house became humid at night. Without the fan, sleep was nearly impossible. Cheng Miao dared not open the window. Although it posed no mortal danger, one could never know what lurked outside at night. After having a late breakfast, Cheng Miao strolled out of the guest house. Lin Zhu was still sleeping. Since teaming up with Cheng Miao, much of his anxiety had dissipated, and this was the longest he had slept. Parrot was absent from the front desk, whereabouts unknown. Cheng Miao found the outside of the guest house intriguing. Unlike the dormitory, guests could wander outside. Observing for a while without spotting Parrot, she stepped through the glass door. Outside, the sun shone brightly, a rare sight for Cheng Miao. She leaned against the guest house wall, lost in contemplation, pondering whether the sun truly existed or was merely an illusion the longer she stayed in the survival inn. The more wondrous it felt, as if it were another world. If the dormitory had initially served as a rudimentary resting place, the guest house began to encompass certain essentials of real life, such as sunlight and moonlight. It felt increasingly reminiscent of the real world. Cheng Miao crouched down, wishing she could lie down if she didn't know that Parrot would feast on players in the rice fields. Suddenly, a small black dot caught her peripheral vision, startling Cheng Miao into a defensive stance. Upon discerning what it was, she fell into a stupor. It was a beautiful black cat, its coat glossy and shimmering in the sunlight. Its tiny ears stood upright, occasionally swiveling to catch sounds in the surroundings. The cat's pupils were blue, resembling gemstones, and at noon, its dark pupils appeared as vertical slits within its eyes. The black cat noticed Cheng Miao, showing no sign of fear nor friendliness, and proceeded to the sunniest spot beside the guest house, curling up to bask in the warmth. Cheng Miao, I am enchanted. Having forgotten she was in a game and not pausing to ponder how a black cat could be here, Cheng Miao crouched down, cautiously inching closer. Meow, meow. Meow the cat lazily glanced back at Cheng Miao, but with no further reaction, closed its eyes, resting its head on its paws, falling asleep. Cheng Miao, it's so adorable. Lin Zhu rubbed his eyes and drew back the curtains, initially believing he was mistaken when he saw Cheng Miao squatting outside the guest house, hugging her knees. When he thought Cheng Miao had discovered a clue, he hastily grabbed 2 buns, rushing out without pausing for a meal, only to find her crouched down. Speaking softly to the cat, Lin Zhu, has Sister Miao been possessed? Noticing someone had emerged, Cheng Miao turned her head, a dazed expression on her face. You're up? Look, there's a cat. Lin Zhu. After sitting beside Cheng Miao for half an hour, Lin Zhu felt the sun scorching his head. Watching Cheng Miao quietly seated next to the cat, with her shirt draped over her head, he found himself at a loss for words. Hey, Sister Miao. It seems someone is approaching. Lin Zhu shielded his eyes with his hand, gazing at the small black that grew closer in the distance. Parrot had a temper and a sharp tongue. With few guests in the past few days, they had barely encountered anyone, and those who had stayed longer were reluctant to engage with the 2 newcomers. Cheng Miao raised her eyes toward the approaching figure, her heart lightly easing upon seeing the person's tattered dress. Chi Jia had just been teleported here after exiting an instance. She had not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days and walked with a slight stumble. Damn, the sun outside the guest house is blinding. Hearing voices, Chi Jia squinted, tried to glimpse the shape of the person. Seeing someone suddenly run, Cheng Miao twitched her lips and stood up. The black cat, awakened, stretched lazily, casting a cold glance at the approaching figure before leaping away and vanishing. Cheng Miao watched the black cat leave with a tinge of regret, only to feel a tug at the hem of her clothes the next moment. Looking down, she assessed Chi Jia, noting the apparent signs of having traversed more than one instance. Her clothes were tattered, and she bore several wounds that, while not fatal, must have been quite painful. Though Chi Jia still wore her usual grim demeanor, she appeared more composed. The previous restlessness entirely vanished. Cheng Miao was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to marvel at how the instances had tempered her. Sister Miao, is this your partner? Lin Zhu peered out from beside Cheng Miao, astonished. A little girl? How remarkable that she managed to reach the guest house on her own. Hearing the voice, Chi Jia narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp with lingering hostility and the remnants of bloodlust directed at Lin Zhu, who stood beside Cheng Miao. Chapter 46. Beautiful moments are always fleeting. Lin Zhu was momentarily stunned by the gaze that was imbued with a hint of bloodlust and brutality. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his premeditated self-introduction inadvertently escaped his lips. Hello, I am Lin Zhu. Pleased to meet you. Chi Jia paused, her face displaying a somewhat neurotic smile. As soon as Lin Zhu finished speaking, he regretted his words, now unnerved by Chi Jia and Oppo's disjointed expression. Cheng Miao, unable to bear the scene any longer, smacked Chi Jia on the head, admonishing her to be more amiable towards their new teammate. Chi Jia, still brimming with the hostility from her recent battles in the dungeon, refused to comply. Why is there a new team member after just a few dungeons? She thought, glaring at Cheng Miao as she ground her teeth. Cheng Miao, unyielding, retorted, it's only reasonable. Lin Zhu and I have already formed a team. Since we do not need new members, we shall take our leave. Take care of yourself. She turned to walk away, leaving Lin Zhu somewhat bewildered, his body following Cheng Miao and Oppo's lead, his feet still unsteady, presenting a comical sight. As Cheng Miao felt a tug at her clothing, she silently counted in her mind. When she reached 15, Qi Jia sweetly declared, "Hello, brother Lin Zhu. I am Qi Jia." Lin Zhu's pupils quivered as he observed Qi Jiajia's doll-like face. Her words surprisingly obedient. This little girl was quite enchanting, leaving Lin Zhu and Appo's mind in a daze. "Hello, hello," he stammered. Cheng Miao, noticing a plump, furry bird fluttering into the inn, shifted her stance, and Qi Jiajia obediently followed, though her hands remained stubbornly at her sides. Thankfully, the garments from the general store were sturdy. Otherwise, they would have been misshapen from such tugging. Cheng Miao mused absent-mindedly. "Guests have arrived," the parrot exclaimed, flapping its wings. Upon spotting Cheng Miao, it brightened. "Ever since you came, my business has improved significantly. I used to see a player only once every 10 days or so." Qi Jiajia, still fuming, let her temper get the better of her, not caring who the parrot was. She retorted sarcastically, "Is this the front desk of the inn? Such a chatterbox." "A chatterbox?" The parrot, as if struck by a spell, was momentarily frozen before exploding in fury, its feathers bristling like a cat's back. "Who are you calling chatterbox? Do you still want to stay here?" Qi Jiajia pulled out the blood-stained check-in voucher from her pocket and slammed it onto the counter. Tiptoeing as she argued with the parrot, "Are you really going to chase guests away? How do you run a business like this?" Cheng Miao stood by, arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold, while Lin Zhu hid behind her, feeling less intimidated by the parrot now. However, the idea of engaging in a verbal spar with a talking bird still seemed daunting. "Sister Miao, should we intervene?" he asked tentatively. "Not necessary. Can't you see they are both relieving their stress?" Cheng Miao replied, "Relieving stress? Well, I suppose it's a rather novel way to do so," Lin Zhu conceded. After enough verbal sparring, the parrot tossed the keys onto the counter, hastily registering them. "Get it done quickly and don't linger before my eyes." Qi Jiajia rolled her eyes as she filled out her personal information. With only 500 traveler coins left to her name, it was just enough for one night's stay. Cheng Miao led Qi Jiajia to the dining hall, and they pooled their meager resources to enjoy a somewhat decent lunch. They spent 20 traveler coins on a phone that only had a camera function, using the remainder to buy instant noodles. Cheng Miao sighed sadly, glancing at her dwindling coin balance of just 10. Holding 3 boxes of instant noodles, Qi Jiajia glanced at Cheng Miao as distressed face and said, "I can enter the dungeon now. There and Appo's. It's no need to spend money." Cheng Miao looked at Qi Jiajia's trembling legs, her conscience preventing her from revealing the truth. "We need rest as well. There will be plenty of time. We shall enter the dungeon tomorrow afternoon." Initially, Cheng Miao expected Qi Jiajia to insist on sharing a room, but it was evident that the girl had matured significantly through her recent experiences in the dungeons. Though still eccentric and somewhat unhinged, she was no longer troublesome. That night, the two youngsters squeezed into Cheng Miao and Appo's room to slurp their instant noodles. Lin Zhu, whose temperament could be described as gentle or somewhat slow-witted, was oblivious to Qi Jiajia's animosity towards him. To him, the moment she called him Brother Lin Zhu meant she was now akin to a sister he ought to cherish. Qi Jiajia felt a sense of frustration. No matter how unfriendly she attempted to appear, Lin Zhu continued to smile as he helped her tear open the noodle packets and boil water. In the end, she could only glare at him in silence, too tired to argue. Cheng Miao slurped her noodles while retrieving her items from her ring. "This is my item. It can control the movements of spirits, and I have 3 uses left. This is my offensive item." The two across from her exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat at a loss. Qi Jiajia, with her antisocial tendencies, had been pampered but never truly trusted. Lin Zhu, with his brilliant academic aura in reality, had few friends. In this game of life and death, there was little trust to extend to others. Both were experiencing unconditional trust for the first time, not only because Cheng Miao was reliable, but also due to their confidence in her judgment. Cheng Miao refrained from detailing the lesser items, only mentioning the dagger and the jump rope. She believed these were the truly useful items in the dungeons. Understanding one's strengths and weaknesses was essential. Trust and resource integration were vital within a team. Qi Jiajia set aside her braised beef noodles, pulling off a pink hairpin from her damp hair and tossing it onto the table before returning to her bowl. Cheng Miao picked it up examining the item description. Raising an eyebrow. A protective item. This is quite useful. Keep it safe. Chi Jiejia continued to twirl her noodles, recalling a noose she had acquired in the home of the Three Little Bears dungeon, which had saved her from being pushed out by Zhao Yang. The item guaranteed the capture of whatever one wished to ensnare, but its limitations rendered it ineffective in many situations. Lin Zhu, slightly embarrassed, adjusted his glasses and placed a hefty book on the table. Chi Jiejia, sucking in the noodles at her lips, looked on with curiosity. After I cleared the Indapos, Secrets of Chongfu and Apos, dungeon last time, this upgraded. It allows me to quickly memorize any knowledge or skill within the dungeon for a duration of 2 days. Lin Zhu felt a bit sheepish, perceiving his item as somewhat lackluster, but Cheng Miao believed it was tailor-made for him. Lin Zhu was quick-witted, with strong analytical skills. If he utilized the right items, they would greatly enhance their chances of clearing the dungeon. That evening, as Cheng Miao lay in bed, she recalled the black cat basking in the sun earlier that day, along with the parrot's words. The black cat? Oh, you saw it? It is the owner of the Black Cat Inn. It often visits to enjoy the good weather and fresh air. I don't know when it typically comes. It arrives and departs without a word. Cat food? Yes, we have some, but I'm unsure if it eats it. You know what we generally eat, right? Cheng Miao pursed her lips, pondering if that cat, much like the roaches, considered the failed players as snacks. Would she ever see it again? Chapter 47, Tan Tao's Campus Life, Part 1. The following noon, the trio convened punctually at the reception desk of the guest house. Cheng Miao intended to pack the remaining instant noodles into her spatial backpack, but was halted by the parrot. Food and water cannot be taken into the dungeon. If it is a dungeon that does not provide sustenance, then what is brought cannot be consumed. Conversely, in dungeons where sustenance is abundant, one must partake of the food provided within. Cheng Miao stacked the remaining 3 buckets of instant noodles on the reception desk, promising herself to return for them later. Lin Zhu had already registered and handed Cheng Miao the dungeon pass, inscribed with their names. Be sure to return alive. Otherwise, I shall have no one to converse with. The parrot yawned, its delicate claws gripping the glass door handle as it bid farewell to the trio. As Cheng Miao and her companions ventured along the earthen path into the mountains, they soon found that the guest house was no longer visible. The air around them thickened, reminiscent of moving through water. The surroundings grew increasingly dim, and when clarity returned, Cheng Miao discovered the pass was gone, and they stood before the grand entrance of the school. The guest house was indeed different. The dizziness from each dungeon teleportation was distinct. Chi Jiejia murmured in discontent, with Lin Zhu softly echoing her sentiments. They were among the first to arrive. The iron gate was securely shut, likely due to the absence of the remaining participants. After a while, a considerable number of individuals arrived, and Cheng Miao counted a total of 18. Newcomers were easily identifiable, their expressions fraught with anxiety and suspicion, some even dissolving into tears. Cheng Miao suspected that not every guest house front desk would take the time to explain matters. Some players might have been unceremoniously thrust into the dungeon. The one who emerged to console the newcomers and elucidate the situation was a man in his 30s or 40s. Standing at around 6 feet tall, with a robust physique that suggested a military background. His eyes bore a resolute gleam, a testament to experiences that only bloodshed and death could bestow. The middle-aged man introduced himself as Qin Musong, succinctly outlining the current circumstances without wasting time on those newcomers still grappling with disbelief. Cheng Miao raised an eyebrow. It was refreshing to encounter someone with empathy yet devoid of excessive sentimentality. As newcomers mingled with veteran players, the cacophony made self-introductions nearly impossible. A chime echoed, welcoming players to the dungeon Tan Tao's campus life, instructing them to survive for 4 days to complete the dungeon. The hints provided were cryptic. The moon in the mirror, the flower in the water. When falsehood masquerades as truth, truth becomes falsehood. The bustling sounds startled a petite girl, eliciting a sharp gasp from her. The students and oppos, laughter, playful banter, and complaints about poor exam results eased the tension from many players. Cheng Miao, however, remained wary. Such dungeons often harbored supernatural occurrences, necessitating caution. Chi Jiejia fidgeted with her hair, recalling that themes involving violence and ghostly encounters were commonplace. Lin Zhu, who was solely focused on his studies, reflected on the broadening of his horizons. A middle-aged woman, adorned in the attire of a guidance counselor, stepped forward and, upon spotting Cheng Miao at the forefront of the crowd, offered a somewhat bittersweet smile. "Ah, you've arrived. Please follow me inside." Cheng Miao strode ahead, and Cheng Miao followed closely with her companions. Observing that nothing untoward had transpired upon entering, the others gradually trailed behind. The counselor ushered them into a classroom, apologizing for the unexpected turnout. "I hadn't anticipated so many of you. The accommodations prepared are insufficient, and thus you'll have to stay in the dormitories." No one dared voice dissent. The once whispering players fell silent. Cheng Miao intended to subtly inquire about the dungeon's narrative when a cold voice interjected. "Counselor, please proceed with your arrangements. We are eager to commence our work. Feel free to express any directives." Cheng Miao glanced at the speaker, a girl with a clean-cut appearance, her fair skin accentuating her already striking features, particularly her brown eyes that shimmered with an inner light. The counselor, grimacing, shook her head at Cheng Miao, expressing her lack of alternatives. "We have had over 10 students perish. The principal is reluctant to escalate matters and has coordinated with the police. We kindly request your assistance in investigating." Lin Zhu observed Cheng Miao, with her gaze lowered, touched her nose, seemingly devoid of any leads. The counselor produced a stack of student records and handed them to Cheng Miao. "These documents are pertinent. While you might claim these deaths were due to natural causes, one must ponder how such bizarre incidents transpired, especially with so many lives lost in such a short span." Cheng Miao skimmed through the records. A compass lodged in a temple, a skull crushed by a lead ball, drowning in a sink. She passed the documents to Qi Jiajia, who promptly extracted her phone to photograph the records one by one. Several veteran players observed Cheng Miao with curiosity, noting the peculiar dynamics of their group. A petite girl accompanied by a larger child and a smaller one, yet the atmosphere remained remarkably harmonious. After confirming the clarity of the images, Qi Jiajia passed the documents along. Cheng Miao cast a few glances at the young girl, his sharp gaze softening slightly. "Counselor, has there been any history of wrongful deaths at the school prior to these incidents?" Cheng Miao inquired, attentively scrutinizing the counselor's expression. "Wrongful deaths?" The counselor's face flickered with confusion. "None at all. Our school has consistently maintained a good reputation before these occurrences. Perhaps violence? A consequence of excessive ghost stories?" Lin Zhu ventured, recalling his initial hypothesis. The counselor's demeanor shifted to seriousness, her eyes, slightly prominent beneath her black-rimmed glasses, growing stern. "Young comrade, I'm unsure why you harbor such thoughts, but there has never been an incident of bullying among our students. We maintain strict oversight, and such occurrences have never transpired." Feeling the weight of the counselor's gaze, Lin Zhu faltered, but Cheng Miao sensed his unease and glanced back at him. Under Cheng Miao's cool scrutiny, Lin Zhu felt somewhat calmed and awkwardly apologized, while Qi Jiajia quietly scoffed. "Coward, afraid of this?" Lin Zhu felt a tinge of embarrassment. He did not disagree with Qi Jiajia's assessment. He scratched his head and chuckled, while Qi Jiajia turned away, her expression darkening as she chose not to engage further. As additional players gradually posed questions, their inquiries were either irrelevant or met with evasive responses from the NPC. Cheng Miao observed the counselor rise and quickly posed one final question. "Counselor, has there truly been no student fatalities at the school recently?" One odd question to revisit. Cheng Miao had already asked this at the outset. Indeed, another opportunity squandered, ignoring the murmurs of the newcomers behind her. Only a few seasoned players recognized the subtle distinction between the two questions. They were not the same. "Oh." The counselor adjusted her glasses, slowly turning to respond, her eyes somewhat vacant. "There's been one, a good child who fell ill and passed away." Chapter 48, Tan Tao's Campus Life, Part 2. Upon hearing the words of the Director of Education, Cheng Miao's heart skipped a beat, and she seized the opportunity. "Tan Tao, you know him? He is a very diligent student and well-liked." The director sighed, squinting at the view outside, lost in some distant memories. "What illness does he have?" Cheng Miao stood up, his height imposing a slight pressure on the director, who took a small step back to relieve the tension. Pneumonia. He persevered in his studies until it was too late to save him. It was evident that Tan Tao was indeed favored by the teachers. The mere mention of his demise brought tears to the director's eyes. Wiping the corners of her reddened eyes, the director addressed the group. I have arranged 2 classes as per your request, and you'll be mingling with the students tonight. Are we still going to attend classes? A petite woman, startled by the sudden appearance of students, inquired with a sharp voice that was somewhat grating. Isn't that what you all asked for? The director looked at the small woman in confusion, explaining that this would bring them closer to the students and oppos, real lives, aiding in identifying issues. Yes. The petite woman shrank back under the director's gaze, her hair falling forward, her expression one of palpable fear. You can go to the science class or the liberal arts class. The teachers have already been informed. The director removed her glasses, wiped them on her clothing, and put them back on. This is your student ID card. You will need it for meals and dormitory entry. Cheng Miao accepted the card, feeling uncomfortable at the sight of her own photo. Director, which class is Tan Tao in? After a moment's thought, the director replied, the science class. At this time, the students were still napping, and the players remained in the small classroom, introducing themselves and finding comfort in each other's presence. We 3 will go to the science class, Cheng Miao declared, stating that obtaining clues from Tan Tao's classroom was the most promising, albeit risky, option. This is a team task. We must work together. Several seasoned players acknowledged the importance of collaboration. Let's go to the liberal arts class. The arrangement must have its reasons, suggested a petite girl dressed in a floral dress, her straight black hair and blunt bangs giving her a doll-like appearance. Wherever Xiao says to go, we shall follow, a tall boy standing beside Xiao Jin added, pulling a piece of fruit candy from his backpack to offer. This is my teammate, Xiao Ming, Qian Ming. Xiao Jin introduced the tall boy, who flashed a bright smile. Cheng Miao assessed the 2 seasoned players in her mind, recognizing their prowess. The final allocation resulted in 9 individuals per class. Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu, Qi Jiejia, Qin Musong. The petite woman Xiao Zhao, courier Zhanggu, mechanic Lao Yu, university student Chen Yu, and the round-faced girl Xiao Juban. Apart from Zhanggu and Lao Yu, who had completed 2 side quests, Chen Yu was an advanced player, while Xiao Zhao and Xiao Juban were newcomers. Unexpectedly, Qin Musong turned out to be a hotel player. The other 7 joined Xiao Jin and Qian Ming in the other class, with exactly 4 newcomers, 2 accompanying seasoned players. Xiao Zhao had been acting nervously since entering the quest, either biting her nails in silence or speaking in a high-pitched tone. Lao Yu, unable to bear it any longer, shifted away toward Zhanggu, distancing himself. Qin Musong was not a talkative person, leaving Cheng Miao to assume the role of team leader. In quests, death usually had conditions, so there was no need for excessive fear. As long as they could discern patterns and avoid danger, they could evade demise. Cheng Miao shared her previous quest experiences, striving to convey her insights to the other players. The sheer number of players made her anxious. She hoped that more of them would survive. But what about when there are no patterns at the beginning? Xiao Zhao, squirming in the middle of the group, asked, trying to find the safest position. Cheng Miao fell silent, and the seasoned players remained quiet as well. Nervously, Xiao Zhao pushed against Cheng Miao, seeking answers. Finally, Qi Jiejia, who had been irritated for quite some time, shoved Xiao Zhao aside and returned to her position, clutching Cheng Miao's sleeve. Qi Jiejia looked up, offering a smile to the woman she had just bumped into. Well, of course, we'll have to test with lives, dear sister. If you keep acting so erratically, we might soon derive clues from your demise. Xiao Zhao, caught off guard, turned pale and pointed a bloodied finger at Qi Jiejia. How can you speak like that? You little girl, cursing someone to death. Do you have no upbringing? Qi Jiejia's words sounded like both a curse and a prophecy, causing Xiao Zhao's heart to race. Without thinking, she raised her hand to strike. Just as a harsh slap was about to land on Qi Jiejia's face, Cheng Miao instinctively reached out to intervene, only to see a large, bony hand firmly grasp Xiao Zhao's wrist. Internal strife is the most detestable in a team. Keep your composure. Qin Musong's voice resonated like a cello, but at that moment, no one had the capacity to appreciate it. Xiao Zhao's face drained of color, her hair disheveled from her own tugging, resembling a ghost more than ever. Qin Musong released her hand and turned to leave, while Lao Yu and Zhang Gu avoided Xiao Zhao as if she were a plague. As Chun Yu and Xiao Juban passed by, they faintly heard Xiao Zhao and Appo's voice emerging from her tangled hair, and Appo's, "That's not fair. Why am I being singled out? Obviously, it's her." Xiao Juban, also a first-time quest participant, was not frightened by the quest itself, but was thoroughly alarmed by Xiao Zhao's reaction. Chun Yu took Xiao Juban's hand, guiding her forward, having encountered such newcomers numerous times in the game. No, it's not just newcomers. Even seasoned players can suffer mental breakdowns after prolonged exposure to quests. It's simply an inevitable fate. When Cheng Miao and her group arrived at the science class, the lesson had yet to begin. They pushed open the door to find the students scattered about, joking and playing, pausing momentarily at the sight of unfamiliar faces. "You must be the students here to audit our class." A boy with a square face stood up, commanding attention as he pointed to the desks. Cheng Miao's deskmate was a handsome young man, clad in sportswear with sweat still glistening on his hair. "Hello, I'm Mai Yuan," he introduced himself. Cheng Miao forced a perfect smile. "Hello." She extracted a textbook from her desk, laying it flat, and caught a fleeting glimpse of sadness in Mai Yuan's eyes, directed not at her, but at the empty desk. Before Cheng Miao could voice her inquiry, the class bell rang. She turned to see everyone taking their seats, even Xiao Zhao, who sat hunched and cautious as though the furniture might consume her. In front of her was Zhang Gu, his broad back shielding her from view. The lesson was mathematics. Cheng Miao felt overwhelmed, her head spinning, faintly hearing soft murmurs behind her. It seemed as if someone was whispering, their words muffled and indistinct, lost in the moist air. Chapter 49, Tan Tao School Life. 3. Zhang Gu, being a man of considerable stature, found himself in an awkward predicament within the confines of the classroom. He endeavored to contort his frame to fit, yet the constricting environment left him feeling decidedly uneasy. Behind him, Xiao Zhao had descended into a state of near delirium upon entering the instance, and now muttered incessantly, an irritating drone that grated on Zhang Gu and Appo's nerves. With a strained twist of his neck, Zhang Gu glanced back at Xiao Zhao, whose face was obscured by a curtain of dark hair, the unintelligible words emanating from within its depths. Though impervious to spectral apparitions, Zhang Gu was unnerved by Xiao Zhao's demeanor, which sent shivers down his spine. He rubbed his arm, muttered an epithet under his breath, and pivoted back around. The teacher, engrossed in their lecture at the podium, failed to capture Zhang Ji's attention. Having long been disaccustomed to academic pursuits, he found himself unable to remain still, shifting restlessly in his seat, the furniture groaning in protest. The incessant murmuring of the woman behind him made the time seem to stretch on interminably. Leaning on the desk, chin propped on his hand, Zhang Gu idly doodled in his notebook. He resolved to seek out clues during the next class, lamenting the students' rigidly scheduled days, which, if the director was to be believed, left them with no time for their mission. Although the nature of their task remained unclear, he planned to locate the protagonist Tan Tao and Appo's as friends, hoping to unravel the mystery through them. As Zhang Gu pondered, a sense of unease crept over him. What was amiss? The teacher continued their pontifications, while the woman behind him droned on, seemingly tireless, her voice growing ever louder. Louder and louder. A bead of perspiration trickled down Zhang Gu and Appo's back. If the woman's voice had initially been a mere annoyance, it now felt as though she were whispering directly into his ear. His neck stiffened, fear paralyzing him. He dared not turn around, lest he find the spectral Xiao Zhao looming over him, her hair brushing against his neck as she whispered into his ear. Thump! Thump! The pounding of Zhang Ji's heart grew deafening, his imagination conjuring terrifying images that left him drenched in a cold sweat. He squeezed his eyes shut, then, with a surge of resolve, whipped around. Nothing. There was nothing there. No pallid face inches away. No ghostly figure clinging to his back. Xiao Zhao remained seated behind him, her face hidden by her hair, muttering nervously. Zhang Gu exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from his face as he slumped onto the desk. He vowed to change seats at the earliest opportunity. Must I? Before Zhang Gu could fully recover, the insidious voice returned, seemingly right beside him. This time, he distinctly heard Xiao Zhao and Appo's words. "That mad woman!" Zhang Gu exclaimed inwardly, his patience exhausted, with a suddenness that startled the class. Zhang Gu shoved his chair back, the scraping sound piercing the silence. All eyes turned to him, muttering incessantly, "Can't you be quiet? We're in class. Have you never been to school? If you're going to be crazy, don't take it out on me. And must I? I bet you'll be the first to go." Zhang Ji's face flushed crimson, veins throbbing on his forehead as he unleashed his pent-up frustration on the woman behind him. Xiao Zhao ceased her muttering, shrinking into herself and lowering her head further. Cheng Miao frowned, noting the peculiarity of Xiao Zhao's reaction. Since entering the instance, Xiao Zhao had been on edge, and Qi Jia and Appo's escorting had only exacerbated her erratic behavior. For her to sit quietly and listen to the lecture was already unusual, but her submissive response to Zhang Ji's outburst was even more perplexing. After all, Xiao Zhao had been ready to strike Qi Jia when provoked. Had she undergone such a rapid transformation? Before Cheng Miao could delve further into her thoughts, the teacher descended from the podium to inquire about the situation. "It's wrong for the student behind you to disturb your listening," the teacher said, "but you can't disrupt the class because of that. This is also affecting the behavior of other students." The teacher solemnly closed the teaching plan in her hand and knocked on Zhang Gu and Appo's table. Zhang Gu and Appo's face grew even redder as he sheepishly apologized to the teacher. "All right, pay attention in class." The teacher, not wanting to linger, returned to the podium after issuing a brief reprimand. Zhang Gu cursed his ill luck under his breath. As he pulled his chair forward, the back suddenly detached. The school chairs had iron frames, with wooden seats and backs secured by screws. Over time, the screws would loosen, causing the wooden back to fall off. As had just happened, scratching his head, Zhang Gu, who hadn't and Appo's exerted much force, bent down to retrieve the fallen piece of wood. "No!" Before Cheng Miao could speak, Zhang Gu stumbled forward, losing his balance and falling heavily towards the exposed steel bars of the chair. Qin Musong, who was nearby, reacted instantly, but could only manage to grab Zhang Ji's arm. With a sickening sound, the long steel bar pierced Zhang Ji's eye socket, exiting through the back of his head, stained with a mixture of red and white matter. Someone in Appo's dead." The students in the classroom screamed and fled, leaving behind only Cheng Miao and the other players, along with Zhang Ji's lifeless body. The director led the students to another classroom to calm them down, while Qiao Jin led the 9 players from the liberal arts class to the science class to join Cheng Miao and her group. Ugh, what a gruesome death. One of the older women from Qiao Jin's group squeezed through the crowd, her face paling as she clutched her chest and retreated behind the other players. Did he break some taboo? Qiao Jin exuded a pleasant rose fragrance that helped to mask the odor of the corpse. She began to examine the body with delicate, graceful movements, as if handling a priceless porcelain doll. He interrupted the teacher. Lao Yu and Appo's face was pale, and his words were slurred. The bearded man from Xiao Jin's group offered him a cigarette, which he lit with trembling hands, taking a deep drag to steady himself. He said that Xiao Zhao was talking to herself too loudly and disturbing him, so he lost his temper. Lao Yu recounted the events in a few brief sentences, leaving everyone deep in thought. Cheng Miao scanned the crowd, her brow furrowing. "Where and Amp?" Appo's Xiao Zhao. "Huh, wasn't into Amp." Appo's. "Is she just here?" Chun Yu and the freckled girl looked around, surprised that the person who had been right under their noses had vanished. "She probably ran off with the crowd earlier. We didn't notice." Cheng Miao focused her gaze on the freckled girl, whose round face was neither beautiful nor ugly, but possessed a unique charm. This newcomer showed great potential, displaying both courage and reliability. "We need to find her." Zhang Ji's reaction might have been caused by something she did. Lin Zhu and Qi Jia stood beside Cheng Miao, confirming that they hadn't seen Xiao Zhao leave. As Cheng Miao was about to speak, the sound of frantic running and a woman's scream echoed from the hallway outside. Someone's dead in the women's restroom. Chapter 50, Tantao's Campus Life, Part 4. Qin Musong reacted swiftly, before anyone else could move. He darted out like a leading wolf on the hunt. "Follow me." The others remained rooted in place, while Cheng Miao, disregarding them, called out to Qi Jia and Lin Zhu and stepped outside. Xiaoming, Should we go take a look? Xiao Jin smoothed the pleats of her skirt and inquired of the tall boy beside her. Qian Ming, with a lollipop in his mouth and cheeks puffed out, smiled as he replied, "If Xiao Qiao wants to go, then we shall." As Xiao Jin, her long skirt billowing, led Qian Ming away like a follower. The remaining group exchanged glances. Should we go too? That's a corpse. There might be a ghost. Yet, they pondered, not going meant lacking clues. They and Amp, Oppos, V left. Surely if they find anything, they will inform us? Indeed, we are a team after all. Chun Yu glanced at the huddled crowd and, linking arms with Xiao Keiban, sprinted in the direction Cheng Miao had departed. Xiao Zhao is dead, in the girls' restroom. Her long hair had mysteriously tangled, ensnared on the doorknob, leading to her demise. Cheng Miao observed the pale face of Xiao Zhao, struck by the strangeness of the death. Qin Musong, possessing some knowledge of forensic examination, had already laid the body down by the time Cheng Miao arrived. She died earlier than Zhang Ge. Qin Musong's voice was steady, his keen gaze scanning the restroom surroundings. Lin Zhu, terrified of the corpse, leaned against the wall, unwilling to venture out, silently encouraging himself. Qi Jijia glanced at Lin Zhu before squatting down by the body. So, are the ghosts in the classroom? With that, Qi Jijia reached out to touch Xiao Zhao's knotted hair, turning back to give Lin Zhu a triumphant look. Just wait. I'll make Cheng Miao see your incompetence. Lin Zhu's face paled. I understand now. Jijia thinks I'm too weak to protect her. I must strive harder. Observing Lin Zhu, who was trembling yet resolutely approaching, Qi Jijia was filled with questions. What was wrong with him? A hand gently offered her a tissue. Qi Jijia snapped back to reality to find Qin Musong handing her a tissue. Little one, do not touch these. Feeling an inexplicable paternal concern in Qin Musong and Oppos' eyes, Qi Jijia shivered, refraining from retorting, merely rolling her eyes and retreating behind Cheng Miao. Cheng Miao cast a glance at Qin Musong, who appeared unfazed, instead showcasing a smile, the first since entering the scenario, as he nonchalantly reclaimed the tissue. This sister seems to have been dead for a while, came a muffled voice, somewhat unclear due to the object in his mouth. Cheng Miao turned to see Xiao Jin and Qian Ming approaching, followed by Chun Yu, Xiao Keiban, a bearded man, and an ethereal old man. Where are the others? Lin Zhu looked back. Qian Ming shrugged, waiting in the classroom for the leftovers. Cheng Miao paid little mind to them, narrowing her eyes at the tragic sight of Xiao Zhao. The expression on the corpse's face was one of disbelief and despair, devoid of fear. It seemed she had truly met an untimely end. Cheng Miao found herself puzzled and leaned in closer. Lin Zhu mused internally that Cheng Miao's courage was indeed growing. In the previous scenario, she had been startled by the sudden appearance of Granny Sang. Yet now she remained unperturbed in a restroom that might harbor ghosts. Qi Jijia stood silently behind Cheng Miao, effectively isolating the others. Qian Ming craned his neck forward, but upon receiving a glare from Qi Jijia, he withdrew, fiddling with the stick of his lollipop in his mouth, trying to mask his unease. Xiao Jin paused, whispering something to Xiao Keiban, who nodded and promptly exited the restroom, her ponytail swaying. The remaining individuals fell into contemplation, the restroom's odor unpleasant. Qin Musong suggested they step outside. In the corridor, students hurried past, clutching books as they rushed to various classrooms. It was the main break, with 10 minutes until the next class commenced. Sister Miao, why do I feel like they? Lin Zhu, hands in pockets trailing Cheng Miao, surveyed the surrounding students, searching for the right adjective. Calm, the old man interjected, articulating Lin Zhu's thoughts. Although startled upon discovering the corpse, mere minutes later, these students seemed to have forgotten the incident and returned to their routines. Cheng Miao noticed Xiao Keiban gathering the remaining individuals in the hallway. As she moved in their direction, the information provided by the principal indicated that in the past 10 days, the school had seen daily deaths. They must have grown accustomed to it. Cheng Miao harbored a troubling thought, which was voiced by Xiao Jin, who walked alongside her. Moreover, since our arrival, the deaths seem to have shifted from students to us. They must feel a sense of relief. This statement intensified the already tense atmosphere, prompting Cheng Miao to quicken her pace to rejoin the other players. Xiao Keiban observed the approaching seasoned players and earnestly relayed the information she had gathered. Sister Li said she saw Xiao Zhao after being choked by that girl. Shouldn't he follow us to class? Cheng Miao turned to Sister Li, who was a gaunt woman with hair slicked back against her scalp, resembling a walking skeleton. Sister Li nodded. Yes, when I entered, I specifically looked back. Xiao Zhao headed towards the restroom. Initially, I intended to ask if she wasn't attending class, but I figured she might have her reasons and didn't get to say it. How'd it go? You've been in the restroom for quite some time. Did you find any clues? The ant, sensing the silence, grew anxious. Qin Musong, a lone wolf, preferred silence, merely trailing behind the group. Xiao Jin and Cheng Miao furrowed their brows, deep in thought, when their train of contemplation was interrupted. Qi Jiejia, now donned in fresh attire, appeared exquisite and affluent, reminiscent of a rare handcrafted doll, with few who could resist her charm. She caressed the lace on her skirt and bestowed a malicious smile upon the ant, who had hesitated to approach earlier but was now eager to reap the benefits of others' insights and efforts. The ant's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she stubbornly retorted, "You all clearly are seasoned players. With your presence, is there still a need for us to go? Besides, we are a team. It's only natural for the veterans to guide the newcomers." Qian Ming, with the remains of his lollipop stick in his mouth, grinned mischievously, his expression mirroring Qi Jiejia's malice, as he quipped, "Do you think this is your factory? It's not about bringing in the new. Guess who ends up suffering if we don't engage in mutual assistance?" The ant's eyes reddened, and in the next moment, she erupted into tears, lamenting the heartlessness of today's youth. The old man scratched his nose, realizing he too had been drawn into the fray. The remaining players from the liberal arts class seemed to form a small faction, rallying against the veteran players and Oppo's behavior. Not me. I'm a newcomer. This is my first scenario, Xiao Keiban calmly stated, cutting through the ant's impending outburst, leaving her speechless. Enough noise. Cheng Miao rubbed her temples. I believe I have an inkling of what death conditions they have violated. Chapter 51. Tan Tao's Campus Life, Part 5. Xiao Jin revealed a serene smile and encouraged. Do share. She held a fondness for Cheng Miao. Despite her limited experience, the girl possessed undeniable talent and might achieve great things. Though appearing indifferent, Xiao Jin harbored no intention of withholding knowledge. She genuinely wished for everyone to succeed and return home safely. Her smile faded slightly, as it had been a long time since she had felt such kindness. Nearby, Qin Ming seemed to understand the turmoil in Xiao Jin's heart. He gently patted the top of her head, a seemingly trivial yet affectionate gesture that calmed her restless spirit. Cheng Miao's gaze lingered on the green emergency exit sign in the corridor. They had failed to act as diligent students, resulting in their demise. Xiao Zhao had skipped class, a behavior unbecoming of a student. As for Brother Zhang, he had interrupted the teacher without raising his hand, blatantly disrupting the class. But why did Xiao Zhao get involved with Brother Zhang? A short man timidly raised his hand, his childlike gesture accentuating his already timid demeanor. Cheng Miao recalled his name, Zhou Jian. The seating arrangements were self-chosen, and he simply had poor luck. Qin Musong suddenly spoke in a detached manner. He had distanced himself, recognizing that success in these scenarios often relied not only on skill, but also on fortune. The group fell silent, and Lao Yu, who had exchanged a few words with Brother Zhang, rubbed his face and murmured, "It's unfair that only our science class suffered such losses." A rather unsavory-looking man from the liberal arts class glared. "What are you saying? Just because your own people broke the rules, does that mean we should perish alongside you?" Lao Yu's lips trembled as he shook his hands in explanation. "That's not what I meant. I'm just a bit frightened." The lewd man flicked his greasy bangs disdainfully. Lao Yu, despite his imposing stature, was overwhelmed by fear from the instance, having witnessed 2 deaths in quick succession, which drained his courage. He refrained from arguing further and fell silent. Cheng Miao turned her gaze to the elegantly dressed Xiao Jin. "You all need to be cautious. I wonder if your class has different rules." Xiao Jin and Oppo's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. "Of course, Xiao Miao Miao." Cheng Miao felt a twitch at her temple, but chose not to dwell on the peculiar nickname. The class bell rang, signaling the return of the 9 students from the liberal arts class, while the science class remained to deal with the bodies. The remaining 7 could only follow their classmates to the playground for a breather. "I want to return to the classroom," Cheng Miao whispered to Lin Zhu and Qi Jiejie. Before Lin Zhu could respond, Qi Jiejie's expression shifted dramatically. "No way." Cheng Miao glanced at the science class window, which was pristine and revealed nothing of the gruesome, unnatural corpse lying within. "I believe there might be clues inside." Her tongue grazed her mouth. Influenced by Qian Ming and Oppo's antics, she too felt a sudden yearning for sweets. Though she feared the classroom might be haunted, she felt compelled to investigate. "This is perilous. Newcomers shouldn't go," Qin Musong interjected. Cheng Miao felt she could not summon the courage to send someone else into danger for her speculation. Qi Jiejie fixed Cheng Miao with a steely gaze for what felt like an eternity. "Then I will go." Cheng Miao raised an eyebrow, but before she could speak, Qi Jiejie added impatiently, "You've seen my protective equipment. I assure you, I'll be fine this time. Besides, you are far more intelligent than I am. If something happens to me, you could devise a plan to rescue me. If you fall into trouble, I cannot help." Lin Zhu scoffed slightly, noting that Jiejie had excluded herself from the equation. Cheng Miao absently rubbed her hands together, her mind acknowledging that Qi Jiejie was indeed the most suitable candidate for the task. Yet she struggled with the notion of sending a child into danger. Qi Jiejie seemed to sense Cheng Miao and Oppo's thoughts, offering a bemused smile. "I thought you were short on team members, not on children." Cheng Miao and Oppo's heart sank. Excessive protection was a team's greatest taboo. Qi Jiejie had ventured into more scenarios alone than Cheng Miao had, and she had always trusted Jiejie's abilities. Why did she feel differently now? "Just be careful." Cheng Miao finally relented, adjusting her mindset. She handed Qi Jiejie a skipping rope. "I have other means of defense. Take this." Qi Jiejie accepted the rope, swinging it idly while casting a sly smile at Lin Zhu. "I hope you can prove useful too." Lin Zhu seemed to retreat into himself. Qin Musong, who had found a place to rest on the playground, had arrived unnoticed. Upon hearing Qi Jiejie's intent to return to the classroom, he regarded her thoughtfully. "I was just about to head there. Wait for my update." Qi Jiejie did not respond, but continued onward. Though this was a team endeavor, she trusted no one. She needed to prove her worth to Cheng Miao. Qin Musong, slightly exasperated, followed closely behind, his tall figure accentuating Qi Jiejie's diminutive stature. Cheng Miao felt a measure of relief. She recalled her desk mate Ma Yuan and Oppo's hesitant expression as he glanced toward her seat. There were questions she needed to address. Lin Zhu, a methodical player, greeted Cheng Miao before seeking out clues of his own. Ma Yuan was seated beside the rubber track, sipping water. He greeted Cheng Miao with a friendly nod as she approached. Leaning against him, she cut to the chase. "It seems you're not particularly pleased with me being your desk mate." "Surprised," Ma Yuan replied. "Not at all." Then, as if a thought struck him, his hand holding the water bottle drooped. "That used to be my buddy and Oppo's spot." Cheng Miao felt a premonition. She looked toward the boys playing basketball in the distance. "Your buddy is Tan Tao." As expected, Cheng Miao and Oppo's heart raced, and she turned her gaze back to Ma Yuan. Cheng Miao possessed striking features. Her demeanor slightly aloof, reminiscent of the ocean, pure, exuding an air of freedom and mystery. Ma Yuan's cheeks flushed, and he unconsciously engaged in conversation with Cheng Miao. Tan Tao, Ma Yuan's desk mate, was quite the opposite of the athletic Ma Yuan. He was an avid learner, deeply passionate about his studies. Cheng Miao discerned from Ma Yuan's words that Tan Tao's dedication to academics bordered on obsession, adhering stringently to even the minutiae of school regulations. Was he equally demanding of others? Cheng Miao hesitated to look at Ma Yuan, fearing she might impose undue pressure, and instead focused on picking at the rubber particles on the track. "No." Ma Yuan and Oppo's voice faltered. "He was a wonderful person. He often told me to pursue what I loved. If I was too keen on studying, I should focus on playing soccer. He always emphasized doing what one truly desires." Cheng Miao paused her fiddling, sensing a disconnect with the rigid principles she had drawn from her observations. Could he have become fixated after his demise? Ma Yuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he tightly twisted the plastic water bottle in his grip. He was just strict with himself, but always kind to others. I should have insisted on telling the teacher when I saw he had a fever. He wouldn't have died. Cheng Miao offered a few words of consolation to the sobbing boy, just as Qi Jia dashed downstairs, followed closely by Qin Musong. Cheng Miao seized the opportunity to excuse herself, and Qi Jia, breathless from her sprint, stood before her, struggling for words. Qin Musong, unfazed, chimed in, indeed. There's something to uncover. Chapter 52. Tan Tao's Campus Life, Part 6. Qi Jia produced a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket, hastily flattened and inscribed with a few words in pencil. So terrifying, that dream was horrific in that laboratory, the sound of dripping. The paper bore signs of having been scribbled over, with faint pencil markings rendering many words illegible, and those visible were incomprehensible. Thank you. Cheng Miao expressed her gratitude to Qin Musong, who merely shrugged, observing as Cheng Miao handed the note to the gathering Chen Yu and others, remaining silent by the side. Qi Jia wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, returning the jump rope to Cheng Miao. Cheng Miao glanced at it. 3 jumps remained. Is it safe? She inquired. Qi Jia shrugged. Not useful. As Qi Jia and Qin Musong approached the classroom door, they were met with the gruesome sight of a bloodied corpse slumped on a chair. The classroom felt desolate, and the sounds of laughter from the playground outside seemed to echo from another realm, creating a disquieting sense of disjunction. Qin Musong unzipped his leather jacket, retrieving the gun tucked at his waist. Qi Jia's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she examined his firearm, prompting Qin Musong to glance back at the young girl, reminding himself that firearms were not toys for children. Qi Jia's expression darkened, and she instinctively reached out as if to push this individual into the classroom. Who knew what taboos existed? If he viewed her as a child, perhaps it was best to let her face the consequences. Just as her hand was about to make contact with Qin Musong's attire, she recalled Cheng Miao's disdain for unnecessary bloodshed, and her hand halted just shy of his clothing. Unaware of the near ambush, Qin Musong was determined to breach the classroom when Qi Jia swiftly darted past him into the room. His pupils constricted, unable to intervene in time. Witnessing Qi Jia meandering within, muttering to herself about returning for a textbook, insisting she could not waste time and needed to study diligently. Qin Musong was taken aback. As Qi Jia continued her ramblings, she searched the classroom, while Qin Musong remained vigilant outside, his gaze fixated on her like a poised predator. After a thorough inspection, Qi Jia finally spotted a stack of student assignments atop the class monitor and amp, Oppo's desk, where she had initially directed everyone to sit. As she pretended to search for her own work, she rifled through the papers and discovered the note. Before departing, Qi Jia casually snatched a notebook from the pile, believing in the necessity of a complete act, since the rule dictated that one must perform as a diligent student. She was more than willing to assume the role of an eager learner. Upon her arrival at the door, both she and Qin Musong exhaled in relief, nearly escaping unscathed. However, the moment Qi Jia stepped outside, the door above her head creaked ominously, as if released from a restraint, crashing down silently towards her. Dodge! Qin Musong shouted, instinctively grasping Qi Jia's arm. Quick-witted, she pivoted in response to the force, and in the next heartbeat, her right hand flung the jump rope towards the door. The rope landed with a resounding thud on the ground, and Qi Jia furrowed her brow as Qin Musong pulled her behind him. By the time she was shielded, he had already aimed his gun at the classroom door, firing 3 rapid shots. The door fell unimpeded, crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise. The teacher, alerted by the commotion, was met with the sight of the door half lying on the floor, exchanging bewildered glances. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Musong had already discreetly holstered his firearm, concocting a flimsy excuse to escort Qi Jia down the stairs. Despite the door's collapse, no one was likely to perish, perhaps only sustain minor injuries. Qi Jia rotated her left arm, feeling the strain from Qin Musong and Oppo's grip, which nearly dislocated her shoulder. Cheng Miao glanced at the jump rope, then back at the paper in her hand, affirming, "You indeed identified a flaw, but not entirely." Qi Jia, with a clouded expression, regarded Cheng Miao, her focus divided between her and the game. She felt certain she had pinpointed the loophole. Yet, the reason behind the door's collapse eluded her comprehension. Cheng Miao gestured for Qi Jejia to retrieve a book from the drawer, its title belonging to an unfamiliar girl, not Qi Jejia herself. We are merely here to investigate. Our names cannot possibly appear on someone else in Oppo's assignment. The justification holds little weight. Thus, the rule did not intend to eliminate Qi Jejia, but rather impart a lesson steeped in blood. Did you utilize any tools? Cheng Miao, reassured of Qi Jejia's safety, redirected her attention to the objects at hand. Qi Jejia touched the hairpin atop her head, noting its ineffectiveness. My hairpin can withstand one attack from a specter, yet it failed to perform. Qin Musong, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Indeed, my gun is also intended for supernatural entities, yet it proved futile. Cheng Miao cast a sidelong glance at the gray gun barrel peeking from Qin Musong and Oppo's waist, feeling a pang of envy. His tool was a handgun, while hers was a dagger woven from hemp rope, an unfair comparison. Does this imply that it truly isn't a specter committing these murders? Chen Yu exclaimed, while the composed Xiao Ke analyzed the situation. I initially believed this was a triggered rule, allowing the specter to act without restriction. Yet, it appears that the rule itself may directly cause the killings. Is that a possibility? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Musong nodded, exuding a masculine energy, causing both Chun Yu and Xiao Ke to blush despite their youth. Cheng Miao, too, felt a flutter of admiration, yet she maintained a stoic expression, internally bubbling with intrigue as she absorbed Qin Musong's analysis. Such a possibility exists, albeit rarely. I have encountered it only once before, but this scenario feels different. Qin Musong crouched, picking up a stick to sketch in the dirt. Typically, when the rules directly execute a murder, it resembles a pattern-based dungeon. In such dungeons, the connection between the rules and the narrative is tenuous, often obscured, requiring lives to be sacrificed repeatedly to discern the truth. Gazing at the names of Xiao Zhao and Brother Zhang he had etched into the soil, he met Cheng Miao and Oppo's eyes, stating, "This dungeon is titled Tan Tao's campus life, and the rules are evidently tied to Tan Tao himself. I still believe this is not merely a straightforward pattern recognition scenario." Cheng Miao nodded thoughtfully, pondering the implications. Although the killer was not a specter, it pointed to another source yet to be uncovered. The lethargic Lao Yu perked up, declaring, "Now that we know it and Oppo's, it's not a specter committing the murders, we need not fear vengeful spirits attacking us. We simply must adhere to the rules." "Nothing is that simple," Chen Yu interjected. Although her features were ordinary, she radiated youthful energy, presenting a unique charm against the backdrop of the campus. Many actions are instinctual. For instance, Brother Zhang must have encountered something, losing control to such an extent. As the group fell into silence once more, Lin Zhu squeezed in beside Cheng Miao. "I have made a discovery. The liberal arts class was originally Tan Tao's class. He excelled academically, capable of thriving in both disciplines. Later, he transitioned to the science class, leading to an odd competitive dynamic between the two classes." Chapter 53, Tan Tao's Campus Life, Part 7, In a Moment of Rivalry. The little freckled boy tilted his head back, gazing up at his younger companion who stood a head and a half taller. It seemed that the humanities class, feeling aggrieved by Tan Tao's departure to the science class, sought to assert that his decision was a misguided one. Lin Zhu scratched his head. Although an academic prodigy, he had yet to encounter anything so perplexing. This was merely a scenario. Discovering the cause and effect was paramount, and logic was of lesser concern. Noticing that Lin Zhu had more to say, Cheng Miao gestured for him to continue. Clearing his throat, Lin Zhu lowered his voice, adding that the director of education held a fondness for Tan Tao. The group recalled the director's misty-eyed mention of Tan Tao. It was hardly surprising. After all, such a well-behaved student would naturally garner affection. Lao Yu, lips pursed, scrutinized the expressions of those around him. Cheng Miao, deeming this reasoning sufficient, awaited the return of Qiao Jin and others from class to exchange information. At the end of the school day, Qiao Jin descended with her team, and to avoid drawing attention, they joined the throng heading to the cafeteria. The student meals appeared quite decent. A rotund boy piled his plate high with greasy food, speaking incessantly with his mouth full. Sister Li, repulsed, shifted to another seat, wary of the spittle that might land on her own meal. Xiao Jin leisurely sipped the chicken soup that Qian Ming had prepared for her, glancing at a note and expressing surprise at their bounty of information. Cheng Miao, enjoying a tangy fish dish, directed her gaze toward the dejected figure of Mr. Zhou, a successful man who sat slumped in his seat, refusing to fetch food. When Zhou entered the scenario, he had donned a wrinkled suit, neither expensive nor cheap. Now, with his jacket removed and sleeves rolled up, his face bore the marks of despair, devoid of his usual authoritative demeanor. Cheng Miao assessed the fresh scar across his cheek. What had transpired? Beside him, the elderly man had only taken a small portion of rice and soup, muttering that he had dozed off in class and had been accidentally struck by a flying pen from his deskmate, narrowly avoiding a serious injury. Cheng Miao found his plight amusing, while Mr. Zhou felt equally resigned. He understood the stakes of this scenario. With 2 casualties already, his anxiety was palpable. Ironically, the more tense he became, the drowsier he felt listening to the teacher and Oppo's lecture. Fortunately, it was merely a scratch. He silently prayed for divine intervention, vowing to never again attend such lengthy meetings. Perhaps you should eat a little. Tonight may not unfold peacefully, and lacking energy could prove perilous, Cheng Miao suggested. As everyone continued their meals, Mr. Zhou, as if awakening from a dream, gratefully thanked Cheng Miao and shuffled toward the food line. With the clues still scarce, they were relieved to have uncovered a pattern, but the rest would require careful experimentation. Xiao Jin ate sparingly, retrieving a floral-scented tissue from Qian Ming's bag to dab her mouth, noting that the absence of evening classes might indicate an alternate set of rules. Take care of yourselves, she concluded, casting a cheerful nod at Cheng Miao before departing with Qian Ming, leaving behind a pair of stunned faces in Annie and Zhou Jian. Cheng Miao surveyed the room, filled with varied expressions, rubbing her temples, contemplating why everyone still gravitated toward her despite her apparent aloofness. After finishing her meal, she resolved to find her dormitory first, urging everyone to remain vigilant that night. Cheng Miao, unable to soothe her anxious companions, who resembled startled birds, was equally uncertain about the rules at play. She shared a dormitory with Sister Li, while Lin Zhu resided in the Boys and Oppo's dormitory across the street. The players had been divided, and they would have to rely on their own wits. Before lights out, a brief encounter occurred in the girls' dormitory. It seemed no one had noticed. The students answered queries with the same few responses, appearing, at times, as if they were real people discussing their idols and sharing gossip, an odd dissonance. With heavy hearts, they returned to their rooms. Cheng Miao lay in bed, pondering whether any insights could be gleaned from the boys' dormitory, especially since Tan Tao was a boy. "Miss Cheng, are you asleep?" Sister Li's quivering voice broke the silence from the adjacent bed. Cheng Miao frowned. It was lights out, and the others had settled in for the night. She was uncertain whether speaking constituted a breach of rules, yet Sister Li had blurted out nonetheless. Noticing Cheng Miao's silence, Sister Li wondered how she could have fallen asleep so quickly. Just as she was about to speak again, a sudden realization struck her, and she clamped her mouth shut. In the darkness, Sister Li was drenched in sweat, beads trickling down her forehead and clouding her vision. She remained frozen, covering her mouth, listening to her heart pound ominously in the silence, unsure how much time had passed. It seemed she was unharmed. Trembling, she lowered her hand and waited in silence. Detecting no sounds, no apparitions. Relieved, she scolded herself for being so jumpy. In an Oppos, as fine in an Oppos, as fine, nothing will happen. Who has an Oppos? T whispered after lights out during school. Sister Li reassured herself, unconsciously rolling over to her side. In a half-dream state, Sister Li felt her mouth and nose pressed into the pillow, making it difficult to breathe. As she struggled to turn over, her body felt as if it were trapped beneath a heavy weight, immovable. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide to a blinding whiteness, the color of the pillowcase. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't and Oppos to even wiggle her fingers. She wished to scream, to weep, to thrash about, but all she could do was futilely lie there, silent and lifeless, without disturbing a soul. Lin Zhu was unaware of when he had drifted off to sleep, but he awoke to a strong scent of formaldehyde. Indeed, he found himself in a laboratory. This school had excellent facilities. The student laboratory was comparable to that of a hospital, with stark white walls, various glass apparatuses, specimens floating in nutrient solutions, and animal organs. He noticed two others in the room, Cheng Miao, who had awakened before him, and the greasy boy still sprawled on the floor. Lin Zhu roused the greasy boy, who, groggy and irritated, was startled into full awareness upon spotting a dissected lab rabbit. Cheng Miao had already circled the room. Finding nothing, the door was locked, and he hesitated over whether to blast it open with his gun. "Where's this place, and why am I back here? Is it you?" The greasy boy glared at Lin Zhu with bloodshot eyes, a sight both comical and terrifying. Lin Zhu shook his head, suspecting that the conditions in this scenario differed between day and night. "Calm yourself," he urged, frowning as he pulled his sleeve free from the greasy boy and Oppo's grip. "We must remain composed to discern the patterns and survive." Yes, the patterns." The greasy boy scrambled to his feet, trailing behind the seemingly more secure Cheng Miao, ostensibly in search of clues, but in reality, lost in fear. Lin Zhu shook his head and turned back to contemplate the various specimens. He had always liked laboratories. They appeared entirely normal. What could possibly go wrong? Tap, tap, tap at that moment. The sound of clicking high heels echoed clearly from the hallway outside as the trio wandered aimlessly through the laboratory. Chapter 54, Tan Tao and Amp. Oppo's Campus Life. Part 8. A sharp intake of breath escaped the greasy man, only to be hastily stifled by his fear of being discovered by those outside. Cheng Miao had already drawn his pistol and silently retreated a couple of steps to the center of the laboratory. Lin Zhu, somewhat perplexed, observed Cheng Miao and Amp. Oppo's movement. Pondering that whether the entities outside were human or ghostly, they all represented clues. He stepped toward the laboratory door. Cheng Miao's expression was complex. He had not anticipated that this seemingly frail high school student would possess such audacity. He recalled how frightened Lin Zhu had been in the restroom. Indeed, the resilience of youth was remarkable. Lin Zhu listened intently to the sounds outside, noting the owner of the high heels approaching with deliberate slowness, each click echoing leisurely in the silent corridor. The sound of the high heels stopped directly at the laboratory door. The greasy man, drenched in sweat, felt his already oily hair cling even more closely to his scalp. His slight frame seemed to shrink further. Cheng Miao had concealed himself in the shadow of a lab cabinet, watching as an unfamiliar silhouette appeared in the laboratory, rendering him momentarily incapable of movement or speech. As the high heels halted at the laboratory entrance, Lin Zhu, pressed against the door, felt an unsettling chill at the back of his head. He turned, only to discover that a figure had materialized in the center of the laboratory, clad in a lab coat. The figure had long hair and a face that was a gruesome blur, making it impossible to ascertain whether it was male or female. Its body faced Lin Zhu, while its head grotesquely twisted to confront the greasy man behind it. The figure stirred, its exposed throat emitting a series of fragmented sounds. It moved slowly, its actions resembling those of a doll whose head had been twisted backward, all movements reversed. It advanced toward the nearest greasy man, like a malfunctioning toy, both shattered and eerie. "Help! Help me!" The greasy man's feeble cries emerged from his throat. Faced with such a terrifying, nightmarish scene, he felt as though he had plunged into a vat of ice water, paralyzing his ability to think. He collapsed to the ground, a foul odor of urine emanating from his trousers. The greasy man clawed backward with hands and feet, occasionally flailing in a futile attempt to ward off his terror. When he was seized, he wished to close his eyes, yet they stubbornly remained wide open. He felt a bloody, clammy arm tighten around his neck, as if he had been thrown into a slaughterhouse, his nostrils filled with the nauseating stench of blood and decay, just as he believed his heart would burst from fear. A sudden pain in his neck rendered him unconscious. Lin Zhu watched as the humanoid figure swiftly captured the screaming, fleeing greasy man, effortlessly snapping his neck before discarding him like refuse. Lin Zhu swallowed hard. This entity appeared to be a ghost, yet bore an unsettling resemblance to a corpse. Initially frightened, he found himself surprisingly emboldened, perhaps due to this creature and Oppos, as proximity to the supernatural or the recent fortitude he had developed through training with Cheng Miao. He did not flee. He observed as the figure slowly turned to face him, adjusting its glasses while holding a thick prop book. Cheng Miao had mentioned that no scenario would sever a player's chance of survival. He was certain that he had not engaged in any misconduct upon entering the laboratory, neither during the day nor at night. Therefore, this sudden apparition could not simply erase him. It was better to take the initiative. Lin Zhu's eyes gleamed with determination beneath his glasses as he took a deep breath to steady himself, resolutely advancing toward the creature. The closer he drew, the more grotesque its visage appeared, a nauseating odor pervading the air. Yet, Lin Zhu's expression remained inscrutable, devoid of disdain, disgust, or fear. Upon reaching the creature, he raised his prop high and brought it crashing down with force. Cheng Miao was awakened by the blaring alarm of her roommate's phone. Startled, she sat up, puzzled as to when she had fallen asleep, with no recollection of the moment. Logically, even in a scenario, one would not sleep so soundly. Knock, knock. The dormitory door was rapped upon. It was the dorm supervisor, announcing that the liberal arts and science classes would enjoy free time in the morning, followed by a basketball match in the afternoon. Was the basketball match today? Indeed. The morning's free time was splendid. What are your plans? Me? I think I'll watch a movie in the dormitory. I'll wander the library and see if that senior is around. Yo, Cheng Miao listened to the laughter of the two girls below her bed and rubbed her temples as she got up. Good morning. Are your classmates still asleep? A girl with a heart-shaped face greeted Cheng Miao, perhaps feeling a little guilty for her earlier noise. Cheng Miao smiled, assuring her it was fine. It dawned on her that since last night, Sister Li had not made a sound. Concerned, Cheng Miao quickly climbed the ladder to Li's bed and drew back the curtain. What's wrong? Is your friend okay? The two girls, noticing Cheng Miao's action while still on the ladder, looked on curiously. I'm sorry, but could you please call a teacher? Someone has died. Died? Someone died. The two girls, supporting each other, fled the dormitory, leaving Cheng Miao alone. She sighed at the sight of the lifeless body on the bed. Sister Li had suffocated beneath her pillow. Li's death did not incite the same uproar as Zhang Ji's. Perhaps it was due to the nature of her demise being less horrifying. Or perhaps the coroner's claim that she had succumbed to asphyxiation from a myocardial infarction had lessened the collective terror. Cheng Miao found this explanation absurd. As a group of players gathered on the playground, most were still in shock. How could Sister Li? Zhou Jian appeared weak and breathless. Yesterday, only the science class players were dying. How could Sister Li suddenly? Cheng Miao scanned the crowd, her brow furrowing. One person was missing. Xiao Jin, even within the scenario, maintained an ethereal presence. She glanced around, revealing a look of surprise. Where's that lewd little fellow? The older woman observed Xiao Jin's affected demeanor and considered making a retort, but refrained, aware that she was an experienced player. The others did not share such reservations. Xiao Jin's beauty and capability rendered her expression of surprise more charming than contrived. He's dead, Lin Zhu murmured, dark circles under his eyes, his voice devoid of energy. Chapter 55. Tan Tao's Campus Life 9. Xiao Jin gazed at Lin Zhu, who appeared utterly battered and forlorn. Are you truly together with him? Xiao Jin had always regarded Cheng Miao as a commendable player, while her two teammates had been unremarkable at best. Witnessing Lin Zhu manage to extricate himself from a perilous situation without any escape clues in Cheng Miao's absence compelled Xiao Jin to reassess this seemingly frail boy. Lin Zhu removed his glasses and wiped them with the corner of his shirt, his lips pressed together, accompanied by Qin Dage. Qin Musong, who had been a mere backdrop, nodded coolly, affirming Lin Zhu's account. After hearing Lin Zhu's recounting of the previous night's events, the already unstable team suffered yet another blow. There really are ghosts. The aunt took a step back, her pudgy finger pointing from Xiao Jin to Qian Ming, eventually resting on Cheng Miao. And you still claim there are no spirits? Qi Jiejia flashed a sinister grin, revealing her pearly whites. Go on, point again and see what happens. Cheng Miao pulled Qi Jiejia back, disinterested in engaging with the aunt, her mind elsewhere. The second day in the dungeon had already claimed 4 lives. The rapidity of these deaths filling her with unease. Sister Li triggered the pattern by speaking at night. Cheng Miao shared the incident involving Sister Li with everyone. It seemed her demise was an accident. Silence was imperative after the lights went out. Then, why didn't you warn her? You killed her. The aunt's fear erupted, directed at Cheng Miao, her words dripping with terror and a vague loathing. Sister, do you have any sense? How could Xiao Miao have warned her? Would you risk your life to caution a reckless player? Xiao Jin, with her gentle demeanor, delivered her words with unexpected sharpness. Perhaps Xiao Jin and Oppo's nurturing image was too deeply ingrained. The aunt merely lowered her hand, belatedly apologizing. I was just anxious. Please, don't ignore me. No one paid her any heed. Even Xiao Jin was feeling the weight of anxiety from the dungeon's relentless pace. The aunt grasped the most timid Zhou Jian. You believe me, right? I didn't mean to say those things. Zhou Jian winced from her grip, but merely bared his teeth, not daring to shake her off. Can we go to the restroom after the lights go out? Chun Yu inquired, recalling that she had shared a dorm with Xiao Keiban. And thankfully, both had been cautious not to speak. Using the restroom is a normal physiological need. It should pose no issue, Qian Ming mumbled, his mouth full of a lollipop. What about you? How did you survive? After much discussion, Qi Jiejia could no longer contain her curiosity and turned to Lin Zhu, who radiated an aura of despair. Lin Zhu scratched his head. I don't know. I told you everything that happened last night. I struck that thing with a book. And the next moment, I was back in my dorm bed. I was too afraid to sleep, fearing I might wake up in the laboratory again. And you, uncle? Qi Jiejia then directed her question at Qin Musong, who appeared slightly taken aback that she was speaking to him. He rubbed his nose, responding gently. I completed it through brute force. The group exchanged glances at the pistol holstered at Qin Musong's waist. Such a method of completion was not easily learned. Yet, how had the seemingly powerless Lin Zhu survived? The clues were too few to draw any conclusions. Cheng Miao could only caution everyone to strictly adhere to the known patterns and avoid unnecessary fatalities. The afternoon basketball match commenced in the gymnasium, with both classes present. The crowd buzzed with excitement, the lively atmosphere providing some relief for many, while seasoned players like Xiao Jin felt a deeper apprehension. The patterns emerged gradually. What had been discovered yesterday would not be repeated today, but it was improbable that the dungeon would allow them to reach the 4th day unscathed. This gymnasium, it was likely, would witness some form of calamity. We're short 2 players for the first match. We need 2 boys to participate. The class leader approached with a serious expression, holding a roll call. The science class members exchanged glances, ultimately selecting Qin Musong and Lao Yu. Lin Zhu was in poor condition, and, as a non-athlete, he didn't even understand the rules of basketball. These 2 were their only choices. Lao Yu bit his knuckles, his face pale. He was reluctant to participate, but understood that protesting was futile and could potentially violate the rules. Rationally, he knew he was the only one who could go. Looking at Qin Musong, who sat silently but could not be overlooked, Lao Yu asked, Qin Dage, what do you think we should do? Qin Musong glanced at him, gesturing to the other athletes on the court. Competing for honor should be the responsibility of good students. But Tantao is not particularly athletic. His implication was clear. They had only a slim chance. Lao Yu's lips trembled as he turned to Cheng Miao. Squatting down in front of her, his voice filled with plea, Miss Cheng, about the match. Cheng Miao observed the exuberant Ma Yuan on the court. I think you should strive to win. Remember the information Lin Zhu gathered. The science class and the liberal arts class have been in constant competition. Lao Yu felt reassured and quietly expressed his gratitude. Qi Jiejia, with sharp eyes, spotted Zhou Zong and Zhou Jian among the liberal arts athletes and tugged at Cheng Miao and Amp, Oppo's sleeve to signal her. Why are they down there too? Chen Yu frowned, while Xiao Keiban comforted her with a gentle pat. The 2 girls had become friends, with Xiao Keiban exhibiting more composure and agility than Chun Yu, who was a more seasoned player. If we're short on players, we should help out in the second match. Xiao Jin had seated herself beside Cheng Miao, drawing Qi Jiejia's ominous glare. That's good. We won't clash. Lao Yu mumbled as he clumsily descended the stairs, hastily putting on the sports jersey handed to him by the class leader, with a whistle signaling the start of the match. Lao Yu was determined to play with all his might, knowing that life was at stake. Fortunately, he had played in his youth and understood the rules. Although his movements were not particularly agile, he committed no fouls. With Cheng Miao present, the science class emerged victorious in the first match with little suspense. The tension that had gripped the group finally eased. Their strategy was sound. It could work. When Lao Yu returned, he was wiping the sweat from his brow with his shirt hem, still incredulous that he was alive. Still alive? How wonderful. Thank you, Miss Cheng. Cheng Miao found Lao Yu's exuberant gratitude somewhat amusing. You were just fortunate. You guessed the pattern. Lao Yu was an earnest person. He recognized that his survival relied entirely on the established patterns laid out by the seasoned players. He bowed respectfully and quietly took a seat. Zhou Zong, did you see that? They're fine. Zhou Jian, warming up, stretched his neck to speak to Zhou Zong, lamenting his misfortune during the draw. Zhou Zong nodded at the spectators without responding. He was not particularly fond of Zhou Jian, who exuded an air of middle-aged indecisiveness and weakness. Yet, in this life-or-death game, they were partners, and both needed to survive. Lao Yu and Cheng Miao had made it through, which suggested that survival hinged on victory. They had to win. Chapter 56. Tantao's campus life. Ex-President Zhou's Adams apple-bobbed as he cast a final glance at the audience before stepping onto the court. Even someone as unfamiliar with sports as Cheng Miao could tell that the liberal arts class was giving it their all, with President Zhou and Zhou Jian going all out to win. The match concluded at 4:20 p.m., with the liberal arts class emerging victorious. Zhou Jian stood beneath the basket, his face radiating the joy of a narrow escape. He waved to the audience, only to feel a sharp blow to his temple. Sorry, brother, my hand slipped. A player rushing past to retrieve the basketball had misjudged his throw, hitting Zhou Jian. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a common occurrence on the court, and Zhou Jian thought little of it. However, he lost his footing, and the force of the impact sent him stumbling into the basketball hoop. A protruding, unfastened screw on the hoop pierced Zhou Jian's temple, pinning him to the structure. The audience, positioned far away, couldn't discern the details. The court was bustling with activity, and no one noticed the motionless Zhou Jian. Only President Zhou sensed something amiss. He stared at the pool of blood forming beneath Zhou Jian's feet, a growing unease solidifying into a chilling premonition. He opened his mouth, but his throat was parched, and he couldn't utter a word. He moved towards Zhou Jian as if under a spell, his feet carrying him inexorably forward. What are they doing? Why aren't they coming up here? The bearded man stood up, observing the scene. Lucky break. Looks like no one's dying today. Just as President Zhou reached Zhou Jian on the court, the massive basketball hoop collapsed with a deafening crash. A steel bar impaled President Zhou and Oppo's chest, hoisting him into the air and pinning him to the ground. Zhou Jian remained suspended on the screw beside him, the basketball hoop resembling a shattered building block, with only the base intact and the rest scattered across the floor. Screams and wails erupted, threatening to tear the roof off the gymnasium as students stampeded towards the exits, leaving behind the players with grim expressions. How could this be? They won, the bearded man stammered, his face blank with shock. He had almost been the one on the court, almost the one pinned to the ground. Cheng Miao leaped down from the stands and approached the two corpses. Check them. Cheng Miao reached into Zhou Jian's pocket, hoping to discover if they had acquired something or used some form of deception. Big sister. The bearded man and Lao Yu huddled together, too afraid to approach. The old man stroked his goatee, remaining motionless. Xiao Jin and Qian Ming watched Cheng Miao cultivate her team members with amusement. Qi Jijia smirked at Lin Zhu, whose face was ashen, and his lip was bleeding where he had bitten it. He closed his eyes and stiffly reached into President Zhou and Amp, Oppo's pocket. Cheng Miao found nothing on Zhou Jian, but Lin Zhu, despite his fear, was meticulous. He retrieved a ring from President Zhou and Amp, Oppo's finger, a prop that could mitigate 70% of physical damage, and used. These two didn't cheat, they didn't even use props. Why did they die? Cheng Miao's gaze swept over their athletic uniforms, and a spark ignited in her mind. The liberal arts class is the rival of the science class. The liberal arts class cannoned Oppo's win, Cheng Miao declared with certainty. Xiao Jin had also just arrived at this conclusion. She nodded. Our other rules are the same, but when it comes to competitive relationships with the science class, we can't win against Tan Tao's class. The others were stunned. The rule seemed arbitrary, yet it made a strange kind of sense. If not for the deaths of President Zhou and Zhou Jian, no one would have dared to assert this as a rule for the liberal arts class. In other words, Cheng Miao said, looking at the members of her class, we absolutely cannot lose to the liberal arts class. Xiao Keiban grasped Chen Yu and Damp, Oppo's hand, and they nodded together. On the first day, she would have felt nauseous at the sight of a corpse, but now she could think alongside Cheng Miao. This was growth watered with blood. The head teacher spoke with the players again, focusing on appeasing them. Since the players had arrived, no one had died at the school. The head teacher and Oppo's wrinkles seemed to have lessened. People were selfish, and as long as they weren't and Oppo's the ones dying, they could always find a way to cope. I heard you're quite fond of Tan Tao, that child? Cheng Miao asked. The head teacher paused, then nodded. Yes, he's my most outstanding student. Cheng Miao said nothing more. She had detected a faint fragrance in the head teacher's office, like the incense burned in temples, but she couldn't be sure she hadn't imagined it. In the cafeteria, when Cheng Miao brought it up, most people stared blankly. Only Xiao Jin finished her porridge, tossed her hair, and said, Xiao Ming, and I will check the office later. As experienced players, Cheng Miao wasn't worried. Qin Musong, a player with even more experience, had been unremarkable in this copy. In fact, his willingness to stay with the group was surprising to Cheng Miao. Cheng Miao always felt that Qin Musong was fond of Qi Jiejia with the affection of an elder. Qi Jiejia, unable to process the kindness of someone so much stronger than herself, avoided him. By evening, the atmosphere in the team, which had lost 6 members, was somber. No one was in the mood to chat. Xiao Jin and Qian Ming went to the head teacher's office to look for clues. Lin Zhu went back to rest early, fearing that he would be next. He needed to conserve his energy. Qin Musong had disappeared, perhaps to verify some idea. Lao Yu shared a room with Qin Musong. Feeling a surge of security, he dared not rest until Qin Musong returned. The old man and the bearded man each had a room. Neither of them were talkative, and they simply greeted each other before returning to their rooms. Shun had a room to herself. She wanted to find Xiao Jin or Cheng Miao, but Xiao Jin's room was full, and she didn't dare sleep in the bed that Sister Li had slept in Cheng Miao's room. So she had to return to her own room. Cheng Miao lay in bed, staring at the mosquito net above. She felt as if she had overlooked some clue. The overly strict rules for good students during the day were constantly expanding. What about the rules at night? Why had Greasy Man died? How had Lin Zhu survived? What was the connection between the laboratory where Lin Zhu and the others had been locked up last night and the note that Qi Jiejia had found in the classroom? Her thoughts were like a tangled ball of yarn, becoming tighter and tighter as she pulled. Cheng, someone in Oppo's is looking for you. Cheng Miao got out of bed and peeked out. It was Chen Yu and Xiao Keiban. They smiled happily when they saw Cheng Miao. Sister Cheng. Sister Qiao told us to tell everyone that they found traces of a magic circle in the office. A magic circle? Cheng Miao hadn't into Oppo's. He expected such a significant discovery. Xiao Keiban nodded, and, guessing that the lights-out time was approaching, she spoke faster. Sister Qiao will explain the details tomorrow. She just wanted to let you know, so you're aware. Also, Brother Qin said he went back to the gym and found a clue about the corridor. Yu recalled what Qin Musong had told them and related. This corridor, there's something wrong with this corridor. I can't get out. Chapter 57, Tan Tao's Campus Life 11 in the corridor. The clue from yesterday led to the laboratory, the very place where Lin Zhuo and the others had arrived that night. Although the deeper significance of this clue remained shrouded in mystery, it at least provided the players with a location. Cheng Miao shared her thoughts with the 2 young girls, who nodded in agreement, before heading off to knock on the doors of other players. They, too, wished for everyone to survive. No more lives should be lost. Cheng Miao returned to her bed, surrendering to sleep without further struggle against her willpower. There was no point in resisting. When the bearded man awoke, an ominous premonition washed over him. Tonight, he was the chosen one. He found himself in a corridor, leaning against a cold wall. The chills seeping through his clothing caused his teeth to chatter. He glimpsed a familiar face beside him, a flicker of joy igniting in his eyes. It was Qian Ming, that bright and cheerful young man, most importantly, a formidable veteran player. As Qianming opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, he let out a dismissive sound. The usual smile that adorned his face was replaced with a taut expression. He stood up, adjusted his tousled curls, and strolled deeper into the corridor with his hands in his pockets. "Hey, Qianming, wait up!" The bearded man had just roused the elderly woman when he turned to see Qianming disappearing into the encroaching darkness without a backward glance. Qianming said nothing, halting briefly to cast a glance back at the bearded man. The bearded man fell silent, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Without Xiao Jin by his side, Qianming seemed transformed. His usual jovial demeanor had vanished, replaced by a brooding impatience. His gaze reminded the bearded man of the little girl in their group. Daring not to speak further, the bearded man followed closely behind Qianming. Once the elderly woman awoke, her incoherent rambling escalated into a state of panic. The bearded man felt irritable and urged her to lower her voice lest they attract unwanted attention. The elderly woman's volume diminished, shifting her complaints toward the two players. Qianming appeared unfazed by her grievances, strolling leisurely. As per the information obtained from Qin Musong, this was indeed a school corridor. The fluorescent lights flickered erratically, illuminating only half the passage, while the other half lay cloaked in thick darkness. The polished marble floor gleamed, and the classroom doors on either side were tightly locked, with only the windows above allowing a glimpse of the ceiling inside. Fortunately, nothing peculiar could be seen above, a small comfort for the bearded man. While he attempted to tune out the elderly woman's incessant chattering, striving to strike up a conversation with Qianming, an unexpected sound pierced the silence. Tap, talp, tap, the sound of high heels. The bearded man's face drained of color as Lin Zhuo's description of the laboratory flashed through his mind. He reached to grab Qianming's arm, only to find the figure who had been ahead had mysteriously vanished. His grasp met with empty air. The elderly woman's murmurs ceased, and she anxiously scanned her surroundings. The sound of the high heels echoed ominously in the still corridor, indistinguishable whether it emanated from ahead or behind. The bearded man, his nerves frayed by the increasingly distinct sound of the high heels, abandoned the elderly woman and fled in a panic. Gasping for breath, he heard the rush of wind in his ears. The darkness was impenetrable, leaving him no choice but to run forward. Time lost meaning as he sprinted, the metallic taste of fear rising in his throat until at last a glimmer of light appeared ahead, revealing a figure. His heart leaped with joy, and he was about to rush forward when he abruptly halted a short distance from a silhouette. This person did not seem to be Qianming. The bearded man belatedly realized that this figure bore no resemblance to any of the three of them. A jolt of terror coursed through him, and he spun around, racing back in the opposite direction. Desperately, he sought solace in the knowledge that he was not alone. Yet, dread washed over him as he realized the figure was closer than before. In a state of despair, he turned, exhaustion overtaking him, yet he clung to the wall. Staggering forward, after what felt like an eternity, as fatigue claimed him and he collapsed to the ground, he discovered that the figure had drawn near enough to be directly in front of him. In that chilling moment, he recognized the figure as his own. A soul-wrenching scream echoed through the corridor as the elderly woman, now in tears, covered her mouth in shock. What to do? There was still a boy. She hesitated to call out Qianming's name, paralyzed by fear. She longed to find someone in the darkness, yet her feet remained glued to the ground. Suddenly, she noticed the flickering lights above her. At the end of the corridor stood a figure with its back turned toward her. As that figure advanced, it seemed to retreat, drawing closer to her. The elderly woman's eyes widened in horror, drool escaping the corner of her mouth. She wanted to flee, yet her body remained immobile, as if gripped by an unseen force. With dread, she watched as the figure drew nearer. The remnants of her rational thought, revealing that the coat it wore seemed to belong to her. Qianming lurked in the shadows of the corridor, observing as the figure approached the elderly woman. The two silhouettes collided, vanishing into thin air. Qianming raised an intrigued eyebrow, contemplating as he beheld the figure that mirrored his own, complete with curly hair, moving toward him. With a languid stretch, he ambled toward the approaching figure. Cheng Miao awakened to the sound of the elderly woman's cries. her voice reverberating through the adjacent dormitory, effectively dispelling Cheng Miao's morning grumpiness. Daylight had arrived. Wandering the dormitory was no longer prohibited. Cheng Miao hastily freshened up before entering the elderly woman's room. As she listened to the elderly woman recount the events of the previous night amidst tears and snot, Cheng Miao wondered, "How did you get out?" The elderly woman shot her a glare. "How would I know? I just saw that ghost getting closer, and the next thing I knew, I passed out and woke up in the dormitory." Cheng Miao furrowed her brow, attempting to deduce a pattern from the survival methods of Lin Zhuo and the elderly woman. "Did you say my friend went in last night too?" Xiao Jin, who had been quietly observing, interjected, her hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding a blend of innocence and sharpness. The mention of Qian Ming darkened the elderly woman's expression. Indeed, he is lacking in respect for his elders and the young. Who knows where he ran off to? Xiao Jin nodded, but remained silent. The elderly woman, disapproving of Xiao Jin's and Qian Ming's demeanor, added, "He is probably long dead, pretending to be a veteran player. He must be a coward to hide away." As Xiao Jin turned to leave, she paused, casting a frosty glance at the elderly woman, which silenced any further retorts. Downstairs, Cheng Miao spotted Qian Ming, grinning as he waved at Xiao Jin. She quickened her pace to reach him. "How did you survive?" Qian Ming, resembling a well-behaved golden retriever, handed a bun purchased from the cafeteria to Xiao Jin and smiled at Cheng Miao. "I just walked toward that thing and then came back. Walked toward and came back." Chapter 58, Tan Tao's Campus Life, Part 12. A fleeting thought crossed Cheng Miao's mind, but before she could grasp it, she was interrupted by the aunt's shout. "Young man, do you know something? Why didn't you tell me last night?" When Qian Ming was next to Xiao Jin, he seemed like a completely different person from the night before, grinning at the aunt. "Oh, you're back too? Then the other one must not have returned." It was only later that he realized he wasn't sure how to communicate with them, fearing that if he was wrong, it would lead to dire consequences for them. The aunt was left speechless and looked to the others, hoping someone would speak on her behalf. Unfortunately, no one did. Everyone understood that this was a matter of life and death. There was no room for politeness or special treatment. The fact that no one deliberately harmed others was already commendable. With no support, the aunt fell silent. Cheng Miao pieced together some clues, glancing at the few members of Class 1 in their senior year who were still looking at her expectantly. She patted Qi, Jia, and Appo's head and decided to attend class first, promising to discuss it later. Having learned from the previous day's experiences, no one dared to slack off during class, let alone engage in any forbidden actions. Thus, the day passed without incident. At noon, the players gathered, and seeing that Xiao Jin and the others clearly had no intention of clarifying matters, Cheng Miao steeled herself to speak. "I believe I have figured out the rules of the night. It is the second hint of the scenario. When the false appears true, the true also becomes false. This can be understood as a unity of opposites. Thus, we must approach everything in reverse. What you mentioned, the monsters in the laboratory with reverse joints and heads, and the figure that Qian Ming encountered yesterday that constantly moved backwards, all point to the fact that the rules of the night are contrary to those of the day." Cheng Miao's gaze turned to the players. Lin Zhu and Qi Jia were quick to comprehend, instantly connecting the dots. Xiao Keiban and Chen Yu caught on slowly, but eventually understood as well. The remaining members, Lao Yu, the aunt, and the old man exchanged glances. Cheng Miao realized she needed to elaborate further. In the laboratory, a normal person would feel fear and wish to flee upon seeing such sights, but that would trigger the rules of the game to kill. Only by standing one's ground and acting contrary to what a normal person would do can one find a path to survival. Lao Yu looked bewildered. Is it really that simple? Qi Jia rolled her eyes, scrutinizing him. It sounds simple, but can you actually do it? Lao Yu fell silent. This rule, though seemingly straightforward, was far more challenging to execute than the rules of the day. Human instincts are to survive, to seek benefit and avoid harm. Defying one's instincts, or even acting in opposition, is no easy feat. The aunt, meanwhile, was patting her chest to calm herself, never imagining that her fear last night had inadvertently saved her life. However, Lao Yu pondered, didn't they say there are no ghosts in this scenario? He appeared to age a decade, hunched over. Cheng Miao looked at Qin Musong, who nodded. My weapon can reveal monsters if I shoot at them. The night before, I merely brute forced my way through without hitting anything. Cheng Miao contemplated for a moment. Have you noticed what happens at night resembles something that only occurs in dreams? Chi Jia bit her finger and tilted her head, resembling a beautiful doll, while Xiao Jin smiled at her, receiving a glare in return. Indeed, adults always say that dreams are reversed, right? Lin Zhu affirmed, taking over the conversation. Moreover, what we experienced lacked any cause or effect. It appeared out of thin air, much like a dream. Cheng Miao concluded, all the clues we gathered during the day point towards a dream that Tan Tao had. When night falls, that dream becomes reality. Qin Musong scrutinized the group with keen eyes, recognizing their potential. This team was like a sapling. Though it had just begun to sprout, it possessed a robust vitality and cohesion, destined to grow into a towering tree. Xiao Jin mused internally, acknowledging that although Cheng Miao was a beat behind in grasping the rules, she had analyzed the situation without ever having personally experienced the night's dream. Moreover, hearing from Lin Zhu that Cheng Miao had only completed 3 scenarios, the future of this little group appeared exceedingly promising. Brushing aside her thoughts, Xiao Jin casually dropped another bombshell. We discovered traces of sorcery in the director's office. This news was only known to Cheng Miao, Chun Yu, and Xiao Keiban from the day before, leaving the others in disbelief. Sorcery? Lin Zhu was taken aback, initially thinking it was a ghost story about a good student's restless spirit, only to find it suddenly linked to witchcraft. I encountered something similar during a past task, Xiao Jin mentioned nonchalantly. Today, I sent Xiao Ming to check, but since this morning, we haven't been able to locate the director. Cheng Miao calculated the time. There was a 20-minute break during the afternoon, which she could use to find clues in the director's office. They were invited by the director for assistance. Even if discovered, it would be justifiable. So far, no one had died today, and everyone needed to remember the patterns discovered in the previous days. As the group dispersed, Cheng Miao reminded them once more. Now everyone in the team understood that this girl, though often wearing a cold expression, was perhaps the only one among the seasoned players who genuinely cared about whether others could survive. After the first class ended, Cheng Miao sat at her desk, twirling a pen, when she caught sight of Ma Yuan, who was dozing off beside her. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Ma Yuan, do you know any gossip about our director? Ma Yuan, stirred by her voice, was about to snap back, but upon meeting Cheng Miao's deep brown, glimmering gaze, his anger dissipated. What gossip? Cheng Miao replied. I heard the director seems particularly fond of Tan Tao, but I wonder why. Cheng Miao feigned nonchalance, yet her eyes were fixed intently on Ma Yuan's expression. Sure enough, when this best friend of Tan Tao heard this, his gaze flickered momentarily with surprise and evasion before he resumed his usual demeanor. No, it's normal for a good student like Tan Tao to be favored by teachers. Cheng Miao wanted to press further, but the athlete abruptly exclaimed that class was about to start and dashed off to the restroom. As a sports student, he left and did not return. It seemed he knew something, and Cheng Miao planned to ask Xiao Jin and the others to investigate while she went to the director's office during the break. Cheng Miao led Lin Zhu and Qi Jiejie to the director's office. Upon entering, they discovered that the office had been converted into a single dorm room. It appeared the director worked tirelessly and often rested here. Qi Jiejie, being small, easily concealed herself at the door as a lookout, while Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu quietly entered the room. It was a rather simple office, furnished with a single bed and a bookshelf, while the desk outside was cluttered with teaching materials. The cabinets were all locked, and Cheng Miao had no time to find someone to pick locks. She took out her dagger and began to strike at the lock. The fishbone dagger, upgraded in the previous encounter, now had a sharp blade, making it quite effective for sawing through the lock. As Cheng Miao struggled with the lock, Lin Zhu rummaged through the room for clues. Suddenly, he tilted his head, sensing he had overlooked something. After searching for a moment, he felt a rush of blood to his head. In the corner of the area he had just searched, a pair of black high-heeled shoes lay quietly. Chapter 59. Tan Tao's Campus Life. 13. Cheng Miao followed Lin Zhu's gaze and gently lifted her shoe, holding the heel in her hand, mimicking the sound of footsteps on the ground. The crisp sound echoed eerily within the confines of the small room. Tap, tap. Lin Zhu bit her lip. It was unmistakably that sound. The sound of high heels arrived inexplicably and was particularly terrifying. The others, haunted by the nightmarish scene, scarcely remembered the high-heeled footsteps that had initially triggered the nightmare. Yet Lin Zhu remembered. Since the day before yesterday, she had diligently listened for the same sound of high heels. However, high heels were prohibited in school, and most teachers, for the sake of educational quality, were also required not to wear them while teaching. A few teachers did wear heeled shoes, but their sounds were muted and dull. Upon hearing Lin Zhu's words, Cheng Miao returned her shoe to its place. "I'll check the room for the traces of the spell mentioned by Qiao Jin. You continue picking the lock." Cheng Miao entered the room and began to draw a circular formation on the floor with dried blood. It appeared as if it had been etched into the ground. Cheng Miao was unfamiliar with formations, but she had seen many similar plots in films. This formation did not seem to summon spirits or harm anyone. It was remarkably clean, devoid of photographs, hair, nails, or even remnants of ashes. Cheng Miao pondered the purpose of this formation crafted by the head teacher. Outside, Lin Zhu called out, and the lock clicked open. Contrary to their expectations, the cabinet contained no gruesome or unseeable items, only a thick stack of documents, all pertaining to Tan Tao. The records detailed Tan Tao's daily activities, his conversations, and his exam results. It was evident that these documents had been compiled later rather than recorded in real time. Many timestamps did not align, and some entries were vague. The records indicated that Tan Tao was indeed a diligent and obedient student, possessing a strong sense of self-management while not imposing strict expectations on others. Notably, Tan Tao had indeed quarreled with his classmates when switching classes. The students in the liberal arts class believed that Tan Tao thought their class was inferior to the science class, which was also a key class. Thus, they held a sense of pride and did not regard the science class as superior. Nevertheless, the liberal arts students did not engage in any outrageous behavior. Apart from some sarcastic remarks, they merely viewed the science class as their rivals in various competitions. Young and proud, they did not cause any significant trouble. As Cheng Miao perused the documents, she heard Qi Jia outside signaling that someone was coming. She dared not take the materials with her and hastily stuffed them into a drawer before exiting with Lin Zhu. Just as they locked the door, a male teacher descended from upstairs. Upon seeing the three of them outside the head teacher's office, he paused, somewhat puzzled. "What are you three doing here?" Cheng Miao scratched her head and met the teacher and Amp. Oppos, S gaze clearly. "We and Amp, Oppos, were you looking for the head teacher about something? We knocked, but she didn't and Amp, Oppos, T answer. Do you know where she went?" The male teacher appeared to realize something. "She took leave for some matter. I'm not sure where she went. She might have gone home." After glancing at his watch, he added, "Class is about to start. You should hurry back." Cheng Miao's expression stiffened, and she thanked him before turning to leave the teaching building. Before Lin Zhu and Qi Jia could inquire about her findings, Cheng Miao had already retrieved her sprinting shoes from her backpack. Qi Jia approached, noticing Cheng Miao's serious demeanor, and refrained from asking further. She leaned against Cheng Miao's back, while Cheng Miao grasped Lin Zhu's hand, urgently instructing, "Hold on tight." No sooner had she spoken than Lin Zhu felt herself being propelled into the air, the scenery around her whirling by as if aboard a high-speed train. Before Lin Zhu could react to the chill of the wind, the three of them had already returned to the entrance of the science class. Suddenly, the school bell rang, and Lin Zhu and Qi Jia turned pale. The originally 20-minute break had alarmingly concluded in just 15 minutes. Had it not been for Cheng Miao's quick response, they would have undoubtedly been late for class, with dire consequences looming. Cheng Miao nudged the two shaken girls, signaling them to focus on class, and returned to her seat. Ma Yuan still had not arrived for class, and even as Cheng Miao attended, she dared not let her mind wander. She was more diligent than ever, taking notes with utmost seriousness. The teacher extended the class, 2 periods back-to-back, and finally, when school was over, Cheng Miao found herself encircled by her classmates in the science class. The bell rang early. "We were terrified. We were so afraid you wouldn't make it back," Chen Yu expressed, her face pale with lingering fear. At that moment, she and Xiao Juoban had contemplated joining, and when Cheng Miao had declined, she had felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Now, reflecting on it, She realized that had they followed, with her limited tools and Xiao Juaban and Oppo's inexperience, they would surely have put their lives in jeopardy. How did you know the bell would ring early? Qi Jia inquired, sitting beside Cheng Miao. Though she was capricious, her desire for improvement was evident. She admired Cheng Miao, absorbing her experiences and lessons. Cheng Miao loosened her hair and retied it, explaining while holding the hair tie in her mouth, "I'm not sure. It was just that the male teacher's reminder fell off. There should have been about 8 minutes left, yet he hurried us to class, which seemed illogical. The only possibility is that the class schedule changed, and his warning was our only chance. It's better to waste tools than to gamble with our lives." Cheng Miao understood that Qi Jiajia's previous experiences were reckless and impulsive, but all of it must be predicated on a thorough grasp of the situation. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Qi Jiajia nodded in agreement, refraining from arguing further. "So, Sister Cheng, did you discover anything?" Xiao Juaban asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She believed she had contributed little, merely sharing the clues acquired at great risk by the seasoned players. Unlike the liberal arts class's older students, who took everything for granted, she felt a sense of inadequacy. Cheng Miao perceived Xiao Juaban's guilt and offered her some comforting words. As a novice with little experience, there was no shame in relying on the veterans as long as she did not abandon her own critical thinking. One day, she would carve her own path. Before Cheng Miao could elaborate, the familiar sounds of running and frantic cries echoed from the corridor, interspersed with the shrieks of girls. "Someone died. Another person has died." Chapter 60. Tan Tao's campus life. Cheng Miao furrowed her brow as Qin Musong swiftly dashed out of the classroom. Cheng Miao and her companions followed closely behind, while the remaining players either hesitated, caught off guard yet instinctively trailing the majority, or were slower to react, but eventually hurriedly joined the group. The aunt had perished, meeting her end at the telephone booth in the corridor. The school prohibited students from bringing mobile phones to class. Thus, each corridor was equipped with a telephone booth to facilitate parental contact with students. Having just finished classes, everyone exhaled in relief. A moment of respite after a long day. Today, no one had died. A piece of good news amid the grim circumstances. Continuous reports of companions and oppos. Deaths weighed heavily on even the most resilient of individuals. At that moment, a classmate entered, stating they had received a call intended for the aunt. It was inherently strange that players not enrolled as students received such a call. She was apprehensive about answering, but we feared it might be a clue, so we encouraged her to take the call. The old man exhibited signs of trepidation, the veins on his gaunt neck pulsating visibly. Ultimately, I agreed to accompany her to the booth, uncertain whether entering the telephone booth with her would infringe upon another's privacy. So I waited outside. Xiao Jin shrugged. Her floral dress stained with splatters of blood, yet it did not detract from her ethereal beauty. Rather, it lent her an air of delicate fragility. Upon answering the call, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Her face turned pale as she opened her mouth to speak to me, but no sound emerged. Xiao Jin glanced at the grotesquely disfigured corpse in the booth, her slender brows knitting together slightly. Moments later, Xiao Jin opened the door, but it was too late. The aunt was frantically ramming her head against the glass, and soon after, she succumbed to her injuries. Qian Ming remained by Xiao Jin's side like a loyal dog, his reaction to the aunt's demise rather nonchalant. What was it that she wished to convey that went unheard? The freckled girl trailed behind Cheng Miao, eager to speak but inexplicably intimidated by Qian Ming, lowering her voice. "I heard her." Xiao Jin adjusted her braided hair, having not dared to wash in the dormitory, her locks slightly greasy. When I opened the door, I heard her say she had heard her own voice. The caller was herself. A chill swept through the group. Although it was summer within the narrative, no one felt the warmth, instead experiencing a shiver akin to being in a cold storage. It was not difficult to envision the terror the aunt must have felt upon hearing her own voice on the line. As a newcomer, she lacked the composure of the freckled girl. Her mental state must have been on the brink, leading her to madness and ultimately resulting in her tragic demise. What transgression had she committed? Cheng Miao's focus was sharp. The methods of death within this narrative grew increasingly bizarre. Yet, the manner of death was not the crux of the matter. It merely served as a clue for players to discern the rules of the narrative. It and Oppos, nothing. I sat close to her, and she was quite attentive in class, Xiao Jin remarked, puzzled as to why the ant had seemingly violated the rules. And what of her liberal arts classmates? Consider it further, Cheng Miao encouraged. The girl continued her chatter, oblivious to her classmate's silence, her complaints unceasing. Xiao Jin's furrowed brow remained, adorning her with an endearing appearance. What was she rambling about? Cheng Miao felt a vague sense of approaching the truth. Just the usual complaints. She lamented the lack of respect shown to elders and children. A student, in haste to leave class for basketball, accidentally knocked her books down. She reacted sharply, her words rather unkind. What did she say? Xiao Jin pondered, mimicking the ant's usual tone. This child is rushing to reincarnate. Without a mother to guide them, this is the outcome. Although a life lost is indeed significant, Chinyu Kuden and Oppos helped but express her irritation. She had been overly cautious, accustomed to taking advantage of situations, subconsciously failing to realize that in this narrative, one ought to speak less to err less, an observation made by the old man. If her demise was due to this, then I may grasp the rationale behind it. Cheng Miao's gaze scanned the crowd. Qin Musong, who had run off fastest moments ago, had yet to rejoin the group. Curiosity gnawed at everyone like a cat and Oppos claw, yet they could only follow Cheng Miao downstairs. Beneath the sycamore tree stood Qin Musong, clutching a boy like a chick, Cheng Miao's deskmate Ma Yuan. Cheng Miao hurried over, noticing the despair etched on Ma Yuan's face. What do you intend to do? Qin Musong, a figure of formidable strength, feigned an inquiry about a math problem to detain Ma Yuan, who, feeling guilty, attempted to flee. Qin Musong half-dragged him to this spot. Do not be anxious. The last time I inquired about the relationship between the principal and Tan Tao, you avoided me. Are you hiding something? Cheng Miao scrutinized Ma Yuan, whose forehead glistened with sweat, his eyes betraying a mixture of guilt and panic. Surrounded by the group, Ma Yuan felt trapped, unable to escape. No one resorted to violence, and their speech remained measured, carefully avoiding transgressions. The principal is Tan Tao and Oppos' mother, correct? Cheng Miao probed, her tone firm yet laced with certainty. Ma Yuan and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know this? Cheng Miao gently restrained Ma Yuan, softening her tone to soothe him. You know we were invited by the principal to assist. If you wish to resolve the situation at school swiftly, you must share everything you know with us. After a moment of struggle, Ma Yuan's features contorted in distress before he exhaled deeply in resignation. Tan Tao confided in me that the principal is indeed his mother. However, she is preoccupied with her duties, attending to every student, leaving her little time to care for him. Tan Tao devoted himself to his studies, striving for the day his mother would notice him. Tan Tao's illness is genuine. His health has deteriorated significantly. Ma Yuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he wiped them away, suppressing the lump in his throat. Strange occurrences began after he passed away. Cheng Miao, lacking the time to console this student still engulfed in sorrow over his friend's death, pressed on. Do you know where the principal has gone? Ma Yuan lifted his head, traces of tears still visible on his face. She left the school. I witnessed it myself. Perhaps it was the palpable despair radiating from those surrounding him that spurred Ma Yuan to add, tomorrow is Tan Tao's 7th day. I have seen the principal return each time before the 7th day, and I even caught a whiff of burning paper while passing her office. 7th day? Qi Jia peeked from behind Cheng Miao. Her curiosity piqued. In the past, we would count the days after a person and Oppos' death to aid their passage into the afterlife. Cheng Miao explained nonchalantly. This suggests that Tan Tao has indeed passed away, and the principal wishes for him to reincarnate soon. Cheng Miao recalled the first hint. The moon in the mirror, the flower in the water. She could not help but sigh inwardly, realizing that this narrative was not merely a supernatural horror tale. Chapter 61. Tan Tao's campus life, 15. How could it be? The circumstances surrounding their deaths were so peculiar. Those who perished at night had witnessed ghosts with their own eyes. How could this scenario possibly lack apparitions? Lao Yu, who had always been straightforward, found himself questioning in light of the abnormal deaths of numerous companions within such a short span. After expressing his doubts, he retracted his head slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Cheng Miao was unconcerned. She waved her hand dismissively and said, "The first hint is that the moon in the mirror and the flower in the water are but illusions. What we assume to be hauntings are mere fabrications. The real affliction plaguing this school is a man-made curse." Noticing that Xiao Jin and Qian Ming displayed no signs of surprise, she understood they had already grasped the situation, and they merely needed to unravel the motives behind the principal and Oppo's actions. Ma Yuan's words elucidated the entire narrative. Tan Tao, in his quest for his mother and Oppo's attention, had imposed strict standards upon himself, striving diligently in his studies. Yet, due to health complications, he tragically passed away. After her son's demise, the principal, overwhelmed by grief, lamented her previous indifference towards such an exceptional child, while devoting excessive care to those unruly students who failed to fulfill their academic responsibilities. Her frenzied and distorted psyche led her to curse the entire campus, decreeing that anyone who did not study as diligently as her son would meet with bizarre deaths. Under the pressure from the school, the principal summoned a group of players for investigation, inadvertently making them her prime targets. "Sister Cheng, do you think this campus is real?" Little Freckles pondered, increasingly convinced that the students resembled the deceased, sending chills down her spine. "I can assure you it and Oppo's genuine. However, the principal evidently has no intention of leaving any survivors. By her standards, it is only a matter of time before the students meet their end." Qian Ming pushed his lollipop to the other side of his mouth, savoring the rich lemon flavor. "So, does that mean if we stop the principal tomorrow, we can leave this scenario?" Chen Yu exclaimed excitedly. She had heard from Xiao Jin that formations were the foundation of all spells, and with so many of them, they could simply destroy the formation to end the curse. Cheng Miao shared this sentiment. With the principal absent today and tomorrow being the final deadline, surviving the night would enable their return. As they parted ways, Cheng Miao reminded everyone once more that the rules of the night operated in reverse. Although the human subconscious is powerful, one must consciously choose their thoughts and actions to survive. Little Freckles discovered a clue in the phone booth where the ant had died, which pertained to fighting and brawling. This clue sounded quite relatable, alleviating the tension for many. This particular scenario had proven to be the most exhausting for Cheng Miao thus far, with a plethora of rules concealed beneath even more layers. Not only could one not afford to be distracted, but it was also crucial to act against human instinct. She wondered how many would survive the night. Upon awakening the next day, Cheng Miao felt incredulous. Once again, it was not her turn. Who could it be that had been chosen? A foreboding thought crossed her mind as she leaped from her bed and knocked on the door of the dormitory across the hall. The door swung open to reveal Qi Jiejia, the young girl still appearing half asleep. Upon seeing the worry in Cheng Miao's eyes, her fatigue vanished as she leaped into Cheng Miao's embrace. "Were you worried about me? You were worried about me, right?" Cheng Miao peeled off the sticky fruit from her body, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead. "We are teammates, of course I worry about you. It seems you were not chosen last night." Qi Jiejia yawned and brought a basin into Cheng Miao's room to wash up. "It was me last night, along with Xiao Jin and Lao Yu." Before Cheng Miao could inquire further, Qi Jiejia splashed water on her face, mumbling indistinctly, "Lao Yu is dead." Cheng Miao fell silent. After they both finished washing up, Qi Jiejia tugged at Cheng Miao and Oppo's shirt, bouncing with energy. "Well, it and Oppo's understandable, given his personality when faced with a monster attacking him. His first reaction would definitely be to cry and beg for mercy. How could he possibly think of a reverse strategy?" Cheng Miao sighed, choosing not to respond. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Zhu had already procured breakfast for both of them. It was evident that the others were aware of Lao Yu's death, yet no one mentioned it. With the winter break approaching, the class leader had just informed them that the morning would be dedicated to cleaning duties. Qin Musong, known for his succinctness, nodded vigorously beside him like a bobblehead. "We are too. It seems today's rule is to clean thoroughly." Cheng Miao swallowed her porridge and said, "Everyone, let us be diligent. We will confront the principal at noon and bring this scenario to an end." The group nodded in agreement. As the number of players dwindled, the conclusion of their ordeal seemed imminent. They merely needed to locate the principal. In the liberal arts class, only Xiao Jin, Qian Ming, and the elderly player remained, assigned a task of mopping the floor. Xiao Jin took care of the older man, allowing him to wash the mops while not intending to burden him with additional tasks. The old man took 2 mops to the restroom, washing them with great care, setting one aside after cleaning it before proceeding to the other. However, as he prepared to leave with his mops, he suddenly felt someone pressing down on his head, submerging him into the mop-washing basin. The sink was clogged, and the water began to rise. The old man struggled silently, his hands flailing desperately, but to no avail. He had chosen a restroom far from the others to avoid being stepped on while cleaning. Now, in this deserted restroom, he slowly succumbed to drowning in the rising water. Xiao Jin and Qian Ming, sensing that something was amiss, searched through 3 restrooms before discovering the old man's lifeless body. Qian Ming lifted the body, its face grotesquely swollen from submersion. He was so careful. Why? Xiao Jin had a favorable impression of the old man, who had once advised her on maintaining a balanced diet rather than solely consuming vegetables. Qian Ming glanced at the 2 mops the old man had cleaned, pointing at a greasy puddle on the floor. There's oil on the ground. Didn't he notice it, and the clean mop became dirty again. Yet he was still contemplating leaving. Xiao Jin remained silent, casting one last look at the unblinking old man before turning away. The remainder of the cleaning session was somber. Xiao Jin felt dejected, merely going through the motions while Qian Ming took on the bulk of the work. Xiao Ming, how many do you think will make it to the end? Xiao Jin stood idly, staring at the bird's nest in the tree outside. Qian Ming wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze fixed on Xiao Jin. That depends on what you define as the end. For me, as long as I can be with Xiao, it doesn't matter how far we go. Xiao Jin snapped back to reality, blushing as she shot Qian Ming a glare, her internal turmoil and weight lifting slightly. There are no clues today, she mused, lost in thought about the old man and Appo's corpse. Qian Ming patted her head, returning to his diligent mopping. The final 8 gathered together and found the principal in her office. Burning paper offerings. We know you are the one who instigated the curse upon the school. We are deeply sorry for Tan Tao's death, but the students are innocent. Cheng Miao interjected, preventing Qin Musong from resorting to violent means to resolve the matter. The principal displayed a blank expression, showing no reaction to their revelation of the truth, continuing mechanically to burn the paper. You have already disappointed Tan Tao once. The students are innocent. Do you wish for him to find no peace in the afterlife? The principal halted her actions, lifting her gaze to Cheng Miao, tears streaming down her cheeks. Cheng Miao was about to speak again when the principal abruptly stood, opened the window, and leaped out. Chapter 62. Tan Tao's Campus Life 16. The sudden act of the director plunging from the building took everyone by surprise, its swiftness leaving even Qin Musong unable to intervene. A crowd gathered at the window, gazing down at the lifeless body of the director, sprawled at the base of the building amidst a pool of blood that spread like a macabre blossom, exuding an unsettling beauty. Does this mean we have resolved the source of the curse? Chun Yu stared blankly at the corpse, still in disbelief. She had anticipated a fierce confrontation, preparing herself for the possibility of not returning, yet it had unfolded so effortlessly. Xiao Keiban tilted her head, shedding her outer garment to kneel on the ground, smudging the bloodied formation. This should suffice, right? Without the formation, the caster no longer exists. Does that mean the curse has dissipated? Wiping her forehead with the back of her hand, which now bore traces of blood, Chun-Yu retrieved a tissue from her pocket and knelt to assist Xiao Keiban in cleaning her face. The director must have taken her life out of despair, the revelation of her secrets extinguishing her spirit. As an NPC, she was merely human, unable to contend with so many of us. Xiao Jin surveyed the office, noting that breaking the curse seemed not to be the ultimate goal, for we remained trapped within this scenario. A moment of despondency washed over us. Indeed, even with the instigator and amp, Oppo's suicide, we were still ensnared in this game. There are 2 possibilities, Cheng Miao began, articulating her thoughts with a measured pace. Fortunate that the remaining members were patient enough to listen. One is that the director and Oppo's resentment is so profound that the curse persists even after her death. The other possibility, Do you recall what the prompt said when we first entered the instance? Chi Jia, sensing Cheng Miao's gaze upon her, instinctively adjusted her posture, oblivious to the way the others regarded her, as if witnessing a once ferocious beast transformed into a loyal companion. It stated that players must survive for 4 days to clear the instance. Cheng Miao nodded, acknowledging that both Chi Jia and Lin Zhu possessed commendable memory and caution. Lin Zhu and Oppo's nature was simply such, while Chi Jia and Oppo's meticulousness stemmed from the chaotic nature of their strategy. The instance required us to endure for 4 days. And with half of the final day remaining, a grim realization settled in. Xiao Jin's expression darkened. This implies we must discover a genuine method to escape the instance and depart under the cover of night. Any thoughts? She turned to Cheng Miao, whom she admired not out of a desire to form a team, but from a pure appreciation for her potential. Cheng Miao offered a wry smile. Aren't and Oppos, to you also contemplating a plan? In a rare moment of childishness, Xiao Jin pouted, I want to hear your thoughts. Reluctantly, Cheng Miao replied, I suspect it may relate to the rules of the night. We will have to wait until nightfall for clarity. Her gaze shifted to the 2 girls huddled together, realizing that only the 3 of us had yet to enter the nightmarish realm. Tonight would be perilous. We must remember the patterns we previously deduced. This is it. Do not let your guard down. The 2 girls nodded, their expressions reflecting a shared resilience and longing to survive. The wait for nightfall felt interminable. When we returned to the dormitory, a sense of trepidation lingered. What if we miss the time and become trapped in the instance? Only Cheng Miao, Chen Yu, and Xiao Keiban had not yet faced the horrors of the night, while Lin Zhu worried about unforeseen changes that could impede their ability to assist Cheng Miao. Cheng Miao, why are you still here? The class monitor emerged from the boys' dormitory and approached the group. What's going on? In unison, Chen Yu and Xiao Keiban, almost like conjoined twins, queried what happened. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm Oppos. I'm glad I ran into you. Otherwise, I would have had to make another trip. Tonight, a vigil for Tan Tao has been organized in the gymnasium. Everyone is expected to attend, realizing they need not part ways. Both Chen Yu and Lin Zhu felt a wave of relief, one for herself, the other for Cheng Miao. When the players arrived at the gymnasium, they found it nearly filled to capacity, the lights extinguished, and each person holding a candle, creating an atmosphere both eerie and perilous. Lin Zhu and Oppos' hand trembled, nearly cramping from the fear of dropping her candle and igniting a fire. Cheng Miao's countenance remained calm under the flickering light. The impending arrival was unavoidable. Only 3 of us remained outside the nightmare, and the nature of our entry was uncertain. Perhaps due to the tension or genuine fatigue, Cheng Miao, lost in a daze, inadvertently fell asleep while holding the candle. Cheng Miao, wake up! Startled awake by a gentle nudge, she instinctively tightened her grip on the candle, only to find it had vanished in an instant. Her eyes shot open, and upon locking gazes with the figure before her, she was momentarily stunned. This was her home. Cheng Miao's mother, caught off guard by her daughter's sharp yet slightly menacing gaze, placed a hand on her chest, exclaiming, This child, what a frightful look. Cheng Miao remained silent, sitting upright in her own room. The bed was imbued with the warmth of sunlight and the scent of home. The alarm clock on the bedside table reading 11:30. Her pet cat strolled back and forth at the bedside. It's nearly noon. Hurry up and eat. Cheng Miao and Oppos' mother called as she prepared to leave, lamenting her daughter and Oppos' late return from a night of revelry. With a headache, Cheng Miao rubbed her temples, recalling her last memory of the real world, an evening spent drinking with friends, returning home stealthily to wash up before bed, only to awaken to a sight of cockroaches. Was the survival merely a nightmare, or was it real? Had she returned to reality, or was she still within the instance? The thought of the instance jolted Cheng Miao's senses. If she remained trapped in Tan Tao's campus life, everything would be inverted. She could not afford to show a glimmer of yearning or nostalgia, lest she be eternally ensnared. Her head throbbed painfully, impairing her rational thought. Slowly, she rose to dress, her father preparing a bowl of spicy and sour noodles, the enticing aroma awakening her long-dormant appetite. She glanced down at her meowing cat, which, upon noticing her gaze, happily nuzzled against her. Cheng Miao knelt to scoop her plump feline into her arms, eliciting a soothing purr. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she stroked its head. Indeed, this was still the instance. Her own cat had never been this affectionate, let alone demanding a cuddle. Setting the cat down, she cast a glance at her parents, her father bustling in the kitchen and her mother tending to the plants, her eyes momentarily glistening with moisture as her hand rested on the doorknob. "Where are you going? You returned home so late last night, and now you're just rushing out without a word. If you leave, don't bother coming back." Cheng Miao caught sight of her mother's frantic expression, feeling a flicker of internal conflict. Yet the next moment, she twisted the doorknob, stepping into the enveloping darkness outside, where ominous sounds seemed to drag forth from the abyss. "Come back, Miao Miao." Her father emerged from the kitchen, pleading with her, and her heart ached, nearly spilling tears. She yearned to return home as well. In the end, Cheng Miao cast one last glance at her parents before plunging into the depths of that unfathomable darkness, where endless fear awaited her. Chapter 63. Tan Tao and Oppos. Campus Life 17. Cheng Miao felt as though she were suffocating in a tangible miasma of darkness, but fortunately, she broke free in the next instant, awakening as if from sleep paralysis. Slender arms encircled her neck, and a girl rushed into her embrace. "Why did it take you so long to come out?" Chi Jiajia's voice was sharp and fierce, her arms constricting Cheng Miao's breathing. Cheng Miao patted Chi Jiajia, signaling Lin Zhu to help her up. Out of consideration for propriety, Lin Zhu hesitated to embrace Cheng Miao, but upon seeing Cheng Miao's gaze, he quickly stepped forward to assist her. Lin Zhu was tall, nearing 6 feet, even as a high schooler, making Cheng Miao's 5'6" frame feel petite in comparison. Cheng Miao sighed inwardly, regretting not having petted her chubby cat more, as it usually elicited a string of complaints. "If only I knew it wouldn't have any effect." "Sister Cheng, you're awake." They were both frantic with worry. The freckled girl chimed in, her dimples deepening with joy upon seeing Cheng Miao's awakening. "You were the first to wake up? Impressive." Cheng Miao praised the newcomer without reservation, recognizing her potential. The freckled girl smiled shyly and retreated to watch over Chenyu, who was still trapped in her nightmare. She had not shared with the others that her nightmare revolved around friendship. The camaraderie she yearned for had been shattered beyond repair, precluding any hope of a beautiful reconciliation. She remained untouched by any form of enticement. Cheng Miao surveyed their surroundings. They were in a stairwell, with the stairs ascending and descending into a dense darkness, obscuring what lay within. It resembled what she had seen upon opening the door. Cheng Miao turned to the 3 people leaning against the wall. Xiao Jin greeted her with a smile. "I knew you'd be fine." Your 2 companions were beside themselves with worry. Chief Jia blushed slightly, her words still laced with thorns. "You were slower than a newcomer. Who knows if you were about to perish in there?" "Hey, you can Oppos say things like that." Lin Zhu interjected, frantically trying to prevent Chi Jia from saying anything else. Their bickering in the stairwell served to ease the tension. As Cheng Miao watched Chi Jia clinging to Lin Zhu, causing him to jump, a deep voice echoed in her ear. "Is your team short of members?" Cheng Miao was incredulous. Qin Musong was undoubtedly a formidable asset and a reliable teammate, far surpassing her in level. She had considered teaming up with him, but never imagined he would agree, let alone initiate the proposition. The 2 who had been playfully arguing fell silent and gathered around Cheng Miao. Lin Zhu and Oppos' gaze conveyed complete deference, while Chi Jia appeared indifferent. Chi Jia and Oppos' lack of animosity towards Qin Musong was unexpected. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Miao inquired, "I have a question. You seem quite concerned about Chi Jia." Cheng Miao sensed that Qin Musong was an honorable man, but after Zhao Liang and Oppos' incident, she felt compelled to exercise caution. Upon mentioning Chi Jia, Qin Musong and Oppos' expression softened visibly. "My daughter is about her age." The others exchanged glances, realizing, "Oh, so the handsome uncle is married." Cheng Miao nodded, satisfied with the answer. Chi Jia was indeed the most vulnerable among them due to her age, and Qin Musong's addition would be a significant boon. "Then tell me which hotel you're in, and we'll do our best to find you and join forces." Qin Musong shook his head. I'll find you. Even Xiao Jin was taken aback. You're at a hotel level. Are you willing to return to a guest house with them? Qin Musong smiled, resembling a lone wolf catching a glimpse of moonlight. Progressing further is more important than taking fewer steps. Besides, I have a premonition that finding them is the wisest course of action. Cheng Miao didn't hesitate and revealed the name of the parrot guest house. Qin Musong nodded and fell silent. Sister you, wake up. It's all an illusion. Wake up. The freckled girl's voice, tinged with sobs, echoed as Cheng Miao and the others gathered around. Yu lay on the ground, her eyes closed, her body eerily becoming transparent, as if on the verge of vanishing. What did you see this time? Xiao Jin asked Cheng Miao curiously. Cheng Miao gazed at the young woman who was just one step away from success and closed her eyes. You see what you desire most. Thank goodness it wasn't an oppose. Me, or I wouldn't oppose. Have made it out, Qian Ming exclaimed dramatically, clasping Xiao Jin and Oppo's hand and patting his head. Qi Jia and Oppo's expression was disdainful. Everyone has different weaknesses. Some are led to their demise by beautiful illusions, while others remain unswayed by such things. Chunyu stood at the entrance of her humble home, her back to those behind her, tears streaming down her face. Her hand rested on the doorknob, just a touch away from freedom. You look at me, a gentle male voice called out. Chunyu and Oppo's body trembled. She bit her lower lip, desperately repeating through tears, this is fake, you and Oppo's, not real. The clean-cut man behind her wore a desolate expression, his stubbled face appearing slightly weathered. You and Oppo's, do you remember what you said to me last? Chunyu paused, her body quivering. She turned to face the person she had dreamed of countless times. I said I didn't want to live alone. If you died, I wouldn't want to live either. The man's eyes were filled with sorrow and affection. Now I'm back. I'm standing right in front of you. Are you going to leave me? Chunyu seemed on the verge of collapse, her hand gripping the doorknob tightly, the pain in her palm providing her with a sliver of rationality. All right, the man sighed, running a hand through his hair. Can I at least have one last embrace? Chunyu watched as the man raised his hands, tilting his head inquisitively. The gesture, so familiar to her very soul, completely disarmed her, and she burst into tears. Sobbing, she threw herself into the arms of the man she had longed for day and night. You, sister? The freckled girl watched in disbelief as Chunyu became transparent and vanished from her embrace. She sniffled, tears streaming down her face like a floodgate had opened. It was her first time in a dungeon, and she had met Chunyu. She was accustomed to hiding behind her shell, but Chunyu had seen her fear and anxiety, and it was Chunyu who had constantly comforted and encouraged her. The freckled girl's hand instinctively reached for her chest. The necklace she wore had been a gift from Chunyu, who had said it was her lucky charm from her first dungeon, and she hoped it would bring her good fortune. Qin Musong lifted the dazed freckled girl and carried her on his shoulder. Qian Ming pulled Xiao Jin up, glanced at the faint light emanating from the bottom of the stairs, and then at the unfathomable darkness above, complete with terrifying special effects, and shrugged. Cheng Miao tightened her shoelaces, stood up, and without dwelling on Chunyu's death, declared, let's go upstairs. Chapter 64. Isn't it just self-termination? Who fears whom? There were no dissenting voices. Although the nightmare had been lifted, the rules of the night still applied within the campus. The living were all seasoned players, not easily deceived by such tricks. As they ascended, the presence of others faded away. Cheng Miao could see nothing, only hear sounds that ebbed and flowed around her, reminiscent of a viscous, colossal creature or the stumbling, bloodied remains of a pieced-together corpse. In such moments, those with vivid imaginations were more prone to madness. Cheng Miao bit her tongue, focusing intently, counting the steps in her mind. Upon reaching 498, her vision brightened. It was the rooftop. Cheng Miao turned around immediately. Everyone was there, not a soul missing, save for Qin Musong, whose clothes were soaked with sweat. The others seemed relatively unaffected. Cheng Miao thought little of it, considering Qin Musong was still carrying someone. Why are we still here? I thought we had exited. Lin Zhu frowned, glancing around. This was indeed the rooftop of the teaching building, the wind making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Cheng Miao remained silent. Stepping to the edge of the rooftop, to look down. The building had 8 floors, and standing atop it at night, even she, who was not afraid of heights, felt a wave of dizziness. This instance of the game was indeed laden with morbid humor. Qian Ming approached, took a glance, then returned to grasp Xiao Jin's hand, exclaiming in an oppose, "So high. I and oppose am scared." Cheng Miao noted that as the group diminished, Qian Ming spoke more, becoming livelier. Compared to his previous demeanor as Xiao Jin and Oppo's loyal companion, he now exhibited a touch of mischief and audacity. Xiao Jin playfully swatted at him, then turned to Cheng Miao with a beaming smile, saying, "We'll take our leave now. I will remember you." Cheng Miao waved goodbye, watching as the two deftly stepped onto the edge of the rooftop and flipped over. Lin Zhu inhaled sharply. Craning his neck to look, there were no figures in sight, confirming that this was indeed the way to exit the instance. "Let us go." Cheng Miao waited for Lin Zhu to prepare himself, and the remaining few closed their eyes, leaping from the building. The sensation of weightlessness did not last long. By the time Cheng Miao felt her footing stabilize and opened her eyes, they had arrived at the game's settlement area. Xiao Jin, Qian Ming, Qin Musong, and even the little freckled girl were absent, leaving only Lin Zhu and Qi Jiejie. It seemed the settlement format had changed after they formed a team. Cheng Miao paid it no mind, inquiring if the two had any issues before awaiting the settlement results. Ding players Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu, and Qi Jiejie successfully completed the instance, Tan Tao's campus life, earning a team currency reward of 6,000. Players Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu, and Qi Jiejie amassed a total of 6,000 currency in the instance, Tan Tao's campus life, leaving a remaining balance of 6,000. Player Cheng Miao achieved the highest contribution in Tan Tao's campus life, earning a currency reward of 1,000. Player Cheng Miao was rated A for performance in Tan Tao's campus life, with a side quest completion rate of 100, earning an additional currency reward of 1,000. Player Cheng Miao in Tan Tao's campus life earned a total of 2,000 currency as an individual, leaving a remaining balance of 2,010. Player Qi Jiejie was rated A for performance in Tan Tao's campus life, with a side quest completion rate of 80, earning a currency reward of 800. Player Qi Jiejie in Tan Tao's campus life earned a total of 800 currency as an individual, leaving a remaining balance of 805. Player Lin Zhu was rated A for performance in Tan Tao's campus life, with a side quest completion rate of 80, earning a currency reward of 800. Player Lin Zhu in Tan Tao's campus life earned a total of 800 currency as an individual, leaving a remaining balance of 815. The team of Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu, and Qi Jiejie discovered the hidden side quest Tan Tao's maternal affection, granting all members a buff that reduces curse effectiveness. Settlement concluded. Players Cheng Miao, Lin Zhu, and Qi Jiejie returned to the point, paired in. Transmitting. The settlement details, this time, were significantly more extensive than before, leaving Cheng Miao dazed by the plethora of numbers. The only clarity she had was that this instance had been particularly challenging, yet the rewards were plentiful. Thus, she felt elated. The trio arrived at the long path leading to the entrance of the Parrot Inn, where Cheng Miao discovered that, in addition to her accommodation voucher, she had acquired a silver card resembling a bank card from the real world. She examined it and realized it represented her team's settlement amount. In a survival inn, it seemed each guest's wallet was implanted within their body. Some inns utilized fingerprints for settlement, while others required a hand scan. However, judging by this silver card, the team's total wallet had a physical form. While it would be convenient for settling group expenses, it also made it susceptible to theft. Cheng Miao handed the card to Lin Zhu. "Take care of this." Lin Zhu hesitated, uncertain if he should accept it. "Sister Miao, my combat ability. I am afraid." "Afraid of what?" Qi Jiejie, exasperated, chewed on a piece of grass she had found, exuding a somewhat rebellious aura. "The capable ones are right there." Cheng Miao glanced up. The imposing figure at the inn's entrance was none other than Qin Musong. As if sensing their gaze, Qin Musong turned back, spotting Lin Zhu waving at him, and chuckled lightly, returning the gesture. Lin Zhu dashed over to Qin Musong, handing him a card. Brother Qin, you should hold on to this. As an experienced player, Qin Musong was well acquainted with its significance. It turned out that their first team up had gone surprisingly well. Yet, such unguarded trust was perplexing. Was it appropriate to entrust their team's treasury to someone who had not yet officially joined? Lin Zhu, in his haste, had not noticed Cheng Miao observing Qin Musong's indecisive expression. No need to think too much. You are the strongest, so it's safe with you. Cheng Miao shot a glare at Lin Zhu, who had pushed the responsibility onto Qin Musong. It's fine for Qin Gu to hold it, but you'll be the one to handle the accounts. Lin Zhu laughed heartily. That works. The group approached the inn's entrance, where the parrot had already begun squawking loudly. Not bad. Everyone's back. And you even brought a big guy. Qin Musong glanced in surprise at the tiger-striped parrot. Typically, the front desk personnel had their own personalities but rarely engaged with players. The reason was simple. Who knew if a player would return? It became an unspoken understanding among seasoned players that the front desk would not form bonds due to the uncertainty of future encounters. To his astonishment, the parrot, rumored to be difficult, seemed to have a good rapport with Cheng Miao and her companions. With Brother Qin joining our team, how will we settle money? Cheng Miao boldly slapped the front desk, peering over to see what was going on. Allow me. Kindly extend your hand, sir. We need to deduct currency from your personal account to add to the team account. Is that acceptable? Qin Musong shook his head and extended his hand to the parrot. The parrot perched on his muscular arm, chirping, wow. A wealthy man. Chapter 65. Beauty is justice. Qi Jia rolled her eyes, propped herself up, and sat on the front desk. She swung her legs and craned her neck to see how much it was. Anyway, it was a considerable amount. The parrot spoke mysteriously, while Qin Musong casually replied that it might be around 5,000. Qi Jia exaggeratedly shaped her mouth into an O, but when she noticed Cheng Miao ignoring her, she lost interest and closed her mouth. She didn't oppose. Care whether the money was a lot or a little. The dungeon was entertaining, and Cheng Miao was intriguing. That was enough. All right, your team account has 8,000. The accommodation is 500 per person per night, with a 20% discount for stays longer than 3 days. How many days will you be staying? The parrot, holding a pen in its beak, boldly made amendments in the guest book while engaging in a fierce eye duel with Qi Jia. How much does it cost to stay at the hotel per night? Lin Zhu, noticing Cheng Miao was still pondering, decided to ask her an interesting question. The parrot chuckled. A standard room is 800 per night. The prices vary for other room types. But if not directly transported by the game, I will need to charge a toll. Qi Jia reached out to pull the parrot's feathers, which prompted the parrot to retaliate by pecking her head, squawking, "No business without cunning. Do you understand?" Qin Musong had finally come to his senses from the peculiar interaction between Cheng Miao and the front desk, ignoring the heated exchange between the person and the bird. He turned to Cheng Miao and Lin Zhu to explain, "You don't oppose. You need to stay too long in the lower tier inns as their facilities are inadequate, and you cannot enjoy them. I suggest moving to a higher tier hotel as soon as possible." Lin Zhu and oppose. Eyes sparkled. What amenities are available at the hotel, Brother Qin? Qin Musong cleared his throat and replied, "The facilities are superior, and the services are more varied." The parrot interjected with a smirk, "There are more special services." Lin Zhu, Qin Musong, Don and oppose. Give me that look. I have never purchased special services. Cheng Miao suddenly extended her hand. "Boss, is that cat food?" With business at hand, the parrot abandoned its tussle with Qi Jia, flying to a distance to preen its ruffled feathers, lamenting the plucked ones. "That's for humans. Why do you need cat food?" The parrot shot an irritated glance at Qi Jia, who was being held by Qin Musong, who was half squatting to braid her hair. Despite her initial disdain, Qi Jia realized Qin Musong was quite skilled, clearly accustomed to braiding his daughter and oppose's hair, far better than what Cheng Miao had managed. No matter how temperamental, the girl loved beauty, pouting her cheeks in a pufferfish expression towards Qin Musong. Cheng Miao, still lost in her thoughts about the dungeon, recalled her cat, although it wasn't entirely hers. "Oh, I see. You're waiting for Chodong, right? I wonder if he will eat. Although I heard he doesn't consume failed players, which is quite strange." The parrot settled comfortably on Cheng Miao's head. forming a warm nest amidst her curls. Cheng Miao was unbothered. If you have it, I'd oppose. LL buy it as a backup. Chi Jia leaned in with her sleek, shiny head, ominously asking, "Who do you want to buy it for?" Cheng Miao displayed a childlike expression, warily eyeing Chi Jia. "That cat is mine. Don't even think about it." Chi Jia. "Understood. Fine. I have nothing to offer." The parrot spread its wings and returned to the merchandise shelf, retrieving a can of food from an obscure corner. "Here, 10 travel coins." Cheng Miao extended her arm, feeling generous. "I and oppose. LL take another box of catnip." The parrot replied, "All right, that totals 15 coins. Thank you for your patronage." Cheng Miao joyfully stowed her purchases in her spatial backpack, only to turn and find everyone looking at her with mixed expressions. What's wrong? The others exchanged glances, realizing the truth. So, a cat slave really is this humble. By the way, how many days are you all staying? The parrot pecked the table to redirect the conversation. Cheng Miao observed her companions, tousled and fatigued. This dungeon had been taxing, particularly Lin Zhu, who hadn't rested well since the first night's nightmare. "Let us rest for 3 days. Then we'll head to the hotel," Cheng Miao decisively stated, and without hesitation, Qin Musong handed the card to the parrot. "Thank you for your patronage," totaling 4,800 coins. "Your account balance is 3,200 coins." The parrot took the card and processed the payment, scratching its head with its wing. "You can choose a name for your team." Chi Jiajia's eyes lit up. "Chi Miao Squad." The group responded. "That's excessive." Lin Zhu pondered. "The Fearless Squad." The group murmured. "Feels a bit kitsch." Qin Musong, with his handsome face taut, suggested, "First Squad?" The group protested. "No, just no reason." Cheng Miao pinched her brow and pouted. "Beauty is Justice Squad." "All right, it's decided." The group sighed. "You're the captain. Your word is final." The few exchanged glances, staring at one another for a while. It seemed Cheng Miao's choice was quite sensible, as everyone in their team boasted a beauty score above 80. Slim seniors, dashing uncles, sweet Lolas, and aloof goddesses. Take your pick. But they were aiming for first place, regardless of the team and oppos, as fears or quirks. They appeared quite impressive. "Good, the name change is a success." The parrot flapped its wings in delight, ready to speak again when suddenly its head turned. "Oh, food has arrived. Feel free to help yourselves." The inn had decent soundproofing, muffling the cries, yet outside were still people. Cheng Miao and her companions returned to their rooms with heavy hearts. After dinner, Cheng Miao's first act was to fall into a deep slumber. She had expended too much energy in the dungeon, leading to an exceptionally deep sleep. When she awoke, the sunlight streaming through the curtains was somewhat blinding. "Knock, knock, knock." Someone was at the door. It sounded like Qin Musong, followed by someone kicking the door and grumbling. "All right, stop sleeping. If you sleep any longer, you'll stink." Cheng Miao reluctantly climbed out of bed, her obvious bedhead causing Lin Zhu, who stood at the back, to shrink his neck and awkwardly smile. "Sister Miao, you've slept the whole day. Come eat something." Cheng Miao, dragging her fatigued body, turned and stretched. They had returned to the inn around 2 in the afternoon, and now it was already 3:30 the next day. Yet she still didn't want to get up. She buried herself back into the blankets and shut her eyes once more. Chi Jia, frustrated, tugged a few times without success, ultimately resorting to her trump card. "Fine. Keep sleeping, but that cat downstairs will be leaving soon." "Cat?" Cheng Miao's usually bright eyes sparkled with desire. She swiftly washed up, changed her clothes, and vanished with the bun Lin Zhu had brought. The 3 remaining in the room were left speechless. Chapter 66. How to Win Favor at the Front Desk. Gift Giving. After Qin Musong joined the group, he found himself lightened by the exuberance of youth that filled the atmosphere. Akin to a lone wolf returning to its pack, his sharp and profound features softened considerably. He smiled as he watched Cheng Miao disappear from view. After all, she was just a young girl, so fond of cats. Lin Zhu was about to follow her downstairs, realizing that Miao Miao, having slept the entire day, would surely need more than just a bun to sustain her. He felt responsible for ensuring she consumed what remained of her meal. Indeed, he had never seen Miao Miao so invested in anything before. Chi Jia bounded down the stairs, her teeth grinding audibly as she vented her frustration about the cat that had annoyed her to no end. Cheng Miao suppressed a smile, his gaze still gentle. Such thoughts were unwarranted. Chi Jijia snapped back. What is it to you whether it's right or wrong? Lin Zhu, having spent more time with Chi Jijia, understood the nuances of communication and advised her against such remarks, as it might anger Miao Miao. Chi Jijia, stifling her indignation, turned crimson but refrained from further comment. As the trio reached the ground floor, they spotted Cheng Miao crouched in the corner, a bun clutched in her mouth, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she watched a black cat leisurely enjoying its canned food. As they approached, they overheard Cheng Miao's musings. You're so adorable. May I pet you? Oh, if you don't want to, that's fine. Continue eating, could I just stroke you once? The three exchanged glances bemused. Above them, a parrot circled, landing familiarly on Cheng Miao and Apo's shoulder as Chi Jijia and the others emerged. Cheng Miao's wariness towards the front desk was palpable, his posture momentarily tense. Luckily, the parrot, content in its own safety, remained out of reach of Chi Jijia's grasp. Despite being as fluffy as the cat, Chi Jijia had a temperament far less agreeable, merely observing the scene unfold. Xiao Dong finished his meal, stretched, and flicked his ears. He then gazed at the porcelain-like girl before him, her ice-blue eyes shimmering under the sunlight. Do you seek something from me? Xiao Dong spoke, his voice as clear and chilling as a mountain spring, yet curiously harmonious with his appearance. Cheng Miao's deep brown eyes widened. The cat could talk. She had often imagined how a cat would sound if it were to speak, concluding that it might detract from their charm. Yet, seeing the black cat converse before her felt surprisingly acceptable. Cheng Miao grinned. I just want to pet you. Xiao Dong remained silent, and the others were taken aback. Hey, get a grip. Xiao Dong's eyes narrowed into slits, his gaze fixated on the enchanting girl before him. The sudden surge of pressure was enough to stiffen Cheng Miao's stance. Cheng Miao hesitated, instinctively reaching for her ring. Xiao Dong's emotionless gaze flicked over her, and he gracefully sat down, his bushy tail swaying gently behind him. He had encountered many players before, many who claimed to adore cats. But mere affection was not enough in this perilous realm. In a life-or-death situation, who had the luxury to amuse themselves with a cat? Even those who dared to engage with him would inevitably grow wary in the face of his imposing presence. It was human nature. Moreover, he was indifferent to being liked or disliked. As a cat, he had no need for such validation. The next moment, however, the anticipated defensive mechanism and weapon of attack did not materialize. Instead, he found before him a catnip lollipop. Cheng Miao, undeterred by Xiao Dong's intimidating aura, stepped forward with a smile full of charm. Here, do you like this? Xiao Dong's nose twitched. He maintained his stoic expression, but his tail wagged more energetically. You are not a failed player. I cannot consume you, he implied. I only eat humans. Cheng Miao beamed, holding the catnip aloft with one hand while pointing at the parrot observing the spectacle with the other. It said, you don't eat humans. Xiao Dong remained nonplussed. The parrot, feeling the tension, thought, I really shouldn't be here, startled by Xiao Dong's dismissive glance. The parrot lost a few feathers and flapped back to the inn at great speed. Moments later, it re-emerged, its head adorned with 3 colorful tufts. Continuing to watch from a distance, this cat holds grudges. Xiao Dong gently stretched, then leaped forward to snatch the catnip from Cheng Miao's hand before bounding away like a flash of black lightning, vanishing onto the rooftops. Cheng Miao, delighted by the touch of his tail, laughed heartily, while Lin Zhu acted as her feeding assistant, alternating bites between them. Once they finished their meal, Lin Zhu noted the sun's position and went inside to borrow a few chairs from the parrot, inviting the group to bask in the sunlight below. Chi Jijia rolled her eyes, uninterested in keeping company with what she deemed foolish adults. Just as she attempted to slip away, Cheng Miao caught her, asserting, children need sunlight to grow taller. Ignoring Chi Jijia's protests as she bit into his arm, Cheng Miao exhibited remarkable patience towards the girl who resembled his daughter. Bite away. The longer you do, the more sun you'll soak up. Thus, the few remaining patrons of the inn, gazing out from their windows, would witness a peculiar gathering, seemingly terrifying, situated at the periphery of a place where countless failed players had met their demise, and many surviving players harbored psychological scars. Among them, a tall beauty with a parrot perched atop her head, a likely candidate for the front desk as budgie. What are they up to? One wondered. Who knows? They must have lost their wits in the dungeon. Another remarked on their oddity. Those players seem off. Who gets so close to the front desk? I saw that parrot devour a player in the bushes a few days ago, came the warning. Best keep your distance. The front desk is unpredictable. I heard from an elder that it might even be aggressive. If they provoke the front desk, it'll surely be a sight to behold. After her meal, Cheng Miao returned to her room, unable to sleep due to her excessive daytime slumber. She lay in bed, gazing at the fuzzy moon outside, lost in contemplation. On the surface, the front desk and players appeared to be adversaries, yet her encounters with several front desk staff had proven them amicable, devoid of any deliberate deception towards players. When players failed a dungeon, the front desk merely executed its duty. This was their role, their task. Although Qiu Dong did not consume humans, players who faltered on his territory would certainly face death. That much was certain. In truth, players need not maintain excessive distance from the front desk, as evidenced by Qin Musong's reaction. Even a veteran of his caliber remained wary of them. This likely stemmed from a misunderstanding of the front desk as purpose. The front desk operated neutrally, even showing a slight inclination towards players within the inn. They provided lodging and meals, and if one dared to engage, they might offer valuable information or even discounts. This was a survival inn, where many players resorted to morally and legally questionable actions to stay alive. Thus, it was unnecessary to impose moral standards upon the front desk. In fact, compared to many players who preached one thing yet acted otherwise, the front desk presented a preferable companion and confidant for Cheng Miao, who displayed a slight aversion to strangers. However, it was crucial to maintain a delicate balance. After pondering for a while, Cheng Miao grew bored and turned on the television, uncertain of what signals it might receive. After a prolonged display of static, an image finally emerged in black and white. Cheng Miao found herself nervously twisting her fingers, her mind involuntarily conjuring terrifying scenarios associated with television. Fortunately, her fears did not materialize, for what appeared on the screen was. Cheng Miao's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 67. What to watch on television amidst the flickering screen of a malfunctioning television. Two figures appeared. Indeed, they were the roguish brothers clad in long garments. Cheng Miao, incredulous, turned up the volume, and the familiar voice of Zhang emerged. Moments later, a tomato met its demise, transforming into ketchup. On the other side, Lang twitched his antennae, chuckling heartily. Cheng Miao's lips twitched. Could it be that the front desk of the survival inn could earn extra cash by performing comedic routines? Zhang and Lang appeared unchanged from their usual selves, one boisterous, the other taciturn, while Cheng Miao sighed at the relentless barrage of their humor. After a laborious wait, an advertisement finally aired, with Zhang promoting his handcrafted spatial backpack. Cheng Miao shook her head and navigated to the channel switching page. The screen was littered with an overwhelming array of channels. Cockroach Brothers channel, Miss Mosquito channel, Parrot channel. She selected the Parrot channel, where a cockatiel with 3 tufted feathers regaled a lengthy and tedious tale. After a minute, she hastily switched channels. Thus, it seemed that every front desk in the survival inn had its own channel, perhaps to amuse one another and, on the other hand, to provide insights into the unique characteristics of each front desk, which might help players choose the most suitable lodging. The grumpy old parrot was notorious for his foul temper and would berate anyone at the slightest provocation, making him a less favored choice among players. However, the parrots had an attractive policy: stay 3 consecutive nights and get 1 night free, making it appealing to many. Did the front desks have performance metrics? If not, they might succumb to lethargy. Cheng Miao switched to the Black Cat Hotel, only to find the screen blank. No cats, no promotional offers. Just an eerie stillness reminiscent of winter's chill. She turned off the television and retrieved their newly acquired mobile phone, equipped for calls and video, indistinguishable from the real world, to send a message in their group chat. Cheng Miao, watching television. Lin Zhu, all right. Qin Musong, all right, you haven't watched television yet. Qi Jejia, Lin Zhu, what the heck? What is this? Qin Musong. This is to help players pass the time, while also gaining insights about various front desks to select the inn that suits them best. Lin Zhu. Can this really pass the time? Why is the magpie telling ghost stories at night? Qin Musong. Why isn't Jia speaking? Qi Jia. What a terrible phone. Why can an amp, Oppos, we get a touchscreen? Cheng Miao. Budget constraints, we'll manage for now. Qi Jia. Lin Zhu. You should check channel 455. Miss Crane is dancing. Others. With the phone, communication among the group became significantly easier. Cheng Miao listened to the parrot's incessant storytelling, feeling drowsy once again. Just as she was about to drift off, a private message from Qin Musong interrupted her reverie. Qin Musong, which hotel shall we visit next? Cheng Miao had her own thoughts, but was somewhat selfish. Qi Jia didn't care. Lin Zhu was flexible, but Qin Musong. Her fingers hovered over the keys as she typed. I want to go to the Black Cat Hotel. Qin Musong. All right, rest early. Cheng Miao was taken aback, yet unsurprised. She gazed at the halo beside the moon. Was this the feeling of being trusted? She felt fortunate to have encountered these individuals. The next morning, after breakfast, the three others went to the general store to stock up on supplies. Cheng Miao conversed with the parrot, preening its feathers beside her, complimenting its story from the previous night. The parrot cawed with laughter. You have a discerning eye. My tales are tailored for those who understand. Don't be fooled by the sparse audience. Their lack of appreciation merely reflects their lower cultural level, unaware of the rich depths of my narratives. Cheng Miao interrupted. Do you not have other purposes for these channels? The parrot suddenly fell silent, staring at Cheng Miao. She felt uneasy under its gaze until it abruptly looked away. Well, there are many uses, which players must discover for themselves. Cheng Miao remained silent, now scrutinizing the parrot. The parrot tilted its head and stomped its little foot. All right. For instance, sometimes the front desk announces special quests with substantial rewards. If you see them on television, you can make reservations. Cheng Miao pondered. So this was also a platform for disseminating information. The parrot nodded while calculating. Indeed, you can also pay to rent the front desk channel for seeking teammates or making announcements. Cheng Miao was satisfied with this information, purchasing a few boxes of cat food and various treats to fill her spatial backpack. After finishing its transactions, the parrot flapped its wings. Let us go for an outing this afternoon. Qi Jia scoffed. With this place, you want to go on an outing? Why don't we help you with farm work instead? The parrot fell silent, clearly exasperated. Cheng Miao had never visited the inns back in trance, and neither had Qin Musong, who was also discovering the hidden beauty of the inn's rear for the first time. Before their eyes lay a blanket of pristine white snow, with distant mountains cloaked in silvery splendor, resembling a snow-white sleeping beauty. The few plum trees by the inn exuded a fragrant aroma, while a nearby stream had frozen into ice, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. The group was awestruck, while the parrot strutted around proudly, clearly reveling in the moment, indicating that some individuals were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. Qi Jia ignored it. She adored the snow, but her parents forbade her from playing in it, worrying she might fall ill or injure her hands. In real life, Qi Jia was not like her character in the game. She was not a delicate flower, nor particularly unlikable. She resembled a meticulously crafted doll, obedient, well-mannered, and devoid of strong emotions. Her parents often wondered why, despite their affluent circumstances, Qi Jia appeared so lifeless, almost doll-like. They rarely witnessed her genuine tears, laughter, or anger. Her every action was perfect yet devoid of warmth. Qi Jia felt imprisoned by that world, where everyone regarded her with envy yet trepidation. To them, she was merely the wealthy Qi Jia, a young lady to be pampered. No one dared express dissatisfaction towards her, nor did they even dare to speak to her loudly. Qi Jia found this existence tedious. Everyone was tedious, and life itself was monotonous. Thus, when she arrived at the survival inn and experienced how ordinary people, even the weak, were treated, she felt astonished, angry, and truly alive. She regarded Cheng Miao as a remarkable being, seemingly aloof, yet profoundly empathetic. To Cheng Miao, Qi Jia was just an ordinary girl, and initially, Cheng Miao didn't particularly like her. Yet, she respected her efforts and was willing to accept her as a teammate. Shaking off her thoughts, Chi Jia leaped into the snow. Chapter 68. Is this lantern beautiful? Cheng Miao also adored snow. As a southerner who had seldom witnessed it, she frolicked like a child in the snowball fight alongside Chi Jia and Lin Ju. Hey, big guy, go help move some things, she called out. Qin Musong paused, still unaccustomed to such close interactions with the front desk. He glanced at the three, playfully reveling in the snow, and chuckled softly, following the parrot. Before long, Qin Musong arrived, one arm cradling a stove, the other hoisting charcoal. A few teacups nestled in a basket, and a kettle dangling from his pinky. The parrot trailed behind, clutching tea leaves in its beak. When Cheng Miao and her companions had their fill of play, they turned to find Qin Musong dutifully tending to a fire, the kettle bubbling with steam, infusing the air with a fragrant blend of plum and tea. Cheng Miao, a liberal arts student, delighted in this poetic ambience, even coaxing a smile from Chi Jia, who usually wore a sullen expression. Your service is exceptional, Cheng Miao remarked as she accepted a cup of tea, its aroma distinctively refreshing compared to what she usually drank. The parrot took delicate sips, tilting its head back in natural grace, as it had yet to bring players here before, usually preferring the company of a few old friends. Just then, Cheng Miao noticed a lithe, dark figure leap down from the roof. Xiao Dong, she exclaimed. Xiao Dong surveyed the cheerful group with mild surprise, casting a glance at the quietly sipping parrot. Although this chatterbox had an eccentric temperament, it was rare for him to genuinely like anyone. The fact that he had welcomed Cheng Miao and her friends into the front desk's realm indicated their unique charm. Are you cold? Cheng Miao asked, observing the cat and Oppo's sudden lapse in intelligence. Leaning closer, she noticed her own attire, a mere shirt and jeans, while Lin Ju had already fetched blankets, wrapping one around each of them, transforming them into 4 Eskimos. Xiao Dong flicked his tail and sauntered over to Cheng Miao, settling beside the parrot. Lin Ju, perceptive as ever, poured a bowl of tea for Xiao Dong, who gracefully lowered himself to lick the warm liquid. Cheng Miao drew nearer, engaging in hushed conversation with the parrot, who soon flew out and returned with a bag of cotton candy. Cheng Miao enlisted Chi Jia and Lin Ju to help thread the cotton candy onto sticks. Have you ever roasted cotton candy? It and Oppo's, delightful. Qin Musong, being in his 30s, had never tasted such a treat. Lin Ju seldom indulged in snacks, while Chi Jia, raised under strict supervision, had never encountered such frivolous delights. Cheng Miao quickly roasted the cotton candy until it bore a striped pattern and handed one to each of them. They tentatively took a bite, their mouths soon coated in sugary sweetness. Wow, it tastes like ice cream, meow meow. Qin Musong found it overly sweet and refrained from further sampling after finishing his. Noticing Chi Jia still yearning for more, he took the initiative to roast a few more sticks by the fire. Chi Jia glanced at Qin Musong before bowing her head, captivated by the flames dancing around the cotton candy. The group engaged in their respective activities, some coaxing the cat, others sipping tea, while Cheng Miao, in the backyard, built a small snowman, her hands and nose turning rosy from the cold. Cheng Miao finally relished the sensation of touching Xiao Dong's thick, soft fur, seizing a handful when the cat was distracted, not daring to overindulge. She glanced up at the distant peaks, exhaling a cloud of mist. This was indeed her happiest day since entering the survival inn. Before sleeping, the group headed to the dining hall for a hearty cup of ginger soup, mindful of the impending dungeon exploration the next day. Cheng Miao wished to prevent any team members from falling ill. As she approached her room, the parrot stopped her. Give me your phone. Cheng Miao obediently produced her phone, and the parrot pecked in a few digits. This is my number. Cheng Miao took her phone back, tracing the patterns on it. You have a phone too? The parrot proudly fluffed its feathers. Of course, as the first player to acquire my number. Feel free to call me anytime, unless I have a grudge against your front desk. Cheng Miao earnestly saved the parrot's number, took a few steps toward her room, then turned back. Have you always been at the front desk? The parrot, pulling on the front desk in Oppo's light cord, turned its head at her question, squinting slightly. Not always. Who would remain a front desk forever? Cheng Miao observed the parrot with a composed demeanor. Then what were you before? Before? The parrot pondered, tugging down the light cord, plunging the front desk into darkness. In that obscurity, its voice rang clear yet tinged with nostalgia. Who remembers the past? The next day, Cheng Miao awoke feeling refreshed and enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast with her teammates. She had already consulted them in the group chat about venturing to the Black Cat Inn, and there were no objections. As she wrote Black Cat Inn at the next stop, the parrot pretended to wipe away a tear with its wing. Ah, how fleeting the beautiful times are. Meow meow. Remember to come play with me. Cheng Miao affectionately patted the parrot and Oppo's head, which readily leaned in her palm, its tufty feather brushing against her. Go on, go on. Your sentimental ramblings are making me melancholic. Laughing, Cheng Miao waved goodbye and ventured into the depths of the wheat fields. Beauty and Justice Squad, charge forth. Linju, you've become quite bothersome lately. Have I? I thought you prefer a livelier me. I dislike you no matter how you act. Listening to her teammates bicker behind her, Cheng Miao gripped the dungeon pass tightly, hoping everyone would survive and return home. Upon entering the dungeon, her first instinct was to check on her companions, and upon confirming their presence, she felt a wave of relief. This dungeon was nestled in the deep mountains, surrounded by towering peaks and dense primal forests. Cheng Miao uneasily touched the back of her neck. She had an aversion to insects, and if the dungeon was indeed forested, it could pose a real challenge. Before the mission commenced, the players gathered by a secluded stream, which was eerily silent, with scarcely a bird call to be heard. There were 15 players this time, not too many, nor too few, none of whom she recognized. Perhaps it was Cheng Miao and Oppo's reassuring presence that prompted an early approach from others, eager for conversation. The newcomers were two brothers. The elder, tall and slender with a cheerful demeanor, resembled a heartthrob from a romantic drama. The younger brother, with slightly disheveled yellow curls, exuded shyness, embodying the bashful charm of such characters. The elder brother introduced himself as Cheng Wan and the younger as Cheng Wu, a duo of remarkable talents. It was fortunate they had entered the survival inn together, providing mutual support. Hey, handsome, didn't I see you in that zombie dungeon last time? Cheng Wan grinned, revealing a dazzling smile. Cheng Miao assessed the brothers. The elder had relaxed body language, while the younger appeared anxious, likely a novice to the game. Cheng Wan, perceptive, noticed Cheng Miao's scrutiny and nodded candidly. I'm an experienced player, and this is my brother's second time entering a dungeon. Cheng Miao nodded in acknowledgement. I remember you. You have decent skills. Cheng Wan beamed even wider, patting his brother and Oppo's head. Most dungeons require teamwork, but there are always some foolish players. Encountering skilled players like you brings a sense of reassurance. Cheng Miao remained silent, his gaze drifting toward Cheng Miao. Cheng Wan followed his gaze, surprised to see that the leader of the group was not Cheng Miao, but rather this strikingly beautiful, yet somewhat aloof young woman. The review process for submissions has been rather sluggish lately, and some have not appeared for days, so I thought I'd Oppo's update you all here. Author's note: we've entered a new dungeon. Chi Jiajia. Bring me gifts for urging updates. Cheng Miao, what else? Chi Jiajia. Thank you. Everyone, frustrated expression. Chapter 69. Is this lantern beautiful? Part 2. Cheng Miao nodded at Cheng Wan. Seasoned players possess their own strategies. Some prefer collaborative efforts, while others thrive in solitary pursuits. Nevertheless, Cheng Miao felt content as long as she did not encounter someone like Zhao Liang, a disruptive presence. The current instance featured numerous novice players, 5 of whom appeared to have little experience with previous quests. Like-minded individuals gravitated towards one another, seeking solace in their shared inexperience. They yearned for the guidance of more seasoned players, yet feared being used as experimental subjects. Cheng Miao learned from Cheng Miao that any player still on the basic level was considered a newcomer. If fortune did not favor them, they might indeed encounter veteran players who specialized in testing novices. One woman caught Cheng Miao's eye. She was an alluring figure, objectively stunning, more so than Cheng Miao herself. The subtle allure that emanated from her drew even greater attention. However, this woman spoke even less than Cheng Miao, merely introducing herself as Lian Ge. An enchanting woman with a name reminiscent of an artistic alias, she evoked intrigue. Among the crowd, a few young girls cast furtive glances at Lian Gu, subtly distancing themselves, as if she had committed some unmentionable act. Lian Gu donned a white cheongsam adorned with silver lotus patterns, complemented by delicate white low-heeled shoes, which imparted an air of ethereal grace mingled with purity, rendering her impossible to ignore. The remaining season players comprised a pragmatic short-haired woman named Yi Zi, a somewhat effeminate young man named Su Shuang, and a man with a prominent mustache named Yan Shi. As everyone formed their respective groups, a prompt echoed through the air. Ding! Welcome players to the instance, is this lantern beautiful? Please endeavor to leave Zhangjia village. Reminder, blessings and misfortunes are intertwined. As the prompt concluded, an elderly man, slightly hunched, materialized before them. A plump newcomer shrieked in fright at the sudden appearance. The man glanced at her but uttered no words. However, once he shifted his gaze, the girl clutched her mouth and began to weep. Those who had been holding her hand quickly retreated, fearing the wrath of an NPC before the task had even commenced. Who could predict when misfortune might strike? The man cleared his throat, producing a sound reminiscent of a forlorn wind instrument in the forest. I am the village head of Zhangjia Village. We sincerely appreciate your assistance in our community. Our village is renowned for its lanterns. We hope you will experience the joy of lantern making during your stay. As he spoke, the village head turned and crossed a small stream. The village was somewhat distant, and they needed to hasten, for darkness fell early in the mountains. The group hurried to keep pace with the village head, none daring to trail too closely, apprehensive of losing their way. Conversely, the seasoned players swiftly positioned themselves behind the village head, leaving the newcomers at the rear of the procession. The girl who had initially held the plump girl's hand, now sporting twin ponytails, abandoned her companion and hurried to stand beside Lin Zhu, the most approachable of the seasoned players. "Excuse me, may I join you?" she asked. Though not conventionally attractive, her pitiful expression lent her an undeniable charm. Unfortunately, Lin Zhu remained oblivious to her plight. "We are all part of the same team. It is not a matter of joining or not." With that, Lin Zhu reached for Qi Zhejia's hand, mindful of the mossy ground beneath them, as her dainty shoes offered little traction. The girl with twin ponytails pouted before retreating back to the group of newcomers, where a slim young man mocked her, igniting her anger. Yet, concerned about the NPC overhearing, she could only swallow her indignation. Cheng Miao and the other seasoned players paid little mind to the newcomers' concerns, focusing instead on gathering information. Their findings revealed a few key points. They were community volunteers assisting in a remote village. Zhangjia Village was famed for its exquisite lanterns and would host ancestral worship activities starting the following day, which would last for 3 days. During this period, entry and exit from the village would be deemed inauspicious. In essence, their mission was to escape Zhangjia Village. However, once they entered that day, they could not leave. What awaited them within the village remained a mystery until their arrival. The mountain path proved treacherous. Eventually, Qi Zhejia found herself riding atop Qin Musong's shoulders, eliciting a twinge of envy from the equally weary Su Shuang. "I loathe mountain paths. They blister the feet and leave unsightly marks." Su Shuang grumbled while snapping a small twig, idly poking at the surrounding underbrush. "Are you gay?" Qi Zhejia inquired, perched on Qin Musong's head, her curiosity piqued by Su Shuang and Appo's demeanor. Having encountered many individuals in her life, they all shared a uniform elegance and composure, akin to flawless ornaments devoid of emotion. Thus, she found the eclectic personalities at the survival intriguing and amusing. "Zhejia, one must not inquire so directly. It is impolite." Cheng Miao chided while circling the village head for clues. Ordinarily, no one could reprimand Qi Zhejia, yet Lin Zhu felt compelled to correct her. He earnestly pointed out her error and then nervously glanced at Su Shuang for his reaction. Su Shuang waved his delicate hand dismissively, a smile gracing his face. "Not at all, my dear. Though many might assume otherwise, I assure you I am as straight as they come." Qi Zhejia refrained from pressing further, her large, curious eyes betraying her intrigue. Seemingly fond of the girl, Su Shuang fashioned a small bracelet from the grass he had plucked for her. Lian Gu followed the group in silence. Her fabric shoes, despite having heels, did not hinder her agility on the rugged terrain. After approximately an hour of travel, they finally arrived at Zhangjiao village, a truly secluded hamlet, starkly contrasting the lives of those accustomed to modern urbanity. The girls with twin ponytails and blunt bangs huddled together, their city-bred naivety exposed as they gazed upon the village with a mix of astonishment and disdain. The plump girl, still shaken from her earlier fright, silently surveyed the surroundings, her eyes reflecting a blend of familiarity and trepidation. Zhangjiao village nestled within a mountain hollow, surrounded on three sides by hills, with only one exit at the village entrance. The area was undeniably underdeveloped, with houses constructed of clay and brick, yet they displayed a sense of order, indicative of strict village regulations. From a distance, the uniformity of the homes appeared almost regimented, and the villagers, clad in coarse garments, exuded an air of simplicity and kindness. Villagers busily attended to their doorsteps, climbing ladders to hang large, round lanterns. Even unlit, the lantern's exquisite craftsmanship surpassed anything available in outside markets. It was customary to hang lanterns during ancestral worship. As the village head had previously explained, "Brother, their gazes upon us are so peculiar." Qinwu and Amp, Oppo's, a slightly trembling voice broke through the air, echoing behind Cheng Miao. Chapter 70. Is this lantern beautiful? Qinwen gently patted his brother's shoulder without uttering a word. Qinwu seemed to find solace in his brother's gesture and quieted down. Sister Miao Miao, what Qinwu said is not incorrect. The gazes of these villagers upon us are akin to... Lin Zhu's words trailed off. Like looking at livestock destined for slaughter during the new year, Qi Jia interjected coldly. She had descended from Qin Musong's side, clutching Cheng Miao's sleeve like a tail. Qin Musong and Oppo's wolf-like eyes swept over the villagers, who recoiled in fear from the sharpness of his gaze, withdrawing their unsettling stares. It must be said that with Qin Musong around, Cheng Miao felt a significant sense of relief. Formidable combat prowess could resolve many predicaments. For instance, during the previous instance, Qin Musong had not fully deciphered all the rules and hints, yet he had bulldozed his way through with sheer brute strength, surviving until the end. Cheng Miao recalled her fishbone dagger with a sigh. She too yearned to unleash her own violent output. The village head walked ahead, seemingly oblivious to the villagers' scrutinizing gazes, rambling about how 3 rooms had been prepared for them, urging them to squeeze in together. The group halted before 3 dilapidated houses, and after the village head assured them that someone would bring meals later, he ambled away with his hands clasped behind his back. How shall we settle in? A bright young boy among the newcomers glanced at the houses, then back at the obviously disjointed group, looking somewhat troubled. The seasoned players had already formed tight-knit teams, while solitary players remained detached, lost in their own thoughts. Conversely, the few newcomers fidgeted awkwardly, contemplating whether it would be safer to stay with the veterans, yet fearing the treachery that could cost them their lives. After much indecision, they were still at a standstill. Let us take this one. Cheng Miao, not wishing to waste time, noted that there was still some daylight left, and with ancestral worship commencing tomorrow, she was eager to explore the village. Observing that the most formidable combatant had settled into the rightmost room, a sense of restlessness began to stir among the others. However, Qi Jijia's sharp tongue and pride made them hesitate. Just as the newcomers were still caught in their dilemma, someone made a move. Cheng Miao watched as Lian Gu approached with a graceful sway, reminiscent of a peony blooming unexpectedly in a lotus pond. Her enchanting visage bore a tranquil expression, and her words, dulcet yet slightly raspy, felt like sand mixed into sugar. Shall I stay with you? Do you mind? Cheng Miao arched an eyebrow, smiled radiantly, and replied, Of course not. You are most welcome. Cheng Miao typically wore a stoic expression in crowds, but her sudden smile captivated those around her. Only Qi Jia rolled her eyes, and even Qin Musong and Lin Zhu seemed at a loss for words. Did others not realize? Cheng Miao was indeed enamored with beauty. She had a penchant for the aesthetically pleasing. Lian Gu offered a slight smile, waved her hand, and walked in the direction the village head had gone. Cheng Miao paid no heed to how the remaining individuals divided the rooms, instead leading her companions to scatter throughout the village in search of clues. As dusk settled, Cheng Miao ambled behind an old yellow cow returning home, which glanced at her with its tail swishing before continuing on its way. She ventured into a narrow alley, observing as the old cow entered the innermost courtyard. Not rushing inside, she leisurely strolled alongside the cow, mentally sketching a map of her journey. The village was small, arranged in a grid-like pattern, and she found herself at the top left corner, which felt like the affluent district, bustling with livestock heading home. Retracing her steps to the village center, she took a different route, one devoid of animals and even the faintest sound of barking dogs. Many houses stood vacant, their doors ajar, exuding an air of abandonment. Cheng Miao chose to enter a house with an open door. It had clearly been uninhabited for years, devoid of any signs of life, with a thick layer of dust coating the furniture. In the storage room, she discovered bamboo strips and cotton paper for lantern making, collecting some to stow away in her spatial backpack. As she exited, she noticed a dilapidated lantern hanging by the well, its frame the only remnant of its former glory. The cotton paper long gone, leaving only a small corner intact. Cheng Miao touched the remaining piece, marveling at how delightful the lantern felt. The village head had mentioned that their lanterns were primarily distinguished by the quality of materials used. Ordinary families utilized cotton or oil paper, while wealthier ones might indulge in silk or specially made fabrics. They were restricted to cotton paper for their lantern-making lessons, as the special fabric was a closely guarded secret of their village. Setting the lantern down, she stepped outside, but felt an odd sense of information slipping through her fingers, akin to a sticker that had not been affixed properly. Shaking her head, she ventured deeper, suddenly noticing a house with a tightly locked door adorned with a lantern. Earlier, the alley had been bustling, yet this area was desolate. Just as she contemplated how to climb up to inspect the lantern, the door creaked open from the inside. A thin, elderly man poked his head out, his murky eyes widening upon seeing Cheng Miao. "Who are you, and what brings you to my doorstep?" Cheng Miao quickly adopted a demure demeanor, speaking softly, "Sir, we are volunteers here to assist with lantern making." The old man's expression shifted to one of realization, and he chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth stained from tobacco. "What brings you to this remote place? There's nothing of interest here." Cheng Miao found his reaction curious. While all the other villagers seemed eager to invite them in, this old man showed no intention of letting her enter. "May I come in and chat with you?" The village head mentioned we could explore the village and experience the local customs. The old man seemed slightly apprehensive about the village head's authority, but reluctantly opened the door upon hearing Cheng Miao's words. She stepped inside, noting that the household was not affluent, with an ancient yellow dog basking in the sun, merely lifting its head to acknowledge her before drifting back to sleep. Cheng Miao settled onto a stool, engaging in small talk with the somewhat restless elderly man. "Are you living here alone?" "I have my daughter." The old man gestured with his smoking pipe towards a partially open door, through which Cheng Miao glimpsed a woman sewing a quilt. "Sir, I've heard that our lanterns are exceptional. Is there a secret to it?" Cheng Miao picked up some corn husks, helping to strip them. The corn was dried and difficult to peel, and she was merely going through the motions. The old man and Appo's left eyelid twitched, and he tapped his pipe against the ground, igniting it. "There's no secret, just good materials. Since we will be conducting ancestral worship tomorrow, is there anything we need to be mindful of? We are newcomers and unfamiliar with these customs." The old man regarded Cheng Miao with a long, drawn-out look, his voice raspy. "Ancestral worship is a significant event. A good occasion." Chapter 71. Is this lantern beautiful? As darkness enveloped the sky, Cheng Miao and her companions returned to the old house. Cheng Miao glanced around at the neighboring houses, all adorned with plump lanterns. The villagers had brought a meal served in large porcelain bowls, overflowing with rice and vegetables. Cheng Miao and Qi Jiajia, with their modest appetites, could scarcely finish half a bowl, while Lin Zhu picked at the meat in his bowl, speaking somewhat indistinctly. The villagers no longer regarded them with the same scrutiny. Cheng Miao suspected that the village head had certainly given a warning before leaving. If the sheep were to scatter, what would remain for sustenance? Upon seeing Lian Gu return, swaying her slender waist, Lin Zhu silently inquired whether Cheng Miao could still provide any leads or if they should retreat to their rooms to type. Cheng Miao gestured for Lin Zhu to continue speaking. Lin Zhu caught Lian Gu and Appo's eye, and her face flushed deeply. It was also noted that regardless of their inquiries, the villagers had not mentioned any taboos regarding ancestor worship. They merely stated that as outsiders, they need not concern themselves with the village and Appo's intricacies, and could follow along as needed. No new leads emerged from the others. Lianga set down her bowl after a couple of bites and moved to sit by the Kong. The room featured a row of kangs, accommodating 5 adults without issue, though the earthen walls appeared somewhat grimy. Lin Zhu was both diligent and efficient, not distinguishing whether Lianga was part of his team. Since Miao had allowed her to stay, he harbored no ulterior motives. He placed the 5 bowls outside and fetched water from the well. By the time they had all casually washed their faces, night had completely fallen. Lin Zhu splashed water onto the ground outside the room. Hearing the commotion, the occupants of the 2 adjacent rooms peered out. The twin-braided girl and the brother duo, Qin Wen and Qin Wu, shared a room with Yi, while the remaining occupants, plump girl, sunny boy Song Yu, Su Shuang, Yin Qi, and the slender man Zhou Ku, resided in the room against the mountain. Upon seeing Lin Zhu and the others return, the twin-braided girl's eyes brightened, but before she could speak, Lin Zhu entered the room with an impassive expression. The twin-braided girl bit her lip, her gaze revealing a hint of resentment. Although she was not the most beautiful in real life, she attracted the attention of boys. To put it bluntly, she was quite charming. Yet in this scenario, Lian Gu and Cheng Miao surpassed her, and even Yi outshone her. The players here lacked any inclination for chivalry. Her usual tricks fell flat. Later that evening, while observing the seasoned players venture out for clues, she and Qi Lu Hai hesitated to follow. She reassured herself that this was a team game, and there would always be someone contributing. As they were both weak newcomers, it was wiser to remain in the room. When the others returned, she realized that while it was indeed a team game, thus far, the seasoned players had no time to assist them. Qin Wen was busy summarizing the previous game for Qin Wu, honing his observational skills for this chapter. The twin-braided girl approached, only to be met with a dismissive glare from the seemingly tall and handsome man, sending her back. Yi, needless to say, had no interest in them, while Song Yu followed Yi out, persistently seeking her guidance, receiving only a couple of pointers when he struck the right chord. Feeling discontent, the twin-braided girl wrinkled her nose at the situation, irritated that Yi only helped because Song Yu was handsome. The others either ignored her or seemed devoid of any leads, leaving her disinterested in pursuing connections. After a brief tidying up, they returned to their respective kangs, each lost in their thoughts. Yi and Qin Wu claimed the spots closest to the wall. Qi Lu Hai voiced no objections, but the twin-braided girl was displeased, unwilling to occupy a central position that felt insecure. As midnight approached, Yi gazed out the window, noting that all the rooms outside were dark, marking the commencement of ancestor worship. Sleep beckoned, and the lights were extinguished. Everyone had settled onto the Kong, save for the twin-braided girl who remained reluctantly below. Hearing Yi's words, despite her reluctance, she trudged to the door to pull the light switch. The room plunged into darkness, silence enveloping them, nearly rendering even their breaths inaudible. In that darkness, the twin-braided girl was suddenly gripped by a profound unease, as though she were the only inhabitant of the room. "Xiao Su, are you there?" she called out, feeling her way toward the Kong, calling out Qi Lu Hai's name. Qi Lu Hai, hearing his name, was about to respond when Qin Wen, who lay beside Xiao Su, suddenly kicked her calf, interrupting her words. Hearing no reply only heightened the twin-braided girl's anxiety. Suddenly, she heard a gentle knock at the door, tap, tap. It was the same soft knock Su Shuang had used when she inquired about hand cream, polite and gentle. The twin-braided girl and Appo's fear dissipated as she realized she was not alone, her trepidation easing. "Is it Su Shuang? I told you I don't have hand cream. Are you all still awake?" She mumbled. Perhaps it was the absence of a response that pushed her to open the door, and she approached to unlock it. Inside the blankets, Xiao Su rubbed her leg where Qin Wen had inadvertently kicked her, puzzled at why the twin-braided girl hadn't returned. Just then, she heard the creak of the door as it swung open. What is she doing? Is she going to the restroom? Xiao Su peered out, but the night was too dark to discern anything beyond the threshold. Secretly admiring the twin-braided girl's bravery for venturing out in such a foreboding village. Xiao Su, a newcomer on her second venture, was fatigued from a day of hiking and had dozed off. As she sank into a deep slumber, she heard the door creak shut again. The next morning, when Xiao Su awoke, she found herself alone, still somewhat groggy as she glanced around at the others. Among them, Qin Wu appeared the most unwell. Confused, she asked, "Where's Li Fei?" Qin Wu shook his head. "I don't know. She was gone when I woke up." Xiao Su, still perplexed, turned her gaze to Qin Wan, who also shook his head, confirming that she hadn't returned last night. In an instant, a bucket of icy water seemed to drench her from head to toe, banishing all remnants of sleep, leaving her shivering uncontrollably. "No, I heard her come back." "You heard her enter the room?" Yi Zi, running a hand through her short hair, cast a cold glance in Xiao Su's direction, startled by Yi Zi's gaze. Xiao Su shook her head, murmuring, "No, I just heard her close the door." Yi Zi smirked with a hint of mockery, but before she could retort, Su Shuang's voice drifted in from outside. "Ugh, seeing this first thing in the morning is so disgusting." Xiao Su's complexion paled, and she stumbled forward to open the door. Outside stood Li Fei, her eyes wide and unblinking, frozen in place. Li Fei appeared to be pinned against the doorframe. Like a ruptured water bag, her entire body drenched in dark crimson blood, flowing from her head to her feet, steadily dripping onto the ground. Chapter 72. Is this lantern beautiful? Ah! Xiao Su's piercing scream reverberated through the air, elevating Cheng Miao's unease to a higher level as she heard Su Shuang's words. She never anticipated that on the very first night, a death would occur. Cheng Miao opened the door to behold Li Fei's tragic state. In that instant, a familiar, tumultuous sensation surged within her. This scenario harbored a ghost, and a formidable one at that. Cheng Miao, seasoned in such matters, recognized that it was her undead friend's buff that had activated. In the previous scenario, she had sensed nothing and assumed that the buff was unstable, not always effective. It later became apparent that the narrative of Tan Tao's campus life was devoid of true spirits. It was entirely constructed upon the curse of the disciplinary head. In retrospect, this buff had evidently activated quite frequently. She was certain that a ghost resided within this scenario, and Li Fei's demise was closely linked to it. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, Xiao Su felt a mixture of terror and disgust, retreating to a corner to vomit. Qin Musong and Qin Wan approached the body to investigate, but found nothing. It was the work of a ghost. Hearing Cheng Miao and Oppo's unwavering conviction, Yi Zi, who had remained silent, cast a glance at her. What is happening? Why the commotion so early in the morning? The village head, upon arriving and witnessing the bloody spectacle, staggered back a few steps, his face paling as he trembled while pointing at the corpse. How could a good person die? What a calamity! The village head sighed heavily. Cheng Miao noted the authenticity of his fear, though he refrained from inquiring about the circumstances of the death, as if it were a subject best avoided. He summoned 2 strong villagers to assist in removing the body. Alas, what a calamity! I shall place the body in the side courtyard for now. It is not appropriate to bury it during the ancestral rites. We shall deal with it in a few days. As she watched the village head depart, Cheng Miao observed the thick, palpable fear in the eyes of the onlookers from every household, mingled with a subtle sense of relief. Why did they feel relieved? An unsettling feeling gnawed at her, prompting her to furrow her brow as she gazed in the direction the village head had vanished. Why were they carrying lanterns during the day? Qi Jiajia's murmured words struck Cheng Miao like a thunderclap, dispelling the fog in her mind. Indeed, their movements had been so natural that she hadn't noticed immediately. When the village head arrived, he was holding a lit, crimson lantern. Cheng Miao abruptly lifted her gaze. Indeed, the lanterns hanging at every doorstep had inexplicably been ignited. The delicate lantern paper glimmered with flickering flames, creating an eerie atmosphere in broad daylight. They had truly lit their lanterns. Lin Zhu returned from another alley, quick to react. Upon seeing Cheng Miao looking up at the lanterns, he rushed a few steps to confirm. Cheng Miao nodded. Today marked the beginning of the Zhongjia village's ancestral rites. Given the presence of ghosts in this scenario, the rules of death must be intertwined with the clues of the ancestral rites. Are you feeling better? Cheng Miao squatted down and offered a tissue to the already retching Xiao Su. Lin Zhu presented a bowl of warm water. Xiao Su sniffed, her face a picture of distress, gratefully accepting the water to rinse her mouth before unsteadily rising to her feet. Thank you, I'm sorry, It's all right. Cheng Miao softened her tone, her outward demeanor still cool. Yet Xiao Su felt the warmth of her concern rekindle a flicker of courage within her. What happened last night? Xiao Su, being a newcomer and the most emotionally charged, was an ideal conduit for information. Supported by Lin Zhu, Xiao Su settled onto the threshold, the body of Li Fei already removed. Clutching the bowl of water, her eyes shimmered with fear. It was quite late when Li Fei still hadn't gone to bed. Sister Yizi told her to turn off the lights and sleep. After turning off the lights, it became too dark. She might have been scared, or perhaps she couldn't see the way. She even called out to me. Xiao Su swallowed hard, glancing back at the empty room, a chill creeping down her spine as she stood in the sunlight. I hadn't the chance to respond when I heard Li Fei open the door. I thought she was going to the bathroom. Later, I drowsily fell asleep, but I heard the door close. I assumed she had returned from the bathroom and didn't oppose. Think much of it. Xiao Su choked back a sob, wiping her nose with a tissue. But only this morning did she learn that Li Fei had never returned. She might have died outside the house long ago. Yet none of us knew. At this point, Xiao Su could no longer hold back her tears, wailing uncontrollably. She was merely an ordinary office worker, one who disliked horror films and would post superstitious comments to ward off misfortune upon encountering bloody scenes. Who could have known she would inexplicably end up in this place, witnessing the silent death of someone beside her on the very first night, in such a brutal manner? Cheng Miao offered a few words of comfort to Xiao Su. Think again. Why did she open the door? What did she say before opening it? Xiao Su pondered for a moment, but shook her head, continuing to cry. She couldn't recall. Many people had been sleeping together last night, and she hadn't been as frightened, thus she didn't pay much attention to those details. She said, Is it Su Shuang? I told her I didn't have hand cream. Are you all still awake? Yizi had approached Cheng Miao from behind without her noticing, and upon seeing Qi Jijia and Appo's eerie expression and the menacing aura emanating from Qin Yusong, Yizi cautiously maintained a distance of 3 steps from Cheng Miao. What? I did an Appo's I went to my room and didn't come out. Su Shuang, hearing Yizi's words, widened her watery eyes, pointing at Song Yu, who was now devoid of sunlight. He slept beside me last night. He can vouch for me. Song Yu, pale, nodded and turned to glance at Yin Qi, an old player who seemed more reliable than Su Shuang. Yes, I was sleeping right next to her. How could that be? Then who did Li Fei open the door for last night? And who did she go with? The plump girl, Zhang Lele, had been on edge the previous day, worried about being remembered by the NPCs. After surviving the day without incident, although her spirit was somewhat depleted, her demeanor was less tense. No one answered her question. Silence enveloped them all. Indeed, Su Shuang had been in her room. So who had Li Fei opened the door for last night, and why had she died? Li Fei must have heard something, Lin Zhu speculated, joining the discussion. Perhaps she heard a voice similar to Su Shuang's. Upon hearing this, Su Shuang rubbed her arms and frowned in annoyance. Why impersonate me? We aren't even that close. Cheng Miao gazed at the room where Li Fei had stayed, considering Lin Zhu's assertion. If she heard Su Shuang's voice, it seems too targeted. Someone with a neutral relationship with Su Shuang would likely have ignored it. I believe she might have heard a knocking sound. Recently, the review process for my writings has been exceedingly slow, with delays lasting several days. Thus, I will share this for now. Author and AMP, Oppos, S-Note. To all my dear readers, I must share that the data for this work is indeed poor. The system has not provided adequate metrics for reasons unknown, resulting in a lack of readers. However, I hope those who are hesitant or still observing need not worry. Although I write with the hope of earning some income, my primary desire is to share the world I have constructed within myself. Therefore, while this book has always been driven by passion, it shall continue to be so, covers face and cries. Rest assured, I will diligently complete the narrative as per the original outline, being responsible to both the work and to you all. So, there is no need to fear that I will abandon the story or leave you hanging. Recently, I have noticed some readers voicing such concerns, and I wanted to clarify. Chapter 73. Is this lantern beautiful? A sudden knock at the door startled everyone in the eerie village during the pitch-black night. The notion of an unexpected visitor sent chills down the spines of most. Cheng Miao approached Li Fei and Appo's room, reenacting the moment. Xiao Su, you mentioned she called for you, but you hadn't had the chance to respond. As she knocked on the wooden door, a soft tapping echoed in the stillness. Zhouke found this attempt unsettling and stepped back, hesitant to witness more. Lin Zhu stood beside Cheng Miao, marveling at her swift progress. In the Chongfu Secrets scenario, Cheng Miao had once been terrified of ghosts, her startled reactions endearing. Now, observing her lock herself in a room while Qi Jia knocked outside, Lin Zhu adjusted his glasses, realizing she had become quite adept in scenarios where the presence of spirits was undeniable. Since Cheng Miao's mention of ghosts, Qin Musong had remained silent. Lin Zhu nudged him gently. Qin Gu, what Appo's? That's wrong? You seem off since earlier. Qin Musong glanced at Cheng Miao emerging from the room and whispered, I and Appo's am afraid of ghosts. Lin Zhu, what are you afraid of? Cheng Miao approached, puzzled by Lin Zhu's reaction. What is the matter? Any discoveries? Lin Zhu, with a mysterious air, beckoned Cheng Miao and Qi Jia closer. Qin Gu says he is afraid of ghosts. Cheng Miao and Qi Jia exchanged glances, bemused. Cheng Miao chuckled and looked up at Qin Musong. Really? I couldn't tell. A rare flush of embarrassment crept onto Qin Musong and Appo's bronze skin. Yes, I'm quite scared. Cheng Miao recalled the previous scenario when they ascended the staircase, enveloped in darkness, unable to see one another while eerie sounds echoed around them. When they emerged from the stairwell, Qin Musong had been drenched in sweat, his movements stiff. At the time, Cheng Miao had thought he was merely fatigue from carrying Xiao Ke, but now she realized it was fear that had rendered him so rigid. Cheng Miao found it amusing. After all, there was no rule stating that men could not fear ghosts. Even someone as formidable as Qin Musong had his fears, and there was no shame in that. She restrained Qi Jia, who seemed ready to tease Qin Musong, and shared her findings with the group. The wooden door was solid, and from inside, one could not discern the presence of anyone outside. After extinguishing the lights, Li Fei felt fear creep in. Calling out to her companions, she received no reply. Only the sound of what she believed to be her friends knocking, which provided her with a sense of security. But why did she think it was Su Shuang at the door? Song Yu, his face pale, glanced between Cheng Miao and Su Shuang. Su Shuang pondered, resting her chin on her hand. I remember, I went to ask her for hand cream earlier and knocked twice when I entered. That explains it, she continued. In the dark, she panicked and mistook the similar knocking for her companions, which led her to open the door. But then why did we hear the sound of the door closing afterward? Zhang Lele stammered, feeling a cold sweat break out as she imagined the scenario. It must have been a ghost. None of us triggered the conditions for death, so it couldn't and amp. Appo's to harm us. Upon realizing the truth behind Li Fei and amp, Appo's demise, Yizi exhaled deeply, her expression relaxing, which means Xiao Su covered her mouth with her hands, tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string. It's my fault. I didn't answer her, and that fear made her open the door. I caused her death. Not necessarily, Qinwen replied with a charming smile, patting Xiao Su on the shoulder. If you had answered her, there might have been two of them outside today. Xiao Su blinked in confusion before a sudden realization struck her. Qinwen, you kicked me last night, and I instinctively forgot to respond to Li Fei. Did you know something? Qinwen shrugged, his schoolyard charm usually captivating, but Xiao Su was too preoccupied to notice. I don't know. All I know is to remain vigilant in scenarios like this, even while speaking. Cheng Miao squeezed her fingers, narrowing her eyes. So, Li Fei's death could be because she opened the door or spoke. She recalled the previous scenario where silence was imperative once the lights went out, or else one risked triggering death conditions. This led her to ponder whether Li Fei had spoken after the lights were extinguished. If that were the case, why? Surely, this small village didn't adhere to such stringent rules. Cheng Miao found herself perplexed, but concluded that they must all exercise caution, refraining from opening doors or speaking after dark. There were no objections. The newcomers had already grown weary from the night, while the veterans understood this was merely the beginning, necessitating the swift pursuit of clues. All around, lanterns hung from the houses. Though the players' rooms bore none, they felt encircled by the glowing orbs. Zhou could dislike this sensation. He had always found lanterns unsettling, and walking with one even more so, prompting him to seek a lantern-free haven. I plan to search for clues. Anyone wish to join me? Yan Qi rolled up his sleeves and stroked his mustache, surveying the other players. We should remain here. Didn't T, the village chief, say he would come to teach us how to make lanterns soon? Cheng Miao reminded him. The village was peculiar, and with uncertainty looming, it was best not to roam aimlessly. What is the harm? We already explored the village yesterday. Yan Qi scoffed, dismissing Cheng Miao as caution. This girl is only good-looking. Her personality is lacking. Being overly cautious won and oppose. T yield any rewards in a game. Yesterday, hadn't T involved the ancestral rites. Today is different. Lin Zhu couldn't T stand. Yan Qi contradicting Cheng Miao and retorted sharply. If you're too afraid to go, that's your problem. I'll go alone. Yan Qi, uninterested in further discussion, looked around for anyone willing to accompany him. Several newcomers were too frightened to think clearly, while Qin observed Yan Qi with amusement. Yizi outright refused, and Su Shuang, brushing her fair hand against Lin Zhu's arm, chimed in, I'll stick with them. Lian Yi. Lian Gu offered not a single glance in his direction. From the very beginning, she had stood there with an air of elegance, like a painting, without uttering a word. I'll go with you, big brother. Chapter 74. Is this lantern beautiful? Yan Qi turned to the speaker. Perhaps his disdainful gaze made Zhou Qin shrink his neck in embarrassment. Brother, take me with you. I will be obedient. Zhou Qin harbored a dislike for these lanterns and wished to escape the lantern-clad surroundings. Anywhere is fine, he muttered. Yan Qi glanced disdainfully at the frail man. Very well. Having you along is better than nothing. As they departed, Qin Wu quietly inquired of his brother, is it truly acceptable to let them go? It seems safer to stay with everyone. Qin Wen smiled gently at Qin Wu. Do not worry about them. Yan Qi is an experienced player. It's ideal for seasoned players to scout ahead. If they choose recklessness despite warnings, they can hardly blame anyone else. Yan Qi wandered aimlessly with Zhou Qin through Zhangjia village, where simplicity reigned, and the recent ancestral rites meant there was no pressing need for farm work. Villagers exchanged fruits and vegetables, basking in the sun while sharing tales of their lives. The atmosphere appeared warm and rustic, if one overlooked the lanterns they carried. What sort of custom necessitates carrying lanterns in broad daylight? Leading the way, Yan Qi felt something odd during their stroll. A thought was on the tip of his tongue, but eluded expression. Noticing Yan Qi's silence, Zhou Qin ceased to speak, realizing his own words fell flat. As they continued, Zhou Qin suddenly perceived a third set of footsteps. The alley was quiet. Thud, thud. That was Yan Qi's firm stride. Swish, swish. That was his own, as he dragged his feet, unable to lift them high. His wife had chided him repeatedly for his ungainly manner, but he could not change. His lack of confidence manifested even in his gait. Yet upon closer listening, there was another sound intermingling with their footsteps. Tap, tap. A presence loomed behind them. Zhou Qin's mind was a beat slower than his actions. As he turned, he muttered, Brother, did you hear? It seems there is someone behind us. His voice trailed off abruptly. A bead of sweat fell from Yan Qi and Appo's brow. He swallowed hard. The footsteps were now directly behind him. Long before Zhou Qin sensed it, Yan Qi had already recognized that something was following them. Cursing his ill fate internally, he had yet to devise a strategy for this predicament when Zhou Qin foolishly turned around. Now, he was certain that the entity trailing him was not Zhou Qin. An icy chill seemed to cling to his back, rendering his limbs stiff. He struggled to maintain composure, mentally rifling through the items he possessed to confront this situation. Players had numerous tools at their disposal, yet most were like Lin Zhu's books or Qi Jiajia's restrictive ropes, ineffective. Few items could directly affect spirits, and Yan Qi possessed none. As they approached the alley's end, panic reddened Yan Qi's eyes. He knew he had to turn soon, but standing still until nightfall was hardly a solution. Regret washed over him for seeking clues. No player would come looking for him, and by the time they found him, it would likely be his corpse. Just a few meters from the alley's terminus, despair clouded Yan Qi's expression. Suddenly, a door on his right creaked open, revealing a vibrant red lantern peeking out. Almost simultaneously, the oppressive chill dissipated, and he exhaled in relief, leaning on his knees and gasping for air, overwhelmed by a sense of escape from death. Collecting himself, Yen Qi intended to express gratitude to his savior. Upon raising his head, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was you. Nearby, players at the old house were enjoying a light meal brought by two women carrying lanterns, idly waiting for the village chief to guide them in lantern making. Each household possessed a lantern, treasured and closely guarded, preventing players from getting too close. Lin Zhu stirred his bowl of watery porridge and asked Miao Miao, "Do you think the solution lies within the lanterns?" Cheng Miao, tearing the crust from her bun, scanned the doorways. "Most likely, but I found a tattered lantern yesterday. Indeed, made of fabric. Where might the riddle lie?" Around 11:00 and Oppo's clock, the village chief finally arrived, accompanied by a somewhat simple-minded boy. "This is my eldest son, Zhang Min." Zhang Min smiled sheepishly and silently took his place at the end of the line with his lantern. Cheng Miao approached the village chief, casually asking, "Is there a custom for lighting lanterns during the day? It seems rather peculiar." The chief walked ahead without turning, his voice gravelly as he replied, "There are no customs. It merely symbolizes prosperous business and ensures our lanterns continue to thrive." Cheng Miao pondered this statement before inquiring about the ancestral rites. "What exactly is involved in the ceremony? Do you need our assistance?" The lantern-making site was only a short distance away. After a 7 or 8 minute walk, the chief explained the process before leaving them behind. The players exchanged confused glances. "Old man, can you hear me?" Lin Zhu noticed an elderly man diligently crafting lanterns, his expertise evident. The group felt reassured, knowing guidance was available. The old man raised his head, making muffled sounds and gesturing to his mouth. They realized he was mute. He pointed to the lanterns, indicating they should observe and follow his lead. "How long will that take?" Song Yu exclaimed, realizing lantern making was no simple task. Even just preparing the bamboo strips required time. The quest could not merely be a lesson in craftsmanship. They needed to explore further. Easy stood at the doorway, peering under the lantern. Without one, venturing outside seemed perilous. Though lacking evidence, the lantern appeared crucial. Every household carried one, and Cheng Miao leaned towards following the villagers' example for safety. Suddenly, the old man stood up and shouted at Yi Zi, still standing under the lantern, his rough hands gesturing insistently. "The author has something to say. I will read and consider all your comments and thoughts. I will do my best to respond. Though I may not be able to reply to everything in time, especially thoughts, as there are no notifications. But I do see them all. I appreciate everyone's encouragement and suggestions. Thank you for your support. Let me perform a little dance for everyone." Chapter 75. Is this lantern beautiful? Yezi reacted swiftly, retreating back into the courtyard. The players held their breath, fixated on the outside, waiting for something to happen. After a moment, nothing occurred, and the old man resumed crafting his lantern. He did not start from scratch to teach them. Instructing students was a waste of time. They had to keep up with whatever pace they could manage, as such teaching methods would inevitably lead to prolonged delays. A grim expression settled on Yezi and Oppo's face, realizing that there was no danger. Instead, the old man merely found her lingering beneath the lantern too lengthy. The idea for this lantern was off-limits. Yet they needed it to venture outside. None of them had ever engaged in such work before, and creating their own lanterns would likely take until the very last day. "Miao Miao, here, take this lantern for now." Just as the group found themselves at a dead end, Lin Zhu, who had been largely unnoticed, sat beside the old man, holding a neatly crafted lantern made of paper. The lantern was round and red, exquisitely made, astonishing everyone present. You can make lanterns?" Qi Jiajia exclaimed in surprise, having never thought highly of Lin Zhu, the studious type, but now he had quietly revealed a remarkable talent. Lin Zhu smiled bashfully, glancing at Qi Jiajia. She then realized that Lin Zhu had previously mentioned that his upgraded tool allowed him to learn any knowledge or skills within the instance. At the time, she deemed this tool rather useless, but now it proved to be invaluable. If Lin Zhu had not learned how to make lanterns, someone would inevitably have to risk their life to search for clues. Even experienced players would not guarantee a safe return. Cheng Miao took the lantern from Lin Zhu's hands, playfully tapping his head. "Well done." Lin Zhu chuckled, rubbing his head and reminding Cheng Miao, "Sister Miao, the paper on a lantern needs to air dry, but time is short, so it may not be very sturdy. You should return soon." Cheng Miao nodded, assessing the lantern. It was made well, giving her some reassurance. She turned to Qi Jiajia, saying, "You and Lin Zhu stay here. I and Oppos. I'll go check outside with Qin Ge." Qi Jiajia shot a fierce glare at Qin Musong, who had shed his wolf skin like a loyal Labrador. "All right," she conceded, knowing Qin Musong was more suitable due to his agility. Lin Zhu was puzzled by Qi Jiajia's sudden anger and quickly handed her some silk paper. "Jiajia, could you help me cut the paper? It will be quicker this way." Qi Jiajia accepted the paper silently, her expression dark. Cheng Miao lit the candle inside the lantern, handing it to Qin Musong, who was stable on his feet, quick in reflexes, making him the perfect candidate to carry the lantern. Cheng Miao and Qin Musong adeptly exited, leaving the other players gazing at Lin Zhu as if he were a rare creature. Fortunately, Lin Zhu possessed a strong mental fortitude. Had he not become accustomed to being in the limelight as a scholar, he diligently focused on his task, moving with agility and speed, earning the old man's repeated thumbs up. After Li Fei's demise, Zhang Lei and Xiao Su have banded together again. They timidly approached, their faces flushed, followed by the equally bashful Song Yu. Lin Zhu looked up at them, noticing their hesitance. Qi Jiajia, nearby, was striking the lantern frame he had made with a bamboo strip, producing a series of sharp sounds. They wanted Lin Zhu to assist in crafting 2 lanterns for them. Although they could not help with the task, they were still afraid of dying. Cheng Miao had mentioned the lantern's significance, and they sought a talisman for survival. Just as their intentions were laid bare, Zhang Lei and Xiao Su lowered their heads in embarrassment, while Song Yu stubbornly retorted, "Who said we can't help?" Qi Jiajia, with impatience, raised her head, hurling the bamboo strip to the ground, her tone icy. "Will you venture out to look for clues with the lantern?" Song Yu fell silent, having no intention of going out. Though carrying a lantern might avert some misfortune, it was still uncertain. He merely wanted a lantern for his peace of mind. Seeing the trio bow their heads in silence after Qi Jiajia's outburst, Lin Zhu lowered his gaze to the lantern in his hands. Despite his appealing demeanor that typically attracted young girls, he had been overshadowed by Cheng Miao, making him less noticeable. Now, as he stood independently, others recognized that he was not merely a sapling needing shelter, but rather a robust oak flourishing in its own right. "This one-end amp, Oppos, Tidu. My skill has a time limit. I can only prepare as many lanterns as possible for my team. If you need them as well, rather than standing there waiting for others to finish, you should come and learn quickly." Lin Zhu, deftly weaving bamboo strips, spoke clearly. "I can still make them and offer guidance." Zhang Lei and Xiao Su, initially shy, felt encouraged by Lin Zhu and Oppos' words and quickly expressed their gratitude, awkwardly sitting down to mimic his actions. Su Shuang, who had been observing from the side, joined them. "The bamboo strips are ready. Now we craft the lantern frame, tie the bamboo rings, and then paste the lantern. First, we need to layer cotton cloth, followed by a second layer of single-layer paper. Since the lantern is urgent, there is no time for painting or applying tung oil." Lin Zhu deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the 2 girls to learn alongside him. Qi Jiajia observed with a cold stare before returning to cutting the cloth. Song Yu stood awkwardly, scratching his head. He was not skilled in handicrafts, and folding paper felt like an insurmountable challenge. Qin Wen gave Lin Zhu, who was previously unremarkable, a thoughtful look and patted his younger brother's head, signaling Qin Wu to learn from Lin Zhu as well. Nearby, Yezi felt somewhat awkward, with Cheng Miao absent. It was just the frail Lin Zhu and a child left. She initially planned to coerce them into compliance, thinking that once the lanterns were made, Cheng Miao would have no recourse. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhu exhibited a dignified demeanor while the little girl, Yezi, furrowed her brow. Just as she contemplated her next move, the girl shot her an eerie glance, as if sensing her thoughts. Yezi pondered while rubbing her heel against the muddy ground. That gaze was hardly that of a young girl. It resembled a specter emerging from a sea of corpses. exuding a more formidable aura than the towering figure Cheng Miao had gone out with. She could hardly fathom where Cheng Miao had found such teammates. As Yezi continued to mull over her thoughts, Qin Wen crouched and observed Lin Zhu craft the lantern. He touched his prominent nose, about to speak, when a small ball brushed past him, landing in Lin Zhu's arms. Lin Zhu looked up, the sunlight dazzling, reflecting off his glasses. He gazed at the ball's owner, Lian Gu, who approached him gracefully, as if walking through a mist. Chapter 76. Is this lantern beautiful? Nine, this is a prop, and I would like to ask the young man for assistance in crafting several lanterns. Lian Ji's voice is quite distinctive, cold yet tinged with a sweet, intoxicating fragrance, rendering it utterly addictive. Lin Zhu lowered his head and picked up a small orb. It is a restorative item, capable of replenishing 80 of an individual's energy and stamina. Lin Zhu was taken aback. After traversing several dungeons, he understood that such restorative items are rare. Although not as precious as healing potions, they are still quite valuable. Could it be that this remarkable item is being offered simply for a few lanterns? Lin Zhu gazed at Lian Gu, uncertain, sensing that this item was rather precious. He did not wish to exploit others simply because of his unique skills. Everyone in the dungeon was struggling for survival. It was no easy feat, and he certainly did not want to take advantage of anyone. Lian Gu slightly leaned forward, her waist forming a perfect curve as she delicately touched the lantern Lin Zhu had crafted with her jade-like fingers. It's not a freebie. Lanterns are pivotal in this dungeon, and I hope that whenever you possess a lantern, I will too. In essence, it was a buyout. Lian Gu was well aware that Lin Zhu would craft lanterns for the four-person team within 3 days, and she desired them as well. Who could tell how long a lantern would last? It might very well break after just one outing. Merely purchasing a lantern would be foolish. Lin Zhu juggled the small orb in his hand before tossing it to Qi Jiejia. Qi Jiejia held the orb, her gaze complex as she contemplated Lian Ji's alluring profile for a while before nodding. Lin Zhu adeptly layered the lantern fabric Qi Jiejia had cut, affixing it to the frame and adding the tassels before presenting it to Lian Gu. Like our lanterns, this was hastily made. Its durability was uncertain, so it would be wise to return sooner rather than later. Lian Gu nodded in gratitude, gracefully lifting the lantern as she stepped through the doorway, her movements reminiscent of a dance. Qin Wen observed Lian Gu and Appo's graceful silhouette fade into the distance, his gaze heavy and silent for a while. In truth, remaining in this courtyard was far safer than venturing out in search of clues. Yet, seasoned players understood all too well that despite being a team task, one could not rely solely on others. Qin Wen fiddled with the distinctive ring on his index finger, but ultimately refrained from producing any items. Let us wait another day. I'm not alone anymore. He had found his younger brother, who was rather feeble. He could not trade items for him, as those items were meant to safeguard his brother's life. Rubbing his face, he settled beside Qin Wu and clumsily joined the weaving team. After a while, Xiao Su set down the lantern he was working on and shyly inquired, Lin Gu, may I ask a question? The lanterns in the horror dungeon are made of human skin and bones, right? Lin Zhu continued his work, nodding, indeed, what of it? Xiao Su gasped. Doesn't he that prove the lanterns are problematic? Can't we use this as a starting point? The other newcomers looked at Lin Zhu with puzzled expressions. They had long wished to ask, but had hesitated. Lin Zhu set down the lantern and replied, earnestly, it is true the lanterns pose an issue, and one could easily deduce their materials. However, knowing they are made of human skin does not aid us in unraveling the current conundrum. Do you understand the rules of this dungeon? How to avoid death? Xiao Su blushed at the barrage of questions. Lin Zhu, devoid of pity, continued, in horror dungeons, there are always peculiar elements, yet do not fixate on these. Instead, contemplate what we need to do now and how to clear the dungeon. Moreover, Lin Zhu resumed crafting the lantern, noting that thus far, there had been no issues. Although Xiao Su felt embarrassed by his words, she recognized that Lin Zhu was earnestly teaching her how to navigate the dungeon. She quietly expressed her gratitude and continued to follow his lead. In the village, Cheng Miao and Qin Musong moved swiftly through the alleys. Cheng Miao sought the village chief's home, where records of local customs were typically stored. After inquiring with several villagers, They headed in that direction. Cheng Miao reflected on the villagers and oppos, gazes fixed on the lantern in her hand, pondering whether they were mocking her. Why? This lantern must be effective. Otherwise, they would have encountered troubles long ago. They paused near the village chief's residence, where numerous villagers were entering and exiting, their purpose unclear. At this moment, they were likely crafting lanterns. To intrude so brazenly would be inappropriate. It seemed they would have to return at a later time. Miao Miao, we should head back. Qin Musong interrupted her thoughts. Cheng Miao glanced over to find that a section of the lantern paper in Qin Musong and Amp, Oppo's, as hands had begun to lift. After being glued, the lantern paper required drying, and they lacked the time for that. The heat from the burning candle had caused the already poorly adhered silk to bulge in several places. Cheng Miao frowned. Let us go. Qin Musong had an excellent sense of direction, and they did not retrace their steps. He led Cheng Miao deeper into the alley. Just as Cheng Miao was marveling at how much faster this route would be, Qin Musong halted. What? Cheng Miao stepped forward to inquire, but suddenly fell silent. They stood at a T-junction. Just 2 more turns ahead lay the lantern-making area. To their right was a dead end, where a figure stood, Zhou Ku. Zhou Ku stood like a post, his back facing them in the dim alley. Though his face was obscured, Cheng Miao sensed that Zhou Ku was in grave danger. When Zhou Ku entered, he wore a short-sleeved shirt. Now his exposed arms resembled sun-dried meat, with skin stretched tightly over his bones, creating a horrifying sight. Cheng Miao and Qin Musong cautiously approached, noticing that the alley was devoid of any residents, filled instead with dilapidated houses. Zhou Ku stood there, seemingly parched, his features indistinct, save for hollow eye sockets and an agape mouth. Cheng Miao felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she gazed into that dark, gaping maw. After confirming there were no additional clues, Cheng Miao and Qin Musong swiftly returned to the lantern-making courtyard. Upon entering, they found that the silk covering the lantern frame had already sagged, with 2 corners drooping, leaving only one edge still attached. That was close, Cheng Miao sighed in relief. Now certain that not carrying a lantern while wandering was one of the reasons for Zhou Ku and Oppo's demise. Had they been in a bustling alley where every household hung lanterns, they might have escaped disaster. Instead, they found themselves in this desolate, abandoned lane. Upon seeing Cheng Miao return, Lin Zhu eagerly presented the prop given by Lian Ge, explaining the transaction involved. Cheng Miao said nothing, merely instructing Lin Zhu to keep the item safe. Miao Miao, aren't you taking it? Lin Zhu and Oppo's lips turned down slightly. Initially, his lantern had not been well made and had a short duration. He had also seen the lantern that broke as soon as they entered. Cheng Miao playfully rapped Lin Zhu on the head. What are you thinking? You did splendidly. Since this is your transaction with Lian Ge, the item should rightfully belong to you. Cheng Miao glanced around. They had been out for 2 hours, during which Lin Zhu had crafted 7 lanterns. Each of the 4 team members took 1 for their space bags, 1 was for Lian Ge, and the remaining 2 were kept by Cheng Miao, who worried that the village chief might return to inspect. Xiao Su was still diligently applying gauze to her lantern, her concentration evident as her face flushed. Zhang Lele surprisingly exhibited great skill, and the lantern had nearly taken shape. Qin Wen and Qin Wu managed to create 1 lantern, making do with it, as Qin Wen had no intention of letting his brother stray far from his side. Yi Zi and Song Yu, lacking any aptitude for handicrafts, were embroiled in a fit of frustration over their haphazardly woven lampstand. Cheng Miao, having listened to Lin Zhu recount the entire sequence of events, felt no inclination to intervene with the pair. However, she did not withhold information and shared with everyone the discovery of Zhou Ku and Oppo's lifeless body. Another one has perished, Xiao Su exclaimed, covering her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. The crimson veins in her reddened orbs betrayed the absence of tears, replaced instead by an unsettling sight of bloodshot distress. The author has something to say. I have been pondering, while the main characters may indeed enjoy a happy ending, what the supporting cast, should their stories be sweet or carry a touch of bittersweet reality? Such a dilemma weighs heavily on my mind. Chapter 77. Is this lantern beautiful? No one responded to Xiao Su. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. But haven't you noticed Yin Qi's body? Qi Jia leaned in, tugging at Cheng Miao's sleeve, her head tilted in contemplation. Yes, Miao Miao, and I have checked the surroundings, and indeed there is none, Qin Musong remarked, rolling up his sleeves, embodying the essence of an exquisite gentleman. Cheng Miao's gaze followed Qin Musong's sleeve, pondering. Yin Qi is an experienced player. He must have his own means of survival. He may not even be aware of our arrival. We haven't checked back at our lodgings. Perhaps he has already returned. We can inquire about what transpired upon seeing him. The group fell silent as the sun dipped lower in the sky, and Lian Gu returned on soft footsteps. With graceful poise, she tossed the tattered lantern at the doorstep and strolled inside. Lin Zhu approached, presenting her with a newly crafted lantern. Lian Gu examined it, noting the sturdier frame and the meticulous silk covering, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she expressed her gratitude to Lin Zhu. This was the first time Lian Gu had smiled since entering the instance, leaving the onlookers in awe. Cheng Miao marveled inwardly, recognizing that beauty manifests in every movement of an exquisite person. Shortly thereafter, the village head, stooped and with hands clasped behind his back, entered. How'd it go today? His gaze flitted between the emotionally unstable Song Yu, who was trampling the remnants of the lantern frame, and the displeased Yi. We made 2 lanterns, Lin Zhu offered, pushing the lantern forward, indicating the collective effort. He wasn't inclined to be a laborer for others. Yet in moments like these, it was a team endeavor, and he was willing to lend a hand, a lesson taught to him by Cheng Miao. The village head's eyes shifted to the lantern Lin Zhu held, and both Song Yu and Yi Zi exhaled in relief. Well done, you have a knack for this, he remarked, a hint of a smile breaking across his weathered face as he assessed the 2 lanterns. He handed the lantern to an elderly man before slowly making his way back outside. Let us go. Return tomorrow and get some rest, he instructed. This was an opportune moment. Cheng Miao exchanged glances with the others, signaling her intention to visit the village head's residence. Qin Wen followed her, both of them instantly reaching an unspoken agreement to position themselves in the middle of the group. Soon, Qin Musong at the front and Lin Zhu at the back would provide cover for the pair. Do we need the lantern now? If we use it now, it won't be available tomorrow, Qin Wen frowned, noting that the glue on the lantern was still wet, and bringing it out would only waste its lifespan. Cheng Miao bit her lip, contemplating when to slip away. Based on their earlier observations, the undried lantern would last at most 2 hours, and Lin Zhu's speed in crafting lanterns could not increase further. They could not afford to use the lantern just yet. Let us not use it, Cheng Miao whispered to Qin Wen. We'll head to the village head's place. It's south along the main road, and we'll walk past his doorstep. Qin Wen glanced at the red lanterns hanging at each home, finding the plan feasible. Qi Jia stomped loudly behind Cheng Miao, eager to follow. But the fewer who slipped away, the less likely they would be noticed. As the only child in the group, her departure would be conspicuous. After venting her frustration in the mud for a while, Qi Jia roughly removed a hairpin from her hair and shoved it into Cheng Miao's hand. Cheng Miao felt a warmth in her heart, about to speak, when Qi Jia snorted and dashed to the back of the group to find Lin Zhu. She was still angry. Cheng Miao chuckled helplessly, securing the hairpin in her hair. Qin Wen glanced back with envy. You two have a great relationship. Cheng Miao responded politely. You do as well. Qin Wen smiled and turned back. We're brothers, so naturally we get along. The two fell silent as they approached the bustling street, when suddenly, Qin Musong and Lin Zhu took action, one blocking the village head's line of sight with his tall frame, while the other pretended to trip, tumbling into Zhang Min. Cheng Miao and Qin Wen seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Concerned that Lin Zhu might damage the lantern, Zhang Min didn't reprimand him, quickly helping them up and heading toward the old house. Seeing that the village head and Zhang Min hadn't counted the number of people, Cheng Miao and her companion sighed in relief, exchanging glances before navigating through the crowd towards the village head's home. As they neared the village head's house, the number of villagers dwindled. They deftly maneuvered through the places where lanterns hung at each household. Upon entering the village head's courtyard, the two were taken aback. What is going on? Why are there so many lanterns hanging? Qin Wen's handsome brow knitted into a maze of confusion. Cheng Miao silently surveyed the scene. Typically, Each household would hang one lantern, yet the village head and Oppo's house displayed a total of 6, creating a festive yet eerie atmosphere. Cheng Miao cautiously drew out her fishbone dagger. "Be careful." Qin Wen, also an experienced player, said nothing further as they stealthily entered. The village head's home appeared deserted, and they hurriedly began searching the rooms. "Strange. The record should be stored here," Qin Wen muttered, his hands still moving. Cheng Miao noticed the absence of such documents. Instead, the villagers and Oppo's information was available. "Let us take it. We can store it in the spatial pouch," he suggested, realizing they had no other choice. Qin Wen leaned closer, examining the thick stack of papers in Cheng Miao and Oppo's hands. Cheng Miao, who was always cautious upon entering an instance, quickly took out her phone to photograph the documents. "Let us capture this. While there is no proof that we took anything, it's evident to anyone in the village. The clues are still unclear. Let us avoid unnecessary conflict with the NPCs for now," Qin Wen agreed, promptly assisting Cheng Miao in gathering the information to speed up the process. The village darkened early, and they likely had only half an hour left. Although they had lanterns in hand, neither wished to wander through the eerie village holding them at night. The village was bustling, and the documentation was quite detailed, consuming substantial time. After finally completing the photographs, Cheng Miao set the materials aside, her eye catching a vacant spot. Just as Qin Wen was about to leave, noticing Cheng Miao lingering by the bookshelf, he stepped forward. "What is wrong?" Cheng Miao pointed at a gap on the shelf. Running her fingers over it, it was devoid of dust. "There should have been a book here. It must have been taken recently." Qin Wen understood. The record book had been taken by the village head. Cheng Miao's expression darkened. "We don't know where it's been taken. We have no choice but to return for now." They quietly locked the door and began to retrace their steps. However, just a few steps out, a filthy man suddenly leaped out from behind the village head's house. His face was smeared with dirt, yet he bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Min. With drool at the corners of his mouth, he pointed at Cheng Miao and Qin Wen, shrieking, "No one escapes. You're next. You're next." Chapter 78. Is this lantern beautiful? Startled by the sudden appearance of a man, Cheng Miao and Qin Wen exchanged bewildered glances as he shouted and then began to sing to himself. "Damn it, what a lunatic. He nearly gave me a heart attack." Qin Wen muttered under his breath, clearly shaken. The sky had darkened, leaving no time to waste on this madman. They retraced their steps, carefully moving within the glow of the lanterns adorning each doorstep. Perhaps due to the night, the lanterns seemed dimmer than they had during the day. With a few homes lacking light altogether, their lanterns swaying gently in the breeze, as if forgotten. I had initially thought the lanterns were eerie during the day, but the nighttime ambience of the village was even more unsettling. Qin Wen, frowning, hurried along as some lanterns had gone out, forcing them to tread paths illuminated only by the faintest flicker. The streets were sparsely populated. Only a few villagers emerged to tend to their livestock, their lanterns casting a weak glow that offered little comfort to Cheng Miao and her companion. Cheng Miao had intended to use her lantern, but as they neared the old house, she hesitated. They had managed to proceed without incident thus far, so she decided to observe for a while longer. Several times, she felt as if something lurked behind her, gripping her fishbone dagger tightly, ready to strike before lighting the lantern. Yet, upon reaching the old house, no misfortune had befallen them. "Jie Miao, you're finally back." "Qin Wen, are you all right?" Lin Zhu rushed out to greet Cheng Miao, visibly startled by Qin Wen's pallor. Meanwhile, Qin Wu, slightly behind Lin Zhu, sensed the urgency and dashed out, anxiously inspecting Qin Wen for signs of distress. Cheng Miao, initially oblivious to Qin Wen's state, was now taken aback by his ashen complexion. "What happened? Did you encounter something?" Qin Wen rubbed his face and stomped his foot as players from inside the house emerged, their vibrant energy reviving him slightly. "Didn't you feel anything?" Cheng Miao scratched her head and sheathed her dagger. "Not really, just a slight chill at times." Qin Wen cursed softly. "Halfway here, I felt someone behind me, and by the time we were nearing the old house, something was already on my back." His comment sent shivers through the newcomers, who huddled together in fear. Cheng Miao glanced at the lanterns bestowed upon them by the village chief, then at the still-breathing Qin Wen. "Why didn't you light a lantern?" Qin Wen instinctively looked at Qin Wu, explaining, "I thought it best to save it for when we arrived." Cheng Miao fell silent, realizing he intended to conserve the lantern for his brother. While Qin Wen was quite capable, Qin Wu and Appo's overall skills were lacking. By shielding him from challenges, it was ultimately detrimental to his growth. However, this was a family matter, so Cheng Miao refrained from commenting. "Jie Miao, hurry and eat. It will soon be dark." Lin Zhu brought over a bowl of rice, and Cheng Miao hastily ate while sharing her discoveries from the village with everyone. "Does that mean we won't be able to find the record book and thus can't complete the quest?" Xiao Su's face paled at the thought. Without the record book, the true nature of the village remained elusive. Cheng Miao finished her meal in a few bites and, while rinsing her mouth with water, reassured them. "They're in Appo's. There's no need to be so disheartened. Such occurrences are common. Key clues are rarely easy to come by." As she released her hair, which had been gathered in a bun that morning, letting it cascade over her shoulders, she began to comb through it with her fingers. "Now, we can summarize several issues. Firstly, the objective of the quest is to escape Zhang's village. Tomorrow, we must verify at the village entrance whether it is truly impossible to leave, whether it is a human construct or something else, and explore possible escape routes. It's a ghost wall, it's formidable, and you can't escape." Lian Ge, who had been leaning against the earthen wall, interjected. Noticing the attention of the group, she delicately tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "I want to check." Cheng Miao and Appo's gaze on Lian Ge deepened. To venture alone to the village entrance and return unscathed after encountering a ghost wall was no small feat. Cheng Miao was not the only one to think so. Both Qin Wen and Yi Zi regarded Lian Ge with newfound respect. Yet, Lian Ge seemed unfazed, opting not to share her experiences, falling silent after her remark. Veteran players had endured countless quests and faced numerous challenges, so any personality trait they exhibited was to be expected. Although it was regrettable that Lian Ge chose not to share her insights, the others understood and said nothing. "Why don't you ask her what she experienced?" Unfortunately, not everyone possessed the resilience and resourcefulness of seasoned players. Song Yu, once a bright and cheerful young man, had changed dramatically after witnessing 2 deaths. Although his angular features remained, the look of fear and paranoia had rendered him somewhat unrecognizable. Lian Ge followed Song Yu's gaze, observing the frantic movement of his pupils, and her rosy lips parted slightly, releasing a soft laugh. The sound captivated the group for a fleeting moment, though they could also sense a hint of disdain within it. Cheng Miao, who had initially been intimidated by the boy's earlier bravado, now shrank back, her complexion paling. Cheng Miao touched her earlobe as Qin Mu Song leaned closer, whispering, "Her skills may rival mine." Cheng Miao and Appo's brow furrowed slightly. "Is she really that formidable?" Qin Mu Song, a retired military professional who now served as a security chief for an import-export company, was renowned for his close combat prowess. For someone like Lian Ge, who resembled a painting, to earn such admiration from him was indeed remarkable. Among those present, only Qin Mu Song had the capability to challenge Lian Ge, and Cheng Miao instinctively sensed that Lian Ge was a remarkable individual, unlikely to engage in self-serving behavior, nor did she intend to provoke conflict. Of course, Lian Ge and Appo's striking beauty also contributed to this impression. Returning to the matter at hand, Cheng Miao settled on the steps before the old house. If it was indeed a supernatural force preventing their escape, they needed to tackle the issues stemming from the village. She absent-mindedly sketched in the earth with her fingers, glancing up at the 3 dimly lit lanterns hanging at the entrance. The light was so faint, it seemed poised to extinguish at any moment. As night approached, she proposed, "Let us summarize. Based on the clues we have gathered thus far, the daytime taboo is to walk in places devoid of lanterns, while the nighttime taboo is to make noise or open doors once the lights go out." In light of this, Yi Zi gazed intently at the lanterns above, a spark igniting in her eyes. The lanterns, their purpose is to ward off evil. Mini play. Cheng Miao, it's the Lantern Festival today. Lin Zhu, it's the Yuanxiao Festival. Qin Mu Song, everyone must remember to eat Tang Yuan. Qi Jiajia, did you hear that? Enjoy your Tang Yuan happily. Chapter 79, is this lantern beautiful? As Yezi spoke with growing excitement, her words flowed faster and faster. Indeed, the lantern served the purpose of warding off evil, which is why carrying it during the day kept them safe. Zhouke had perished, and subsequently, when they no longer used the lantern, Qin Wen distinctly sensed a presence. Cheng Miao nodded slowly. It appeared to be the case thus far, yet they should not overly rely on the lantern. Yezi remained silent, but her pursed lips hinted at her disbelief in Cheng Miao and Apos. As caution. Cheng Miao, however, was preoccupied with another concern, Yin Qi. Initially, she had assumed Yin Qi was waiting for them at the old house, but Lin Zhu revealed that there was no sign of him. Lin Zhu, being meticulous, had even placed strands of hair in the cracks of each door, fearing that villagers might enter the old house and leave something behind. Upon their return, the hair remained undisturbed, indicating that Yin Qi had not returned. It was no longer a matter of concern. Perhaps he had perished alongside Zhou Ke, and they simply had not discovered the body. Qin Wen pulled Qin Wu toward the lantern, reasoning that even if Yin Qi was formidable, he would likely meet his demise if targeted without the lantern's protection. "Look, is that the village chief?" Zhang Lele exclaimed, standing on tiptoe to peer outside. A dimly lit figure carrying a lantern emerged from the depths of the alley, gradually drawing closer. It was indeed the hunched figure of the village chief. Cheng Miao furrowed her brow as she observed the approaching silhouette. Why was he coming from this direction? She recalled that his home was situated elsewhere. The others were unaware of the chief and Apos' exact location, but Lin Zhu pointed out that the chief had previously departed down that very path. That path, Cheng Miao recalled the layout of the village as summarized by the veteran players upon their return on the first day. It led to a dead end, devoid of anything. Before she could ponder why the village chief would venture down that dead end, he stood before them. The chief and Apos' aged face appeared somewhat sinister under the dim light as he coughed twice, his voice hoarse. "The ancestral rites commence today. There are rules in the village. After midnight, you must not leave your homes." He gestured toward the 3 stacked barrels in his hands, implying that they should attend to their personal needs here. This is unacceptable." Zhang Lele and Xiao Su and Apos' faces flushed crimson, their sense of shame overwhelming their fear, prompting them to voice their objections to the chief. The chief did not elaborate, nor did he react to their attitudes. He simply placed the barrels on the ground and turned to leave. Seeing that the chief's lantern was on the verge of extinguishing, Yezi quickly called out, "What about our lanterns tonight? They are about to go out." Upon hearing her words, the chief paused, slowly turned his head to glance at Yezi, and a mysterious smile graced his lips. "Rest assured, before midnight, villagers will come to relight your lanterns." With this reassurance, Yezi exhaled in relief, and no one else spoke as they silently watched the chief walk away. He was indeed heading in the direction of his own home, Cheng Miao thought quietly. 2 people had already perished, and with Yin Qi and Apos' fate uncertain, Zhang Lele and Xiao Su were discussing a room change. Previously, Li Fei had not favored Zhang Lele, forcing her to stay in Yin Qi's room. Now that Li Fei was dead, the 2 new girls had already formed a close bond. With Li Fei and Apos' death, Yezi and Apos' room had an opening, allowing Zhang Lele to move in. However, Song Yu objected. The veteran players were already few in number, and now, with 2 casualties in their room, the prospect of Zhang Lele switching rooms was vexing. Was it to be just him and that girl, Su Shuang? Sweat dampened Song Yu's hair, sticking to his forehead in a comical manner. He had initially wanted to call her effeminate, but recalled that Su Shuang was also a veteran player, albeit one he found somewhat unreliable. How reliable could a man in a game worry about having hand cream be? "What do you intend to do?" Qin Wen inquired, observing the previously unremarkable young man. The game was a place that could drive one to madness, transforming people into entirely different beings. Song Yu and Apos' gaze was fixated on Cheng Miao, while Qi Jia absent-mindedly played with her braids, her gaze laced with bloodlust directed at him. Song Yu quickly averted his eyes. Naturally, he desired to share a room with Cheng Miao. She was skilled, appearing aloof yet kind-hearted, the only veteran willing to analyze clues with the newcomers and remind them of important details. Not to mention, Cheng Miao and Apos' teammates were formidable. Cheng Miao stood like a natural shield. However, the four of them were inseparable, leaving Song Yu to set his sights on Yezi. Yezi and Amp, Oppo's room was full, occupied by two veteran players. Qin Wu would never part from Qin Wen, and those two girls were bound to stick together. How annoying! Observing Song Yu standing nervously, gnawing on his nails, Qin Wen glanced at the sky and frowned. My brother and I will go to Su Shuang's room, since you wish to stay here so much. It an Amp, Oppo's, yours. Song Yu had more to say, but Qin Wen had already taken Qin Wu into the room. Su Shuang glanced at Song Yu with a knowing smile, lazily fanning herself as she returned. Swallowing his discontent, Song Yu realized this was the only option left. Qin Wen would certainly look after his brother, rendering his presence somewhat insignificant. Recalling how Yezi had provided him guidance on the first day, his heart eased a bit as he followed the already impatient Yezi back. Cheng Miao peered through the crack in the door. The old house lacked windows, leaving them oblivious to the outside world. The door crevice allowed only a sliver of light, obscuring their view. Soon, the lights were extinguished. If the lanterns outside were relit, they would feel it. Qi Jia engaged Lin Zhu in playful banter while simultaneously conversing with Cheng Miao. Qi Jia, being young, possessed keen perception, something Cheng Miao had noticed the previous night. Once the lights were out, the room succumbed to a darkness so profound that one could not see their own hand in front of their face, an absence of light that enveloped them. Cheng Miao felt an unsettling sense of something she had overlooked, lying on her bed and reflecting on the day's events. That madman, she remained preoccupied with the thought. The madman bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Min. Who could it be? Could it be the real Zhang Min? No, the madman had not been confined. If the village chief were indeed masquerading, he would have hidden the genuine article well. Time flowed swiftly with her racing thoughts, and as the hour approached, Qin Musong signaled to the others, who were already on the bed, before pulling down the power line. Instantly, the room was engulfed in pure darkness, save for the faint red glow seeping through the door crevice.